He had never played games, yet unexpectedly found himself traversing a perilous world of elves. Lacking a distinguished background or a miraculous ability, and without even a decent initial companion, he navigated through this realm, where strength reigns supreme, relying solely on his keen observation, survival instincts, and sincere understanding of the creatures around him to gradually carve a path forward. From foraging for berries to stave off hunger, to establishing trust with wild elves, from evading the bullying of trainers to finally acquiring his first companion. This is a poignant tale of an ordinary individual struggling, growing, and ultimately shining in a foreign world. Chapter 1. Shinji Ryuzaki. In the Kanto continent, amidst the desolate outskirts of a dilapidated construction site in Akahoshi City, the night was rife with tempestuous storm conditions. The relentless rain pattered from the thick, murky clouds blanketing the sky, accumulating into a pool of water on the site after hours of unyielding downpour. The fierce winds roamed the area, causing the rusted steel protruding from the concrete to emit a chilling melody of howls. Suddenly, a cacophony of splashing footsteps echoed across the site as a group clad in black raincoats emerged. This is the signal point, everyone. Proceed with caution. That entity is not something you novices can handle. Pair up, disperse, and once you spot the target, immediately signal with a flare, commanded a man in a cold tone, his towering figure barely concealed by the oversized raincoat. As he issued his orders, the others quickly formed pairs and spread out, exuding an aura of military discipline. With a thunderous clap, a lightning bolt streaked across the sky, illuminating the pale mask beneath the man's rain hat, which bore a prominent R insignia. On the flooded construction site, two grunts from Team Rocket, wielding flashlights, cautiously scanned their surroundings, moving slowly through the waterlogged terrain. This is just our luck, having to stand guard in this dreadful weather. It's infuriating to think we have to venture out in such conditions. Don't you agree, Shinji? One of the grunts complained in a thick local accent to his companion. Enough, Takuya. We're merely here to assist. Just stay alert, and there shouldn't be any danger. And keep your voice down, there are plenty of wild elves around. And they are decidedly unfriendly, replied the tall youth beside him, his expression stern as he cast a wary glance at the pairs of blood-red eyes that suddenly appeared in the shadows. How foolish of these blind fools, it would suffice to dispose of them. Come forth, Zubat, declared a young man named Takuya, who had discerned the hostility of the wild Pokémon surrounding him. Unlike the cautious demeanor of the taller youth, he exhibited a cruel grin and summoned his own Pokémon with a flourish. In a flash of white light, a scarred Zubat emerged, perching itself upon Takuya's shoulder, its gaze mirroring his own ruthlessness as it surveyed the encroaching wild Pokémon, malice and greed glinting in its eyes. Enough. Do not provoke them further, or I shall not hold back. I have no desire to engage in battle amidst a typhoon, for should we draw the attention of our target, the captain's punishment will not be a jest, the taller youth warned, his voice icy as he turned to glare at Takuya. A formidable serpent head emerged from the chest of the taller youth, its unfeeling slitted eyes fixated on the Zubat resting on Takuya's shoulder. The two faced off for several tense seconds before Takuya, cowed by the taller youth's intimidation, reluctantly recalled his Zubat and lowered his gaze. Let us proceed. Do not let this occur a second time, or you know the consequences, the taller youth remarked, his menacing aura dissipating as the serpent head retreated beneath his voluminous raincoat. He turned and continued onward, flashlight in hand, paying no heed to the resentment burning in Takuya's eyes. The taller youth was named Shinji Ryuzaki, an orphan born in Kanto's Rainbow City. His true name, however, was Wu Ming, a mere office worker who led a life of mediocrity on Earth until he met his untimely demise in a bus accident. Unexpectedly, he found himself transported to the world of Pokémon. As an ordinary man with no prior experience in the game, Wu Ming nearly succumbed to madness upon witnessing the lethality of certain Pokémon, instilling a profound sense of fear within him. He was taken in by an orphanage, where the elderly director renamed him Shinji Ryuzaki. From that moment, Wu Ming ceased to exist, leaving only Ryuzaki behind. Initially, he found the life in the orphanage bearable, slowly acclimating to the realities of this world or realm where humans coexisted with Pokémon, both allies and adversaries. To combat the wild hordes of Pokémon, a profession known as Pokémon trainer emerged, heralded as humanity's saviors. As a young orphan burdened with the soul of an adult, Ryuzaki possessed a remarkable sense of maturity and aspired to become a trainer to alter his fate. Alas, reality proved to be harsh. The knowledge of Pokémon was a high-level domain inaccessible to a mere orphan of humble origins. Thus, Ryuzaki languished for 10 years within the confines of the orphanage, until on his 10th birthday, he was sold to Team Rocket by the callous director, revealing the depths of human depravity. The trials imposed upon newcomers by the Rockets are notoriously brutal. Even the young are not spared. He recalls his inaugural ordeal vividly. The challenge was one of mutual slaughter, where from 1,000 children, only half would emerge alive. Ultimately, he was forced to take the life of an unarmed young girl, a memory that haunts him eternally, along with the haunting expression she wore in her final moments. From that day forth, there was no turning back for him. He descended deeper into darkness, engaging in nefarious acts such as stealing others' Pokémon, participating in assassinations, and inciting chaos. Today, Ryuzaki Shinji stands as a villain with bloodied hands. He holds no trust for the impetuous newcomer, Fujiwara Takuya, whose reckless behavior often lands them both in peril. Were it not for this operation led by the notorious blood general, Caesar, to capture Mew, he would have undoubtedly eliminated this ticking time bomb lurking at his side. With a resounding bang, a withered firework illuminated the pitch-black sky. "Something's amiss, let's move," Ryuzaki Shinji instructed Fujiwara Takuya before dashing toward the source of the signal. By the time he arrived at the location of the flare, a fierce battle was already underway. Before him, 3 Electrode and 3 Gyarados surrounded a diminutive Pokémon, unleashing relentless assaults. Yet, neither the fierce electric currents nor the ominous shadow balls could penetrate the radiant energy shield enveloping the luminous creature, Mew. Observing the humans that had persistently attacked her, even the inherently benevolent Mew felt a surge of ire. With a mighty cry, she unleashed her formidable psychic abilities, sending the 6 Pokémon assailing her sprawling. "This is bad," she's summoning the wild Pokémon around her. "Quickly, you lot. Intercept her, though, not let her escape. Electrode, Gyarados, rise and charge." Caesar, upon witnessing Mew's display of psychic prowess and her desperate call, immediately recognized the gravity of the situation and commanded his subordinates. "Think you can flee? Not a chance. Arbok, use glare." Ryuzaki Shinji ordered his Arbok as Mew soared toward him. A robust, 3-meter-long purple serpent emerged from his chest, its crimson eyes locking onto the petite creature before it. However, Mew appeared to be prepared. A white shield enveloped her mystical guard. In an instant, her eyes glimmered with pink light, and an overwhelming psychic force sent Ryuzaki Shinji and Arbok hurtling backward. With a cough of warm blood, Ryuzaki Shinji crashed into a severely eroded wall, which promptly crumbled under the impact. "Damn it, the disparity is too great," he groaned, struggling to rise from the ground. The previous blow had fractured 2 of his ribs, and his back was likely bruised, but there was no time to dwell on his injuries, for he found himself encircled by a horde of oblivious foes. A bunch of worthless creatures think they can take my life. "Arbok, come to me," Longqi Jini said coldly, glaring at the wild Pokémon encircling him. A purple serpent's head emerged from the ground beside him, its icy gaze meeting Longqi Jini's for a fleeting moment before it turned to coldly survey the surrounding wild Pokémon. Chapter 2, Sludge Bomb. "Arbok, execute coil, then unleash acid on them." Longqi Jini sneered at the cowering Rattatas and their diminutive counterparts. Recognizing that Arbok's intimidate ability had taken effect, he decided not to wait for them to swarm him. He would strike first. He commanded Arbok to enhance its powers. Arbok swiftly obeyed, coiling its body as a radiant glow enveloped it. With this boost, its intimidate ability intensified, causing some timid Rattatas to begin retreating. Had it not been for the bravest Rattata holding the line, they would have fled in terror from their nemesis, but soon they would regret their decision to stand firm. Dark liquids spewed from the serpent's maw, striking them like cannonballs, turning all the Rattatas hit into mere puddles. One colossal Rattata, double the size of a normal one, witnessed the demise of its offspring at the hands of Arbok. A glint of malice flickered in its eyes as it radiated a bright light, launching itself towards Arbok with a quick attack. The remaining 3 Rattatas and 5 Rattatas soon followed suit, mimicking their leader and charging at Arbok, their incisors gleaming ominously as they advanced towards Longqi Jini. "Learning, are we? Alas, it is too late. Arbok, use glare, then finish them off," Longqi Jini said with a cruel smile. Following its coiling, Arbok's attack and defense had significantly increased, and most crucially, its accuracy had improved as well. The serpent fixed its gaze on all the attacking Pokémon, unleashing glare. The effect was devastating among the ranks of the Rattatas. Those who met its icy gaze trembled and froze in place. Arbok swiftly struck, sinking its fangs into the paralyzed fools and injecting them with venom. The afflicted Rattatas soon bore purple spots on their bodies, convulsing violently before succumbing to the embrace of death. Only one Rattata and two Rattatas managed to evade Arbok's glare, as they had chosen to assault Longqi Zhuni instead. Witnessing their companion's demise, these survivors harbored a deep-seated hatred for both Longqi Zhuni and Arbok, their eyes now glowing a fierce crimson. After fulfilling Longqi Zhuni's orders, Arbok did not return to assist him, but rather indulged itself by consuming one of the recently slain Rattatas, then turned its head, playfully regarding its master. "Humph! It appears I must return to instill some discipline once more. How dare you approach me, oblivious to your impending doom? Come forth, Weezing, unleash your rapid spin." Observing that his Weezing faltered at a critical moment, Ryuzuki Shinji's eyes glinted with cold intensity, yet his visage remained unperturbed. He promptly retrieved a Pokeball from his waist and released its contents. A flash of white light revealed a Weezing, enveloped in purple smoke. Unlike the typical dull expression of its kind, this Weezing possessed piercing eyes and wore a sly grin, resembling a cunning little rogue. Upon emergence, it let out a chuckle and commenced a swift rotation, sending all the small Pokémon charging towards Ryuzaki Shinji, sprawling in disarray. "Well done. Annihilate them with Sludge Bomb," Ryuzaki Shinji remarked, the corners of his mouth curling slightly as he spoke coldly. Weezing responded with a mischievous chuckle before expelling several searing sludge balls, emanating purple smoke. Upon contact with the small Pokémon, the sludge balls erupted violently, creating a cacophony of explosions that left multiple craters in the ground, littered with charred remnants of limbs. "Excellent work, Weezing," Ryuzaki Shinji gently praised, caressing the Weezing floating beside him. "Weezing, Weezing." The creature beamed with satisfaction at its master's commendation, though it quickly reverted to its earlier devious demeanor, casting a cold glance at the distant Arbok before chuckling once more. "Come here, Arbok," Ryuzaki Shinji commanded coldly, his expression frosty. This time, Arbok did not immediately comply, instead fixing its icy gaze upon him. After a tense moment of mutual scrutiny, Arbok lowered its head and slithered swiftly towards Ryuzaki Shinji. Yet, just as it neared, Weezing sprang into action, launching two searing sludge balls directly at Arbok. With two explosive detonations, Arbok lay scorched and lifeless on the ground, its body cleaved in twain, its once icy eyes now wide with terror. "Should you dare to defy me again, I will end you. Do you understand?" Ryuzaki Shinji placed a foot upon Arbok's head, gazing down with indifference. In response, Arbok lowered its head slightly, a gesture of submission. "Humph. Return," Ryuzuki Shinji said expressionlessly, recalling the half-conscious Arbok into its Pokeball. He harbored no concern for Arbok's injuries. Such creatures possessed remarkable regenerative abilities. As long as they drew breath and had sufficient energy, they would soon recover. He regarded this merely as a punishment for disobedience. An hour later, Caesar began to summon his personnel. This time, many fewer had returned. It was quite normal to incur casualties while attempting to intercept the mythical creature, but this time, it appeared that the creature was angered, resulting in a higher death toll than usual. His previous partner, Takuya Fujiwara, had perished. However, for Shinji Ryuzaki, this was not surprising. This reckless youth was destined to meet his end sooner or later. "Your performance this time was exceptionally valiant. Although the mission to capture the creature failed, we managed to collect several strands of its hair, which can be considered a significant achievement. Therefore, I shall report to headquarters and award each of you 1,000 points," Caesar declared with enthusiasm, holding aloft a glass vial containing the aforementioned pink strands of hair, clearly the mythical creatures Furry referred to. Observing the excitement of the Team Rocket members below, Caesar smiled in satisfaction. He then proceeded to deliver a eulogy for their fallen comrades, followed by a proclamation of Team Rocket's glory. 1,000 points? Not too shabby, I suppose. Just a reward intended for the deceased bestowed upon us, the fortunate survivors. TCH, yet another instance of this tiresome indoctrination. Shinji Ryuzaki thought disdainfully as he blended into the crowd, coldly observing his fervent companions. These individuals had been thoroughly brainwashed by Team Rocket. This manipulation had persisted since the moment they joined. Unfortunately, this tactic was utterly ineffective on someone like Ryuzaki, whose worldview had long been cemented. After the morning, Caesar cheerfully led the remaining Team Rocket members away from the abandoned construction site towards the nearby base in Shallow Red City. In the underground medical area of the shallow Red City Team Rocket Base, a young woman clad in a white nurse's uniform addressed the solemn-faced Shinji Ryuzaki. You've gotten yourself injured again. Honestly, you always come to trouble me. Spare me the lecture. Just proceed with the full body treatment as usual and deduct the points from my stored account. Also, please take care of the Arbok, Ryuzaki replied with his eyes closed, maintaining a calm demeanor. Understood. Just don't come back next time. Humph. The young woman retorted angrily, realizing he had no intention of engaging. Finally, she operated the machinery that placed Ryuzaki into a vast glass chamber filled with healing solution. He swiftly donned a diving mask connected by a tube, and as the anesthetic gas infused the liquid, he quickly succumbed to a deep slumber. Why push yourself so hard? This time, your insides have sustained minor ruptures, nearly resulting in internal bleeding. Can you really count on luck to save you next time? Hanako Aoki expressed her concerns, gazing at the naked form of Shinji Ryuzaki, peacefully sleeping within the treatment chamber. Chapter 3. The Subjugation of the Arbok. The following noon, Jean-Air slowly opened his eyes from the healing chamber, where the once vibrant green liquid had transformed into a clear pool of water. He pressed a red button at the base of the healing device, and 1 minute later, the nurse who had attended to him the previous day arrived. Jean-Air stood bare, his expression impassive as he accepted a pristine Team Rocket uniform from the blushing nurse. Swiftly donning it. Here are your Pokeballs. They have all fully recovered. Additionally, I have already fed them, she said. Her cheeks flushed as she retrieved 2 specially crafted black Pokeballs and handed them to Jean-Air, averting her gaze in shyness. How impressive, they've grown larger than before, the nurse thought, her face warming further as she nearly succumbed to faintness. By the time she gathered herself to look up, Jean-Air had already taken his belongings and departed. Jean-Air first returned to his room. It was sparsely furnished, containing a simple single bed, a desk and chair, an antiquated computer, and 2 dumbbells. Immediately upon entering, he felt the need to stretch his limbs. After completing a full-body workout, a satisfied smile graced his face. His injuries from the previous day had completely healed. It is truly remarkable. The medical technology here surpasses that of my world by 1,000-fold. A good night's sleep remedies all, Jean-Air murmured. Thanks to the powerful healing abilities of Pokémon and the corresponding medical advancements. Fatalities from illness in the Pokémon world are exceedingly rare, while deaths caused by wild Pokémon remain alarmingly high each year. After assessing his own condition, he turned his attention to his Pokémon. Pressing the buttons on the 2 Pokeballs, beams of white light emerged, spreading to reveal his Ghastly and Arbok before him. Ghastly, sly and menacing, immediately zoomed to Jean-Air's side, eagerly bowing and ingratiating itself, its small eyes gleaming with profound desire. In contrast, Arbok lowered its head, coiling its body in submission, its cold, serpentine gaze betraying fear. Though its lower half had regrown, it was significantly smaller than its upper half, requiring several days to fully recover. The punishment Jean-Air had dealt had thoroughly instilled a sense of dread in it, forcing a temporary capitulation to Jean-Air's authority. A glutton, indeed. Here you go, Jean-Air remarked with a hint of amusement at the obsequious Ghastly before donning a pair of gloves retrieved from his waist pouch. He then produced a shimmering purple orb, which caused Ghastly to drool in anticipation, wagging its head like an eager puppy, while Arbok raised its head, its eyes reflecting a deep greed. This is an extraordinarily precious and venomous jewel, imbued with astonishing toxic energy that serves as an irresistible temptation for poison-type Pokémon. The Weezing, eager to absorb the energy of this lethal gem, finds itself in a favorable position. Naturally, Shinji Ryuzaki is equally pleased to empower his loyal Weezing. He carefully places the toxic jewel into the gaping maw of the Weezing and gently caresses its head. This lethal gem was seized from the hands of the Alliance during a mission a year ago, a daring endeavor that nearly cost Shinji his life. His adversaries were formidable, yet he triumphed through sheer determination, risking everything to vanquish them. The battle left Weezing on the brink of self-destruction, and the Arbok was left with but a single head. While Shinji endured severe burns and lost his right eye, now replaced with a mechanical prosthetic concealed beneath his bangs. The rewards, however, were substantial. Following that harrowing encounter, Shinji finally acquired the means to grow stronger. The toxic jewel significantly enhanced Weezing's power, not only increasing its intelligence, but also fortifying its moves. For instance, the Sludge Bomb, which typically consists of a mere mass of sludge, now possesses explosive potential due to Weezing's mutation. Shinji was overjoyed by this transformation, and simultaneously, his ambitions began to swell uncontrollably. No longer content with the precarious existence of a mere grunt within Team Rocket, he aspires to rise through the ranks, aiming to become a cadre member or even the leader. However, 9 years of perilous service have instilled in Shinji a cautious disposition. Despite possessing the strength of an elite member of Team Rocket, he refrains from revealing his prowess, knowing he must accumulate more power. A single elite Weezing is insufficient to secure a foothold among the upper echelons of Team Rocket, a reality dictated by his lack of connections. Team Rocket is a shadowy organization rife with factions, where its members control 99 of the vital positions. Only absolute strength garners their respect and elevates one's status. He once humiliated himself, groveling before Caesar of the Apollo faction, but was met with disdain and ridicule. From that moment on, he abandoned any thoughts of joining a faction, resolving instead to ascend solely through sheer strength, for in the dark world, power reigns supreme. After 10 minutes, Weezing could no longer contain the power of the toxic jewel and expelled it, its body now flushed crimson, resembling a bomb poised to detonate. Droplets of purple liquid oozed from its body, corrosively etching a small hole in the marble floor. Nevertheless, Weezing persevered, its hue gradually returning to purple, though the white skull mark on its surface now bore an additional black tint. Shinji surmised that when the white skull fully turned black, it would signal Weezing's evolution. Next time, do not be greedy. If you push yourself too far, you will surely regurgitate it. Do keep that in mind. Ryuzaki Shinji remarked as he picked up the toxic gem from the ground, then feigned anger while tapping the head of the gas ball. The venomous energy contained within the gem was overwhelmingly potent, and even poison-type Pokémon could only endure it for a limited time. Otherwise, even they would succumb to its lethal effects. A year ago, the gas ball could barely withstand a minute of such energy. The gas ball nodded weakly, having nearly exhausted itself in its attempt to absorb the poisonous energy. Its moment of greed had almost led to its demise. Well then, return to the Pokeball and properly absorb the remaining toxic energy, Ryuzaki Shinji commanded, withdrawing the gas ball into its sphere. Arbok, come here. After recalling the gas ball, Ryuzaki Shinji cast a cold gaze toward the purple serpent before him, whose eyes gleamed with avarice. Arbok, a cold-blooded Pokémon, was notoriously difficult to tame. In the beginning, one must not indulge them. Only by instilling fear could one earn their obedience. This particular Arbok had claimed the lives of its previous 5 trainers, having devoured them all. Upon hearing this tale, Ryuzaki Shinji had exchanged a small amount of points to acquire the murderous serpent, subsequently subduing it through force. Regrettably, it had betrayed him at crucial moments on 9 separate occasions. As Arbok met Ryuzaki Shinji's gaze, its greedy demeanor vanished, replaced by sheer terror. Reluctantly, it slithered closer and bowed its head before him. Arbok, you are a treacherous creature, and I have granted you 9 opportunities. Thus, I believe your existence is no longer warranted. As the words left his lips, Ryuzaki Shinji swiftly stepped on Arbok's vital point, his hands tightening around its head. Arbok attempted to struggle, but with its vital point underfoot, it could exert no force. As the grip around its neck tightened, its yellow eyes reflected the determined visage of the human before it. Realizing this human truly harbored murderous intent, its gaze began to glaze over, consciousness fading. With a fierce toss, Ryuzaki Shinji hurled the nearly lifeless Arbok against the wall, then approached and placed his foot upon its head. From this day forth, you shall be my Pokémon. My commands are absolute, and refusal is not an option. Do you understand? He asserted, pressing down firmly on Arbok's head. Arbok struggled to open its eyes, finally placing its vital point beside Ryuzaki Shinji's other foot in a gesture of submission. Chapter 4. The Death Tournament. Excellent. I accept your submission, Arbok. Fear not. I shall cultivate your skills diligently. I am aware of your resentment, but worry not. Should there come a day when you deem me unworthy of being your trainer, feel free to strike me. I am always ready for a challenge. However, remember this. There is but one opportunity, and the fate of the defeated is known to you. Upon witnessing the Apophis finally present its 7-inch offering before him, Ryuzaki Shinji could not help but smile with satisfaction. It had taken him a full 2 years to tame this serpent, renowned for its lethal prowess. He removed his foot from the serpent's head, crouched down, grasped the Apophis by its head, and placed the highly toxic gem into its mouth. After the Apophis swallowed the venomous jewel, its eyes widened, and an intense purple aura enveloped its body. Its lower half began to grow at a visible rate, soon matching the size of its upper body. Yet, the transformation was not complete. The Apophis continued to expand. After approximately 2 minutes, it could no longer contain the energy from the toxic gem and expelled it forcefully. The serpent, now drenched in a cold sweat, let out a resounding cry. With a loud tearing sound, the Apophis began to shed its skin, breaking free from its former guise to reveal a magnificent purple serpent, now measuring 3 meters in length. Having grown an additional half-meter, it coiled respectfully before Ryuzaki Shinji, lowering its head in deference. Very well, enduring for 2 minutes from the outset is commendable. Rest assured, as long as you remain obedient and grow stronger, I shall periodically grant you the opportunity to absorb the energy of the toxic gem. Delighted by the respect exhibited by the Apophis, Ryuzaki Shinji accepted the returned jewel and extended his right hand. The serpent obediently entwined itself around his arm, eventually resting its head upon his left shoulder. Once the Apophis had completed its embrace, Ryuzaki Shinji carefully secured the toxic gem and opened an antiquated computer, logging into the Rocket Team's local network with his account credentials. In the Rocket Team, the currency of value was points. With points, one could exchange for any item within the team's treasury, even rare quasi-divine Pokémon. The Rocket Team had firmly established itself in various industries across the Kanto region, boasting an impressive array of resources that, while perhaps not rivaling that of the League, certainly matched or even surpassed those of any prominent family in certain respects. Presently, Ryuzaki Shinji possessed 500 points, reduced from 800 due to 300 points spent on medical expenses the previous day. A full-body treatment was no trivial cost, nearly equivalent to the earnings from a low-level task. The points in the Rocket Team were accrued through 3 primary avenues. First, a monthly base salary. Second, the completion of tasks. And third, private transactions. Among these, task completion served as the main source of point accumulation. The tasks were categorized into 5 tiers: low-level, mid-level, high-level, special, and mandatory tasks, each escalating in difficulty and corresponding rewards. So far, Shinji Ryuzaki has undertaken 51 low-level tasks, 6 intermediate tasks, and 2 compulsory missions. The deadly gem was acquired during his most recent compulsory mission, which, like its predecessors, was fraught with peril. Each compulsory mission typically results in a significant culling of those who merely linger, awaiting fate. Indeed, Team Rocket does not accommodate idleness. These missions are designed to ensure a continual influx of vitality within the organization. Only the strongest survive the ruthless selection process, while the weak perish. Having completed 2 compulsory missions, Shinji Ryuzaki stands on the precipice of promotion. According to Team Rocket's stringent regulations, should he successfully fulfill a 3rd compulsory mission, he would automatically ascend to the ranks of the elite. However, he cannot afford to wait for such an extended period. Compulsory missions occur every 4 years, and only a year has elapsed since the last. To anticipate the next compulsory mission would require an additional 3 years, as newcomers also need time to establish themselves. At 19, he is acutely aware that in 3 years, he will be 22. Within Team Rocket, there exists an unspoken rule. Any member who surpasses the age of 20 without attaining elite status is doomed to remain stagnant. The minimum age for membership is 10, rendering the notion of achieving elite status through completing 3 compulsory missions a mere fantasy, an illusion crafted to ensnare those without powerful connections. To gain promotion, one must dutifully serve the interests of those in higher echelons. Through diligent investigation into previous fatalities within Team Rocket, Shinji has discerned that no mere foot soldiers have ever achieved elite status by completing 3 compulsory missions. At least within the base of the shallow Red City, none have survived the 3rd compulsory mission. They have all met their glorious end. The so-called rules are dictated by the powerful, who are loath to allow unruly individuals to rise and threaten their dominion, lest they find themselves sharing the spoils. Nevertheless, exceptions do exist. The current leader of Team Rocket, Sakaki, is an ambitious individual. Faced with the multitude of factions within Team Rocket, some of which operate independently of edicts, he has initiated a selection event, a yearly tournament of death. Originally, this event was designed for Sakaki to conveniently gather talent, but it has gradually morphed into a mechanism for resolving conflicts and distributing benefits among the various factions. Each faction leader sends forth their promising recruits to compete, and the final rankings determine the allocation of rewards, a rather sordid affair. Despite its transformation, the tournament retains its initial purpose. Those who secure a position within the top 50 are granted unconditional elevation to elite status, alongside a wealth of points and invitations from influential faction leaders, thus reaping both fame and fortune. The Death Championship of this year is set to commence in a week. Shinji Longzaki had registered a couple of days ago, and now he must diligently prepare for the upcoming event. The number of participants has exceeded 300, making the quest for a spot in the top 50 quite formidable. Shinji meticulously scoured the point exchange and trading platforms for the items he required. Ultimately, He gritted his teeth and spent 1,000 points to acquire a limited edition Pokédex for the sprites. The competition will take place on a deserted island, where the first challenge they will face is not their competitors, but the perilous wild sprites. Hence, this Pokédex is of utmost importance. Although it is a limited edition, it still provides descriptions of the basic living habits of the sprites. With this guide in hand, he can avoid the territories of most sprites, thereby reducing the likelihood of encountering their attacks. Even though he was fully aware that the price had been inflated, Shinji reluctantly made the purchase. In addition to the limited edition Pokédex, he exchanged his remaining 500 points for essential wilderness survival supplies, such as compressed nutritional biscuits, exquisite sprite feed, mosquito repellent, antidotes, outdoor tents, and an extra-large backpack, among many other items. Although these supplies were of relatively low value and required few points, their quantity was staggering. Ultimately, he could only afford a fraction of what he had initially intended to acquire, as his funds were running low. With a frustrated punch on the table, his expression darkened considerably. Damn it, this is nothing short of price gouging. Everything has increased by more than 50. A tent now costs 10 points? Usually, such a worthless item could be redeemed for merely 4 points, and yet the price has skyrocketed. Shinji exclaimed in anger. 2 minutes later, he regained his usual impassive demeanor, recalled his Apra snake into its Pokeball, and exited the room. With insufficient points, he realized he must now undertake tasks. Based on the estimated costs of the remaining items he needed, he would require over 1,000 points, meaning he would have to complete at least one intermediate task. Assuming he could do so without harm, Shinji arrived at the task hall and made his way directly to the intermediate task commission area. He scanned the listings with keen eyes, finally pausing at a blue commission order affixed beneath a task pillar. This was a task open for multiple participants, stating, "Capture the sewer's stinking sludge boss, Stinky Sludge. Task reward, 2,000 points, and the opportunity to possess an additional sprite." Such a generous reward for an intermediate task? Regardless of any underlying schemes, this task is perfectly suited for me at this moment, Shinji pondered before removing the commission order. If he could not even complete such a task, he would have no reason to participate in the Death Championship. Subsequently, he handed the order to a staff member at the task hall and was informed that the commissioner would gather the task participants here the following day. Chapter 5. Task Force members. The following day, at noon, Shinji Ryuzaki arrived as scheduled, where he found 5 individuals already present, 1 elite member of Team Rocket and 4 of its grunts. The elite was a mature and alluring woman with purple hair. While her beauty was not striking, her figure was undeniably impressive, curvaceous like a perfectly ripened peach. The 3 male grunts hovered around her, seeking her favor, and the woman acknowledged their attention with a faint smile, her captivating violet eyes occasionally casting flirtatious glances, rendering the men akin to infatuated puppies, wagging their tails in her presence. The last of the grunts was a blue-haired beauty, more accurately described as an ice queen. Even from a distance, Ryuzaki could sense her chilling aura of aloofness. "Hey there, young lad. Are you here for the mission as well? If so, you're just in time," the female elite purred, striding toward him with a feline grace, her hips swaying enticingly as she flashed a charming smile. Amidst the enchanting display of white snowflakes, Ryuzaki maintained his impassive demeanor, his cold gaze unwavering. He merely cast a frosty glance at the woman and nodded curtly before striding past her. Ryuzaki held a profound distrust for strangers, especially women who wielded their physical allure for advantage. Such women, he believed, sought only to exploit men, discarding them once their utility had been exhausted, a lesson he had learned well in his previous life. In response to Ryuzaki's indifferent behavior, the elite's smile remained intact, although a keen observer would note her right hand clenched tightly, and the flirtation in her eyes had vanished. She turned her gaze toward Ryuzaki's imposing figure, her lips curling slightly upward, revealing a spark of excitement akin to that of a predator spotting its prey, accompanied by a hint of malice. The 3 grunts, witnessing Ryuzaki's demeanor toward their goddess, grew cold in their regard for him. They merely cast him a disdainful glance, 2 of them offering no greeting, while the largest among them, a towering bald man with a scarred face, fixed him with a menacing stare. The only one who seemed to harbor a glimmer of goodwill toward Ryuzaki was the Ice Queen, who introduced herself before retreating once more into her solitude. "Nanasato," she revealed, her name as cool as her demeanor, yet her voice was unexpectedly melodious, surpassing even the sweetest songbird. It was a pity she did not pursue a career as a singer, Ryuzaki mused, momentarily taken aback by the beauty of her voice as he nodded in acknowledgement. "As everyone is gathered, I shall commence with the task at hand. First and foremost, let us indulge in a round of self-introductions." particularly since we have a newcomer among us. I am Sakurako Miyamoto, the instigator of this mission. The mature woman named Sakurako Miyamoto glided gracefully towards Shinji Ryuzuki, casting a fiery gaze upon him, then rested her chin upon her delicate hand, speaking softly. Shinji Ryuzuki. Nanasato. Both Shinji Ryuzuki and Nanasato replied with a chill in their voices. I am Saikura Okada, and you will do well to remember that, declared the burly man who had previously glared menacingly at Shinji Ryuzuki, pointing defiantly at him. He quickly donned a sycophantic expression as he turned his attention to Sakurako Miyamoto. In response, Sakurako merely smiled faintly, her intense gaze unwaveringly fixed on Shinji Ryuzuki, seemingly indifferent to the man's presence. This ignited a profound dissatisfaction within the burly man, who turned his head toward Shinji Ryuzuki with a face that betrayed his desire to eliminate him on the spot. Foolish wretch, utterly devoid of threat. I shall find an opportunity to rid myself of you. That woman, being the mission's instigator, may be spared for the time being, Shinji Ryuzuki mused, observing how Sakurako Miyamoto utilized the burly man against him. His expression remained impassive as he even closed his eyes. A gesture familiar to those who knew him well. Such a stance signified his perception of the deceased, for there was no need to regard the dead any longer. Subsequently, the remaining two male grunts of Team Rocket introduced themselves in turn. The shorter youth was named Subiru Murakami, while the stout young man introduced himself as Toru Kojima. Once all introductions were complete, Sakurako Miyamoto began to expound upon the mission. Although her account lacked extensive detail, it provided a general overview. The true initiator of this task was a superior officer, a fact that Sakurako revealed only briefly, indicating that she was merely executing their orders. Capturing the creature known as Grimer was merely the minimum requirement to secure a more substantial reward. They were tasked with retrieving a valuable item lost by the officer from Grimer's territory, the specifics of which Sakurako chose not to divulge. Rest assured, should you assist in reclaiming the lost item for our esteemed officer, you shall receive double the rewards and perhaps even the officer's favor. With a potential opportunity for promotion to elite status, Sakurako Miyamoto leaned slightly forward, her enchanting smile directed at the group. Haha, to serve our esteemed officer is my duty. Leave it to me, Saikura Okada. I will undoubtedly recover what belongs to the officer, the burly man exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he beheld Sakurako's captivating presence. Both Subiru Murakami and Toru Kojima exhibited glimmers of greed in their eyes. The disparity between the treatment of grunts and elites was vast. Not only did elites receive tenfold the salary of grunts, but they were also spared from arduous daily tasks and, more importantly, were exempt from compulsory missions. The prospect of rewards from this undertaking captivated the two young men, who had only just endured their first mandatory mission. Even the icy beauty, Nanami Sato, opened her captivating blue eyes, revealing a flicker of fervor within. Shinji Ryuzuki displayed a facade of interest, though a careful observer would discern the placid indifference in his gaze. Up to this point, Sakurako Miyamoto had yet to divulge the location of the mission or any pertinent details regarding the territory of the muck Pokémon. Instead, she tantalized them with the prospect of rewards, which caused Ryuzuki to inwardly scoff. This mission, in essence, seemed to treat them as expendable scouts, possibly with unseen threats lurking behind them. Nevertheless, he refrained from inquiring further. His curiosity about the task was genuinely piqued, especially regarding an item that a cadre had not yet relinquished, which held considerable allure for him. Observing the interest etched on the faces of her companions, Sakurako smiled with satisfaction. She then turned slightly, winking at a man in the corner, before redirecting her beaming gaze towards Ryuzuki and the others, though a glimmer of mischief flickered deep within her eyes. 2 hours later, within the intricate labyrinth of the underground sewers of Shallow Red City, 6 individuals clad in black uniforms navigated the dimly lit passageways, equipped with flashlights. This group comprised Ryuzuki and his companions, who had exchanged their Rocket Team uniforms for sleek black attire. Their mission led them to the abandoned urban underbelly of Shallow Red City, home to a plethora of wild Pokémon. Among them, the Muck and Zubat represented the two most formidable Pokémon factions in the sewers. Along their journey, they had already encountered numerous attacks from these creatures, and as they approached the mission's epicenter, the evidence of Pokémon activity intensified, with increasingly powerful opponents emerging. Arbok, use Bite. Mismagius, unleash Ice Beam. Ryuzuki and Nanami quickly commanded their Pokémon. Having fought together in several battles, they had established a silent rapport through their exchanged glances, their moves complementing each other seamlessly, allowing them to dispatch the approaching Pokémon with ease. A large, purple Arbok, coiling around Ryuzuki, glared with piercing eyes, causing several muck Pokémon to tremble in place. In an instant, a humanoid ice-type Pokémon gathered icy energy in her hands, releasing a frigid beam that encased the muck in ice. Following this, a Machoke surged forth to claim victory, delivering fiery punches that knocked out the remaining muck. Haha, your teamwork is indeed effective. I'll leave the finishing touches to my Machoke, exclaimed Saikaro Okada, laughing heartily as he witnessed his Machoke's success in claiming the final blows. He had repeated this feat numerous times throughout their journey, and Ryuzaki and Nanami's lack of intervention led him to believe they had capitulated, prompting him to act even more brazenly. Meanwhile, the two young men beside him wore grim expressions. Their own Pokémon, a Zubat and a Swablu, trembling in response to the icy glare from Arbok. Upon observing the expressions of their little sprites, the two young men could easily deduce that Ryuzaki Shinji was certainly not someone they could provoke. The burly man forcefully pulled them both along, which incited their discontent. However, he seemed oblivious to their discomfort, continuing to encircle their necks with his robust arms, exuding an air of camaraderie. You truly are impressive. We are mere moments away from our destination, Miyamoto Sakurako remarked with a slight smile, having noticed the division among the group. She flaunted her presence, revealing that her sprite was, in fact, a Grimer, the very creature that had guided them along the way. It appears we are indeed nearing our goal. Ryuzaki Shinji disregarded Sakurako's words, his gaze fixed coldly on the multitude of crimson eyes that suddenly emerged ahead. Chapter 6. In the blink of an eye, good heavens. Who has angered these terrifying creatures? They are a swarm of Zubat. We must flee at once, lest we become mere corpses. As a trainer of Zubat, Murakami Ikaru was acutely aware of these greedy beings' tendencies. The sight of the mass of Zubat drained the color from his face, prompting him to forcefully break free from Okada Saikara's grasp and turn back with his Zubat in tow. The others, upon witnessing the swarm, also wore ashen expressions. Yet none of them moved. In such darkness, evading the pursuit of Zubat was utterly impossible. These creatures, relying on echolocation, could easily track anyone willing to be found. Could an ordinary person possibly outrun a Zubat flying overhead? Kojima Taro, too, considered fleeing, but the thought of his physique dissuaded him. Given his ample build and short legs, he was acutely aware that he would be the first to perish should they all attempt to escape together. Noticing that Ryuzaki Shinji and his companions displayed neither panic nor despair, he steeled himself to remain. Albeit he freed himself from the burly man's grip and approached Ryuzaki Shinji with his furry companion, donning a conciliatory expression. Surviving a mandatory task was no small feat, and he was no fool. He understood the dynamics among the 6 individuals well. However, feeling outmatched, he could only temporarily go with the flow. Yet, compared to the reckless burly man and the scheming Miyamoto Sakurako, he believed that aligning himself with the composed and dignified Ryuzaki Shinji would significantly enhance his chances of survival. This little squirt dares to betray me. Humph, once I dispose of these nuisances, I will settle the score with you. Okada Saikara regarded Murakami Ikaru's retreat with disdain. But he could hardly tolerate Kojima Taro, whom he considered a companion, showing distrust by ingratiating himself before Ryuzaki Shinji like a dog wagging its tail. Were it not for the imminent threat, he would have relished the opportunity to turn Kojima Taro into pulp to vent his frustrations. 500 points each. We guarantee your survival. Ryuzaki Shinji coldly addressed Kojima Taro, who approached him in an attempt to ingratiate himself. Flattery would not suffice. Only tangible benefits could elicit his assistance. Upon hearing Ryuzaki Shinji's words, Sato Nanami was somewhat taken aback, yet she remained silent, tacitly acknowledging his proposition. Is 500 too much? Little Island Taro pondered, still hoping to negotiate. However, upon catching sight of the cold gaze from the Opposnake perched on Longzaki Shinji's shoulder, a chilling sense of dread surged within him, prompting a cascade of cold sweat. He quickly nodded in agreement. Excellent, Nanami and Taro, I will create a diversion. You take the opportunity to strike. Longzaki Shinji instructed Little Island Taro, then stepped ahead, presenting his back to them, while the Opposnake fixated intently on the approaching swarm of Zubat. Sato Nanami glanced at Longzaki Shinji with surprise, her eyes suddenly reflecting a complex array of emotions. It seemed she had resolved upon a decision, and promptly issued a command to Sister Mimikyu. Sister Mimikyu, cast your mysterious protection on him, Sato Nanami gently instructed her companion. Upon receiving the command, Sister Mimikyu immediately enveloped Longzaki Shinji and the Opposnake in a shimmering white shield. Unnecessary, but come forth, Gasbomb. Incite them, Opposnake, and feign a threat, Longzaki Shinji declared. momentarily taken aback by the protective barrier surrounding him before unleashing the gas bomb, addressing the now approaching Zubat swarm with a frigid demeanor. As the vanguard of Zubat reached them, they were electrified by the sight of 5 fresh human targets and instinctively prepared to unleash their signature move, Supersonic. However, the provocation from the gas bomb thwarted their efforts, and coupled with the Apisnake's display of intimidation, chaos ensued, leading them to turn on one another. The other 4, witnessing Longzaki Shinji's straightforward manipulation of the Zubat, felt a tremor of admiration and re-evaluated his prowess. Okada Saikiro and Miyamoto Sakura's expressions darkened, yet as seasoned members of Team Rocket, they swiftly made the best tactical choice, commanding their Pokémon to attack the disoriented Zubat. Stinky Mud, Mud Bomb. Quick Punch, Ice Punch. Furball, Psychic. Sister Mimikyu, Blizzard. Sato Nanami and her companions shouted commands to their Pokémon, swiftly overwhelming the confused Zubat vanguard. Next, Longzaki Shinji employed his tactics once more, gaining control over the Zubat and Golbat that soared toward them, urging his allies to unleash their full power. Soon, the Zubat, faced with significant losses, chose to retreat, withdrawing upon hearing the distinctive ultrasonic call of their leader, the Crobat. "Hey you, hurry up and transfer the funds," Longzaki Shinji commanded, his gaze blazing with intensity at Little Island Taro, who had been languishing in the background. This individual had contributed little throughout the encounter, and had it not been for Sister Mimikyu's timely blizzard, the battle would not have concluded so effortlessly. He himself might have sustained injuries. Now, Sister Mimikyu was panting, her remaining strength diminished by half. Yes, I'm transferring it immediately," Taro replied hastily. Taro Kojima could naturally discern the dissatisfaction emanating from Shinji Ryuzaki. However, he dared not defy him. Through their recent skirmish, he had come to realize that the most formidable presence in the vicinity was indeed Shinji Ryuzaki. The 2 diminutive beings capable of controlling a multitude of Zubat were undoubtedly of elite caliber. Should he utter a word of dissent now, the violet serpent coiled around him would surely deliver a fatal bite. "Next time, I shall end you," Shinji Ryuzaki declared coldly, turning away after receiving a notification of points credited to his account on the specially designed Pokémon watch on his right wrist. Taro Kojima promptly lowered his head in silence, his eyes betraying a deep-seated resentment. 1,000 points was no trifling matter, and to have his hard-earned rewards snatched away before completing the task filled him with intense hatred towards Shinji Ryuzaki. Yet, he refrained from expressing such feelings, for the venomous serpent still regarded him with an icy gaze. "Are we ready, everyone? Let us hasten our journey. Our destination lies just ahead," announced Sakurako Miyamoto, her smile brightening the atmosphere once Shinji Ryuzaki had concluded his business. Regrettably, no one moved, as one individual leaned against the wall, feigning sleep while leisurely feeding his Pokémon exquisite treat. That individual was none other than Shinji Ryuzaki. "Little brother, what is the meaning of this? Why are we not on our way?" Sakurako Miyamoto inquired, her smile faltering as she furrowed her brow upon witnessing Shinji's demeanor. Shinji Ryuzaki offered no response nor glanced her way, remaining focused on nurturing his 2 Pokémon. Observing this, the remaining 3 members followed suit, tending to their own Pokémon. "There's no need to rush, Miss Miyamoto. Our Pokémon have just endured a fierce battle and are in need of rest. Taking a moment to recuperate is the wisest course of action," Taro Kojima remarked with a smile directed at Sakurako. "Indeed," Sakurako Miyamoto replied, narrowing her eyes into a smile, albeit one that appeared somewhat forced. She subtly turned her gaze towards Saikiro Okada, who was at odds with Shinji Ryuzaki, only to find him seated on the ground, feeding his Hitmonchan while casting furtive glances at Shinji. The previously brazen glances had now morphed into wary ones. "Damn it, how can this kid be so powerful? He possesses 2 elite Pokémon. How did I provoke such a terrifying individual?" Saikiro Okada was no fool. Despite having joined Team Rocket at 18, he had already undergone 2 mandatory missions. His initial Pokémon, Hitmonchan, had also reached elite status, leading him to hold a condescending view of the younger Team Rocket members, believing himself superior. Now, he wished he could slap himself repeatedly for underestimating others based on age alone. He finally recognized the folly in judging strength by mere years. Seeing that none of the gathered individuals were willing to accompany her, Sakurako Miyamoto stomped her foot in frustration before sulking back to her spot, also producing Pokémon feed to nourish her Grimer. Thus, the 5 remained ensconced in this peculiar ambience for a good 10 minutes, until the tranquility was abruptly shattered. A figure, covered in black sludge, frantically rushed towards them, crying out in desperation, "Help me! There's a foul mass behind me." The returning villager, Urashima Ikaru, collapsed before Ryuzaki Shinji and the others after uttering these words, succumbing to exhaustion. Subsequently, a potent stench wafted from a nearby source. Chapter 7. The transfer of power. Glistening clumps of purple sludge began to advance slowly from a distance, adorned with an assortment of household refuse, plastic containers, bags, moldy fruits, and decaying remnants of flesh. These ravenous sludges seemed inexplicably enamored with Urashima Ikuru, pursuing him relentlessly. Now greedily fixated on his prostrate form, as if he were an enticing delicacy. Gas Serpent. The gas ball and the Appa serpent, positioned near Ryuzaki Shinji, had been restless since Urashima Ikuru's arrival, their eyes greedily trained on him. Were it not for Ryuzaki Shinji's formidable presence, they would have charged at him without hesitation. Could it be that this individual possessed some treasure that attracted poison-type Pokémon? Ryuzaki Shinji pondered, observing the peculiar behavior of the sludge and the two small creatures, as well as Miyamoto Sakurako's sludge. He recalled the entry on sludge from the Pokémon Encyclopedia, noting that these refuse-eating creatures were generally non-aggressive towards humans and exceedingly lethargic, only attacking when their territory was encroached upon. Even though Urashima Ikuru had inadvertently trespassed into their domain, he should have escaped by now, leading Ryuzaki Shinji to deduce that something on Urashima Ikuru was irresistibly alluring to poison-type Pokémon. There was something peculiar about the black sludge on him. Could it be? Ryuzaki Shinji illuminated Urashima Ikuru with a flashlight, a spark of realization igniting in his eyes. He sprang to his feet and dashed to Urashima Ikuru's side, donning a pair of rubber gloves from his spatial pouch. He then meticulously peeled away the black sludge, dividing it in half and offering it to the gas ball and the Appa serpent. The two Pokémon displayed expressions of sheer joy as they eagerly devoured the sludge presented by Ryuzaki Shinji. As the gas ball and the Appa serpent consumed the black sludge, a faint purple glow enveloped them, revitalizing their spirits and erasing the fatigue from their recent battle. Indeed, this black sludge was a remarkable find. No wonder the sludges had pursued relentlessly. This unexpected boon would enhance their chances of success in the death tournament by at least 20%. A rare smile of satisfaction graced Ryuzaki Shinji's typically stoic visage as he witnessed the two Pokémon return to their prime condition. While he cast not a single glance at Urashima Ikuru, who lay on the ground, perilously close to succumbing to the poisonous black sludge. The foul, approaching muck creatures observed Shunji Ryuzuki seizing the treasures they coveted, and instantly erupted with rage, launching an assault against him and his companions. A multitude of these noxious beings unleashed a barrage of black sludge, their signature move, the sludge bomb. Mizukami, shield us with the mightiest blizzard, commanded Sato Nanami, who, noticing the imminent danger to Ryuzaki, swiftly directed Mizukami to counter the attack. The howling blizzard encased the incoming sludge, solidifying it into icy clumps that helplessly fell to the ground. However, the density of the sludge bombs was overwhelming, and the blizzard could not intercept them all. Some bombs eluded the storm's grasp and hurtled towards Ryuzaki. Witnessing Ryuzaki's earlier actions, the others understood he had acquired a treasure from Ichiro Murakami, igniting a sense of imbalance within them, particularly in Sakura Miyamoto. She had also discerned the dark sludge on Murakami, but was outpaced by Ryuzuki, leading her, alongside Kojima Taro and Okada Saikairo, to remain aloof, coldly watching the unfolding conflict. Humph, a bunch of worthless scum. Nanami, have Mizukami retreat. Gas bomb, Appa snake, tear them apart. Ryuzaki sneered at the gathered spectators before instructing Sato Nanami to step behind him. He then regarded the muck creatures with a cruel glint in his eyes, commanding the eager gas bomb and Appa snake. Gas, hissed snake. The two diminutive spirits, emboldened by the power of the black sludge, charged into the throng of muck creatures with fervor, initiating a brutal slaughter. Gas bomb continuously expelled mutated sludge bombs, obliterating the muck creatures with explosive force, while Appa snake unleashed a torrent of dissolving liquid, eradicating the sludge entirely. Soon, several muck creatures fell victim to the combined onslaught of gas bomb and Appa snake, dissolving into a puddle of viscous liquid, leaving behind a gaping crater marred by the corrosive fluid and explosive debris. After their grim task was completed, gas bomb and Appa snake returned to Ryuzaki's side, emanating a faint purple glow. In no time, the two spirits, initially fatigued from their extensive exertion, quickly regained their vitality. Indeed, the power of the black sludge is remarkable. With it, my two poison-type spirits can continue to fight as long as they do not perish instantly. Their combat prowess has at least doubled. Even if this mission were to fail, I have already reaped substantial rewards. Ryuzaki mused, casting a glance at the large crater before him. then back at his rejuvenated companions, a triumphant gleam momentarily flickering in his eyes. Yet, he swiftly composed himself, for the peril was far from over. In stark contrast to the jubilant expression of Ryuzuki Shinji, a heavy cloud loomed over Okada Saikura and Miyamoto Sakurako. Witnessing Ryuzuki's two diminutive spirits effortlessly vanquish a dozen sludge monsters, and seemingly empowered by a newly acquired treasure, they were filled with trepidation. With such formidable strength, why was he merely a foot soldier? Even a high-ranking elite would pale in comparison, Sakurako mused darkly. Although she had ascended to elite status through the barter of her body, her own prowess was among the weakest in that echelon. Yet, her discerning eye recognized that Ryuzuki Shinji now undoubtedly possessed the strength of a mid-level or even high-level elite. Regret began to gnaw at her for having offended him initially. A man utterly impervious to her charms was her greatest aversion. Ryuzuki was the most cold-blooded individual she had ever encountered, and she feared he would eliminate anyone who crossed him. Had it not been for the significance of their mission and the hidden cards she still held, she would have fled long ago. Okada Saikura shared similar thoughts. If he could but acknowledge his mistakes, perhaps he could quell Ryuzuki's murderous intent. He would undoubtedly kneel before the black-haired youth who regarded him with such disdain. However, he understood that such hopes were mere fantasies, without offering a substantial cost. This decisive young man would surely not spare his life. Takahashi Taro was now consumed by regret, wishing he could turn back time. He lamented not having chosen to assist earlier, instead succumbing to indecision and inaction. Now, as he faced the venomous glare of Ryuzuki, he felt an overwhelming urge to strike himself. The opportunity to curry favor was lost forever. Let us depart, everyone. It is no longer safe here. The recent swarms of bat-like creatures and sludge monsters suggest someone is obstructing our mission. If we do not act swiftly, others may seize the initiative, Ryuzuki declared bluntly, disregarding the unease among them. With his strength now laid bare, he felt it was time to assume leadership of the group. Should anyone dare to defy him, he would not hesitate to eliminate them to prevent future complications. Of course, brother Shinji, I am with you, Takahashi Taro chimed in eagerly, the first to express his allegiance. A sycophantic grin plastered across his face. I too shall follow your lead, Sato Nanami added, positioning herself beside Ryuzuki. She was astute enough to recognize that aligning with the powerful was the only logical choice. Yes, if there is any way I may be of service, please do not hesitate to command me. This is my token of contrition. I implore you to accept it, Okada Saikura stammered, feeling the chill of Ryuzuki's gaze. With crimson cheeks, he bowed respectfully and promptly transferred 1,000 points from his account to Ryuzuki. Ha ha ha, splendid. You are quite astute, and I appreciate that. And what of you, Miss Miyamoto Sakurako? Confronted with the transformation of Okada Saikura, Ryuzuki Shinji chuckled lightly, casting a cold glance at Okada. With a firm hand, he pressed down on Okada's head before turning his attention to the pallid-faced Miyamoto Sakurako. The task was entrusted to me by the esteemed cadre, was it not? I understand now. I must rely on you, Lord Shinji. Initially, Miyamoto attempted to intimidate Ryuzuki with the authority of the cadre. But upon noticing the frigid gazes of Ryuzuki and his companions, she swiftly recalibrated her approach. In the realm of shadows, power and strength dictate the hierarchy. If one lacks the means to command those below, surrendering authority and interests may prolong one's survival. Then I shall defer to your command, Miss Miyamoto. Please lead the way. Gasbomb, you shall protect her. Kojima Taro and Okada Saikura will follow behind, while Nanami, you shall remain with me. Observing Miyamoto's capitulation, Ryuzuki promptly issued his directives. Chuckled the gas bomb, swiftly taking its position behind Miyamoto, narrowing its eyes with a cunning smile. Yes, my lord. Kojima Taro and Okada Saikura stepped back, positioning themselves behind Ryuzuki and Sato Nanami, vigilantly watching for any signs of movement from behind. Very well, Lord Shinji. Miyamoto gritted her teeth, feeling the malice emanating from gas bomb as she led the way, accompanied by the foul sludge. I can hardly contain my curiosity. What treasures lie ahead? Even the black sludge, a treasure in its own right, is carelessly employed as bait. There must be grand schemes at play. However, this woman is now under my control, and thus the initiative lies with me. I shall observe how you choose to navigate this situation. Ryuzuki Shinji regarded the ashen-faced Miyamoto with a cold smirk. It is entirely reasonable for the strong to pursue the interests of the weak. Yet, one must always be wary of unforeseen circumstances. After all, a sheep may be disguised as a wolf. Character and Pokémon data trainer. Ryuzuki Shinji trainer level, 31 strength, elite skill, basic martial arts item, toxic orb Pokémon count, 2 Pokémon. Gas Bomb. Mutated. Ability. Levitate type. Poison. Minor Fire Pokémon level. 35. Evolution completion. 61. Strength. Intermediate Elite held item. Black Sludge. Defective. Skills. Mud Bomb. Mutated. Rapid Spin. Provocation. Smoke Screen. Poison Fog. Spark. Poison Fire. Dark Fog. Self-destruct. Setting. Once a skill is mastered, it cannot be forgotten. Through training, the power of the moves can be enhanced. In formal Pokémon battles, only 4 skills may be used, while the rest are unrestricted. Chapter 8. The emergence of Crisis in the depths of the dark, tranquil sewer. The incessant sound of dripping water echoed through the shadows. As Shinji Ryuzaki and his companions ventured closer to the heart of this murky labyrinth, the environment around them transformed rapidly. The closer they approached the center, the more the humidity in the air intensified, the pathway narrowed, while the sinister black waters beside them widened and surged with increasing velocity. Eventually, the passage became so constricted that even 2 individuals walking side by side would find it exceedingly difficult to proceed. With the cacophony of rushing water emanating from the adjacent sewage river, without warning, a resounding splash heralded the emergence of a toxic tentacled jellyfish from the depths below, its tendrils coiling menacingly. One of Ryuzaki's companions was ensnared. "Help me. I don't want to die." Taro Koizumi cried out in terror, desperately clutching the slick ground. His frantic grasp left trails of crimson on the surface, but the numerous blue tendrils wrapping around his waist swiftly dragged him into the foul, dark waters. After a brief struggle at the surface, he vanished, swallowed by the depths, never to be heard from again. Damn it. Gas bombs, sludge bombs. Nanami, Saikiro Okada. Command your Pokémon to freeze the surface. Ryuzaki's expression darkened significantly as he witnessed Taro being seized by the lurking jellyfish. With the pathway constricting and the river widening, aquatic Pokémon adapted to the sewage began to emerge and launch their assaults. Along their journey, they had encountered several of these predatory jellyfish lurking in the waters, all of which they had managed to repel with brute force. However, this particular jellyfish was unlike the others. It displayed cunning by laying traps with its tentacles upon the path, and astutely seized the weakest among them, Taro Koizumi. By the time they comprehended the peril, Taro was already beyond rescue. With a series of explosive detonations, sludge bombs burst in the water, sending forth torrents of spray. The jellyfish, initially poised to attack, was hurled back by the force of the explosions, several of its tendrils severed, some even landing on the ground, twitching uncontrollably. Seizing this moment, Nanami Sato and Saikiro Okada swiftly issued commands to their Pokémon. Ecology, use Ice Beam. Hitmonchan, unleash Ice Punch on the water's surface. Sister May and the Fast Fist Master executed their commands with alacrity. The Ice Beam and Ice Punch were unleashed instantaneously, encasing the contaminated water and the figure within it in a layer of frost. While the toxic tentacle was not entirely immobilized, the majority of its lower tentacles were ensnared in ice, rendering it unable to extricate itself for the moment. However, the 2 crimson crystals atop its head began to glow ominously, signaling its intent to unleash a supersonic wave to disrupt Shinji Ryuzaki. Harboring aspirations of retaliation, it attempted to unleash a gas bomb and provoke its adversaries, but it was soon met with the formidable acid liquid. The crimson waves of energy momentarily disoriented Ryuzaki. Yet he resolutely bit down on his tongue to maintain clarity and promptly commanded the gas bomb and the acidic serpent to engage. The gas bomb and the acidic serpent responded in synchrony. A flash of dark energy enveloped the gas bomb, interrupting the toxic tentacle's supersonic assault, while the acidic serpent inflated its mouth and expelled a substantial volume of corrosive liquid, striking the toxic tentacle's head with unerring accuracy. The highly caustic solution swiftly eroded a portion of the toxic tentacle's head, and upon absorbing the toxic energy from the malevolent jewel, the acidic serpent's liquid became even more corrosive than before, overpowering even a fellow poison-type Pokémon like the toxic tentacle. With its head grievously injured, the toxic tentacle writhed in agony, yet its frozen lower half prevented any chance of escape. The Fast Fist Master, relishing in the opportunity to deliver a decisive blow to a fallen foe, was summoned by Saikiro Okada to finish the job. The once dejected Pokeball, having lost its trainer, was now fueled by fury and unleashed its attack, feeling a profound sense of loyalty to Taichi Kojima despite their tumultuous relationship over the years. With Kojima having fallen to the toxic tentacle, the Pokeball was consumed by regret and indignation. The Thunder Punch and Psychic struck the toxic tentacle with resounding efficacy, ultimately bringing it to a feeble collapse. Just as Okada and the Pokeball contemplated the final blow, A specially designed black and white Pokeball from Team Rocket struck the toxic tentacle. With a resounding thud, the Pokeball captured the creature, and the gas bomb swiftly seized it. Darting over to Ryuzaki. "Thank you, gas bomb," Ryuzaki said as he accepted the Pokeball, affectionately patting its uneven head. The gas bomb, now transformed into an eager companion, joyfully flitted around Ryuzaki. However, the Pokeball, still seething with anger at the capture of its adversary, confronted Ryuzaki with a fierce shout. "Oomph, how dare you question me? A mere creature incapable of protecting its own master. I shall act as I please. Begone." In response to the furious outcry, Ryozuki's gaze turned disdainful, and the acidic serpent coiled around him, its eyes glinting with a predatory gleam, fixated intently on the Pokeball. Mao Chiu, seemingly desperate, let out a piercing cry upon hearing Longzaki Shinichi's words. A brilliant blue light emanated from his eyes, and a powerful telekinetic wave surged from his being. Alas, before he could fully unleash his psychic energy, a freezing beam ensnared him, encasing him in ice, followed by a specially designed Pokeball from Team Rocket that captured him. "How meddlesome," Longzaki Shinichi remarked coldly, casting a disdainful glance at the icy beauty who approached and retrieved the Pokeball. The Arbok, too, regarded her with discontent. But without a command from Longzaki Shinichi, it dared not act against this woman whom its master had taken special care to protect. "I sincerely apologize, Lord Shinichi," Sato Nanami said, her head bowed in deference, avoiding his gaze. Had it not been for Longzaki Shinichi's timely intervention, she, a mere underling of Team Rocket without even elite-level strength, would have long perished. Her initial success in aligning herself with the right side now seemed trivial, as offending Longzaki Shinichi to save Mao Chiu would negate all her previous efforts. From the very beginning, his actions had revealed him to be a ruthless individual with unwavering principles, intolerant of insubordination or defiance. "Consider your own fate and stand behind Saikiro," Longzaki Shinichi said, casting her a fleeting glance before striding ahead. "Yes," Sato Nanami replied, continuing to keep her head lowered. Once Longzaki Shinichi had passed her, she promptly retreated to the rear of the group. "Come forth, Tentacruel, consume it, and then get to work," Longzaki Shinichi commanded as he released the half-conscious Tentacruel into the unfrozen waters of the polluted river, instructing Arbok to expel the black sludge. As soon as the black sludge emerged, the Tentacruel, which had been feigning death, sprang to life. Its two blue tentacles swiftly reached out from the water to retrieve the black muck, ingesting it directly. A faint purple glow began to emanate from the Tentacruel, and soon, the parts of its body eroded by the corrosive liquid began to mend, while the severed tentacles slowly regenerated. "Tell me, woman, where exactly is the central area? We have been walking for over an hour. Why have we not yet arrived?" Longzaki Shinichi inquired, turning his attention to Miyamoto Sakurako, who remained guarded by the Weezing. Since he had taken control of her, she had been uncommunicative and non-combative, merely leading the way like a puppet. With the recent demise of Shima Taro and the increasingly ominous atmosphere, doubts crept into his mind about the correctness of their path. Miyamoto Sakurako turned her head, staring blankly at Longzaki Shinichi, merely nodding without uttering a word. "Did you really think I would hesitate to act against you, Weezing? Let her feel some pain," Longzaki Shinichi commanded, his eyes flashing coldly as he directed Weezing to attack her, as she remained obstinately silent. Gas Bomb had long lost its patience. Upon hearing the command from Shinja Rizaki, it promptly charged and collided with Sakurako Miyamoto, shattering her entirely. Subsequently, Sakurako's form began to soften, ultimately transforming into a cunning-looking Ditto. At that moment, the nearby Grimer swiftly wrapped itself around Ditto and leaped into the rushing sewage river, vanishing from sight. A scream echoed from behind. Rizaki, unable to command the tentacle to capture the Grimer, quickly turned to see. Saiichiro Okada had been struck in the heart by a shuriken, while Nanami sat, and the two small sprites beside them lay unconscious on the ground. A familiar odor wafted through the air, and as Rizaki inhaled it, a wave of dizziness washed over him. He attempted to take a step forward, but his body felt utterly weak, and he collapsed to the ground, immobilized. The Arbok on him had already succumbed. It was hypnotic gas, when had it appeared. Struggling to lift his head, Rizaki glimpsed a figure clad in a ninja outfit, a smirk adorning his face, as the scene around him began to blur. Chapter 9. A Narrow Escape. Humph. You've been ensnared by my specially concocted hypnotic gas for so long, and yet still maintain consciousness. Impressive. Alas, today you shall meet your demise at my hands, Akitsu. Remember, it is by my blade that you fall, an unparalleled honor. The young ninja, named Akitsu, chuckled triumphantly, his eyes glinting with malice as he swiftly drew a sharp katana from his back, aiming a lethal strike at Rizaki's head. In a fleeting moment, the Arbok that had been lying beside Rizaki suddenly opened its cold, reptilian eyes. A foul, corrosive fluid erupted from its mouth, darting towards Akitsu like an arrow. Should he dare to cleave Rizaki's head, he too would be reduced to nothing but a puddle by Arbok's venom. Akitsu, a proud disciple of Musashi Miyamoto from the shallow Red City Gym, adeptly redirected his strike in the nick of time, slicing through the corrosive liquid and splitting it in two. Though he successfully averted the immediate threat, some of the splattered liquid still marred his form, wisps of white smoke rising from his body. Within moments, the corrosive fluid had riddled his ninja attire with holes, and portions of his flesh began to dissolve. He immediately discarded the katana, now compromised by the venom, and grimaced in agony as he quickly distanced himself from Arbok. As Akitsu escaped the reach of Arbok's attack, Gas Bomb and Arbok shielded Rizaki, glaring menacingly at Akitsu. Impressive, you nearly met your end. However, you shall still perish. Grimer, Zubat, what are you waiting for? Eliminate them. The potency of the corrosive fluid had yet to wane, and the excruciating pain from his eroded flesh gnawed at Akitsu's nerves. Gritting his teeth and contorting his face in agony, he felt the humiliation of being outsmarted by a mere sprite. With his expression hardened, he promptly issued commands to the two sprites concealed in the shadows. With a resounding splash, water erupted as a foul creature, hidden in the depths of the polluted river, swiftly emerged onto the shore. Its entry point was precisely behind Shinji Ryuzaki, where its putrid maw gaped wide, unleashing a barrage of mud projectiles aimed unerringly at him. Simultaneously, a massive, muddy hand lunged forward, seeking to seize him. Above, a Zubat revealed its crimson eyes against the dark ceiling, releasing a flurry of razor-sharp air blades that shot down towards Ryozaki's head. Damn it, retreat. Smoke bomb, he exclaimed. The effects of the hypnotic gas were nearly overwhelming his consciousness. A fierce determination flickered in Ryozaki's eyes as he exerted his willpower to control his right hand, plunging it into the inner thigh of his left leg. The searing pain jolted him back to a temporary state of alertness, allowing him to roll to the side and evade the onslaught from the foul creature and Zubat. He then commanded the smoke bomb to release its obscuring cloud. Hissing sounds filled the air as thick black smoke billowed from the device, enveloping everything around him. You think you can escape? Zubat shrieked, dispersing the smoke with powerful gusts, while the foul creature unleashed a wave of mud for a broad attack. Aki, witnessing Ryozaki's self-inflicted reprieve, felt a surge of dread. Before he could throw the shuriken clutched in his hand, the smoke rendered him targetless. Though the shuriken landed precisely where Ryuzaki had stood moments before, the sound of its impact revealed that Ryuzaki was no longer there. Aki immediately commanded Zubat and the foul creature to pursue him. Zubat flapped its wings vigorously, creating a tempest that swiftly cleared the murky smoke, exposing Ryuzaki, who had already distanced himself. Meanwhile, the foul creature found itself ensnared by the tentacles of a tentacruel, unable to impede Ryozaki's escape. Enough, apace, it's up to you now, Aki said, desperation creeping into his voice. The effects of the hypnotic gas had fully taken hold. Even the pain no longer registered. Ryuzaki managed to retract the smoke bomb into its pockball before losing consciousness and plummeting into the polluted river. Observing this, Apace displayed a flicker of struggle but ultimately chose to plunge into the river, wrapping its body around Ryuzaki and bringing him to the surface, swiftly navigating the turbulent waters to evade Aki's pursuit. Seeing Ryuzaki safe, Tentacruel relinquished its hold on the foul creature and dove beneath the surface, pursuing Ryozaki's direction. Aki's fist collided with the nearby hard wall, his expression dark as the depths of the ocean. Blood dripped from his mangled knuckles, yet his sharp gaze remained fixed on the path of Ryozaki's escape. The prey he had deemed certain had evaded him right under his nose. This marked the first time he had been overturned in what seemed like a sure victory, and it was the most humiliating defeat he had faced since embarking on his journey. A bitter pill for his proud heart to swallow. Fine, you may have won this time. However, since you have come this far, it is clear you seek that which I desire as well. We shall meet again, Shinji Ryuzaki, and when we do, we shall truly engage in our game. After taking a deep breath, Aju managed to quell the anger that had surged within him. As a ninja, one must perpetually maintain composure. It was his fury that had led to a momentary lapse in judgment, exposing his vulnerabilities. Once he comprehended the events that had transpired, a detached, almost indifferent gaze, befitting a ninja, returned to his eyes. He murmured towards the direction in which Ryuzaki Shinji had departed. Grimer, take them all along. Aju turned his gaze to the unconscious Sata Nanami, lying motionless on the ground, and her little sprite companion. He commanded Grimer to envelop them, and together, They vanished into the enveloping darkness. Meanwhile, as Ryuzaki Shinji escaped the relentless pursuit of Aju, Miyamoto Sakura had already arrived at the heart of the sewer, guided by Grimer. Before her stood a tall, lean man clad in the uniform of a Team Rocket elite. His gaunt figure resembled that of a slender bamboo stalk. Yet an aura of predatory ferocity emanated from his frail form, a potent scent of blood that deterred Miyamoto Sakura from approaching him too closely. "You have performed exceptionally well this time," he remarked, surveying the vast expanse of the purple swamp below. "At last, you have evaded that nuisance Aju and successfully returned here. The changes are quite remarkable. It has been 3 years since our last visit." His eyes gleamed with a sanguinary hunger. This location, being the lowest point of the sewer, collected all wastewater, which then coursed through underground channels to the sea. However, an accumulation of domestic refuse had rendered this area a massive dump, eventually transforming it into a paradise for Grimer. The refuse was consumed and digested, only to be excreted as toxic substances that were neither soluble in water nor capable of sinking. Over the years, these materials coalesced, turning the heart of the sewer into a noxious swamp. Indeed, we stumbled upon this place while evading the League's pursuit. Ultimately, only you, I, and Thomas survived the ordeal. Alas, Thomas was foolish enough to divulge information about our treasure and was subsequently killed. Serves him right. It is unfortunate that Aju has become such a troublesome adversary. But thanks to the assistance of our expendable allies, we have managed to bypass his interference and arrive here with ease. The time has come, after 3 long years. It is finally maturing. Once we acquire the treasure before us, our strength will undoubtedly amplify, and our ascension to the ranks of cadres will be imminent, Miyamoto Sakura exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with profound avarice as she gazed at the purple swamp below. At that moment, a large gathering of wild poison-type sprites congregated within the purple swamp. The 2 dominant factions of the sewer, led by Grimer and Zubat, occupied 2/3 of the swamp's expanse, while the remaining area was claimed by an Appam and a Jengar, accompanied by a myriad of assorted poison-type sprites. The 4 leaders remained vigilant, their attention primarily focused on the center of the swamp. In the heart of the Violet Marsh, there stood a peculiar tree, entirely cloaked in darkness. Its roots delved deep into the thick toxic substance beneath, spreading throughout the purple bog. The tree's black leaves had nearly all fallen, leaving the bare branches atop adorned with 2 purple fruits radiating a mystical lavender glow. A rich, fragrant aroma wafted from these fruits, enticing the 4 great leaders, who gazed greedily at them. As the fruits ripened, the atmosphere above the marsh grew increasingly tense. Ultimately, when the purple fruits reached maturity, a great battle was imminent. Chapter 10. The Venomous Demon Tree with a Soft Plop. A droplet of stagnant water fell from the darkened sewer above, landing upon the face of a tall young man who lay in a state of unconsciousness. His complexion was pallid, and on the inner thigh of his right leg, a ghastly wound had begun to rot, having been soaked in water. Beneath him lay a patch of dark crimson, a pool of dried blood. A gas ball flitted anxiously around him, its small eyes displaying concern, constantly glancing warily at the large purple serpent coiled beside the young man. The serpent's eyes remained cold and unyielding, observing the unconscious figure with a complex expression, seemingly indifferent to the hostility emanating from the gas ball. Nearby, half submerged in the swift river, a venomous jellyfish emerged, its gaze mirroring a similar complexity as it regarded the young man below. Chilled droplets of water fell upon the youth's face, and as if stirred by the icy sensation, his eyelids fluttered slightly before gradually opening. After a brief moment of confusion, his eyes widened and sharpened with clarity. Upon realizing that Ryuzaki Shinji had finally awakened, the gas ball excitedly zipped above his head, displaying an expression of joy. The serpent, too, swiftly approached the young man, raising its formidable head in curiosity, a subtle hint of delight gleaming in its gaze. Ryuzaki Shinji, upon seeing both the gas ball and the serpent by his side, offered a faint smile. He then pressed his cracked lips together, enduring the excruciating pain radiating from his right leg, and with great effort, propped himself up. From the spatial pouch at his waist, he retrieved a bottle of clean water, eagerly unscrewing the cap and pouring it into his mouth. Coughing, having inhaled the water, Ryuzaki Shinji felt as if his internal organs were being revitalized, stirring back to life. He took a deep breath, glancing at the wound that had been soaked in contaminated water, now darkening and beginning to decay. After a moment of contemplation, he extracted a sharp knife, a bottle of disinfectant, and a roll of clean gauze from his pouch. He cut a small piece of gauze, rolled it into a ball, and bit down on it, determination sparkling in his eyes. With the knife in hand, he commenced the painful task of excising the rotting flesh from his wound. The agony of slicing through flesh caused beads of cold sweat to break forth across Ryuzaki Shinji's body, yet he persevered, ultimately succeeding in removing all the putrid tissue. Fresh blood flowed once more from the wound. In a moment of desperation, Ryuzaki Shinji expelled the cloth from his mouth, inhaling deeply as his brows knitted together in concentration. Without hesitation, he seized the disinfectant from the ground and poured it into his wound. As the antiseptic made contact, it fizzed violently, unleashing a torment far more excruciating than the initial cut, sending waves of agony coursing through his nerves. His complexion paled further, prompting him to close his eyes and fully embrace the suffering. Gasping for breath, Ryuzaki Shinji awaited the antiseptic's work to conclude. His face, now as pale as parchment, was adorned with beads of sweat the size of peas, cascading from his chin, rendering his once dry clothing soaked anew. After the disinfection was complete, he retrieved another item from his spatial pouch, a vial of a strikingly red potion, radiating an alluring glow. This was a special healing agent concocted by Team Rocket, capable of accelerating cellular division and, to a degree, facilitating the regeneration of flesh. Despite its formidable efficacy, the potion came with a hefty price. Each use would permanently diminish the user's lifespan by 3 years. Yet, its potent effects rendered it highly coveted among Team Rocket members, maintaining a lofty price in the black market. The sole source of this elixir was participation in Team Rocket's mandatory missions, and this particular vial was a remnant from Ryuzaki Shinji's second enforced task. Without a moment's hesitation, he injected the potion into his right leg. The effects manifested swiftly, igniting a fervor within his bloodstream, restoring color to his previously pallid visage. The flesh of his wound began to regenerate at an observable rate within just over a minute. The severed tissue had fully healed, revealing fresh, tender skin beneath. I hope the rewards from this endeavor prove worthwhile. Otherwise, I shall bear a significant loss. Ninja Aki, you have cost me 3 years of my life, and I will surely reclaim this debt from you, he thought, observing the healing process and feeling a surge of vitality coursing through him. Yet, his expression remained grim, a glint of menace flickering in his eyes. The serpent, Snake, sensed the formidable aura radiating from Ryuzaki Shinji, its cold eyes betraying a hint of excitement as it swiftly coiled around him once more. This time, I owe you my gratitude for averting disaster, Snake. I shall reward you handsomely upon my return, Ryuzaki Shinji said with a smile, stroking the serpent's frigid head. The serpent, Snake, closed its eyes and nodded in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Gas, witnessing Ryuzaki Shinji's kindness towards Snake, expressed its discontent and promptly darted in front of him, eager to gain favor. Ha ha ha, fear not, you too shall receive your reward, Ryuzaki Shinji chuckled, ruffling Gas's head with a smile. 2 minutes later, as Ryuzaki Shinji gathered his emotions and prepared to set forth towards the central region once more, he suddenly realized he had lost his way. It appeared my conjectures were accurate. Miyamoto Sakurako indeed treated us as mere cannon fodder. Those who rise to become elites possess undeniable prowess, as evidenced by their ability to switch places with the chameleon without anyone noticing. Now, bereft of her guidance, what was he to do? Should he return in disgrace? After consuming the compressed biscuit in his hand, Ryuzaki Shinji closed his eyes and lowered his head in contemplation. Eventually, a thought seemed to spark in his mind, and he swiftly turned his gaze, his sharp eyes fixating on the poisonous jellyfish floating upon the effluent river, a slight smile gracing his lips. As Ryuzaki Shinji rode the poisonous jellyfish towards the central region, a fierce melee had already erupted over the purple marshland. The sprites inhabiting the purple swamp had divided into 2 factions, one loyal to the 4 chief sprites, the loyalists, and the other, the rebellious faction, yearning for the monstrous tree's fruit to gain strength. These 2 groups clashed violently, engaging in ruthless battles among kin and across species, relentless until life was extinguished. Some exceptionally strong poisonous sprites from the rebellious faction fought their way through the chaos, finally stepping into the shadow of the black monstrous tree, only to simultaneously enter the attack range of the 4 chief sprites. They were immediately besieged and met a swift demise. It seemed that the 4 chief sprites had reached an unspoken accord at the onset of battle, steadfastly guarding the 4 cardinal points of the black tree. Any rebellious sprite wishing to seize the tree's fruit would first have to vanquish them. As the death toll of poisonous sprites mounted in the purple marsh, blood began to stain the entire area entwined by the roots of the black monstrous tree, a heavy scent of blood permeating the swamp. Delicate crimson veins emerged upon the surface of the black roots, gradually spreading until the tree itself was adorned with these red streaks. The once vibrant purple marsh began to revert to its original hue, while the fallen sprite's bodies shriveled and ultimately vanished into the depths of the purple mire. A striking purple bud emerged atop the monstrous tree's branches, swiftly blooming and withering, culminating in the formation of a green fruit. How wondrous it is! The venomous tree's fruit can blossom and bear fruit through the absorption of the blood of poisonous sprites. Given the scale of this battle, this tree could certainly yield another fruit. Concealed in the shadows, a male member of the rocket team marveled at the sight, having completely masked his presence. Quietly observing the sprites engage in their brutal conflict below. To attain power, one must inevitably pay a price. The fruit of the poisonous demon tree is a treasure of the poison attribute. Any poison-type Pokémon that consumes it will not only significantly enhance their innate qualities, but also gain a trace of the original power of poison, an essential element for ordinary Pokémon striving to transcend into the divine beast tier. It seems that the remarkable effects of the poisonous demon tree's fruit stem from its absorption of the faint, inherent poison essence present within numerous poison-type Pokémon. Standing beside the tall, slender man, Sakurako Miyamoto spoke with a grave expression, feeling an inexplicable dread at the thought of the demon tree consuming the essence of Pokémon. Do not worry excessively. Our preparations are ample. Once the timing is right, the fruits of the poisonous demon tree will be ours, the tall man declared fervently. His gaze fixed upon the two fruits radiating a stunning purple luminescence from the tree. After 3 long years of preparation and waiting, he could hardly contain his eagerness to claim them. I hope that is indeed the case, Miyamoto pondered, a strong sense of apprehension taking hold of her regarding the bizarre tree before her. They had accessed ancient illustrations of the poisonous demon tree and information about its fruits from the organization's archives. Yet further details about the tree were beyond their access due to insufficient permissions. At that moment, she felt ensnared in a meticulously woven trap from which escape seemed impossible. As the two conversed, a cold youth clad in a ninja outfit sat cross-legged in the dark sky above the violet marsh, meticulously polishing his katana while observing the ensuing battle below with a detached gaze. Suspended beneath him was a massive spider in a cocoon ensnared in silk. Shinji Rugasaki, why have you not made your appearance yet? The grand spectacle is about to commence, Akira muttered, gazing at the gleaming blade in his hand. In a shallow area connected to the violet marsh by a murky river, Shinji Rugasaki reclined leisurely within a colossal bubble, carefully encased by the numerous tentacles of a venomous jellyfish. Guided by the native jellyfish, he swiftly arrived at the central zone. However, upon witnessing the fierce clashes of Pokémon and the peculiarities surrounding the central tree, he decisively instructed the jellyfish to employ its diving skills to conceal him beneath the water, patiently awaiting the opportune moment. Despite the river's murky waters obscuring his vision, Rugasaki could distinctly hear the resounding sounds of battle emanating from the marsh above, granting him insight into the unfolding conflict. As the cacophony of combat began to wane, the cold glint in his eyes grew ever more intense. Main character and Pokémon data trainer, Shinji Ryuzaki trainer level, 32 strength, elite skills, basic martial arts item, toxic orb Pokémon, 3 Pokémon, Weezing, variant, ability, levitate type, poison, minor fire Pokémon level, 36, evolution completion, 62, strength, intermediate elite potential, peak champion held item, black sludge, defective, skills mastered, sludge bomb, variant, rapid spin, taunt, smog, toxic fog, spark, poison fire, dark mist, self-destruct. Setting, skills, once mastered, are never forgotten and can be enhanced through training. In formal Pokémon battles, only 4 skills may be utilized, while the rest are unrestricted. Pokémon, Arbok ability, intimidate type, poison Pokémon level, 31, evolution completion, 100. Evolution stopped, 9 times strength, low elite potential, low champion held item, none skills mastered, glare, acid, bite, bind, poison tail, inherited, coiling, venomous foam, bluff. Pokémon, Tentacruel ability, clear body type, water, poison Pokémon level, 30 strength, low elite potential, peak elite held item, black sludge, defective, skills mastered, bind, supersonic, water pulse. Dive, surf, muddy water, inherited, acid, barrier. Chapter 11. The victors in the Purple Marshlands, a grand-scale battle, is nearing its conclusion. After a protracted and fierce struggle, the rebellious faction's poison-type Pokémon, despite their valiant efforts, succumbed to overwhelming numerical disadvantage, leading to signs of impending defeat. Ultimately, the poison-type Pokémon of the rebellious faction are nearly eradicated. However, A few exceptionally powerful poison-type Pokémon from the rebellious faction managed to survive the onslaught of the Loyalists, earning their respect in the process. The Loyalist Pokémon, acknowledging their strength, part ways to allow these survivors to enter the heart of the marsh and challenge their current leader. It is a time-honored rule among Pokémon that only the strongest may lead their kin to survival. Among those challenging the Mook is a Black Grimer. Although it has yet to evolve into Mook, its stature rivals that of a typical Mook, and amidst the chaos of battle, it stands unchallenged by its kin, remaining steadfast on the battlefield until the end of the conflict, eagerly awaiting the opportunity to confront its leader. In the battle against the Zubat, 3 Golbats, though battered and bruised, remain resolute in their quest for the throne and the coveted fruit of the Yggdrasil tree, uniting in their challenge against the Zubat. The valiant little creature daring to challenge the formidable Opus Snake is a scarred Venusaur, a late-blooming champion, with its masterful manipulation of vine whips and formidable regenerative abilities. It stands invincible in battles, turning all challengers into mere fertilizer for its growth. Much like the sludge it resembles, it boldly initiates its challenges in peak condition. Ultimately, Jengar's adversary is a colossal Mothim, nearly 3 times the size of an ordinary specimen. Among the challengers to the 4 paramount leaders, she is the most lethal contender, employing her formidable psychic powers to traverse the battlefield with unparalleled ease. She dispatches every Pokémon that crosses her path, whether they belong to the central faction or the rebellious poison types, instilling fear that renders them unable to act before her. Remarkably, she is the only challenger who, even before the conclusion of the group battle, dares to simultaneously confront all 4 leaders without meeting her demise. With the emergence and rapid maturation of the 4th fruit from the poison tree's branch, the final challenge commences. In the eastern sector of the poison tree, the most deadly Mothim promptly launches an attack on her designated opponent, her blue eyes shimmering with psychic energy as a powerful wave of telekinesis surges towards Jengar. With a sinister chuckle, Jengar vanishes into thin air, the psychic wave striking nothing but emptiness. Suddenly, Jengar reappears in the air above Mothim's back, unleashing 3 shadow balls directed at her. However, Mothim, a seasoned warrior, deftly dodges all the shadow balls with a swift maneuver, her speed augmented by a glowing blue aura. In an instant, she strikes Jengar with a powerful thought headbutt, sending him hurtling towards the wall like a black cannonball. Yet, at the last moment, Jengar miraculously melds into the wall, disappearing from sight. Just as Mothim assumes Jengar has fled and turns to seize the fruit, she is stunned by the sudden emergence of a pair of crimson eyes from the elongated shadow cast by the radiant fruit. In an instant, Mothim finds herself immobilized, unable to move. Amidst a series of chilling chuckles, Jengar stretches forth from the shadows, coalescing a massive shadow ball in his hands. With a swift motion, he hurls the enormous shadow ball at Mothim, the compounded force of the attack obliterating her into fragments. Jengar, witnessing his challenger dispatched with such ease, clutches his belly mid-air, erupting into laughter, seemingly mocking Mothim's overconfidence. Yet, in the next moment, his laughter is abruptly silenced as a wave of blue telekinesis envelopes him, revealing 2 identical Mothims behind him, their blue glowing eyes fixed intently upon the ensnared Jengar. On the southern front, after a brief exchange, the Stinky Mud and the Black Mud finally commenced their battle. The 2 sludge sprites engaged in a contest of strength, with the Stinky Mud, nearly twice the size of the Black Mud, surprisingly finding itself overpowered. With effortless ease, the Black Mud executed a shoulder throw, sending the Stinky Mud crashing to the ground. The surrounding sludge creatures erupted into a chorus of enthusiastic cheers. From a vantage point above, the Black Mud gazed down mockingly at the Stinky Mud, now pressed against the ground, taunting it with derisive remarks while making provocative gestures with its large, dark hands. Unfazed by the Black Mud's taunts, the Stinky Mud was enveloped in a radiant violet glow, rising nonchalantly to its feet, its expression one of playful mockery towards the suddenly immobilized Black Mud. Upon witnessing the Stinky Mud's recovery, the Black Mud's expression darkened. It immediately unleashed a barrage of sludge bombs, but the Stinky Mud deftly blocked them all with its own mighty hands. Subsequently, the Stinky Mud executed a crushing move, pinning the Black Mud to the ground. Despite the Black Mud's desperate punches attempting to break free, it found itself ensnared in an increasingly tight grip, all the while the Stinky Mud reveled in its struggles. As the Black Mud endured prolonged confinement, its form began to be eroded by the violet sludge of the Stinky Mud, its once black body gradually transforming into shades of purple. With a fierce glint in its eyes, the Black Mud violently tore itself away from the Stinky Mud. Akin to a lizard shedding its tail, losing half of its mass in the process and swiftly distancing itself. Having absorbed the essence of the black mud, the now larger stinky mud looked down upon the diminished form of its adversary, mimicking the earlier provocation with a display of disdain. Meanwhile, in the western region of the Enchanted Forest, the battle between the crossbat and three great mouth bats intensified. Although it was their first collaboration, the trio executed their movements with remarkable precision. Individually, none could match the prowess of the crossbat, yet together they managed to overpower it. With a loud cry, the crossbat flapped its wings with fervor, conjuring a massive whirlwind centered around itself, which sliced through the air, disrupting the great mouth bat's coordinated assault. However, as the whirlwind emerged, the three great mouth bats instinctively thrust their wings forward, retreating just in time to evade the tempest's reach. They quickly regrouped in a triangular formation, unleashing a combined whirlwind attack, which surpassed the crossbat's own. The two colossal whirlwinds collided, stirring the marshland into a frenzy of wind, resulting in the crossbat's tempest being shattered, and it too was engulfed in the chaos of the swirling winds. The tornado ensnared the Zubat, inflicting relentless damage upon it. As the Zubat was battered by the razor-sharp winds of the tornado, a flash of crimson ignited within its eyes. Swiftly, its wings became enveloped in a radiant white light. When the brilliance faded, a metallic sheen adorned its wings, which enveloped its entire body, shielding it from the oncoming attacks and stabilizing its form. Seizing this moment, the Zubat unleashed its ultimate defensive maneuver. A verdant protective shield manifested around it. In that fleeting instant, as the shield temporarily mitigated the tornado's ferocity, the Zubat forcefully flapped its wings, breaking free from the cyclone's grasp. Subsequently, three shadowy orbs erupted from its mouth, striking true and hitting the three Zubats that were sustaining the tornado. The formation shattered, interrupting the cyclone, and the three Zubats were momentarily incapacitated. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Zubat surged forward, delivering a decisive blow that cleaved one of the Zubats in two. Witnessing the demise of their ally, the remaining two Zubats exchanged glances and, astonishingly, began to attack one another. Ultimately, one Zubat emerged victorious, draining the life essence from the other, before hastily flying to the fallen ally to siphon its blood. In an instant, the glow of evolution began to radiate from it. The Zubat, which had been watching the fierce conflict between the three Zubats with a mocking demeanor, immediately sensed impending peril and attempted to intervene, only to be obstructed by a swarm of Noctowl, helplessly watching as the last Zubat successfully evolved into a Crobat. After the evolution was accomplished, the Noctowl retreated, relinquishing the aerial battleground, thus reigniting the battle. Meanwhile, in the northern expanse of the Enchanted Forest, the Aipom was engaged in an intense tug-of-war with the Venusaur. The Venusaur stood resolute as numerous roots sprouted from its back, anchoring deep into the earth, while its myriad of vine whips lashed out relentlessly at the Aipom. The sound of rapid strikes echoed, yet none found their mark on the Aipom. Suddenly, the patterns on the Aipom's body shifted, and its speed surged dramatically, allowing it to weave through the dense barrage of vine whips with an uncanny agility. While evading, it expelled corrosive liquid from its mouth, the black solvent transforming into projectiles relentlessly aimed at the temporarily immobile Venusaur. Despite the Venusaur sustaining multiple wounds, the continuous influx of green energy from the ground rapidly healed its injuries. Recognizing the formidable regenerative capabilities of the Venusaur, the Aipom decisively altered its strategy. No longer targeting the Venusaur's body, it directed the corrosive liquid towards the roots below. The roots were swiftly dissolved by the solvent, shattering the Venusaur's anchoring ability and drastically diminishing its regeneration speed, leaving it with numerous small openings corroded by the lingering liquid. As the abyssal serpent beheld the chilling scene, a sinister smile crept across its visage. It continued to serpentine away from the onslaught of the Venusaur's vine whips, employing its previous tactic anew, spewing corrosive liquid towards the formidable foe, seemingly intent on dissolving the opponent alive. However, its attention was solely fixated on the Venusaur, leaving it oblivious to the fact that the ground beneath was already ensnared by the roots of the Venusaur. Seizing the opportune moment, the Venusaur's eyes shone with a vibrant green glow. As the abyssal serpent dodged the vine whips, several roots surged forth with astonishing speed, ensnaring it. Subsequently, a multitude of vine whips descended upon the abyssal serpent, binding it tightly from head to tail. A verdant luminescence began to emanate from the whips, prompting a mournful wail from the abyssal serpent, while the Venusaur basked in a resplendent green aura, its injuries beginning to heal rapidly. The outcome of the battle had finally been determined. The Mothra emerged victorious over its opponent, ensnaring the Jengar with its psychic prowess, ultimately tormenting it to death. Yet, in its final moments, the Jengar retaliated with a curse of shared fate, collapsing to the ground in defeat. True to the adage, experience prevails. The Grimer successfully defended its leader's throne. Despite the Black Grimer's desperate struggles, it could not escape the grasp of the Grimer, ultimately being consumed and assimilated into its form, resulting in a size threefold that of a typical Grimer. The Zubat, in a twist of fate, found itself vanquished by the newly evolved and significantly stronger Zubat, subsequently reduced to a mere desiccated husk. The battle between the Abyssal Serpent and the Venusaur endured the longest. Although the Abyssal Serpent successfully evaded the Venusaur's bindings using its Fire Fang and shed skin, it was ultimately ensnared in a battleground irrevocably altered by the Venusaur's roots. Lacking a decisive finishing move, it succumbed to exhaustion, becoming mere fertilizer on the Venusaur's path to greater strength. Thus, the ultimate victors emerged: Grimer, the subsequent Zubat, and Venusaur. Yet, a dilemma arose. There were 4 fruit from the malevolent tree, but how could 3 individuals share them? The 3 Pokémon exchanged glances, each retreating a short distance in unison. In that fleeting moment, the atmosphere over the Violet Marsh grew eerily tense. Chapter 12. The movements of all parties. As the 3 leader-class Pokémon exhibited mutual hostility, the 3 Pokémon clans within the Violet Marsh converged, confronting one another. For these loyal clan members, the will of their leader was paramount. After 2 minutes of standoff, chaos erupted once more. The Zubat, having recently claimed the title of clan leader, could not contain itself. Leveraging its dual advantages of flight and speed, it darted towards the treetop branches of the venomous tree, intending to seize the fruit. Yet, before it could reach the pinnacle, a vine whip struck with blinding speed, sending it spiraling away, followed by a barrage of mud bombs that accurately struck their target. After the Venusaur delivered a swift vine whip that sent the Zubat flying. The vine continued its rapid ascent, aiming to seize all the berries from the trees in one fell swoop. However, the Mook on the opposite side executed a decisive slam, pinning the Venusaur down and obstructing its line of sight. The momentum of the vine's extension came to an abrupt halt, allowing the recovering Zubat to immediately unleash an air cutter, severing the vine before darting back to the tree branches. Unfortunately for the Zubat, the Mook promptly released its grip on the Venusaur, allowing it to once again use its vine whip to send the Zubat soaring. The 3 small Pokémon established a delicate balance. Any party attempting to claim the berries had to withstand the onslaught of the other 2. Each Pokémon took turns trying their luck, yet none succeeded. Eventually, tensions flared, and they engaged in a fierce skirmish, realizing that only the strongest among them would be entitled to claim the 2 berries. Upon witnessing their leader embroiled in battle, the local Pokémon quickly joined the fray against the opposing faction, resulting in a skirmish of considerably smaller scale than the previous one. Let them fight. Let them fight. The more chaos, the better. If they all perish, my task becomes infinitely easier. Those toxic tree berries shall be mine. The elite Team Rocket member, concealed in the shadows, observed the desperate struggle of the Pokémon in the swamp, his eyes gleaming with insatiable greed. Ryusuk, we must await the moment when those 3 leader-class Pokémon determine the victor. The instant the outcome is clear, we must act swiftly to avoid prolonged complications. That rascal Aki will surely strike at that moment as well, said Sakurako Miyamoto, standing nearby, her demeanor serious as she scrutinized the surrounding area, her tightly clasped hands betraying her anxiety. Sakurako, you ought to relax. Your current state may lead to errors in action. Aki is a ninja and the direct disciple of Musashi, the leader of the Shallow Red Gym, possessing unparalleled stealth. You will not be able to detect him, replied Ryusuk Akiyama, frowning at Sakurako's evident tension. Although the Pokémon in the swamp were presently in a precarious situation, they still held a significant advantage over their adversaries. And even in their weakened state, they could still pose a lethal threat. Therefore, any miscalculation in their plan could lead to dire consequences. I understand. For some inexplicable reason, I suddenly feel a sense of impending doom, and I find myself influenced by it. I sincerely apologize. Upon hearing Ryusuk's words, Sakurako snapped back to reality, promptly closing her eyes to take deep breaths, striving to regain her composure. When she finally opened her beautiful eyes, she addressed Ryusuk with calmness. Engaging in such a perilous endeavor is bound to attract danger. If you're afraid, you may withdraw. I can manage on my own. By the way, upon success, I desire 3 of the berries, agreed? After all, I shall be contributing the most, Sakurako stated as she regained her composure. Ryusuk then turned back to attentively observe the battle between the 3 leader Pokémon, abruptly uttering these words. As these words escaped, a chilling aura of murderous intent enveloped both Akiyama Yusuke and Miyamoto Sakurako, causing the air between them to feel as though it had solidified, rendering the atmosphere tense and fraught with tension. After a brief silence, Miyamoto Sakurako finally relaxed her tightly clenched fists, her previously sullen expression transforming back into her familiar, charming smile. Of course, Yusuke, your efforts have been paramount. I only require one, after all. The esteemed lady is still awaiting my return, she said sweetly, stretching languidly before casting a beguiling smile at the fiercely glaring Akiyama Yusuke. She was wise to recognize the situation, were it not for the favor of Lady Athena. This audacious woman would have had no place here. Truly, she was a captivating beauty. It was no wonder that the wise and lovely Lady Athena had taken an interest in her. Upon hearing the mention of lady, the ferocity in Yusuke's gaze swiftly diminished, and he swallowed hard, his eyes greedily fixating on the alluring figure of Miyamoto Sakurako. Noticing the mixture of caution and desire in his eyes, she responded with a sultry smile, gracefully approaching him and elegantly sitting down before him, winking playfully, her eyes shimmering with flirtation. Yet, Akiyama Yusuke remained resolute. Since joining Team Rocket at the tender age of 10, he had endured over a decade of a perilous existence, his willpower formidable. He forcibly quelled his rising anger, casting a cold glance at Miyamoto Sakurako before redirecting his attention to the fierce battle unfolding over the swamp. Another tedious man, she mused, but so slender. He must be lacking in substance. Just wait and see who will emerge victorious in the end. Any man who disregards me deserves to perish, humph. Her smile remained unaltered. Yet as she observed Yusuke turn away from her, the teasing glimmer in her eyes morphed into something sinister. Narrowing her eyes, she ran her tongue over her enticing red lips, revealing a peculiar smile. While their silent skirmish unfolded, Akiyuki had already begun his maneuver in the purple swamp above. Utilizing the threads of Ariados, he cautiously dangled above the toxic tree, deftly signaling to Ariados to ensnare the branches of the poisonous tree with its translucent, delicate silk. Meanwhile, the 3-leader-class sprites were engrossed in battle, completely oblivious to the developments above the malevolent tree. As multiple strands of Ariados successfully entangled the branches, Akiyuki's expression exhibited a rare smile. Gazing at the tree's fruits, tantalizingly close yet still out of reach, an intense greed flickered in his eyes, though he ultimately restrained himself. Though fine, Ariados' silk possessed incredible resilience, able to support objects weighing up to 200 kilograms. Aside from its aversion to fire, it was nearly indestructible. Now, having established a mobile pathway with the silk around the tree, Akiyuki anticipated the moment when he could effortlessly retrieve all the fruits from the malevolent tree. After all was said and done, Eiju instructed Ariados to carry him back to the web above. Among the trio of leader-level sprites, the only one to capture his attention was the Zubat, for it alone possessed the capability to dismantle the traps laid by Eiju. Thus, regardless of who might ultimately emerge victorious, Eiju resolved to launch his attack on Zubat first. Once Zubat was vanquished, the fruits of the demon tree would undoubtedly be his. It appeared that Ryosuke Shinji was not going to make an appearance, a cowardly creature indeed. How foolish of him to have overestimated him. Should he be eliminated? Perhaps not. Instead, Eiju decided to let him draw the fire, considering it a form of resourceful exploitation. Seeing that Ryosuke Shinji had yet to arrive, Eiju's disdain for him grew, and he cast a cold glance at Sato Nanami, ensnared in Ariados' silk below. With Ryosuke's absence, this hostage had lost all value in Eiju's eyes. Silently, a fist-sized mass of black sludge stealthily inched toward the edge of the swamp. After tireless efforts, it finally escaped the watchful eyes of numerous poison-type sprites. Having put some distance between itself and danger, the black sludge found itself beside a sewer adjacent to a polluted river, where it opened a pair of small white eyes. Observing the fierce battle ahead, the little eyes brimmed with a fierce sense of regret. Clenching its tiny hands into fists, it let out a few guttural cries before resolutely turning to leave. However, misfortune struck soon after it had moved a short distance. With a loud thud, a large foot clad in black shoes brutally crushed it into the ground. The black sludge immediately feigned death, attempting to blend in with the ubiquitous muck surrounding it. Yet the foot's owner seemed in no hurry to lift it, pressing down mercilessly. Unable to endure such humiliation, the black sludge lamented silently, deciding to make another desperate attempt. Thus, a small glob of sludge oozed quietly from beside the foot, beginning to move away stealthily. I am the resilient cockroach that cannot be exterminated. I shall return. Mark my words, You foul sludge master and your wretched foot, the now diminutive black sludge vowed with bitterness. Suddenly, it recalled that it had not yet glimpsed the owner of the foul foot. Cautiously, it opened its little eyes and tilted its head upward, hoping to utilize its keen night vision to discern the foot's master. However, before it could catch a glimpse, calamity struck once more. A colossal snake head loomed before the black sludge, its cold, merciless eyes fixed upon it. Chapter 13. The Madman. Ah, black sludge, I see you're still alive. I thought you'd been devoured by that foul muck. Who would have imagined you'd managed to scrape by? Truly pathetic, Ryosuke Shinji sneered, once again pressing the black sludge beneath his foot, disdain dripping from his voice. Foul, foul, foul. The severely weakened black sludge, upon hearing the scornful taunts of Shinji Ryuzaki, was filled with fury and struggled relentlessly beneath his feet. Despite its current state of despair, it still possessed considerable strength. Had it not been for Ryozaki's firm grip, it might have indeed escaped. Such vigor was impressive, explaining how it had managed to overpower a sludge twice its size. But alas, that was the extent of its capabilities, time to be cast aside. Observing the black sludge's futile writhing beneath him, Ryozaki's eyes glimmered with a hint of intrigue. He loosened his foot, only to deliver a powerful kick that sent the black sludge crashing against the wall. With a resounding thud, the sludge burst apart like a rotten watermelon, remnants of it clinging to the wall before sliding down. Is this the end? It appears you are indeed devoid of value. After waiting 2 minutes and witnessing the black sludge remain motionless on the ground, devoid of any sign of life, disappointment flickered in Ryozaki's gaze. Once the arbok coiled around him once more, he set off towards the direction of the purple marsh, where the battle of the three small spirits was nearing its conclusion. It was time to move. If he delayed, he might miss even a drop of soup. As Ryuzaki turned, a small mud ball struck his back with a soft thud. The impact was so feeble that it only elicited a sensation akin to a mosquito bite. Before him appeared an even smaller black sludge, now reduced to the size of a coin, yet its eyes burned with defiance and rage. It continuously spat out tiny mud balls, but regrettably, aside from the initial power-charged mud bomb that had struck Ryuzaki, the rest fell short, landing less than a meter away, feigning death only to mount a surprise attack. How impressively audacious. Yet, it was woefully misguided. Having successfully evaded my detection, why choose confrontation over flight? Ryuzaki regarded the diminutive sludge coldly, questioning its motives. In response to Ryozaki's inquiry, the tiny black sludge suddenly broke into an eerie, joyous laugh, dancing with abandon, eyes gleaming with the thrill of vengeance. It turned out to be highly toxic, a commendable final act of defiance, one that Ryuzaki found quite intriguing. Observing the sludge's peculiar behavior, he paused momentarily before a realization struck him. He removed his black glove from his right hand and inspected it, discovering tiny purple spots beginning to form on his skin. Gazing at the purple blemishes and feeling a slight dizziness, his vision blurring, Ryuzaki displayed no hint of panic or anger. Instead, an exhilarated expression crossed his face as he looked at the black sludge on the ground with newfound admiration. He retrieved a specially formulated antidote from Team Rocket's supply and a standard Pokeball, injecting the antidote into his system to counteract the poison. Then placed the Pokeball before the black sludge. Come with me, foul sludge. I believe we share a resemblance, both struggling to survive in this wretched world, both unyielding in our defiance, and both driven by a thirst for vengeance. I am truly elated to encounter a sprite like you, laughed Ryuzaki Shinji, his laughter echoing with an unsettling intensity as a palpable aura of malice enveloped him, his eyes gleaming with a menacing red light, fixated on the black sludge. In that moment, Ryuzaki Shinji seemed transformed. Where he had once embodied calm and reason, he now radiated impulsiveness and madness. The first time I took a life, I was engulfed by fear and guilt. By the second, I felt naught. With the third, a flicker of delight coursed through me, and as I continued through the fourth, fifth, and countless subsequent times, I lost count of my victims. Altogether, I must have extinguished the lives of 1,000 or 2,000 souls, both directly and indirectly. This is a world that devours, an unrelenting world where not even bones remain, only the outcomes of consuming and being consumed. Life is astonishingly fragile. Indeed, weakness is the original sin, destined to be consumed. I, Ryuzaki Shinji, refuse to succumb to death. Since fate has granted me a second chance, I shall live with unbridled fervor, never again to be as pathetic as before. I will grow stronger and bend everything to my will. Anyone or anything that threatens my existence must perish. Those who wish to survive must forever submit to me. Sensing the overwhelming aura of bloodlust emanating from Ryuzaki Shinji, The Opposnake quivered in fear, lowering its head in submission. Though puzzled by its master's sudden transformation into a figure of madness and terror, it understood the necessity of compliance. The black sludge, too, recognized the peril before it. The oppressive malice radiating from the seemingly deranged human nearly robbed it of breath. Aware that defiance would lead to certain demise, it felt an involuntary surge of fear and deep-seated resentment. Yet, upon hearing Ryuzuki Shinji's declaration, a flicker of understanding ignited within it, drawing it inexplicably closer to this madman. As if guided by fate, it made its choice, colliding headlong with the button of the Pokeball, willingly submitting to capture. Excellent. You have made the right choice, sludge. Ryuzuki Shinji coldly remarked as he accepted the Pokeball containing the sludge from the Opposnake, then closed his eyes to swiftly revert to his usual demeanor. Come forth, Tentacruel. Spit it out, he commanded expressionlessly to the adjacent polluted river. No sooner had he spoken than a Tentacruel emerged from the depths, respectfully using its tentacles to place a mass of black sludge upon the ground. In that instant, Ryuzuki Shinji released the sludge once more. This is your welcoming gift, sludge. It belongs to you now. Pointing at the black sludge on the ground, Shinji Ryuzaki smiled and remarked. Upon encountering the large mass of black sludge, which was even bigger than himself, the black sludge creature was immediately captivated. With a command from Ryuzaki, it eagerly rushed forward, pressing its entire body against the sludge. As soon as the black creature made contact, a surge of purple radiance erupted from it. It began to absorb the latent energy contained within the black sludge at an astonishing speed, its form swelling rapidly. Ultimately, the energy from the inferior black sludge was completely absorbed, and the creature returned to the size of an ordinary sludge being. The creature, now brimming with joy, gazed at its restored form. Although it had not fully reverted to its original size, it had escaped a state even worse than its juvenile phase. Now possessing the potential for battle, it understood its own situation well. Relying solely on sustenance to regain its former self could take an eternity. Let us move. We must not delay. Sludge, Toxic Spikes Jellyfish, you two lead the way and eliminate any obstacles in our path. After briefly observing the transformation of the sludge, Ryuzuki smiled faintly before turning toward the marsh, aware that the final game had long since begun and that he was already quite late. Ahead, the once purple marsh had transformed into a sea of flames, the fierce fire threatening to consume everything in its path. The previously battling poison-type sprites were now employing their abilities to escape the inferno, while some chose to remain. Those who stayed were the elite from the three major clans. Surrounding the central toxic demon tree, their gazes fixed intently on the four humans standing atop the corpses of the three leaders. More precisely, they were fixated on the mysterious fruit in each human's hand, emanating a purple glow. Chapter 14. The Mantis Catches the Cicada. While the yellow bird awaits time rewinds to just a few moments earlier, the battle among the three sprites had finally yielded a victor. The foul sludge, having held the leader's position for over a decade, showcased its formidable recovery abilities and extensive battle experience to defeat both the Zubat and the Venusaur. The Zubat, already gravely injured, was swiftly eliminated under the deliberate assault of the other two leader-class sprites. Both Venusaur and Foul Sludge boasted powerful recovery capabilities. One thrived on its vast root system and numerous restorative skills, while the other dominated the field through years of accumulated black sludge and rich combat experience. The Venusaur attempted to change the battlefield's dynamics through rooting tactics, but its strategy was dismantled by the Foul Sludge's dissolving liquid right from the start. The Foul Sludge had observed the Venusaur's tactical vulnerabilities during their prolonged battle with the Apakurisu, ensuring it would not replicate the mistakes of its counterpart. It provided no opportunity for the Venusaur to modify the terrain with its roots, advancing steadily and methodically. In the end, even with the execution of Seed Bomb and the relentless Vine Whip, Venusaur could not alter its fateful destiny. The Seed Bomb had no chance to germinate, as it was swiftly dissolved by the corrosive body of Grimer. The Vine Whip was ineffective against the liquid-like creature, and the immense energy absorption yielded negligible results. Ultimately, Venusaur found itself at an impasse, reluctantly conceding defeat. Grimer emerged as the victor, earning the right to claim 2 berries. However, just as it prepared to seize its prize, a Sudowoodo suddenly appeared before it, immobilizing Grimer with a petrifying strike. At that moment, a Grimer, which had been stealthily lurking in a shrunken form, revealed its true self and executed a thieving maneuver to extract a substantial portion of Grimer's black sludge. Subsequently, Sudowoodo unleashed a psychic blade, cleaving Grimer into fragments. Deprived of its black sludge, Grimer lost its most significant advantage, rendering it utterly defenseless. The Grimer leader, who had been jubilant just moments before, was abruptly felled by this unforeseen ambush. The assassination transpired in mere seconds, leaving the nearby Zubat and Venusaur momentarily stunned. Yet, they quickly regained their composure, intent on retaliating against the intruder. However, a shuriken, propelled with remarkable speed, pierced Zubat's body, and the powerful anesthetic coating rendered it incapacitated. Following this, an Ariados descended from above, suspended by its silk, its blue eyes gleaming with intensity as it unleashed a formidable psychic attack, resulting in Zubat's demise. Witnessing the sequential deaths of Grimer and Zubat, Venusaur immediately sensed the gravity of the situation and fled toward a nearby congregation of Pokémon. Yet, a colossal shadow enveloped it. Upon looking up, Venusaur was met with a scarred Charizard hovering above, its flames primed for an assault. A powerful fire blast struck Venusaur, inflicting grievous wounds, while Sudowoodo arrived on the scene once more, wielding its psychic blade to cleave Venusaur in two. Upon witnessing their leader's demise, the poison-type Pokémon in the Violet Marsh descended into chaos. Some timid creatures fled, having lost their central figure and the courage to face formidable foes. Nonetheless, many poison types sought vengeance, abandoning their opponents to charge toward the toxic tree. Yet, as they advanced, the Violet Marsh ignited. Initially, the flames were confined to the edges, but they spread rapidly, engulfing the entire marsh in a matter of moments. The acrid scent of burning oil began to permeate the smoke, and unbeknownst to them, the marsh had been completely consumed by the inferno. The previous metallic scent of blood was swiftly overshadowed by the pungent aroma of ignited oil. Faced with the life-or-death crisis of being engulfed in flames, most poison types abandoned their quest for revenge, fleeing in haste. Only a handful of formidable poison types remained, greedily fixated on the berries atop the toxic tree. With the leader fallen, a new hierarchy was to be established, according to the Pokémon's customs. Whoever could eliminate the slayers of their leader would ascend as the new chief, reaping both glory and treasure in one fell swoop. Truly reckless. If you do not wish to depart, then remain here. Woody, Charizard, eliminate them all. After safely dismounting from Charizard's back, Akiyama Yusuke immediately issued a cruel command to his two primary Pokémon. Be cautious, Ditto, transform into a shield and block the shurikens. Simultaneously, Miyamoto Sakura, having leapt down from Charizard, sensed an impending threat, her ears twitching slightly. Her expression shifted dramatically as she forcefully pushed Akiyama Yusuke aside, while a purple mass of clay on her shoulder swiftly morphed into a shield, effectively intercepting the incoming shurikens. Damn it, Akira, you wretched fool, show yourself. Akiyama Yusuke's countenance darkened as he glared at the fallen shurikens, which were smeared with a purple toxin. His furious roar echoed into the sky, but the response came in the form of several rapidly spinning shurikens. The sound of clashing metal rang out as Miyamoto Sakura, wielding the shield transformed by Ditto, deflected all the shurikens, then shielded Akiyama Yusuke behind the trunk of a poisonous tree, attentively observing their surroundings, while Woody and Charizard stood guard before them. With a swift whoosh, a shadowy figure, gripping a claw, darted through the air towards the canopy of the poisonous tree. In mere moments, the figure agilely navigated the branches, leaping to the side of a fruit, and with a flick of the shuriken, the fruit fell into their grasp. Without pausing, they leapt towards another fruit. The fruits are mine. Woody, Charizard, stop him. Upon witnessing the figure clad in black ninja garb, Akira seizing a fruit and eyeing another, Akiyama Yusuke sprang from behind the trunk, commanding his Pokémon to attack. Charizard unleashed a torrent of flames towards Akira, yet a large Zubat, which had somehow inverted atop the canopy, opened its crimson eyes, flapping its wings to summon a fierce wind that dispersed the flames. With another flap, countless blades of air were launched towards Akiyama Yusuke and his companions. Woody, he shouted, crossing his hands. Woody's eyes gleamed with a brilliant blue light as a powerful psychic energy radiated from him. The incoming blades of air were seized by his psychic prowess and rebounded in the opposite direction. However, the Zubat had already vacated its previous position, rendering the returned blades ineffective. In the brief moments during which Charizard's attack was thwarted and Woody countered the Zubat's assault, Akira had already secured the second fruit and was now approaching the third, poised to pluck it with his shuriken. At that moment, several wild Zubats swooped in, and to avoid damaging the fruit, they merely flapped their wings to create a strong gust, sending Akira tumbling from the tree. TCH, careless. These fruits cannot be stored in the spatial pouch, and these wild Pokémon are an unexpected variable. As he plummeted from a height of several meters, Aju's face betrayed no hint of panic. At a critical moment, a colossal spider descended from the heavens, releasing a silken thread that ensnared Aju's hand and pulled him back to safety. Swiftly, Aju climbed onto the back of Ariados and began to make his hasty retreat. However, escape was thwarted by the imposing presence of Charizard. Upon noticing Aju's attempt to flee, Ryusei Aoyama immediately commanded Charizard to take flight and intercept him. Aju, brandishing a radiant purple fruit that drew ire from all around, became the target of numerous poison-type Pokémon below, who unleashed their ranged attacks upon him. Meanwhile, the flying Zubat and Golbat accelerated towards Aju, unleashing a barrage of air blades. These flying nuisances were indeed troublesome, but Aju decided to relinquish the fruit to divert their attention. Ariados nimbly maneuvered along the prepared webs, evading the onslaught of the small Pokémon. Yet, as some webs were incinerated by flames and air blades, Ariados' agility waned. Ultimately, Aju had no choice but to cast one of the fruits into the air. As the dazzling fruit ascended, Zubat, Golbat, and Charizard abruptly halted their pursuit, turning instead to contend for the fruit. In the end, the powerful Charizard incinerated the bats into ashes and seized the fruit, returning triumphantly to Ryusei Aoyama's side. "Well done, Charizard," Aoyama praised, excitement lighting up his face as he accepted the fruit. He then redirected his gaze to the treetops. Seizing the moment while Aoyama and the majority of poison-type Pokémon were focused on Aju, Sakurako Miyamoto cleverly ascended to the canopy, aided by Ditto and Grimer to procure one of the fruits. The remaining fruit, however, was taken by a Zubat, which, before it could savor its prize, was besieged by several Golbats. In a moment of desperation, it opened its mouth, dropping the fruit, which landed with a thud on the burning ground. The remaining poison types, witnessing this, recklessly charged into the inferno, causing a fierce scramble for the fruit. A chilling scream echoed, followed by a colossal spider, encased in ice, plummeting from above and shattering upon impact. Aju, descending slowly under the strained flapping of a Zubat's wings, landed with a piercing ice spike embedded in his left leg. Before reaching the ground, Aju, despite the agonizing pain in his abdomen, hurled a Pokeball containing Grimer. Grimer instinctively extinguished the flames surrounding them with its body, ensuring Aju landed safely on its soft form. Upon landing, Aju did not tend to his wound immediately. Instead, his gaze fixed intently upon a striking figure descending from above. Nana Sato, aided by a messenger bird, was gracefully descending with a glowing purple fruit in her hand. Her expression was icy, and perched upon her shoulder was a fluffy companion, as she coldly fixed her eyes on Aju below. Who would have thought that the one adept at masquerading as a harmless creature would be you? With an expressionless demeanor, Aju extracted the ice shard embedded in his thigh. He then retrieved a vial of green potion from the spatial waste pouch at his back, twisting off the cap and pouring the emerald liquid into his mouth. Gradually, the wound on his left leg began to heal. "It is your arrogance that led you to neglect searching me thoroughly, allowing me to maneuver you into bringing me here. I never anticipated such a significant windfall. This fruit must be worth a fortune, and I shall accept it without hesitation, along with your life," Sato Nanami stated coldly, her gaze revealing a deep-seated malice. Her beloved sister had been slain by Aju, and this vendetta would not go unavenged. "Humph, let us see what you are capable of," Aju retorted with a chilling smile. Despite suffering a grievous injury to his right leg and a significant decrease in strength, he was not merely a ninja. He was also an exceptional Pokémon trainer. The audacity of his opponent to threaten his life was nothing short of ludicrous. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted nearby, and a purple fruit shot through the air, landing beside Aju with a swift whoosh. Quick as a flash, Aju seized the fruit, his eyes widening in disbelief. The fruits he had painstakingly sought had slipped from his grasp twice before, yet now one had come to him effortlessly. It felt as though fortune had finally favored him. But was it truly so? A horde of poison-type Pokémon, their eyes gleaming with a crimson intensity, was now fixated upon them. In the distance, a tall, cold-hearted youth steadily advanced through the inferno. Character and Pokémon data. Update 2. Trainer. Ryuzaki Shinji Trainer Level. 32 Strength. Elite Skills. Basic Martial Arts Item. Toxic Pearl Pokémon. For Pokémon. Gas Ball. Mutation. Ability. Levitate Type. Poison. Minor Fire Pokémon Level. 36. Evolution Completion. 62. Strength. Intermediate Elite Potential. Peak Champion Held Item. Black Sludge. Defective. Mastered Skills. Sludge Bomb. Mutation. Rapid Spin. Taunt. Smoke Screen. Toxic Mist. Spark. Poison Fire. Dark Mist. Self-Destruct. Setting. Skills, once mastered, are never forgotten and can be enhanced through training. Informal Pokémon battles. Only 4 skills may be used, while the rest are unrestricted. Pokémon, Apara Snake ability, Intimidate type, Poison Pokémon level, 31, Evolution completion, 100. Evolution ceased, 9 times strength, low-level elite potential, low-level champion held item, none mastered skills, Glare, Acid, Bite, Bind, Poison Tail, Inherited, Coil, Toxic Fong, Bluff. Little Sprite, Poison Sting Jellyfish ability, Pure body type, Water poison level, 30 strength, low elite potential, peak elite held item, none skills mastered, Bind, Supersonic, Wave of Water, Dive. Surf, Muddy Water, Inherited, Acid, Barrier. Little Sprite, Shiny Grimer ability, Adhesive Poison Hand Shiny ability, Split, can divide into multiple entities with shared consciousness. As long as they remain within 100 meters of the main body can share the vision of the split entities. If a split entity exceeds 100 meters from the main body, it will perish swiftly. Should the main body die while the split entities exist, they will instinctively become new main bodies. The split entities possess all the abilities of the main body, but their attributes are determined by the size allocated from the main body. If a split entity successfully divides or dies, the attributes temporarily granted by the main body will be lost. Type, Poison level, 25, originally 35, temporarily reduced by 10 levels, held item, none strength. Near elite potential, low champion skills mastered, Harden. Petrification, Shrink, Mud Bomb, Sludge Wave, Toxic, Protect, Inherited. Chapter 15. The sudden change. It truly feels like an endless ordeal. Have these wild sprites gone mad? They show no fear of death. Charizard, incinerate them. Faced with the frenzied wild poison-type sprites before him, Aoyama Yusuke felt a chill run down his spine. The plan had failed. Initially, the intention was to ambush and eliminate 3 leader-level sprites to instill fear, then ignite the prepared oil to create chaos. Subsequently, seizing the fruit from the tree, and finally having Alakazam teleport them away. Everything had been executed flawlessly until now. Although the meddling of Aju had complicated matters, the outcome was still acceptable. Both had acquired the tree fruits, achieving their initial expectations, and all seemed well. However, no matter how meticulously they planned, they overlooked the peculiarity of the demon tree fruits. These fruits, imbued with a trace of primal power, could not be stored in their spatial backpacks and exceeded Alakazam's capabilities. Thus, they found themselves ensnared in the trap they had devised, obstructed by equally greedy wild sprites, leaving them truly with no way out. Even though the toxic sprites in the marsh had dwindled due to the chaos of battle and the flames, hundreds still remained, all formidable in strength. While they may not rival the peak elite strength of the 3 major leader sprites, they undoubtedly possess the power of low to mid elites. Aoyama Yusuke, confident in his elite status within Team Rocket, accompanied by a Charizard and Alakazam, both near peak elites, still lacked absolute certainty of escaping from the hands of hundreds of wild sprites with elite capabilities, especially those driven to madness. Damn it, Alakazam, I rely on you. Consume it, and unleash your utmost powers. As Charizard and Alakazam were on the verge of faltering, a fierce glint flickered in Akiyama Yusuke's eyes. He retrieved a black pill from his possession and handed it to Alakazam. Hesitant, Alakazam accepted the pill, its eyes reflecting a plea. Yet, in Akiyama's gaze, there was only coldness and cruelty. Ultimately, with a look of despair, Alakazam swallowed the black pill, though already battered. Upon consuming the pill, Alakazam was enveloped in a dark aura and let out an exuberant cry as it activated its psychic abilities, sending all nearby poison-type Pokémon flying. A faint, nearly imperceptible bluish wave surrounded it, its eyes completely obscured by a crimson glow. Floating gracefully in midair, a formidable psychic energy surged from its being, rapidly expanding in a 100-meter radius. All poison-type Pokémon caught in the psychic wave halted in their tracks, with some severely injured Pokémon being outright defeated, while the rest were left gravely weakened. However, as this chaos ensued, Alakazam's life force began to dwindle rapidly. Its once golden skin dulled, and it fell from the sky, barely clinging to consciousness. You did well, Alakazam. Return now. Charizard, let us depart while we can. Observing a swarm of Zubat and Golbat descending like raindrops, Akiyama's eyes brightened with hope. He swiftly recalled the incapacitated Alakazam and climbed onto Charizard's back, commanding it to ascend and escape. Wait for me. I haven't boarded yet. Miyamoto Sakurako exclaimed, rushing towards Akiyama as he made his escape without a word. Ignoring her, Akiyama mounted Charizard, which took flight, leaving Sakurako with nothing but a cold and disheveled silhouette. You forced my hand. If you wish to flee, it shall not be so simple. Arise, Blastoise. Bring them down. Witnessing Akiyama's resolute intention to escape alone, a sinister glint appeared in Sakurako's eyes. She procured a blue Pokeball from her chest, revealing her strongest asset. As Blastoise emerged, its twin cannons unleashed powerful jets of water, striking Charizard with pinpoint precision. The already injured Charizard succumbed to its wounds, plummeting to the fiery depths, taking Akiyama with it. I implore you, Blastoise, let us make our escape, Sakurako commanded, a gleam of satisfaction gracing her features as she climbed atop Blastoise's shell. With its limbs retracting into its shell, Blastoise positioned its cannons downward, unleashing a pair of high-pressure water jets that propelled both Sakurako and itself into the air, soaring swiftly in a straight trajectory. Meanwhile, Aki and Sato Nanami found themselves ensnared in a dire predicament, their hands clutching two glowing purple berries that served as beacons, attracting a relentless swarm of poison-type Pokémon eager to seize them. Upon witnessing the scene, Sato Nanami and Aki exchanged a knowing glance, tacitly agreeing to a temporary truce. Furballs, telekinesis, messenger birds, and blizzards. Stinky mud, mud bombs, largemouth bats, and air slashes. In unison, they chose to unleash their attacks in the same direction, targeting a passage untouched by flames. The onslaught from the four little sprites swiftly tore a gap in the encirclement of the poison-type sprite, prompting Sato Nanami and Aki to break through. Unfortunately, Aki's left leg had sustained severe injury, limiting his mobility, and he was soon overtaken by the pursuing poison-type sprites. Rather than aiding him, Sato Nanami shoved Aki aside, instructing the messenger bird to erect an ice wall that obstructed Aki's retreat. Curse you! Once I escape, I shall make you pay for this. Faced with the chilling ice wall before him and the encroaching flames on either side, the only passage was now blocked. Although the ice wall would soon melt under the heat, the poison-type sprites were closing in. A horde of red-eyed poison-type sprites greedily fixated on the tree fruit in Aki's grasp, charging towards him with fervor. Ha ha, come forth. If you desire it. You must trample over my corpse first. Stinky mud, largemouth bats, attack. In this dire moment, Aki exhibited no fear. Rather, his eyes gleamed with exhilaration. Enduring the searing pain in his left leg, he gritted his teeth and stood tall, laughing maniacally at the advancing poison-type sprites. Ultimately, the stinky mud and largemouth bats proved no match for a coalition of wild sprites, who quickly dispatched them. Aki fell to the ground, afflicted by poison, and the tree fruit was snatched from his hands. Just as a temperamental Nidoking aimed to crush Aki underfoot, a blue spiral water orb struck Nidoking, sending it flying. The poison-type sprites, which had been scrambling for the fruit, were then bombarded by a barrage of scalding mud balls, with a cacophony of explosive detonations. All the poison-type sprites vying for the tree fruit were sent hurtling through the air. Those at the epicenter were obliterated, while others lay maimed on the ground. Eliminate them all, Tentacruel, Arbok, Acid. A towering figure emerged slowly from the surrounding inferno, with all flames held at bay by a green energy shield. Should a fierce blaze approach, the large blue jellyfish by his side would extinguish the flames with its water jets. Upon hearing the command, Tentacruel and Arbok unleashed torrents of black acidic fluid, dissolving all the struggling poison-type sprites on the ground into pools of viscous liquid. The tall youth then accepted a fruit radiating a purple glow from the mouth of a gas grenade, a rare smile gracing his face. Ha ha ha, how pathetic. Ninja Aki, who would have thought that upon our reunion, you would already be out of the game? How ironic. This is the consequence of your arrogance. Shinji Ryuzuki gazed down at the prostrate Aju, who was fixated on him with defiance. Humph. Do as you please, kill or maim, it matters not. Why resort to mockery? Aju, with a sullen expression, retorted to Ryuzaki. You think this is amusing? Ryuzaki burst into laughter. It's utterly hilarious. You are nothing but a lost dog now. I can do as I wish. A sneer of disdain crossed Ryuzaki's face as he placed a foot upon Aju's visage. You scoundrel. I will slay you. Aju's face turned a deep shade of crimson from the humiliation, his eyes bloodshot with rage. If mere glances could kill, Ryuzaki would have perished countless times. Alas, Aju found himself devoid of the strength to retaliate. His vision began to blur, and Aju's consciousness ebbed away. Suddenly, a sharp pain erupted in his thigh, and the poison within him began to be neutralized, the purplish hue of his face gradually fading. Why are you saving me? Aju fixed his gaze upon Ryuzuki, demanding an answer. I have stated my intentions. I will do as I please. I rather enjoyed your desperate struggle against the sprite, Aju. You must survive. It would be a pity for someone like you to perish. Ha ha, Ryuzaki replied, a smile gracing his lips, with a glimmer of madness in his eyes. Humph, blind fools. Go, eliminate them all. Ryazaki's demeanor shifted abruptly as he turned coldly to a group of wild poison-type sprites that had appeared behind him. He commanded his 4 sprites to launch an assault. With their powerful abilities, including the mutated sludge bomb and the bluster of the Opus Snake, Ryazaki felt no fear of a group battle. The wild sprites, lacking coordination and harboring ulterior motives, were swiftly dispatched by his 4 companions, leaving no further wild sprites daring to approach. Here, take this, utilize it wisely and survive, Ryazaki said, placing a Pokeball containing an Opus Snake before Aju. This one is quite formidable, on par with my own. You will regret this, Aju declared, gripping the Pokeball tightly, his gaze sharp as he addressed Ryazaki. I await your return, Ryazaki replied with a smile, stepping over Aju's body and moving towards Nanami Sato. One fruit was insufficient. He required more. However, as he had just moved a short distance away, the entire swamp composed of toxic substances began to tremble violently. After 2 minutes, the strange swamp floating on the water's surface began to fracture. Is this an earthquake? Ryazaki crouched down, eyes widening at the fissures forming before him. Suddenly, his expression shifted drastically. He sprang to his feet and rolled aside just in time. With a thunderous crash, a massive blue tentacle erupted from the crevice before him, slamming down onto the spot where he had just been, leaving a deep indentation in its wake. What in the world is this? Shinji Ryazaki was taken aback by the sudden appearance of a colossal tentacle, a profound sense of life and death crisis surging within him. The immense shadow enveloped him entirely, prompting him to swiftly turn around and gaze upwards, where he was left utterly astonished. A gigantic head was slowly emerging from the depths of the fractured swamp. Countless enormous blue tentacles extending from the crevices of the mire, flailing ominously in the air. Chapter 16. Behind the scenes, it was an incomprehensibly gigantic octopus head, with a diameter of at least 80 meters, now surfacing from beneath the swamp, towering over 100 meters high. The octopus head bore a vacant, lifeless gaze, its skin a deep ebony, marred by extensive decay, presenting an imposing and formidable visage. Its entire head was ensnared by a dense mass of black tendrils, and atop it grew a peculiar tree, entirely shrouded in darkness. The roots of this strange tree not only entwined the octopus head, but also delved deeply into its brain. This tree, which had sprouted on the massive octopus head, was none other than the venomous demon tree thriving in the heart of the purple swamp. Its trunk now bore a single, enormous crimson vertical eye that greedily surveyed all living creatures below, an aura of malevolence beginning to permeate the surroundings. Run, messenger bird. Quicken your pace. Nanami Sato glanced back at the dark monstrosity behind her, only to find the crimson vertical eye of the strange tree fixated on her with insatiable hunger. Terror washed over her, and the colossal black tentacles continuously emerged from the fissures below, seeking to ensnare her. Fortunately, the messenger bird was nimble, weaving through the gaps between the tentacles with breathtaking agility, narrowly escaping the relentless onslaught of the dark appendages. What on earth is happening? Why does this monster fixate on me? Nanami's expression turned as cold as ice, her eyes filled with urgent anxiety. One of the black tentacles seemed to have developed an obsession with her, relentlessly pursuing her. The messenger bird struggled to maintain a straight flight path, impeded by the sudden emergence of tentacles from below, causing it to circle aimlessly in the air, unable to escape the mire. A black tentacle suddenly lunged from a fissure ahead, aiming directly at the messenger bird. After prolonged and vigorous aerial maneuvers, the bird's stamina waned rapidly, its flight speed diminishing. This time, its evasive action was a fraction too slow. Although it dodged the frontal assault of the tentacle, it could not evade the one trailing behind, which swept it off the ground with a powerful strike. The impact caused Nanami to lose her grip on the demon tree's fruit. Just when Nanami believed her demise was inevitable, the tentacle poised to crash down upon her abruptly halted, retreating swiftly into the crevice. It then emerged from a nearby fissure once more, ultimately extracting a purple fruit from the ground with its suckers. So its target was the tree fruit. What? How infuriating. It's still 1T, let me go. Messenger bird, unleash a blizzard, use your telekinesis, and block it. Fallen upon the ground, Sato Nanami struggled to rise. Were it not for the messenger bird, which, at the critical moment, utilized its telekinetic abilities to cushion the impact, she might have perished. Now, however, her entire body felt as if it had been shattered, every slight movement sending searing pain coursing through her. She had hoped that after the monster snatched the fruit from her grasp, it would relent. Yet, to her dismay, it immediately renewed its assault. As the ominous tentacles loomed larger before her, she could only place her hopes in her 2 small companions. Unfortunately, The messenger bird, gravely injured while protecting her, had succumbed to unconsciousness and could not heed her commands. The other, a small creature, was too weak, despite exerting all its strength to employ telekinesis. It merely succeeded in momentarily halting the tentacle's advance before it resumed its relentless onslaught. The creature found itself momentarily incapacitated due to the backlash of its own abilities, helplessly watching as the dark tendril descended. In that critical moment, a thunderous explosion erupted, shattering the tentacle before her. Chunks of flesh rained down from above, striking her with considerable force, yet she remained indifferent, her eyes alight with the joy of survival against all odds. Dissolve it, Opasnake, a tall youth appeared before her, his imposing figure radiating a sense of security, albeit tempered by the coldness in his gaze and the unsightly pile of excrement beneath his feet. He commanded the purple serpent coiled around him to attack the struggling tentacle on the ground. The sound of sizzling filled the air as a massive segment of the tentacle was engulfed by the serpent's corrosive spit, transforming into a puddle of viscous liquid, revealing a fruit that emanated a purple glow. As soon as the fruit appeared, a nearby Weezing, eyes gleaming with greed, darted forward to seize it. With its sharp teeth, it scraped the tough exterior of the fruit, swiftly using its tongue to extract the delectable flesh before presenting it to the tall youth with eager submission. Noticing the fruit marked with several bite marks, Ryuzaki Shinji shot a reproachful glare at the Weezing, then placed the glowing fruit into a black cloth bag he held. Finally, he gave the Weezing a firm tap on the head. The Weezing emitted a pitiful sound, enduring the reprimand without daring to evade. It seemed that the enormous creature had fallen under the control of the monstrous tree, a realization that the tree itself posed the greatest threat. It was carnivorous. Ryuzaki Shinji coldly observed the distant grotesque tree, which had opened a single crimson vertical eye, now commanding the massive creature to capture the poison-type Pokémon that lingered in the swamp. Once ensnared by the black tendrils, every poison-type Pokémon rapidly withers, ultimately reduced to a mere layer of skin, having had its flesh and blood siphoned away. However, the creature displayed no interest in the muck Pokémon, deliberately avoiding it with its tendrils. It was a realization that the observant Ryuzaki Shinji stumbled upon, enabling him to evade the monstrous tree's assault by leveraging the muck Pokémon. Meanwhile, Miyamoto Sakurako, shielded by her own muck Pokémon, cautiously evaded the numerous tendrils surrounding her, gradually inching towards the marsh's edge. The tree fruit she once held had vanished, and her once magnificent Blastoise was nowhere to be found. Her visage, once radiant with joy, had transformed into a grim mask, suffused with hatred and dread as she gazed at the monstrous tree. In mere moments, the formerly soaring Miyamoto Sakurako was struck down by a black tendril, robbed not only of her tree fruit, but also of her initial Pokémon, Blastoise. Though she did not witness its demise, the sight of the poison types around her, reduced to mere skin, left her with a grim understanding of her companion's fate. Had she not astutely perceived the monster's selective treatment of the muck Pokémon, she too would have met a similar fate. Save me, Sakurako, please. If you rescue me, I shall give you the tree fruit. A faint voice emerged from nearby. Cautiously, Sakurako scanned her surroundings and discovered a severely burned figure lying near a waterhole, none other than the once mighty Akiyama Yusuke, now on the brink of death. Humph, what a pitiful wretch you are. Were you not a proud member of Team Rocket? Now you plead for the enemy's aid. If you could muster some dignity, perhaps I would hold you in higher regard, Akiyama Yusuke. You need not offer me anything. I can procure it myself. Muck, let us add some flavor to his little pool. Observing the feeble Akiyama, a cruel smile crept onto Sakurako's face, her eyes glinting with malice as she issued her command. The muck Pokémon obediently complied, spewing forth a black, dissolving liquid into the waterhole. The once murky water was swiftly tainted by a layer of darkness, prompting Akiyama to emit anguished cries. I curse you, vile woman, you shall meet a wretched end. As his cries echoed, Akiyama gradually transformed into a puddle of thick liquid, leaving behind only a sullied purple tree fruit in the waterhole. Mutual disdain, it seems, Sakurako remarked, her expression impassive as she regarded Akiyama's dissolving form with a gaze that dripped with venom. Indeed, he is a worthless coward. This pitiful wretch begging for mercy holds no value whatsoever. Wouldn't you agree, Captain Miyamoto Sakurako? A cold, unfeeling voice resonated from behind her, as a tall figure materialized before her. At that moment, the hand Sakurako had extended froze in midair. Chapter 17, Extortion. The foul creature, Stinky Mud, was sent flying by the venomous tail of the Apophis serpent, only to be struck by its corrosive fluid shortly thereafter. The shapeshifter, Ditto, was obliterated by two sludge bombs from the gas bomb, shattered into countless pieces. Sakura Miyamoto's two little spirits cried out in anguish before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Gas, akin to a treasure-bearer, presented a purple berry from its mouth to Shinji Ryuzaki. This time, he dared not engage in any mischief, dutifully handing over the berry to Ryuzaki. Ryuzaki gently stroked Gas Bomb's head, offering a faint smile as he placed the berry into a black bag, concealing its brilliance and essence. His gaze then shifted to Sakura Miyamoto, who was tightly bound by the Apophis serpent. His expression instantly turned cold, the murderous intent in his eyes unmistakable. This woman was no ordinary foe. She was cunning and ruthless, adept at leveraging her advantages. She was currently flaunting her charms before Ryuzaki, yet it would prove futile this time, for he was a madman, a merciless lunatic. I shall grant you 1 minute to persuade me not to end your life. Ryuzaki coldly addressed the woman before him, who still sought to entice him. Typically, women with such cunning are of considerable worth, and this mission had been doomed from the start, a mere ruse. Although he had reaped substantial rewards from this endeavor, any semblance of generosity was out of the question. The berries that could directly enhance his Pokémon's overall strength were treasures beyond compare, evident from the fierce competition amongst the poison-type Pokémon for them. Thus, his primary dilemma remained unresolved. To that end, he opted for the most expedient solution, extortion. Thus far, he had successfully extorted 2,000 points of life-saving money from Nanami Sato. Out of respect for her deference throughout their journey, he refrained from completely draining her. However, this woman was different. She had plotted against him and nearly led to his demise at the hands of the Orange Serpent. Such enmity could not be overlooked. Should she fail to satiate his demands, he would ensure she experienced the terror of being preyed upon by a serpent. 10,000 points, Lord Shinji, is all I can offer at present. Sakura Miyamoto feigned a pitiful demeanor, perceiving the man's cruelty. Her most potent weapon had proven utterly ineffective against him. As the bonds tightened around her, she realized her life hung precariously in his grasp, compelling her to submit. Ha, is that all? It appears you are not very popular among men, are you, Apophis? Ryuzaki scoffed disdainfully, his expression darkening as a chilling glint ignited in his eyes. How could one who ascended through the sale of her body possess merely 10,000 points? Who did she think she was deceiving? If her life was so inexpensive, it might be better to extinguish it altogether. Sensing Ryuzaki's murderous intent, the Apophis serpent tightened its grip further. The sound of bones beginning to crack echoed ominously, causing Sakura Miyamoto to feel the gradual splintering of her very skeleton. Stop! I am the maid of the esteemed Athena. If you dare to kill me, you shall become her enemy. Upon witnessing Shinji's intent to slay her, Miyamoto Sakurako hastily issued her threat. However, her words backfired as an enraged Shinzaki delivered a powerful kick to her abdomen, sending her and the Aposhi several meters away. With a gasp, Miyamoto felt a rush of sweetness in her mouth, followed by a spray of blood. Shinzaki's kick had indeed ruptured her insides. As a novice fighter, his strength was formidable even against elite-level sprites, let alone a fragile woman, delivering a blow that nearly cost her life. I only possess 20,000 points and a clue to a life gem. That is all I have. Even if you kill me, I cannot provide more. Genuine fear gripped Miyamoto as she recalled a fleeting moment when she believed she had met her demise, a realization that elicited a profound sense of danger. Regaining her composure, she exclaimed in panic, "The life gem. Where is it? Speak, and I shall spare your life." Upon hearing the words life gem, Shinzaki immediately lowered his raised leg, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he seized her collar. Miyamoto's charming face flushed crimson, her eyes rolling back as she struggled to breathe. Useless wretch. Tell me where it is. Shinzaki, upon seeing her distress, released his grip and forcefully slammed her to the ground, his voice laced with menace. Huffing heavily, Miyamoto lay on the ground, gazing at the increasingly unhinged man before her, a deep-seated terror blossoming within her. She finally comprehended that this man was indeed a madman, one who operated outside the bounds of reason. You must promise me that if I reveal the information, you will not kill me. Trembling with fear, she spoke, her body quaking under the weight of Shinzaki's icy malice, which pressed down upon her, instilling a sense of dread and despair in her eyes. Shinzaki narrowed his eyes, a sinister smile curling upon his lips as he advanced toward her. Miyamoto retreated step by step until she found herself at the edge of a chasm. One more step backward leading to an unfathomable abyss. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, a massive black tentacle emerged from the crevice, ensnaring her and lifting her into the air. Help me. I don't want to die. As the tentacle grasped her, Miyamoto struggled desperately, but her efforts were futile. feeling her life slipping away. She ultimately succumbed to Shinzaki's will. What a nuisance, he muttered, frowning at the panicked woman suspended above him. 2 minutes later, Miyamoto lay despondently atop a heap of flesh, having divulged all she knew about the life gem, and was coerced into transferring all her points to Shinzaki's account. After thoroughly exhausting her, Ryuzaki Shinji honored his promise and spared her life. Although he was cold and ruthless, he remained steadfast in his commitments. Subsequently, he swiftly departed with his companions, the Grimer, Mook, and Gas Bomb, as the area had become perilous. The distant monsters had devoured all the nearby small sprites, and even with the cover of Grimer's scent, the surrounding tentacles were multiplying ominously. 10 minutes later, with the assistance of the inky Grimer, Ryuzaki Shinji narrowly escaped the pursuit of the grotesque tree creature. He now found himself perched atop a toxic jellyfish, beginning his ascent against the current of the sewage river. With a look of regret, he gazed into the distance at the venomous tree that was wreaking havoc under the control of a colossal octopus sprite. According to his estimations, the most valuable entity in this vicinity was that very tree. If he could master it, he would have an inexhaustible source of its fruits. Alas, his current strength was insufficient to confront it. Even that massive sprite posed a formidable challenge. A peculiar sensation lingered within him, suggesting that the black tree was, in fact, another sprite. He hoped it would still remain here in the future, for this mission had proven to be exceedingly intriguing, despite having angered numerous troublesome entities. This was precisely what made it all the more fascinating. Go ahead, unleash your chaos, he thought, a sinister smile creeping across his face as he clutched the black bag in his hands. He then glanced back with a contemplative expression, dismissively chuckling to himself. Ryuzaki Shinji, I will not let you escape. Not ever. At the swamp's edge, a terrifying figure with extensively rotting skin uttered these words filled with malice, eyes brimming with hatred. As it watched Ryuzaki Shinji depart. Chapter 18. Mysterious message. 2 days later, gravely injured, Ryuzaki Shinji returned to the base. His mission had failed. Yet this did not garner much attention. Failures resulting in significant losses were commonplace within Team Rocket. At the Team Rocket base in Shallow Red City, in the medical ward of a standard hospital room, Ryuzaki Shinji lay pale on a hospital bed. This is how it unfolded. He recounted to a striking woman who claimed to be the first golden fighter under the high-ranking officer Athena. The captain went missing midway, and the 5 of us were ambushed by a horde of wild sprites while attempting to capture Grimer. In a desperate bid for survival, we scattered, and I barely managed to escape by jumping into the sewage river. As for Captain Sakurako Miyamoto and the others, I cannot say what has become of them. Despite the circumstances, Ryuzaki Shinji showed no semblance of warmth toward the elite rocket member, Yamamoto Kiku, merely responding with a cold indifference. Very well, lowly man. I hope you are not deceiving me. Otherwise, I can extinguish your life at any moment, she stated, standing elegantly before him at a height of 6 feet. Her face icy and filled with disdain. Though she initially held a slight fondness for this man who seemed immune to her beauty, his lack of respect left her deeply dissatisfied. After listening impatiently to his brief account, she departed with her subordinates. I never expected that Sakurako Miyamoto would indeed garner such significant attention from that high-ranking officer, Athena. Fortunately, I eliminated her. Otherwise, my demise would have been inevitable. Investigate all you wish. I doubt you will uncover anything substantial, for what I speak is nothing but the unvarnished truth. Lying on his bed, Ryuzaki Shinji cracked open his eyes slightly, and, after watching the golden-haired beauty depart, smirked inwardly. In the lavishly adorned living quarters of the Rocket Elite, a room exuding opulence, one could only scoff at the situation. It was merely a plaything. Truly, Lady Athena has made a mountain out of a molehill. While executing missions may inherently involve danger, the audacity of Sakurako Miyamoto to exploit Lady Athena's name to deceive others into becoming mere cannon fodder is utterly despicable. This tarnisher of Lady Athena's reputation deserves no sympathy. Her demise during the mission would be a fitting end. Otherwise, I would have ensured she learned a proper lesson. By the way, the patient's account was accurate, wasn't he? Kikui Yamamoto, with her alluring and statuesque figure, lounged unceremoniously on a pink bed, playing with her golden tresses as she addressed her 2 subordinates beside her. Yes, Lady Kikui, Ryuzaki Shinji's narrative is indeed sound. According to the medical report, he sustained considerable injuries, and there are multiple traces of attacks from poison-type Pokémon on his body. Through ordinary medical means, the toxins within him have yet to be entirely expelled, replied a handsome young man in a black-haired Rocket Elite uniform, standing respectfully at the foot of the bed. Moreover, the 3rd fighter, Waisuke Akiyama, also departed from the base on the same day. Witness reports indicate that he ventured into the sewers of the abandoned district, and he has yet to return, added another junior rocket elite, bowing his head with deference. Humph, so that arrogant Akiyama has followed suit. No wonder I haven't seen that inept man in days. He likely met his end. Two fools, the deadly toxic tree is not something just anyone can handle. Their demise is well-deserved. Now, let us cease discussing those imbeciles. Since Lady Athena has granted me a day off, I shall indulge myself. You too. Come here and attend to me, Yamamoto declared, slowly disrobing until she lay bare on the bed, her expression sultry as she gazed at her blushing attendants. Soon, faint moans echoed throughout the room. After a day of recuperation, Rizaki Shinji re-emerged, invigorated, in his humble quarters. Come forth, gas bomb, snake, and stinky mud, he commanded, tossing 3 Pokballs into the air. As 3 beams of white light dissipated, the small Pokemon appeared before him. He had already released the poison sting jellyfish. For Shinji had no intention of nurturing a Pokemon whose potential was nearly exhausted. The cultivation of small sprites demands a considerable amount of resources. Based on his current inventory, he can only fully nurture 3 sprites at most, namely the Weezing, the Ekans, and the Grimer, which are among the easier species to sustain. Both Weezing and Grimer have minimal dietary requirements, consuming nearly anything, while Ekans has slightly higher demands but can be satisfied with a bit of raw meat, and occasionally a sprite or 2 is a treat. If he were to attempt raising more delicate or voracious sprites, the economic burden would be insurmountable for Rizaki Shinji at this moment. Despite recently acquiring a handsome sum of points, he is reluctant to squander them on a sprite whose potential is nearly exhausted. Thus, he opts for the most optimal nurturing method. Typically, the grunts of Team Rocket possess only 1 or 2 sprites, rarely exceeding 3. It is not that they desire more, but rather that they cannot afford to care for them. As soon as the 3 sprites emerge, they rush towards him, with Weezing and Grimer eagerly bowing and nodding in loyalty, while even the proud Ekans displays a submissive demeanor, lowering its head in deference to Rizaki Shinji. Take 1 each. And please do not disappoint me. Observing the sprite's eagerness brings a slight smile to Ryuzaki Shinji's face. He retrieves a black bag from beneath the bed and produces 3 berries, each radiating a mystical purple glow, which he hands to the sprites. As soon as the berries appear, the sprites eagerly devour them. Within a minute, the hard shells of the berries are crushed, allowing the rich poison energy to flow into the sprites. They begin to emit a dazzling purple light as their bodies visibly expand. Weezing, originally measuring only 0.8 meters in diameter, grows to a remarkable 1.5 meters. The skull markings on its surface rapidly turn black until completely enveloped, and finally, the white light of evolution manifests. Weezing, glowing with brilliance, flies before Ryuzaki Shinji, calling out insistently, seemingly requesting something from him. Since this is your choice, go ahead and take it. Observing Weezing's fervent behavior, Ryuzaki Shinji's expression turns serious. He retrieves a fiery red stone from his waist pouch. It is a fire stone, and a particularly pure one at that. The moment the fire stone is in his hand, Weezing snatches it away and swallows it whole. Weezing cries out in anguish, yet it endures, for its greedy nature compels it to retain the precious item. Ultimately, the energy from the berries and the fire stone is completely absorbed, culminating in its evolution. Before Shinji Longzaki stood a remarkable gas creature composed of 3 gas bombs. Unlike the typical dual gas bomb, this specimen was 3 times the size of an ordinary one. Its surface bore black skeletal markings, while fiery crimson patterns adorned its purple body. Waves of intensely hot purple smoke billowed from the small protrusions on its surface. Yet, these features were not the most peculiar aspects of this gas creature. Typically, the smallest gas bomb among them is devoid of skeletal markings and consciousness, merely a lifeless entity. However, now it resembled its larger counterparts, albeit in a smaller form. Thus, it would be more fitting to refer to the creature before Shinji as a tri-gas bomb. In addition to the evolution of the gas bombs, the snake also began its transformation. This purple serpent, measuring 3 meters in length, grew an additional meter before its evolution commenced. The process was remarkably smooth, devoid of any hindrances. Upon fully absorbing the energy from the enchanted tree fruit, the evolution reached a successful conclusion. Before Shinji emerged a nearly 6-meter-long purple serpent. The snake underwent certain mutations during this evolution, besides the red cloth pattern on its chest. Mysterious black markings appeared across its purple skin. Countless black spines sprouted along the back of its massive head, and tiny protrusions formed atop its head, resembling a crown. This transformation rendered the fearsome purple serpent even more imposing, significantly enhancing its intimidating presence. Conversely, the black sludge exhibited no signs of evolution. This creature had completely absorbed the enchanted tree fruit, yet aside from its increased size, there were no other noticeable changes. Observing the successful evolutions of the gas bombs and the opposnake, the black sludge felt a pang of envy. Continue to strive, for this merely indicates that your strength is insufficient to facilitate your evolution. If you persist in growing stronger, one day you too shall evolve into a muck creature. Shinji gently reassured the black sludge, harboring high hopes for this peculiar entity, as the potential of the shimmering sprite was remarkably impressive. Encouraged, the black sludge rose with renewed determination, clenching its muddy fists and challenging the gas bombs with a defiant gaze. However, 10 minutes later, the black sludge found itself humbly kneeling before the dual gas bomb and the opposnake, pleading for mercy. Next on the agenda was the preparation for the impending death match. With only 4 days remaining, despite the recent evolution of the gas bombs and a significant boost to his own strength, there remained a palpable gap between him and those nurtured by the faction leaders with utmost dedication. At the very least, his number of sprites paled in comparison to theirs. With ample points accumulated, it seemed necessary to visit that particular location. He recalled that the event was set to commence the day after tomorrow, though the venue was rather elusive. After recalling the 3 sprites into their pokeballs, Shinji reclined on his bed, contemplating his next course of action. As he prepared to venture out in search of the black market's venue, a message from an unknown sender appeared on the wristwatch adorned with elven motifs. Upon opening the message, Shinji Ryozaki's pupils dilated sharply, followed by a cold, sinister smile gracing his features. Chapter 19. Pawns in the dilapidated district of Aohong City. Within the confines of the Black Axe Bar, a cold-faced man clad in casual attire sat in a small corner, brooding over his drink. Several brave souls, mustering the courage to approach him for service, were swiftly deterred by the icy glare emanating from his eyes. Beside him, sprawled across the table, was a heavily tattooed bald man, whose head had been punctured, crimson blood oozing relentlessly from the wound. 2 burly men seated nearby, their faces flushed and slick with perspiration, exhibited sheer panic. Their trepidation stemmed from the presence of a massive, emerald-green mantis perched upon their table, its razor-sharp sides poised threateningly against their necks. The patrons within the bar seemed oblivious to this bizarre scene, continuing their conversations and revelry as if nothing were amiss. The clinking of glasses, the shrill screams of the barmaids, and the cacophony of boasts echoed throughout the establishment. However, a few children huddled in a corner, exchanging furtive glances, and soon, a ragged-haired boy clad in tattered burlap stealthily slipped out through the back door. In less than 2 minutes, 5 members of the Black Axe gang, clad in their ominous black uniforms and adorned with several pokeballs, burst through the door, striding directly to the cold-faced man. The leader, a rotund fellow with 2 axe tattoos emblazoned on his face, unceremoniously planted a small axe onto the man's table with a resounding thud, silencing the bar instantly. A hush fell over the room as patrons craned their necks to witness the unfolding drama, some even whistling in anticipation. "Hey there, newcomer. This is our territory. The Black Axe gang. How dare you lay a hand on one of our own? Are you tired of living?" The corpulent man bellowed, jabbing a finger menacingly at the cold-faced man, the digit nearly grazing his cheek. Yet, just 3 centimeters from its target, the finger froze in midair. The rotund man found himself ensnared by a pair of ruthlessly cold eyes. He was certain he was not mistaken. That gaze was one that disregarded life itself, a look only possessed by a relentless executioner. In his years traversing the murky depths of the underworld, he had encountered such eyes merely thrice before. This was the 4th. Those who bore such a stare were invariably reapers of death. "My esteemed sir, it seems one of our men has acted foolishly. I implore you, show mercy. We, the Black Axe gang, shall serve you diligently in the future, should you grant us your favor." Recognizing he had offended a harbinger of death, the once menacing visage of the rotund man transformed into an obsequious grin, resembling a bumbling sycophant, beads of cold sweat trickling down his brow. The muscular henchman behind him also exhibited signs of alarm upon receiving a glance from the cold-faced man. "I am awaiting someone. Those who wish to live, kindly leave." The cold-faced man cast a disdainful glance at the portly figure before him, then turned away to continue sipping the bitter liquor from his glass. In an authoritative tone, he remarked, "Indeed, we shall take our leave. Please, enjoy your drink at your leisure. I shall cover the cost." The rotund man, upon hearing this, felt as though he had been granted a reprieve, nodding and bowing in deference. He shot a fierce glare at the 2 subordinates ensnared by the flying mantis. The hefty figure departed as hastily as he had arrived, abandoning even his axe, and the entire exchange transpired in less than 2 minutes. Yet, once the portly man exited, a significant area around the cold-faced man's table became instantly vacant, with those who had previously been jeering and watching the spectacle hastily settling their tabs and leaving. The cold-faced man resumed his solitary drinking, while the remaining patrons of the bar continued their revelry, as if everything had returned to normal. However, an oppressive atmosphere lingered throughout the establishment, prompting some patrons to vacate the premises. An hour later, a disheveled young boy appeared in the now desolate bar. The gaunt child was puzzled by the stark contrast of the midday bustle he had expected, yet acutely aware of his hunger. Clutching a few coins tightly in his left hand, he summoned his courage and stepped inside, placing a note on the cold-faced man's table as instructed by a mysterious figure. Just as he set the note down and turned to leave, a sharp scythe pressed against his slender neck. The boy refrained from screaming, though anxiety clouded his expression as he gazed at the menacing green mantis before him. He gritted his teeth, striving to keep his body still, but the terror within him was uncontainable, causing his frame to tremble. After reading the note, the cold-faced man waved dismissively at the flying mantis, who understood and released the scythe from the boy's throat. The instant he was freed, the boy dashed out of the bar like the wind, disappearing into a narrow alley. The note read, "At dawn, the usual place." After the boy's departure, the cold-faced man rose to leave, leaving a coin on the table. As he stepped out of the bar, several inebriated men, previously sprawled on the floor, suddenly opened their eyes and staggered out. A mere 15 minutes later, a few dismembered corpses were discovered in the slum's alleyways. At dawn, in a dilapidated building on the outskirts of the city, the cold-faced man sat upon a dust-covered chair, gazing at the frigid moon outside. The sound of footsteps echoed through the crumbling structure, prompting him to slowly turn his head and catch sight of a man in black attire and a mask. The two locked eyes for a minute before each tossed a half-broken stone into the air, where they perfectly aligned before returning to their respective hands. Why contact me at this moment? The situation has become precarious, and the likelihood of exposure is high. Unless you provide a satisfactory explanation, our business is far from concluded. The masked man rasped, dissatisfaction evident in his voice. Not concluded? What are you really? Just do as you're told. Without the resources we've provided, could you have grown so swiftly? The cold-faced man remarked with a scowl. And what if I refuse? The masked figure in black retorted icily. In an instant, a sharp scythe descended from the heavens, aiming to cleave the masked man in two. However, a mass of thick, black sludge surged forth from behind him, forming a protective barrier that intercepted the emerald blade. Then, a large hand of muck emerged, attempting to grasp the airborne mantis above. Yet, with a deft flap of its wings, the agile mantis evaded the attack and returned to the side of the cold-faced man. The plan has been accelerated. It seems I must utilize you, my pawn. Hand over the intelligence you have gathered. Everything you desire is right here, the cold-faced man stated gravely, fixing his gaze upon the masked figure. Oh, is that so? What does that matter to me? My peril has increased, so naturally, my remuneration must be raised, double. I demand double the reward, the masked man declared coldly. Double. Are you not concerned you might burst from greed? Remember, you are not the only pawn. I can easily alter the terms of this exchange, the cold-faced man warned, a murderous intent radiating from him. Humph. Do as you wish, the deal is off. Unfazed by the cold-faced man's hostility, the masked figure turned to leave. Wait. Leave the goods behind if you wish to depart. Jengar, eliminate him. Unable to contain his murderous impulse in the face of the masked man's obstinacy, the cold-faced man acted swiftly. Yet, a minute passed without Jengar's appearance. Oh, are you referring to this fellow? Abra, return him, the masked man said with a slight smile, addressing the darkness above. Subsequently, a battle-weary Jengar fell from the shadows, its left hand appearing to have been bitten off, a significant chunk missing. Then, a hissing sound arose as a large purple serpent emerged from the darkness, greedily fixating on the cold-faced man. Incredible, to think you've evolved to this extent in just a few short years. I must admit, I underestimated you. However, if this is all the strength you possess, your end is inevitable. The cold-faced man did not even glance at the injured Jengar, but remained fixated on the masked man, retrieving a golden pokeball from around his neck. You would do well not to release him. Let me warn you, Caesar is nearby. If you value your life, it would be wise to comply with my demands. Upon seeing the golden pokeball, the masked man's pupils dilated, and he spoke slowly. Hand over the goods, and I shall spare you. I want what I came for. They both declared simultaneously, their gazes locked in an intense standoff, the air around them seemingly solidified, both exuding a palpable aura of menace, on the brink of confrontation. Suddenly, a voice shattered the silence. "Brother Shinji, are you inside? Lord Caesar has summoned us for a gathering," proclaimed a Team Rocket grunt as he appeared at the entrance of the dilapidated building. "Humph, if it's just one, then forget it." Upon hearing the voice, the cold-faced man swiftly retracted the murderous aura that enveloped him. He retrieved a small parcel from his belongings and handed it to the masked figure clad in black. Without hesitation, the masked man instantly suppressed his own malice, accepted the parcel, and after a brief glance inside, extracted a small black notebook, tossing it to the cold-faced man. Within its pages, a detailed schematic of the structure and firepower distribution of the Team Rocket base in Shallow Red City was meticulously illustrated. If they failed to breach it, the fault would lie with your alliance. Here is a piece of advice. In a week, Caesar will depart from the base. After tossing the notebook to the cold-faced man, the masked figure turned and retreated into the darkness ahead. "Ryazaki Shinji, truly a disobedient pawn," the cold-faced man muttered, not bothering to verify the authenticity of the notebook. He secured it close, casting a cold gaze into the shadows. Main character and Pokémon data. Update 3. Ryazaki Shinji status trainer. Ryazaki Shinji trainer level, 36 strength. Intermediate elite skills. Basic martial arts items. Toxic or Pokémon. 3 Pokémon. Weezing, variant, ability, levitate type. Poison fire Pokémon level, 38 strength. Advanced elite potential. Intermediate champion held item. Black sludge, defective, mastered skills. Sludge bomb variant. Rapid spin, taunt, smokescreen, toxic fog, flamethrower, poison fire, dark fog, self-destruct, will-o-wisp, toxic, poison damage. Setting, skills, once mastered, cannot be forgotten. They can be enhanced through training. In official Pokémon battles, only 4 skills may be used, while the rest are unrestricted. Pokémon. Arbok, variant, ability, intimidate, enhanced, type. Poison Pokémon level, 36 strength. Intermediate elite potential. Low champion held item. None mastered skills. Glare, enhanced. Acid, enhanced. Bite, bind. Poison tail, inherited. Coil, poison fong. Scare, ice fong. Thunder fong, fire fong. Special ability, serpent pattern change. Attack pattern, defense pattern. Speed pattern, Pokémon. Grimer, shiny. Ability, sticky hold shiny ability. Splitting, can divide into several identical entities. As long as the distance from the main body does not exceed 100 meters, the main body can share the vision of the splits. If the splits exceed 100 meters from the main body, they will perish rapidly. If the main body dies while splits exist, those splits will actively become the new main body. The splits possess all abilities of the main body, but their type is determined by the size given by the main body. If a split successfully divides or dies, the attributes allocated to it by the main body will be temporarily lost. Attributes, Poison Pokémon level, 35 held item, Premium Black Sludge, acquired from Miyamoto Sakura's Foul Sludge, Strength. Intermediate elite potential, Advanced champion skills mastered, Harden. Petrification technique, Minimize, Mud Bomb, Sludge Bomb, Sludge Wave, Toxic, Protect, Inherited, Chapter 20. Sudden mission. Who informed you to assemble? I did not receive any notification. Are we no longer required to carry out our routine patrols? With a sullen expression, Ryuji Shinzai, clad in Team Rocket's grunt's attire, emerged from the derelict building, glaring at the Team Rocket soldier before him. I don't know either. I was just informed by other patrollers moments ago. Big brother Shinzai, let us hurry. Since it's Lord Caesar's command, there must be significant actions underway. If we are late, that esteemed individual could become quite irate. The Team Rocket soldier exclaimed nervously upon noticing Ryuji's displeased demeanor. Before him stood a tall young man renowned for having completed 2 compulsory missions, death missions, an impressive feat. Although still classified as a grunt, his strength far surpassed that of ordinary Team Rocket soldiers, who had not even experienced a single death mission. In the ranks of Team Rocket in Shallow Red City, Ryuji Shinzai's name was somewhat well known. He was a peculiar character with formidable power. Rumors suggested he had already attained elite-level strength, but had not been promoted for reasons unknown. Many who had cooperated with him and subsequently found themselves at odds had met glorious ends during missions. He certainly did not wish to join their ranks. Very well, then lead the way, Ryuji replied with an expressionless tone. Yes, this way, big brother Shinzai, the young Team Rocket soldier responded, eager to comply. He released his noctowl and took the lead to scout ahead. Before departing, Ryuji cast a fleeting glance at the cold-faced man perched in the derelict building's window. A glint of cold light flickering in his eyes. Next time, fortune will not favor you so, he thought. Disobedient pawns must all meet their demise. The cold-faced man watched Ryuji vanish from his sight, smirking to himself before hastily leaving the abandoned building. 10 minutes later, Ryuji and his companion arrived at a clearing in a small forest on the outskirts of Shallow Red City, where numerous Team Rocket soldiers had already gathered. However, the highest-ranking official of the Shallow Red City base, the lower-ranking officer Caesar, had yet to arrive, leaving only his 5 trusted subordinates, 5 elite members of Team Rocket, to maintain order. I apologize for the sudden notice, but Caesar-sama is unable to attend due to urgent matters. Therefore, I shall be in command of this operation. Pay close attention. Our mission is to recover a batch of Pokémon that recently escaped from the laboratory. Each one bears our implanted tracking devices, and with this radar in my hand, locating them will be effortless. Remember, they are valuable experimental subjects. They must not be killed but captured alive," declared the leading elite Team Rocket member, holding a black radar device, as he instructed his subordinates to distribute the tracking radars. Approximately 200 escapees of the small sprites have emerged, and the personnel from the scientific department have been quite generous this time, offering a reward of 200 points for each captured sprite, provided they are alive. Observing that everyone was equipped with tracking radars, a burly man promptly cast out a bait. Indeed, the previously lethargic Team Rocket grunts immediately sprang into action, their faces betraying a glint of greed. Should we not inform them? There are still a few formidable creatures on the loose, ones that these inept individuals could hardly contend with. A rather unassuming bald youth, standing beside the burly man, inquired once the Team Rocket grunts had departed. As if opportunities fall from the sky. If they encounter trouble, it is merely a stroke of bad luck. Now, let us set forth. Such lucrative tasks are rare. Let us see who can capture the most. The one who captures the least shall treat us to drinks tomorrow. The burly man chuckled cruelly, then addressed his companions with a congenial demeanor. Absolutely. Agreed. Of course. No cheating. The 5 of them laughed and promptly dispersed. 30 minutes later, in a small grove, Ryuzaki Shinji, with a stoic expression, directed his Apacra to inflict severe injury upon a Nidorino before capturing it in a Pokeball. Well done, Apacra. Receiving the Pokeball from Apacra, Ryuzaki gently patted its head. Following the incident in the sewer, his trust in the serpentine creature had significantly grown. As his own strength increased, Apacra had become entirely subjugated, or perhaps it had realized resistance against Ryuzaki was futile. Standing before Ryuzaki, the towering Apacra, nearly 2 meters tall, bowed its head respectfully, allowing Ryuzaki to stroke its serpentine head. Suddenly, it turned its gaze sharply towards a nearby thicket. "Come out, if you wish to avoid your demise," Ryuzaki stated, stowing the Pokeball in his backpack, his voice tinged with an undercurrent of menace. Apacra hissed, its forked tongue flicking as it gradually advanced towards the thicket. Its cold, merciless eyes gleaming with avarice. It hoped the intruder would disregard its master's command, thus providing it with a feast. It had been far too long since it had tasted human flesh, a delicacy that lingered tantalizingly in its memory. Wait, I'm coming out. It's me, Matsumoto. Please don't let Apacra devour me." A panicked Team Rocket grunt emerged from the thicket. He was the same individual who had initially alerted Ryuzaki about Team Rocket's presence, and he gazed at the avaricious purple serpent with profound dread. "What do you want by following me? What are your intentions?" Shinji Ryuzaki did not even glance at him, merely coldly stating that the Apachai had already encircled him with its massive body. A thin stream of corrosive saliva dripped from its gaping maw. Should Ryuzaki express the slightest discontent, this human would become its midnight snack. I just arrived and accidentally overheard the conversation among the elites. They mentioned that among the fleeing sprites, there is a truly fearsome creature, which is why I wish to follow you, my dear brother. Please spare my life." Initially trembling with fear, Motomatsu quickly regained his eloquence upon witnessing the drool of the Apachai pooling on the ground, and he hastily expressed his thoughts. "So what? Why should I assist you?" Ryuzaki scoffed, momentarily taken aback. "My Noivern can accurately locate the fleeing sprites. I can help you capture them. With my assistance, you are bound to reap great rewards." As Ryuzaki contemplated using him as fodder for the Apachai, Motomatsu hastily proclaimed his worth. "Oh, this is intriguing. Release him, Apachai." Upon hearing Motomatsu's words, Ryuzaki's eyes brightened slightly, and he waved his hand, signaling the Apachai to cease its advance. The Apachai cast a resentful glance at Ryuzaki, then reluctantly released Motomatsu, returning to Ryuzaki's side. Ha, don't be upset. I'll ensure you receive the finest cuts of meat." Ryuzaki chuckled at the sight of the Apachai and made a promise. The Apachai nodded in resignation. "Phew, I'm saved." Motomatsu slumped to the ground, gasping for breath. When the Apachai opened its enormous mouth, he thought his fate was sealed, but fortunately, His value had been acknowledged. 1 minute later. Hey, don't lie there. Hurry and search for them. If you fail, the Apachai will have a feast. Ryazaki turned his head, coldly addressing Motomatsu, who lay on the ground like a defeated dog. Yes, I'll start right away. Motomatsu jolted upright at the words, releasing his Noivern to utilize ultrasonic waves to locate the fleeing sprites. Under the guidance of Motomatsu's Noivern, Ryazaki's search speed indeed increased significantly. Within just an hour, they had captured 8 of the escaping sprites. Not one to be miserly, Ryazaki permitted Motomatsu to capture 2 more through a bit of opportunism, which greatly boosted Motomatsu's enthusiasm for finding the fleeing sprites for Ryazaki. However, when they followed the Noivern to a lake in the woods, an unexpected situation arose nearby. The sound of explosions echoed as various sprite attacks collided. A great fire began to spread through the forest, transforming the previously tranquil woods into a cacophony of chaos. Chapter 21. Experimental subject: Why do you damned humans wish to capture me? Please, what are those substances contained in these syringes? The pain is unbearable. My superpowers are growing stronger, yet why do I still endure such suffering? Humanity is a cursed species, all must perish. Go forth, I have released you. In return, you shall aid me in annihilating all the humans here. Deep within the forest, a Gyarados, marked with a golden emblem of superpower on its forehead, floated in the air, wreaking havoc. Encased within a blue shield of superpower, it remained impervious to the assaults of surrounding fairies, who were utterly unable to breach its protective barrier. Scattered around it lay the gruesome remains of dozens of fairies and humans. Their heads exploded in a horrific display of death. Damn it! Those wretched scientists failed to disclose the truth. What on earth is this Gyarados? Its abilities far surpass those of an ordinary specimen. Even my Houndoom is on the verge of collapse. The leader of this operation, a burly elite from Team Rocket, spoke with a grim expression. Indeed, the battle has persisted for 20 minutes, and this Gyarados' powers show no signs of waning. If this continues, we shall surely face total annihilation. And the forest is already ablaze. The rangers and police from the Alliance will soon arrive. Daiki, it is time to make a decision. The expressionless young man, bald-headed, urgently addressed his companion, Daiki Yamazaki. Curse it, must we truly retreat in disgrace? You should know, Kenichi, that if Lord Caesar becomes enraged, we are all doomed. The mere thought of the bloodthirsty General Caesar's wrath drained the color from Yamazaki's face as he spoke resolutely. Yet, we are on the brink of collapse. Have you not noticed that more and more fairies are fleeing? If we do not leave now, escape will become impossible. This cannot be blamed on us. The intelligence provided by those scientists was flawed. Surely, Lord Caesar will not hold us accountable. However, if we suffer heavy losses here, our blunders will be significant. The bald-headed youth, Kenichi Ishida, expressed his dissatisfaction. Were it not for this fool leading the mission, he would have fled long ago. This genetically enhanced experiment was far too formidable for them to handle. Remaining here would only lead to their demise. Yamazaki hesitated. But when his Houndoom was obliterated by a single attack from Gyarados, cold sweat broke out over him. Now, his only vicious Pokémon had been defeated. He had no resources left to confront this seemingly invincible Gyarados, and, gritting his teeth in frustration, he reluctantly issued the retreat order. The remaining Team Rocket members, who had been valiantly holding their ground, felt a wave of relief wash over them upon hearing this command, each employing their own methods to escape the battle. Humph. You wish to flee, humans? You shall all perish. Block their escape. A chilling voice echoed in the minds of all retreating Team Rocket members and the nearby fairies. Their eyes ablaze with rage, launched their assaults. Ah, save me. I do not wish to die. You wretched beings, gas bombs, self-destruct. Do not perish, my fellow Zubat. I shall fight with you. Cries of despair echoed from behind, as Yamazaki Daiki and Ishida Kenichi's expressions grew increasingly grim. Their mission had already ended in failure, resulting in significant losses. Even if they survived this ordeal, they would undoubtedly face severe repercussions from Caesar for their poor command. The thought of the impending dreadful punishment sank their spirits, leaving their faces pallid with dread. Not far from the battlefield, perched high on a large tree, Ryazaki Shinji sat with great relish, observing the chaotic escape unfolding below. Lord Shinji, shall we not intervene to assist? With your prowess, you could surely save many, murmured the timid Matsumoto Oda, his initial joy from earning points long since vanished, replaced by sorrow and fear for the impending deaths of his comrades. Illuminated by the flames, Ryazaki Shinji's deep, dark eyes turned to regard the Na'vi youth beside him, revealing a profound disdain and loathing. Ha ha ha, save them. What concern is that of mine? Lacking strength, they deserve to perish, he scoffed inwardly. Matsumoto Oda bowed his head deeply, too afraid to meet Ryuzaki Shinji's gaze, knowing he had erred in his words. How could this cold-hearted individual ever consider saving anyone? Merely refraining from adding insult to injury was already a display of exceptional mercy. Even his own survival hinged solely on his perceived utility. It was foolishly naive of him to expect compassion from such a man, he thought bitterly. Worthless. Ryuzaki Shinji remarked, a flicker of disappointment glimmering in his eyes as he noted Matsumoto's averted gaze. Had the boy summoned the courage to confront him directly, perhaps he might have regarded him with a modicum of respect. Alas, he appeared to be nothing more than a blustering fool, unworthy of his attention. A sudden thunderous roar disrupted the moment, drawing Ryuzaki Shinji's focus back to the battlefield. A desperate group of Team Rocket members had commenced a suicidal assault, embracing bombs in a bid to perish alongside the Pokémon. Others commanded their explosive-capable Pokémon, such as gas bombs, Geodude, and Electrode, to self-destruct. This reckless act resulted in severe casualties among the pursuing Pokémon, while the faster members of Team Rocket successfully evaded their relentless pursuers. The self-detonations not only inflicted heavy losses on the chasing Pokémon, but also fueled the flames of chaos, which rapidly spread. Pokémon dwelling in the forest fled in terror, plunging the scene into further disarray. The Team Rocket members, responsible for this turmoil, soon found themselves targeted by the irate forest Pokémon, who rallied to obstruct their escape, leaving the beleaguered Team Rocket members beset on all sides, their numbers dwindling further. The forest fire ultimately attracted the attention of the local authorities in Xinhong City. Numerous firefighting teams rushed towards the scene, accompanied by a multitude of Junsha and security personnel. Some forest rangers, already active in the vicinity, had arrived early. However, in their urgency to prevent the fire from spreading, they had no time to deal with the rocket team. They promptly utilized their forest flutes to command water-type Pokémon to assist in extinguishing the flames. It is time to leave. Those damn league dogs are already here. With a sardonic smile, Longqijini remarked, as he retrieved a set of civilian clothes from his waist pouch and changed out of his rocket team uniform before shouting on Matsumoto. Without regard for Matsumoto's reaction, he leaped from a tree over 10 meters high. Just before hitting the ground, a large mass of black sludge emerged, and two large black muddy hands caught him securely. Longqijini commanded the sludge to shrink and adhere to him, then summoned his Apakachu, strolling leisurely into the woods, disappearing from sight. How can you remain so indifferent? What am I supposed to do? Xiaodian Matsumoto expressed deep disappointment as he watched Longqijini abandon him, engulfed in confusion. The bat Pokémon beside him fluttered close, calling out to him. I understand, bat. Let's go. Xiaodian Matsumoto patted the bat's head with a wry smile, realizing that this was not the time for contemplation. He needed to devise a way to navigate through the current crisis as the blaring of police sirens enveloped the area. At the western edge of the forest, Longqijini commanded his Apakachu and Sludge to defeat two Crimson-Eyed Houndoom, deftly tossing Pokeballs to capture them. According to the radar signals in his hand, these two Pokémon were also test subjects. How long do you plan to wait, Youngura? Are you still afraid of me? Longqijini spoke softly to the dark night sky. He had evaded the League's search and reached the edge of the woods, frequently ambushed by these escaped test subjects. But unfortunately for them, they had chosen the wrong opponent, all falling to his defeat and capture. Some stubborn rebels met their demise at his hands. Longqijini found this surprising, but soon realized that these Pokémon were being manipulated, and the one commanding them to their deaths could only be their leader, Youngura. Human, you are strong, unlike those two from before, but you are still their accomplice, and thus, I cannot allow you to escape. As these thoughts echoed in his mind, a Youngura, marked with a glowing psychic insignia on its forehead, descended slowly from the night sky before Longqijini, its eyes blood-red. Hee. Let us see what you are capable of. Longqijini gazed at the extraordinary Youngura before him, his eyes reflecting a profound greed. Chapter 22. A helping hand prepared to perish, you accomplice of humanity. Yangjila's eyes gleamed with a crimson light, and an immense surge of psychic energy emanated from his being. Enormous blue psychic blades emerged from various angles, aimed at the hapless Apaqua, clearly intending to reduce it to mere fragments. This adversary proved to be exceptionally formidable. Apaqua, unleash your evolved prowess. Serpent pattern transformation, speed serpent. Observing Apaqua ensnared, Ryuzaki Shinji exhibited no signs of panic, calmly addressing the steadfast Apaqua, who had absorbed the fruit of the demon tree, significantly enhancing its innate abilities and undergoing a mutation. Most crucially, Apaqua awakened the rarest innate ability of its lineage, serpent pattern transformation. Apaqua from different regions exhibited distinct serpent patterns, which, according to research by Pokémon scholars, could be categorized into 3 types: attack serpent, defense serpent, and speed serpent. Typically, a pack with serpent patterns remained fixed, with only those of exceptional talent or those who reached a certain level of power capable of awakening this racial talent. A Pakwa mastering serpent pattern transformation was undoubtedly among the most terrifying predators within the realm of Pokémon. Hissing, a Pakwa's serpent pattern on its chest instantly transformed, radiating a brilliant glow indicative of enhanced speed. In a flash, it left behind an afterimage as the colossal blue psychic blades sliced through the phantom, shattering it into fragments. When a Pakwa reappeared, it was already behind Yangela. Caught off guard by the sudden onslaught, Yangela was momentarily startled. Although he could not employ teleportation in time, his reflexes proved remarkably swift. A surge of psychic energy coursed through him, and with a swift motion of his spoon, a blue psychic shield materialized, enveloping him in protection. "A Pakwa, shatter it with your bite," Ryuzaki Shinji commanded with a slight smile. Since the shield was constructed from psychic energy, a vicious move could undoubtedly breach the very barrier that had previously thwarted numerous Team Rocket members. Yamazaki Daiki's Black Houndoom had failed not due to a lack of strength, but because it could not approach the agile Yangela. The optimal strategy against such a Pokémon, capable of rapid teleportation, was to strike unexpectedly. Being swifter than the foe was paramount. A Pakwa's gaping maw accumulated a substantial amount of malevolent energy, effortlessly piercing through Yangela's psychic shield. In the midst of Yangela's panicked gaze, a Pakwa latched onto the arm wielding the spoon, its venomous fangs sinking deep into the target, injecting a torrent of poison into its prey. Yangela, struck by a Pakwa's lethal bite, emitted a pained howl as a layer of purple swiftly enveloped his entire right arm. With scattered purple spots appearing across his body, he had been poisoned. "Ha! It seems you possess some skill after all. How bold of you to seek vengeance. Truly, you are overestimating yourself." Shinji Ryuzaki shook his head, a hint of disappointment evident in his demeanor. Although this Yangera had undergone genetic modification by the mythical Mew, endowing it with formidable powers, it was clear that it could not master such strength with finesse. He had witnessed the true might of Mew, whose control over its abilities was nothing short of artistic, rendering it an invincible entity. In the past, as a mere observer, he had participated from a distance in a grand capture operation of Mew, where even the 3 top executives of Team Rocket had failed to subdue it, nearly leading to their own annihilation at the hands of the enraged creature. This Yangera was merely an illusion of power. "Do not underestimate me, you wretched human. Prepare to meet your demise." Yangera's eyes blazed with a crimson glow, fueled by the disdain emanating from the human before it. The creature unleashed a torrent of psychic energy, forcefully repelling the creature Apashu that had been clamped onto its arm. Grasping a psychic spoon with its left hand, Yangera swung it, sending forth a massive psychic blade that zipped towards Shinji Ryuzaki. "Struggle as you must, Apashu, come forth and deliver another crushing bite." Faced with the approaching blade, Shinji did not flinch or evade. Instead, he commanded the Apashu, which had been flung into the grass by the psychic force. With a resounding clang, the psychic blade was intercepted by a verdant energy shield, as a small black mud creature the size of an egg extended its tiny hands in a protective display. Shinji remained unscathed. Just as Yangera's psychic blade was thwarted by the mud creature's protective skill, the ground to Yangera's left suddenly fractured, and a colossal serpentine head erupted forth, its gaping maw sinking into Yangera's left arm. The attack was devastating, and this time, Yangera's left arm, like the right, fell victim to venomous corrosion, rendering it immobile. Within mere seconds, the neurotoxin from Apashu began to take effect, inflicting severe damage on Yangera and incapacitating it, leaving it sprawled on the ground. One misstep led to another. Such was the nature of Pokémon battles. To reverse one's fortunes, only a grievous error on the opponent's part could allow for such a fantasy. Your vengeance has reached its conclusion. Now, allow me to harness the power of your hatred, Shinji declared, retrieving a handcrafted pitch-black Pokeball from his person and casting it toward Yangera. However, just as the obsidian Pokeball was about to strike Yangera, a searing line of fire incinerated it to ashes. "Kid, this is our Team Rocket Pokemon. It would be wise for you to summon it." A booming voice resonated from the nearby thicket. Emerging from the woods were several disheveled Team Rocket members and a Nidoking, including Yamazaki Daiki and his group, who had just escaped the League's pursuit. Yet, from their earlier numbers, they had dwindled to mere single digits, likely due to falling prey to wild Pokémon or being captured by the League. Yamazaki Daiki gazed upon the fallen Yangera, a profound greed glinting in his eyes. Ignoring the reactions of the nearby Ryuzaki Shinji, he boldly approached Yangera, brandishing a specially crafted Pokeball from Team Rocket, intent on capturing the creature. "If you dare take another step forward, I shall annihilate you all." A chilling voice resonated through the air, striking fear into the audacious members of Team Rocket, as if they were being scrutinized by some formidable beast. "What do you mean, kid? Do you really think you can oppose Team Rocket?" Yamazaki Daiki felt a tremor of intimidation from Ryuzaki Shinji's murderous intent. Yet, he remained resolute, attempting to leverage Team Rocket's reputation to intimidate this seemingly ordinary trainer clad in civilian attire. Though astonished by the opponent's formidable prowess in overcoming Yungara, which had cost them dearly, he still believed that this common trainer would not dare to confront Team Rocket. "Wait, Daiki. The opponent is formidable. We should avoid conflict and retreat," Ishida Kenichi interjected hastily. Unlike Yamazaki, he was not so oblivious to the gravity of the situation. It was evident from the towering youth's serious demeanor that he was not to be trifled with. The opponent's ability to single-handedly defeat Yungara was beyond doubt. Engaging him with their current strength would be tantamount to seeking death. "Enough. This mission is under my command. Though this civilian possesses some strength, his success was merely a stroke of luck. We have lost so many brothers to weaken Yungara, and now you expect me to let him take it? How can I face the fallen?" Yamazaki Daiki's countenance darkened at Ishida Kenichi's words, and he snapped back with a scowl, inciting palpable discontent among the surrounding Team Rocket grunts. "These fools, can't they comprehend the situation? If they're to perish, they shouldn't drag me down with them," Ishida Kenichi thought, his face blanching as he realized that his words bore no weight. This obstinate fool was determined to reclaim Yungara to atone for his own failures. "Ha ha ha, you amuse me. A pack of stray dogs dares to bark before me? Eliminate them, Apakash. Use your dissolving fluid. Tonight, you shall feast." Ryuzaki Shinji, masquerading as a civilian, erupted into maniacal laughter, his killing intent now unrestrained as he issued a command to Apakash. In an instant, a Team Rocket grunt struck by Apakash's dissolving fluid was reduced to a puddle, followed swiftly by the second and third grunts meeting the same fate. "You insolent brat. How dare you resist Team Rocket? Kill him. Nidoking, unleash Hyper Beam." Realizing that his subordinates were being ambushed by Apakash, Yamazaki Daiki seethed with rage, commanding Nidoking to attack, while the remaining Team Rocket grunts released their Pokémon, hoping to overwhelm the seemingly outnumbered Ryuzaki Shinji with sheer numbers. However, Ryuzaki Shinji was not one to falter in battle. "You vile members of Team Rocket. How despicable and shameless it is for so many of you to bully a single individual." With a melodious voice imbued with a sense of justice, a girl named Junsha appeared at Shin's Ryuzaki's side, riding a magnificent red canine. In unison, they prepared to fight. With a resounding crash, the Wind Speed Dog's powerful attack collided with Nidoking's destructive beam, resulting in a violent explosion. As the smoke dissipated, a multitude of League members clad in uniforms, along with some valiant trainers, gathered around Ryuzaki. "Young man, you are now safe. Leave the rest to us," Junsha said, flashing a radiant smile at the bewildered Ryuzaki. His expression darkened instantly. Chapter 23. The outcome once again. "It is you irritating League hounds. Do you dare approach us with so few? Do you truly believe Team Rocket is an easy target?" Daiki Yamazaki sneered, his demeanor darkening upon seeing Junsha and her companions. Earlier, while fleeing, these so-called champions of justice had taken advantage of the chaos, resulting in the capture of several of his comrades. With a burning desire for revenge, he ordered an attack. "Daiki, cease your assault. It is time to retreat. We cannot afford to be captured. You know all the wrath of Lord Caesar," Kenichi Ishida interjected, attempting to seize command amidst the chaos. "Come forth, Golem, and create a rock barrier to block their advance. You fools, what are you waiting for? Don't you wish to avoid capture? Let the little Pokémon cover our retreat." However, the surrounding Team Rocket members ignored him and chose to unleash their Pokémon alongside Daiki to resist the League's forces. Many of their friends had been slain or captured by the League, and they could not contain their anger at this encounter. With a thunderous roar, the towering Nidoking unleashed a torrent of flames upon the League members. The ground trembled as a massive rock serpent erupted from beneath, sending several unfortunate souls flying. Their fates uncertain, the serpent roared, gathering rock energy, causing countless fragments to materialize from the sky and rain down upon their foes. Faced with the impending inferno and falling boulders, the League members were thrown into disarray. "Stay calm, Wind Speed Dog. Charge forward with Flamethrower, and do not let them escape," Junsha commanded, nimbly leaping from her mount, deftly dodging the descending debris, and directing the Wind Speed Dog in a counterattack. "Humph, a bunch of worthless fools. Come forth, Weezing, and obliterate those rocks with your rapid spin, then take down that massive golem." Arbok, transform into your serpent form, and unleash a barrage of attacks. Upon witnessing the abysmal combat prowess of the Alliance members, Shinji Ryozaki's eyes betrayed a sense of disdain. However, as a civilian trainer, he found himself temporarily allied with these so-called defenders, intending to exploit their presence to alleviate the onslaught of Team Rocket. Thus, he could not allow them to perish so readily and promptly summoned a Weezing for support. Without hesitation, his swift Houndoom charged into the flames ahead, consuming the inferno as if it were but water absorbed by a sponge. Instantly, its vitality surged to unprecedented heights, engulfed in ethereal blue flames as it dashed forward, scattering all diminutive foes like bowling pins struck by a ball. Yet, the chaos did not end there. Flames erupted from their very beings, plunging them into a state of severe burns. Hearty, chilling laughter echoed as a colossal Weezing emerged in a flash of white light. Upon its arrival, it began to spin at high velocity, barreling towards the Onyx. Every rock that plummeted from the heavens was obliterated by its whirling form, culminating in a violent collision with the Onyx, propelling the hefty creature a short distance away. The Weezing then ceased its rotation, its three heads opening wide as emerald flames erupted forth, engulfing the Onyx in a toxic blaze. With a hissing sound, the snake-like Arbok revealed its forked tongue, its cold, merciless eyes flashing with a crimson gleam. The patterns on its abdomen shifted instantaneously, radiating a brilliance that signified a substantial increase in offensive power. It slithered through the ranks of Team Rocket with a sinister grace, its gaping maw unleashing crackling bolts of electricity. With the activation of Thunder Fong, all Team Rocket members and Pokémon bitten fell victim to poison and paralysis. A thunderous cacophony erupted across the battlefield as various Pokémon unleashed their moves, generating violent explosions. The conflict soon escalated to a fever pitch, with Team Rocket and the Alliance clashing fiercely, casualties mounting on both sides. Nevertheless, with Ryozaki's intervention, the Alliance gradually gained the upper hand, pressing the attack against Team Rocket. You seek your demise, Nidoqueen. Use Hyper Beam and eliminate that wretch. Observing the ruthless command of Ryozaki's Arbok, many of his subordinates, witnessing their comrades savaged, felt their eyes blaze with fury. Unperturbed by the devastation wrought by Arbok and Houndoom, they immediately directed their own Nidoqueen to retaliate against Ryozaki. Onyx, swiftly dig and retreat. Do not linger in battle, withdraw. I command you. Witnessing the great Onyx being mercilessly tormented by the double-headed Weezing and besieged by the surrounding, regaining members of the Alliance, Kenichi Ishida resolutely commanded Onyx to burrow and escape. One of his primary Pokémon had already perished during the ambush on Tyranitar, and Onyx represented his last bastion of strength within Team Rocket. It was imperative that he not lose it. They were undeniably at a dire disadvantage now, and he had little desire to concern himself with the obstinate Tauros beside him. He began to retreat, harboring no hope for the Tyranitar still sprawled on the ground, as he knew the Alliance would not allow them to escape easily. Prolonging the confrontation would only lead to their demise. Run, Weezing. Use Smokescreen. Weezing, Smokescreen now. Deploy Smokescreen. Weezing. Geodude. Use Self-Destruct. I implore you. Thunderbolt. Use Self-Destruct. Upon seeing one of the leaders make a break for it, the remaining Team Rocket members ceased their resistance. The outcome of the battle was evidently clear. They were not fools and promptly unleashed their escape tool, Weezing, collectively employing Smokescreen. Some reluctant Team Rocket grunts even released Pokémon capable of self-destruct to cover their retreat. Nidoking's devastating beam ultimately failed to inflict any harm on Shinji Ryozaki, being effectively blocked by his bodyguard, Mook. Conversely, several Alliance members in close proximity to Rizaki were struck by the beam's scattered light, reducing them to mere wisps of white smoke, leaving no trace behind. The bloodlust remained unabated. If that is the case, I shall grant you your wish. Anyone who threatens my life must perish. Arbok, eliminate him. An orange beam shot forth from the murky smoke, aimed directly at him, sending a chill down his spine. Fortunately, Mook reacted swiftly, using Protect to shield him, yet this only solidified Ryozaki's murderous resolve. He no longer cared that Daiki Yamazaki was a key general under Caesar. He immediately set out to take his life. Damn it, Kenichi Ishida, that coward. Nidoking, pick up Tyranitar, we must leave. Yamazaki, seeing Ishida leading the retreat, felt his face flush with rage. However, he was not oblivious to the shifting tides. Their morale had been utterly shattered, and continuing the fight was futile. Reluctantly, he too chose to withdraw. Alas, a pair of crimson eyes obstructed his path to escape. A scream pierced the smoke, soon silenced, followed by a furious roar, which too was swiftly extinguished. The power of the Pokémon's self-destruct was overwhelming. The members of the Alliance dared not venture into the smoke to pursue, helplessly watching as Team Rocket slipped away before them. Cough, cough. Quickly, let the flying-type Pokémon disperse this smoke, Junsha exclaimed, covering her mouth and nose as she coughed, while her loyal Arcanines swiftly returned to her side, guarding her protectively. Without her prompting, the Alliance members had already released their flying-type Pokémon, such as Pidgey, Butterfree, and Fearow, to clear the dense smoke. The fumes from wheezing were toxic, and inhaling too much would lead to poisoning. Soon, the smoke was dispersed with the assistance of the flying-type fairies, while Team Rocket had long fled the scene. However, the lifeless bodies of both humans and Pokémon, alongside the chaos strewn across the ground, recounted the fierce battle that had transpired here. Where is that formidable trainer? Have any of you seen him? Junsha immediately inquired upon noticing that Ryosuke Shinji was absent from the crowd, yet everyone else shook their heads, expressing ignorance. Who exactly is he? Why do I feel something is amiss? Junsha pondered, her brow furrowing tighter, especially upon seeing the decapitated remains of Yamazaki Daiki and Nidoking. She recalled that there had been an unconscious Pokémon nearby, but it too had vanished. A kilometer above, Ryosuke Shinji sat atop a wheezing, observing the Alliance members below as they cleaned up the battlefield, holding a pitch-black Pokeball in his hand. Despite the twists and turns of the process, the outcome remained unchanged. You cannot escape my grasp, he mused, chuckling softly to himself. Let us depart, wheezing. Alliance, humph. After securing the Pokeball, Ryosuke cast a cold glance at the Alliance members below, but ultimately dismissed any thoughts of attacking them. Although he harbored disdain for the Alliance, he would not stoop to aiding Team Rocket in such a manner. Thus, under the cover of night, a massive wheezing, carrying a tall young man, departed this place of turmoil. Chapter 24. Storm clouds gathering in the depths of the night in Qianhong City, within a concealed black clinic in the slums. A figure clad in black with a mask coldly scrutinized a comatose Gyarados lying on the operating table, while beside him stood an ugly old man with a perpetual grin. I've heard you are the most renowned black doctor of this generation. Can you accomplish what I request? The masked man's piercing gaze shifted to the grotesque old man, whose eyes sparkled with a keen interest as they fixated on the Gyarados. No problem. I can safely extract the tracker from him. It's child's play. However, you must be prepared to offer a bit more, as the risks I undertake are considerable. The old man, revealing a set of yellowed teeth, grinned at the dangerous aura emanating from the masked figure. Rubbing his thumb and index finger together, he recognized the type well, the seasoned trickster of the gray area. He had encountered individuals far worse. Yet they all shared a common trait. As long as you demonstrate your value, they would not turn against you. In other words, as long as he could fulfill the masked man's demands, he could effortlessly reclaim his beloved little creatures. This is a silver card containing 100,000 Alliance coins, which should suffice to silence you. Now, let us get to work. Your time is limited. I expect to see the tracker within 30 minutes. Or you are well aware of the consequences. The man in black, masked and cloaked, tossed the Alliance silver card towards the ugly old man, then stepped aside to allow him to proceed with the operation. Ha ha ha, enough, enough. You are indeed generous. No problem at all. It will be done in no time. Not even needing 30 minutes. Rest assured. The old man, despite his unsightly appearance, nimbly caught the Alliance silver card, swiftly retrieving a small device from his person. He inserted the card into the machine's slot, and as he glanced at the display screen, his wrinkled face blossomed with delight, akin to a daisy in full bloom. He promptly pocketed the card, rubbed his hands together, and directed a gaze towards the man in black that was now imbued with even greater eagerness and sincerity. Do not dawdle, get to work. You have 28 minutes left. The man in black remained impervious to the old man's enthusiasm and continued coldly, before releasing a large purple serpent to guard the entrance while he leaned against the wall of the medical room, fixated on the operating table where Yangjila lay. Yes, yes. I shall attend to it immediately. Just a moment, my lord. The old doctor merely smiled faintly at the man in black's demeanor, then retrieved a set of advanced surgical tools from a corner of the operating room, donning white gloves to begin the procedure on Yangjila. Although the old man appeared unreliable, the black clinic had maintained its foothold in the gray areas of shallow Red City for decades, earning its reputation. His skills were beyond reproach. Within less than 10 minutes, he successfully extracted the tracker from Yangjila and attended to some of his wounds in the process. This is a custom tracker from Team Rocket. May I inquire which faction you belong to, my lord? The old man's expression twitched as he scrutinized the markings on the tracker, cold sweat trickling down his brow. While shallow Red City was nominally under Alliance jurisdiction, it was, in reality, controlled by the shallow Red Gym. However, in the shadows, Team Rocket wielded significant influence over much of the city's gray areas. The old man, having been around the block, was keen to avoid offending Team Rocket, rendering the tracker an exceedingly hot potato he dared not touch. There is no need for you to concern yourself. Merely keep your mouth shut. You cannot afford to provoke Team Rocket, yet likewise, I am not someone you can afford to cross. The man in black deftly evaded the old man's grasp on the tracker, crushing it underfoot, his icy gaze fixed on the now alarmed old man. Ha ha ha, indeed. I shall remain tight-lipped. Rest assured, my lord, I will not utter a single word. The ugly old man watched as the figure in black attire and mask unceremoniously crushed the rocket team's tracker beneath his foot. His aged visage contorted in agony, and upon hearing the masked man's words, he quickly forced a smile. The masked man was indeed correct. He could not provoke the rocket team, but the individual before him, who dismissed even them with disdain, was equally beyond his reach. Humph, let us hope so, the masked man replied with a cold smirk. He then withdrew a pokeball, recalling the still unconscious Gyarados, and turned towards the entrance of the clinic. He would never trust the words of such a seasoned trickster. The best way to ensure information did not leak was, of course, to eliminate the source. However, the slums of Shallow Red City were rife with chaos and complexity, and this old man had managed to thrive here, suggesting he possessed considerable strength and connections. To act rashly could lead to dire consequences. At last, the harbinger of death was dispatched. When had such a fearsome figure emerged in Shallow Red City? The atmosphere here was becoming increasingly unsettling. It seemed prudent to take cover for a time. As the masked man exited the clinic, the ugly old man released the glass vial he had clutched within his sleeve. It contained concentrated hypnotic gas, capable of rendering an ordinary person unconscious with a single inhalation. As a veteran of the gray areas, he was always prepared for contingencies. Fortunately, the masked man showed no inclination to strike, which eased his tension. Moments later, the masked man, draped in black, traversed a dark alley. As he was about to cross, several burly men, armed with large blades and accompanied by small Pokémon, emerged from the shadows, swiftly surrounding him. Outsider, you are trespassing on the territory of our Black Wolf gang. You slipped away without paying the protection fee while we weren't looking. Now you owe us double. The leader, a muscular man with a wolf tattoo emboldened on his forehead, proclaimed arrogantly. Protection fee, you say? How much do you require? I can pay, but do you have the means to collect? The moment the words left his lips, a crimson glint flashed in the masked man's eyes. In an instant, he lunged forward, delivering a swift kick to the leader's chin, snatching the weapon from his grasp, and with a single, decisive stroke, severed his head from his body. In mere seconds, the grim deed was done, and the alley echoed with a fleeting scream before silence reclaimed it. 2 minutes later, the masked man emerged from the alley, a slight smear of blood on his attire, accompanied by a large purple serpent. He brazenly surveyed the surrounding area, a cold smile gracing his lips, before striding confidently into the encroaching darkness, unimpeded along his path. Boss, we just let him go. He has killed several of our brothers. In a nearby high-rise, a shorter member of the Black Wolf gang spoke respectfully to a robust man clad in a black suit. The situation is too precarious. Those unfortunate souls have only themselves to blame for their folly. Inform the nearby brothers to let him be. We do not need any further trouble, the suit-clad man replied, casting a disdainful glance at his subordinate, his voice cold and unyielding. The sycophant, sensing the displeasure on his leader's face, immediately realized his misstep and hurriedly nodded, bowing as he complied with the burly man's instructions to relay a message. A storm is brewing. I must prepare myself swiftly, for I cannot afford to offend either the rocket team or the Alliance. The robust figure stood alone before the window, gazing at the dim moonlight amid the night, his expression grave as he spoke. Meanwhile, the man in black, emerging from the slums, found refuge in a secluded shadowy corner. He shed his dark attire, revealing the garb of a commoner, and slowly removed the blood-stained mask from his face, unveiling a youthful, cold visage. The tall young man also observed the moonlight in the night sky, yet his eyes gleamed with excitement. Chapter 25. A blade as dawn approached. The slightly injured Ryuzaki Shinji returned safely to the rocket team's base in the city of Akane. In the empty mission hall, he handed a collection of Pokeballs containing experimental subjects to one of the staff members on duty. Looks like you've had quite a bountiful haul this time. Recovering 12 experimental subjects, certainly as impressive as an elite captain's catch, remarked the pink-haired female staff member, eyeing Ryuzaki's numerous injuries. It was merely luck, he replied with a faint smile, feigning a troubled expression. I nearly didn't make it back. I can't fathom why there has been a sudden surge of those Alliance hounds. I had to eliminate several of them to escape their pursuit and hid in the city for a considerable time before I returned. The female staff member seemed intrigued by his mention of the Alliance. Her curiosity piqued. You may not know, but one of the experimental subjects was exceptionally powerful, beyond the capabilities of 2 elite captains. Ultimately, a forest fire drew the attention of the Alliance, resulting in significant losses. I heard one of the elite captains even perished during this operation. Alas, the Alliance seems to have become unusually active lately. I hope nothing disastrous unfolds. Ryozaki's words appeared to strike a chord with the female staff member's penchant for gossip, and she immediately began to share various tidbits of information she had heard, which soon devolved into a one-sided lamentation. Enough. Silence, woman. Just settle my mission rewards, he interjected, intending only to glean some information, but finding himself ensnared in her complaints. His demeanor shifted abruptly, and his cold, merciless gaze pierced through her as he spoke icily. Ryozaki's sudden change of expression sent a chill through the female staff member, making her feel as though she had fallen into an icy abyss. The fear in her heart swelled, and her body began to tremble as she lowered her head, timidly calculating his rewards without daring to meet his frosty gaze again. Upon seeing the score displayed on his elven watch surpassing 26,000 points, Shinji Ryozaki's demeanor visibly brightened. Without regard for the female staff's feelings, he departed the task hall, heading straight to his room. How terrifying. How could that man change so abruptly? Just moments ago, he was amiable, and now he has frightened me to death. After Ryozaki left, a female staff member pressed her small hand against her ample chest, trembling with fear. She could not comprehend how someone who had been so pleasant could suddenly transform into such a menacing figure. Well, if you hadn't been incessantly lamenting to that esteemed individual earlier, he surely wouldn't have reacted this way. Who could endure your incessant complaints? Even I felt angered by it. A nearby woman with short purple hair remarked. I only mentioned a little. The pink-haired staff member pouted in response. A little? I could barely stand it. By the way, do you know his name? The purple-haired woman inquired. His name is Shinji Ryozaki. Why? Replied the pink-haired staff member. So, it's him. No wonder he is so cool. The purple-haired woman's eyes lit up, and her gossiping spirit ignited. Subsequently, the 2 gossiping ladies delved into their chatter. Upon returning to his room, the tension that had gripped Ryozaki began to dissipate, and an overwhelming wave of drowsiness washed over him, causing him to collapse onto the bed and drift into slumber. Around 4 p.m., Ryozaki gradually awakened, mechanically going through his routine of washing up and preparing compressed biscuits, before tending to his 3 little sprites. After completing these tasks, he retrieved a pitch-black Pokeball from his belongings, knowing he must first address the uncertain factor he harbored. Come forth, Gyarados. Ryozaki released Gyarados from its Pokeball. Nearly a day and night had passed, and this severely injured Gyarados was at its lowest stamina. If he did not provide nourishment and treatment soon, it would perish. As soon as Gyarados emerged, it instinctively attempted to unleash its psychic powers to attack Ryozaki. Unfortunately, before it could execute its move, it was swiftly subdued by the trio of wheezing. Human, what do you truly desire? I shall not assist in your malevolent acts. Gyarados, struggling to stand through sheer willpower, communicated telepathically with Ryozaki. It had realized it was captured by this human, yet it adamantly refused to acknowledge him, vowing even in death not to aid Ryozaki. It isn't much. I require your strength, Gyarados. Join me, and I can aid you in seeking vengeance. Even alleviate your suffering. Ryozaki responded to the defiant Gyarados, his body marred with wounds, yet his gaze remained sharp and resolute, a quality that Ryozaki found admirable. You shall not deceive me again. I will never trust you wretched humans. Hearing Shinji Ryozaki's unexpected offer of assistance instantly dredged up painful memories for Ujira. Filled with fury, Ujira vehemently rejected Ryozaki's words, recalling how his trust in humanity had once led him to endure inhumane experiences, thus cultivating a profound hatred in his heart for humankind. You have no say in this matter. Should you refuse to heed my commands, I shall consign you once more to the very laboratory that plunged you into despair. I am certain those lunatics clad in white coats would eagerly engage in a transaction with me. Scientists who have tasted failure are unlikely to err a second time. Prepare to remain as mere experimental fodder for those madmen within their glass confines, Ryozaki proclaimed, an eerie smile gracing his lips as his gaze turned icy towards Ujira. Ryozaki did not expect the bitter little sprite, who harbored animosity towards humanity, to comply with his orders. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware of Ujira's vulnerability. For a spirit so deeply scarred, death was not the most terrifying prospect. Rather, it was the thought of reliving excruciating memories. For instance, The mere idea of enduring the experiments of deranged scientists once again would be far more tormenting than death itself. Indeed, upon hearing Ryazaki's intention to return him to the laboratory, Ujira began to tremble, his pupils dilating as if he were reliving a horrific experience. "No, I refuse to go back. You cannot do this. I want you dead." Ujira raged telepathically at Ryazaki, as his dissipated psychic powers began to coalesce anew, seeking to strike at Ryazaki once more. However, his efforts were destined to fail, as he was swiftly struck by a venomous tail from Abakai, crashing into the wall and losing consciousness. With a splash, a bucket of cold water roused Ujira from his stupor. This time, he finally grasped the reality of his situation, seemingly resigned to his fate. He lay prostrate on the ground, head bowed, silent and hollow-eyed, resembling a soulless corpse. "Rise," Ryazaki commanded. "I seek not a mere walking dead. Should you fail to meet my expectations, I will still return you to that laboratory. Remember this, Ujira, your potential and will align perfectly with my desires, which is why I spared your life. Should you perform adequately, I may even grant you the opportunity to slay those white-coated madmen yourself. What say you to this proposition?" Observing Ujira's spirit at its nadir, Ryazaki's eyes flickered with disappointment. He desired not a lifeless shell. If Ujira could not muster the resolve to rise, Ryazaki would take it upon himself to extinguish the spirit of this defeated sprite. Yet, he made one final attempt, employing both a stick and a carrot in his approach. "Is your claim genuine, human?" The initial attempts to sway Waijira's heart proved futile. However, upon hearing that Ryazaki Shinji would allow him to exact vengeance upon his enemies, Waijira's hollow eyes instantly sparkled with renewed vigor. It was only the fire of hatred that sustained his will to live. He understood that relying solely on his own strength would never suffice to infiltrate the perilous laboratory and confront his foes. At that time, he had summoned the courage to rebel and flee, taking advantage of the lengthy absence of a terrifying entity known as Caesar. Yet, he barely escaped, aided only by a chaotic uprising, and now, having endured that turmoil, the laboratory's defenses had undoubtedly doubled. Although he had contemplated returning to kill the scientists who tormented him, he could scarcely approach, let alone succeed, and was ultimately captured by Ryazaki Shinji. "Rest assured, as long as you follow me, I will tirelessly train you to harness your formidable supernatural abilities for my purposes. I will ensure you master your powers, and at that time, I shall accompany you to slay those madmen." Ryazaki Shinji chuckled, witnessing the rekindled flames of vengeance in Waijira's heart. "Indeed, let your inner hatred guide you to strength, ultimately becoming my sharpest weapon. Very well, I shall trust you this once, human. I will become your blade, and in return, you must grant me the chance to exact revenge." Waijira communicated telepathically, closing his eyes. Deep down, he recognized he had no true choice. Rather than revert to being a test subject, he preferred to become an accomplice to this human, sparing himself from the harrowing agony he once endured. Moreover, he sensed the immense malevolence within this human, perceiving him as far more terrifying than those who guarded the laboratory. As a supernatural sprite, he had an inkling that this human would undoubtedly fulfill his promise. "Excellent. From this day forth, you shall be my sprite. Remember, my commands are absolute and cannot be refused," Ryazaki Shinji declared, first laughing heartily before adopting a cold demeanor as he addressed Waijira. Upon witnessing Ryazaki Shinji's demeanor, the two Weezing immediately bowed in submission, while the sycophantic Weezing circled around Ryazaki Shinji, bowing and groveling. Waijira, observing this, followed suit, understanding that he was no longer a free being, but merely a blade in the hands of this human. Chapter 26. The token. After successfully subduing Waijira, Ryazaki Shinji promptly set his sights on the next course of action. The unexpected message from the cold-faced man had left him with little time to gather intelligence on the black market, which was set to commence that very evening. He needed to expedite his efforts to ascertain the location of this month's black market event. However, before he could proceed, he needed to confirm one particular item. Ryazaki Shinji retrieved a black parcel from his spatial pouch, an item given to him by the cold-faced man the previous night. Due to the urgency of the situation, he had not yet taken the time to examine it closely, and the sudden mission had delayed him until now. Shinji Ryazaki unwrapped the parcel, revealing a neat arrangement of 20 universal gold tickets, each representing 100,000 alliance coins, 10 gleaming black Pokeballs, and a skill disc. 2 million alliance coins, along with 12 artificially crafted Pokeballs and a skill disc inscribed with mysterious powers, constituted the reward for Ryazaki's betrayal of Team Rocket's base in the city of Qianhong. Although he initially desired a greater sum, the cold-faced man proved uncompromising, and with interruptions to their transaction, Ryuzuki could only extract this modest amount from him. Was Shinji Ryuzuki an undercover agent for the Alliance embedded within Team Rocket? The answer was unequivocally negative. The nature of the relationship between Ryuzuki and the cold-faced man remained unclear to both Team Rocket and the Alliance. They had met a year prior during Ryuzuki's execution of a mid-level mission, where he had nearly met his demise at the hands of the man. However, thanks to a self-destructive weapon known as the gas bomb, he managed to deter his adversary, leading to a conversation that culminated in a mutually beneficial arrangement. Thus, their connection was merely one of collaboration, exchanging intelligence for their respective gains. Typically, Ryuzuki provided the cold-faced man with intelligence pertaining to Team Rocket, allowing the man to accrue significant achievements and ascend through the ranks of the Alliance. In turn, Ryuzuki gained substantial resources from him, swiftly rising from the lowest echelons to the elite. The cold-faced man now harbored grand ambitions, having recently been promoted to a low-level investigator within the Alliance, akin to a junior officer in Team Rocket, and was now intent on targeting the Qianhong base to secure a higher status. On that fateful day, Ryuzuki deciphered a coded message indicating that the cold-faced man sought the troop distribution map surrounding the Qianhong base. Initially hesitant, the prospect of soon departing for the Death Championship prompted him to sell out the entire Qianhong base instead. Ultimately, he secured a commendable price. Though his intentions were far from benevolent, he provided information that was only 80% accurate, with the remaining 20% comprising falsehoods strategically placed in the areas of greatest troop concentration. Should the Alliance fully trust his intelligence, even a successful operation would result in heavy casualties on both sides, a scenario he was determined to orchestrate. As for Team Rocket's losses, he felt no concern. His relationship with the organization, forged under duress from the moment he was coerced into joining, had always been one of exploitation. He bore no sense of belonging to Team Rocket. Their fate held no significance for him. Once he amassed sufficient power, establishing his own domain would be an inevitable choice. Thus, he hoped for a fierce conflict between the two factions, leading to mutual destruction. This man proved somewhat honest, refraining from adding anything extraneous. 2 million Alliance coins was a fair sum, yet he still felt slightly shortchanged. However, the thought of their mutual annihilation made it worthwhile. With a cold smirk, Ryuzuki meticulously inspected the contents of the parcel, confirming everything was in order. Initially, there were 12 exquisitely handcrafted Pokeballs, of which one was shattered by Yamazaki Daiki's Nidoking, and another contained a Yungara, leaving only 10 vacant handcrafted Pokeballs. These artisanal Pokeballs can only be created by master craftsmen, and their rarity has rendered them exceedingly valuable. However, formidable trainers often prefer these meticulously crafted Pokeballs due to their distinct advantages. Unlike those manufactured by the likes of Team Rocket or the League, these Pokeballs lack any mechanisms for siphoning information about Pokémon, as no trainer wishes for their Pokémon's secrets to be divulged. The wisdom of knowing oneself and one's adversary is crucial, while it may be advantageous for others. It is a misfortune when it pertains to oneself. In battles among the powerful, intelligence is paramount, and failure often stems from the enemy's possession of critical information, allowing them to devise targeted strategies. In the upcoming Death Tournament, intelligence remains equally vital. Ryuzuki Shinji is determined to prevent those favored by the faction leaders from acquiring the latest data on his Pokémon through such means. Cheating is all too commonplace in this lethal contest, thus he must promptly exchange the Pokeballs belonging to his Weezing. After executing the exchange, Ryuzuki Shinji gathered his belongings and prepared to depart the room, acutely aware that time was of the essence. He needed to swiftly ascertain the location and entry methods for tonight's black market event. The most expedient place for gathering intelligence is undoubtedly the tavern. Ryuzuki Shinji made his way to the commercial district at the heart of the base. The underground base of Team Rocket in Shallow Red City is vast, equipped with a plethora of facilities. As long as one possesses points, they can indulge in all the entertainment services the surface city has to offer. Taverns, as venues for relieving pressure, are naturally present in the Team Rocket base, and there are more than one. The tavern Ryuzuki Shinji chose to visit is the largest in the base, boasting a comprehensive array of information, including the details of the black market's location, provided one is willing to navigate the intricacies and pay a price. This tavern, named Rocket Tavern, is ostensibly owned by the supreme commander of the Shallow Red City base, General Blood Caesar. It occupies the finest street in the central commercial area, and Ryuzuki Shinji quickly located her. Upon entering the tavern, a potent aroma of alcohol wafted into his nostrils, accompanied by the raucous sounds of cheers and clinking glasses. Observing the revelers lost in their debauchery, Ryuzuki Shinji's eyes reflected disdain. Those who frequent such establishments are typically the lower-tier Team Rocket grunts, most of whom, aware of their inability to ascend through mandatory missions, have lost their ambition and resigned themselves to becoming expendable trash in the impending purges within Team Rocket. Consequently, the majority choose to indulge in pleasure before their inevitable demise, squandering their points earned from completed tasks in a haze of intoxication. Shinji Ryozaki's demeanor was starkly incongruous with the atmosphere of the tavern. The moment he entered, he immediately captured the attention of several patrons within, undoubtedly individuals of considerable prowess, who were present for purposes akin to his own. Upon receiving their scrutinizing gazes, Ryuzaki merely cast a fleeting cold glance, which promptly diminished the number of onlookers significantly. The remaining few offered him subtle nods of acknowledgement before returning to their own affairs. "My lord, what would you like to drink?" Today's specialty is the rose tequila, which promises a truly explosive flavor. A provocatively clad bunny girl approached Ryuzaki, strutting with feline grace. She leaned in closely, whispering in his ear, her hands brazenly caressing his form, seemingly hinting at something unspoken. "Do you have blood vodka? I haven't had it in ages." Ryuzaki's eyes glinted with icy resolve as he swiftly seized the bunny girl's delicate hands, applying a slight pressure before coldly inquiring in her ear. "Ah, that particular drink requires a special mix from the bartender. If the guest wishes for it, please follow me." A fleeting shadow of pain crossed her face before she donned a polite smile, adeptly slipping free from his grasp and linking her arm with his to guide him. Navigating past a row of burly, bald men, the bunny girl led Ryuzuki to a dimly lit room in the corner of the tavern. Within sat a rotund man, resembling a jovial Buddha. Upon spotting Ryuzaki, he smiled faintly and waved dismissively, prompting the bunny girl to nod knowingly and depart. "Ah, Shinji, what a rare visitor. Come, come. Take a seat. What information do you seek this time? I assure you, it is genuine." The rotund man rose, sporting a broad grin as he addressed Ryuzuki, his demeanor akin to that of an old friend reunited after many years. "What is the location of tonight's black market? How does one gain entry?" Ryuzaki bypassed the man's pleasantries, directly articulating his purpose. "Ah, you inquired about that? You might be unaware, but this time the black market has been suspended. The Alliance has gone mad, conducting stringent inspections, thus the market has been cancelled." The man's expression fell to one of disappointment as he sighed heavily in response to Ryuzaki's words. "I see. Then I shall take my leave." Ryuzaki replied impassively, turning to depart. Wait. I haven't finished speaking. I merely meant that the previous black market is closed. But I possess the latest information regarding the new location and entry methods. You know how it is, Shinji, don't be hasty." The rotund man hastily interjected as Ryuzaki attempted to exit. "State your price. How many points?" Ryuzaki continued to regard him with a stoic expression, though a flicker of menace began to surface. "Well, my friend, you have arrived a tad late this time. The token may prove difficult to procure, perhaps at a slightly elevated price." The rotund man, seemingly oblivious to the murderous aura emanating from Ryuzuki Shinji, smiled even more radiantly, though a hint of awkwardness crossed his chubby face as his thumb and forefinger began to rub together instinctively. "Oh, then what do you deem an appropriate amount?" Ryuzaki Shinji replied with an inscrutable smile, his lethal intent fully unfurling. "That's easy to discuss, easy indeed." The portly man wiped the cold sweat from his brow, laughing heartily, when suddenly, a glimmer of coldness flashed in his small eyes. He then launched a rather unsightly metal token, which spun through the air like a dart aimed at Ryuzaki Shinji's face. With a mere wave of his hand, Ryuzaki effortlessly caught the token and inspected it closely. A large, bold character was engraved upon it. "How much?" Ryuzaki Shinji inquired, withdrawing his killing intent with a slight smile. "The usual arrangement," the portly man proclaimed, slapping the table with a jovial grin. Chapter 27. The Forgotten Graveyard. Around 1 in the morning, a man clad in black and masked stood at the edge of a desolate graveyard on the outskirts of Shallow Red City, a place devoid of any vegetation. The ground was strewn with various human and fairy bones, or remnants of shattered corpses. Occasionally, flickers of blue, ghostly flames would appear, aimlessly wandering through the graveyard. The chilling wind howled, and the dead branches of withered trees swayed ominously, accompanied by the ghostly lights and scattered remains, rendering the entire scene as if it had been drawn into the realm of the underworld. To hold a black market here demonstrates quite the creativity. I hope the information provided by the portly man is not erroneous. However, there seems to be an abundance of ghost-type fairies within. Vigilance is paramount. Come forth. Ujira and Opposnake, you two are tasked with driving away all incoming ghost-type fairies. The man in black, indeed Ryuzuki Shinji, clutched the unattractive iron token in his hand, its dark letters emitting a faint red glow. His expression grew grave as he surveyed the eerie graveyard. Exercising caution, he summoned Ujira and Abakai to guard him while discreetly allowing Grimer to shrink and cling to his shoulder. Ryuzaki Shinji had expended 3,000 points to obtain the location of tonight's black market and the token from the informant known as the Portly Man. However, he had not anticipated that this clandestine gathering would be located in the forsaken graveyard on the outskirts of Shallow Red City. This graveyard was a burial site for countless impoverished souls who had perished from hunger in the slums, as well as individuals who met their ends for various reasons. Consequently, the atmosphere was thick with resentment and negative energy, drawing in numerous ghost-type fairies. Even during the day, the sky here is shrouded in ominous clouds, casting a foreboding atmosphere. As night descends, the peril intensifies, transforming this place into a veritable haven for ghostly sprites. It is said that not only humans, but even non-ghostly sprites would take a wide berth around this area. Rarely does one encounter any living creature here, for the eerie and malevolent nature of the ghostly sprites is not to be trifled with. Should an ordinary person venture here at night, they risk being ensnared in a nightmarish grasp within mere half an hour, subsequently drained of their life energy, ultimately becoming a mere skeleton by the roadside. With the Eye of Miracles, Yungara revealed their true forms, the Abak monster, the serpent pattern transformation, and the speed serpent. Go forth and unleash your crushing bite to obliterate them, commanded Ryuzaki Shinji, his gaze cold as he surveyed the encircling ghostly flames. In less than a few minutes of entering the graveyard, the ghostly sprites had already set their sights on him in considerable numbers. Leave it to me, Yungara responded telepathically, obediently following Ryuzaki Shinji's orders. A surge of psychic energy enveloped Yungara, his eyes ignited with a brilliant blue glow. Immediately, a wave of blue psychic energy radiated outward, touching the surrounding ghostly sprites, revealing their true forms. In an instant, several ghostly sprites with malicious intent materialized before Ryuzaki Shinji. The Abak monster, witnessing this, underwent an instantaneous transformation, its serpentine patterns shimmering with newfound speed. In a flash, it dashed into the midst of the ghostly sprites, akin to a tiger among sheep, swiftly devouring several of them, reducing them to mere negative energy that dissipated into the ether. Upon witnessing the demise of their comrades, a few timid, ghostly sprites promptly fled. However, the remaining ones were fierce and malevolent, led by a particularly sinister gung ghost whose eyes glowed menacingly. It unleashed several black energy orbs from its hands, executing the signature move of ghostly sprites, Shadow Ball. The other ghostly sprites quickly followed suit, unleashing a barrage of ghostly attacks upon Ryuzaki Shinji and his companions. Yungara, protect me, and you too, Stinky Mud, unleash the mud bomb, Ryuzaki commanded, his expression darkening at the audacity of these creatures to stand their ground rather than flee. Yungara, responding to his call, twirled his spoon and conjured a massive blue psychic shield, enveloping Ryuzaki Shinji completely. Every incoming attack was thwarted by the psychic barrier, which remained largely unscathed, save for a slight dimming of its luminous glow. Suddenly, four massive, black sludge entities emerged around Longqi Jini, swiftly revealing their eyes and gaping maws. Countless mud bombs erupted from their mouths like a machine gun's relentless fire, causing a significant portion of the ghostly sprites encircling Longqi Jini to collapse. The remaining few were swiftly dispatched by the lurking abominable beast, which shattered them with a single bite. With a psychic blade, Yangjila obliterated the last fleeing Gungue. And as the spectral sprites were vanquished, the concentration of negative energy surrounding Longqi Jini began to dissipate rapidly. The cacophony of ghostly wails faded into silence, and the overwhelming power of Longqi Jini was evident to the remaining ghostly sprites. Recognizing the futility of their efforts, they abandoned their surveillance. For both humans and spirits harbor an innate fear of malevolence. It seems you know your place. Let us depart. With the malicious gaze of the onlookers swiftly retreating, Longqi Jini smirked coldly and continued alongside his sprites, following the guidance of the glowing red light from the iron plate to uncover the hidden black market within. As they ventured deeper into the graveyard, the radiant crimson glow of the iron plate intensified. Gradually, Longqi Jini began to encounter individuals clad in black, each wielding similar iron plates. These figures exuded a palpable aura of bloodlust and menace, their accompanying sprites reflecting the same ferocity. No one dared to act recklessly. All maintained a respectful silence and a safe distance throughout their journey. Ultimately, they arrived at a tomb, its gravestone shattered and destroyed. A gaunt, elderly man sat rigidly at the edge of the crypt, holding a lamp that burned with an eerie green flame. despite the ferocious winds swirling around him. The flame remained undisturbed, as if impervious to the elements. Perched on the old man's shoulder was a large-eyed creature, which observed Longqi Zhini and his companions with a cunning grin. "Esteemed guests, welcome to the Nightmare Black Market. Please present your tokens," the old man croaked, lifting his bleary gaze to regard the assembly. "Humph, enough of your theatrics. Open the passage to the black market, old man. I've expended considerable effort to reach this forsaken place." A menacing figure with a scarred face barked at the frail elder, while a fearsome bear beside him bared its crimson eyes in a predatory stance. "Please present your tokens," the old man repeated mechanically. "TCH, take this, you old fool." The scarred man flung the iron plate at the elder, but as if it were a throwing knife, the plate hurtled toward him, mere centimeters from the old man. It was intercepted by the creature on his shoulder, using its psychic abilities. The elder extended a withered hand, barely more than skin and bone, to accept the iron plate that hovered before him. He then placed it against the shattered gravestone, and the black letters on the plate emitted a blinding red light. In an instant, a dark, gaping void materialized before the tombstone. 1 token per individual. The elderly man gazed through his murky, aged eyes at the scar-faced giant and remarked, "Old chap, you possess quite a bit of strength." The scar-faced man locked eyes with the elder, and an instant dizziness overcame him. However, biting his tongue swiftly brought him back to clarity. With a serious demeanor, he addressed the elder before leaping into the gaping chasm before the tomb, accompanied by his companion, the burly bear. As the inky abyss swallowed the scar-faced giant, it vanished in an instant, as though everything that transpired moments ago had been mere illusion. The remaining individuals followed suit, discarding their iron tokens to the elder, urging him to summon the black void with the tokens, and then they too plunged into the darkness. "Let this trip to the black market not disappoint," thought Rizaki Shinji as he observed the dark chasm before him, anticipation gleaming in his eyes. He recalled his Pokémon, Abric and SHN, into their Pokeballs, and without hesitation leaped into the abyss alongside Waijira. As the last figure, Rizaki Shinji, disappeared into the black void, a dense fog began to envelop the tomb and the elder. The mist dissipated swiftly, but the tomb and the elder that had been shrouded within it vanished without a trace, leaving only a pile of bleached bones upon the ground. Chapter 28. The Mysterious Force Master. "We have successfully transported you safely," Waijira communicated telepathically with Rizaki Shinji, who had felt little impact from the recent spatial transfer and quickly adapted. As the sensation of dizziness faded, Rizaki Shinji opened his eyes again. Having adjusted to the darkness for an extended period, he found the brightness of the well-lit room blinding, rendering him unable to fully discern his surroundings for a moment. Nonetheless, he gathered that he was in a small chamber, where a young maiden clad in formal attire stood before him. It appeared to be a teleportation technique akin to that of supernatural beings, executed with remarkable precision. Clearly, the unsightly iron token contained sophisticated technology capable of spatial positioning. Which force, then, did this new black market belong to? This was a technique not even the rocket team or the League had fully mastered. After a minute of acclimatization, Rizaki Shinji's strength returned to normal. Ignoring the young maiden's urgent entreaties, he focused intently on the iron token that had reappeared in his hand. A sense of profound unease regarding the unknown force behind this sudden black market washing over him. "Esteemed guest, please step out promptly, as there are more patrons awaiting their turn. Your prolonged occupation of the teleportation platform is hindering the spatial transfers of other guests. I kindly ask for your cooperation," implored the young maiden, her gaze nervously fixed on the masked man in black, who had occupied the teleportation platform for several minutes. According to the established pattern, another guest would soon arrive. However, she dared not directly command the man in the black mask to depart, for she was acutely aware that every guest who graced this place was a ruthless killer, audacious and capricious, with temperaments as peculiar as they were volatile. The lowly staff like herself had to exercise utmost caution in attending to such individuals if they wished to survive in this treacherous environment. Moreover, the masked figure before her emanated a sense of danger far more intense than any previous patron she had encountered. "Do you have a map?" Longzaki Shinji inquired coldly, stowing away the iron token in his possession and lifting his gaze to the young maiden before him. Regardless of the hidden forces at play, he currently bore no conflict of interest with them, and thus, his momentary concern faded as he returned to his customary demeanor. His foremost objective was to prepare meticulously for the impending death tournament, relegating all other matters to the periphery for the time being. "Yes, it is my pleasure to serve you," the young maiden replied, her tone imbued with respect. "You must be visiting the nightmarish black market for the first time. As per our custom, we present our guests with a gift." Here is a simple manual for the nightmarish black market, detailing its essential rules and an elaborate map. Please keep it safe. Relieved that Longzaki Shinji finally acknowledged her, she hastily retrieved a slender booklet from her spatial pouch and presented it to him with utmost reverence. Is this the emblem of that faction? Longzaki Shinji mused, observing the large characters emblazoned on the cover of the rudimentary manual. However, he had little time for contemplation, as the teleportation platform began to emit a faint glow, signaling that others would soon arrive in a similar manner. Until the veracity of this faction was ascertained, it was prudent for him to maintain a low profile. With a cursory glance at the manual, he descended from the platform, disregarding the young maiden's reaction as he strode purposefully toward the entrance with Yujiro in tow. Just as Longzaki Shinji was about to push open the door, an unexpected figure materialized on the teleportation platform. Seizing the moment when the young maiden enthusiastically welcomed the guests, Longzaki Shinji discreetly nudged Yujiro beside him, who instantly understood. A flicker of blue light flashing in his eyes as a concealed telekinetic mark was inscribed upon the ground beneath him. Longzaki Shinji opened the door, and a cold-faced youth clad in black ninja garb brusquely passed by him, stepping outside ahead of him and swiftly blending into the crowd, vanishing from sight in an instant. Aju, I cannot believe I would encounter him here, Longzaki Shinji thought, astonished. In just a few days apart, has this fellow already regained his strength? How audacious to brave this den of wolves alone. As he observed the arrogant Aju stride past him, a glint of interest sparked in Longzaki Shinji's eyes. Though he detested such blatant disrespect, he refrained from taking action in this domain where others held sway. The first ironclad rule inscribed on the first page of the manual read: combat is strictly prohibited within the confines of the black market. Violators will be executed on the spot. That sensation, it is him. Among the throng, Aju felt the piercing gaze of Longzaki Shinji upon him, a profound sense of recognition surging within him. He abruptly turned his head toward the entrance. But the doorway of the teleportation room was already devoid of the man in the black mask. He had vanished without a trace. Absolutely correct, it is indeed him. He has also arrived here. Ha ha ha, splendid. It seems that the forthcoming actions will undoubtedly be quite intriguing. Ryuzaki Shinji, this time I shall not be defeated. Aki clenched his fists tightly, fixating his gaze on the spot where Ryuzaki Shinji had vanished, fervently contemplating within his heart. Unbeknownst to Ryuzaki Shinji, who had yet to realize that he was sensed by Aki's formidable perceptive abilities, he now sat patiently against a wall, engrossed in a thin tome in his hands. After a few minutes of meticulous reading, Ryuzaki Shinji carefully tucked the book away and merged into the crowd, heading eastward. Through the tome, he had gained a rough understanding of the black market's regional distribution and pathways. This organization was exceedingly powerful, with no less than 4 elite trainers stationed within the black market, each responsible for overseeing one of the 4 major areas: the auction zone, the retail area for Pock gear, the specialty Pokémon zone, and the free trading area. The auction zone, situated at the heart of the black market, was heavily guarded by formidable forces. It offered appraisal and auction services to adventurers like Ryuzaki Shinji. Access to this area was restricted to those who deposited items for auction or possessed a net worth of at least 1 million league coins. According to the tome's description, a rare Kanto quasi-divine beast, Dratini, had once been auctioned here, igniting a fervent interest in Ryuzaki Shinji regarding the auction zone, while simultaneously instilling a deeper wariness towards this organization. The retail area for Pock gear, as the name suggests, was dedicated to the sale of various Pokémon items and was located in the northwest of the black market. This area was established through collaboration between the organization and other major conglomerates, offering a plethora of items both available and unavailable in the market, including various forbidden Pokémon drugs prohibited from production by the major corporations. The specialty Pokémon zone was established in collaboration with various Pokémon hunter guilds, located in the southwest of the black market. It offered Pokémon consigned by hunters for sale. The manual indicated that a wide variety of Pokémon was available here, including those from the distant Kalos region. Essentially, apart from quasi-divine and legendary Pokémon, nearly all known Pokémon could be found for sale. Lastly, the free trading area, designated for customers to engage in unrestricted transactions, subject to a 10 transaction tax, was located in the eastern part of the black market. This area was the largest within the nightmarish black market, with transaction volumes surpassing the combined totals of the other 4 zones. Here, as long as one possessed sufficient wealth and strength, one could find whatever one desired. Currently, aside from the 2 million league coins acquired from the cold-faced man, Ryuzaki Shinji had exchanged all of his remaining 23,000 points for league coins. Based on the current exchange rate of 150 league coins per point with Team Rocket, Ryuzaki Shinji obtained a total of 3.45 million league coins from Team Rocket's exchange center, all of which he deposited into a blank league silver card. In a manner akin to the confidential nature of one's bank account, the points amassed by each member of Team Rocket constitute an intensely private matter, serving as a crucial mechanism for the organization's control. This information falls under the highest level of authority within Team Rocket, accessible solely to the leader, who alone possesses the privilege to retrieve the point data of the team members. Currently, Shinji Ryuzuki finds himself en route to the free trading zone, the only place where he might procure the strategic resources he desperately lacks, the specially formulated healing potions created by Team Rocket. These life-saving items, capable of swiftly restoring combat effectiveness, are invaluable. The more he possesses, the greater his chances of survival, for he is acutely aware that his skills pale in comparison to those of the true prodigies. However, as Ryuzaki traverses the small Pokémon item shop district towards the free trading zone, he is met with the sounds of a fierce Pokémon brawl erupting nearby. The thunderous explosions reverberate throughout the entire area, as if the chaos had been meticulously orchestrated. What began as a single skirmish rapidly escalates, spreading to every corner of the free trading zone, the scale and intensity of the conflict continually expanding until it reaches the very edges of the district. The black market, by its very definition, is a realm devoid of order, where only brute strength holds sway. Here, even the organizing body cannot prevent the outbreak of violence. The rebellious rogues, such as Ryuzaki, may initially feign compliance with the established order due to the display of force by the organization. Yet, the moment they find themselves unable to acquire desired items through legitimate means, they resort to the only language understood in this domain, that of force. Thus, in the free trading zone, if one possesses wealth and strength, one can acquire anything their heart desires. Ryuzuki, observing a group clad in matching uniforms hastily passing by, casts a contemplative gaze, intrigued by the unfolding battle before him. Those surrounding him similarly pause their activities, their eyes glinting with a predatory hunger as they fixate on the conflict. Like Ryuzaki, they are eager to gauge the might of this enigmatic faction. Chapter 29. Intimidation. Reinforcements from the organization arrive with remarkable swiftness. The operatives tasked with securing the central area reach the scene within mere minutes. Curiously, however, these personnel merely assemble in an orderly fashion, sealing off all exits of the free trading zone without immediately launching an assault on the instigators of the chaos. What on earth is happening? Have they lost their nerve? Why the hesitation in striking? Ryuzaki furrows his brow as he observes the team blocking the exits, perplexed by the organization's seemingly passive response despite their rapid reinforcements. However, soon, Shinji Longzaki's perplexity was resolved. Suddenly, the enormous incandescent bulb overhead, illuminating the cavernous space resembling a half-eggshell, extinguished, and simultaneously, all sources of light within the underground chamber succumbed to darkness. Yangjila, shield me, remain on high alert. Faced with this unforeseen circumstance, without a moment's hesitation, Longzaki instructed his companion Yangjila to employ its extraordinary protective shield. The abrupt plunge into darkness rendered his vision useless, necessitating immediate self-preservation. Upon hearing his command, Yangjila twirled the supernatural spoon in its grasp, enveloping them both within a robust azure shield. Those capable of traversing the haunted graveyard's spectral minions to reach the black market were no ordinary individuals. Their adaptability was commendable. Each adeptly employed their own strategies, summoning their ethereal companions to manifest protective abilities. Even those who thrived on chaos within the free trade zone hastily regrouped to safeguard themselves. Suddenly, a chilling cacophony of laughter echoed throughout the subterranean realm, gradually intensifying until the entire space was shrouded in its eerie resonance. Subsequently, countless pale will-o'-the-wisps flickered into existence amidst the darkness, followed by a multitude of ghostly entities emerging in their spectral glow. It was not merely a procession of wandering spirits, but an overwhelming tide of phantoms surging towards the free trade zone, led by formidable figures such as Gengui, Meng Yao Mo, Go Hun Yin, Cursed Doll, and Night Demon. Before long, anguished screams erupted within the free trade zone, fleeting yet swiftly drowned out by the chilling laughter of the myriad ghostly beings. Minutes later, illumination returned to the underground space, and the wailing of the spirits faded into silence. Interesting, Longzaki mused, observing the organization's operatives departing with the deceased. A bead of sweat trickled down his brow, his gaze filled with trepidation. The lifeless bodies bore no marks of injury, yet each visage was etched with abject terror, evidently victims of sheer, paralyzing fear. As if to serve as a warning, the operatives selected conspicuous patches of ground, stacking the corpses like a grotesque totem, forming ominous mounds of cadavers. Those who beheld these morbid hills, once brazenly defiant, now averted their gazes, resuming transactions as if nothing had transpired. At that moment, no one dared provoke the organization's ire. Recognizing their own limited power, they resolved to adhere to the rules, at least for the time being. The individual who has chosen to temporarily abide by the rules is none other than Shinji Ryuzuki. He has now returned to his usual self and embarked on his arduous quest. The free trading zone is replete with numerous stalls, predominantly offering commonplace Pokémon items. Although these items are considerably cheaper than those available in the market, they attract scant interest, primarily because they are mostly refurbished secondhand goods, with genuine high-quality items being exceedingly rare. After wandering through the trading zone for quite some time, Ryuzaki was unable to locate the special healing potion from Team Rocket that he sought. Instead, he discovered an item that piqued his interest immensely, an antiquated notebook. This notebook detailed various berries found in the wild, providing extensive descriptions of their characteristics and growth environments, along with a few rudimentary recipes for crafting energy blocks. Although the seller presented only 2 pages as a sample, it was sufficient to ignite Ryuzaki's enthusiasm. It is important to note that the venue for the death match is an uninhabited island, where supplies, aside from the meager provisions one brings initially, must be sourced from the harsh wilderness. Without a grasp of essential survival skills and knowledge, one risks poisoning or starvation from consuming unfamiliar natural resources. One need not worry about wild Pokémon, for the relentless laws of nature will swiftly eliminate the unfit. Thus, this notebook holds immense value for Ryuzaki, as the ability to identify and gather berries is a profound skill. Oftentimes, berries suitable for Pokémon may not be safe for human consumption, and indiscriminate eating can be perilous. With the knowledge contained in this notebook, Ryuzaki's outdoor survival capabilities would increase significantly. Seizing the moment, Ryuzaki promptly made an offer to the seller. The seller, garbed similarly in black attire and wearing a mask, had a sleeping Eevee perched on her shoulder. However, from her silhouette, it was evident that she was a woman. Most items at her stall consisted of rare berries, all priced exorbitantly. Yet the notebook bore no visible price tag, casting a shadow of doubt over Ryuzaki's heart. It appeared that acquiring this notebook would require a substantial expenditure. Indeed, upon his bidding, the seller's interest was piqued, and she immediately quoted a price that made Ryuzaki consider snatching the notebook on the spot: 3 million Alliance coins. The seller spoke with excessive enthusiasm. In stark contrast to her fervor, Ryuzaki remained rather indifferent. 3 million Alliance coins. Did she truly believe that money fell from the sky? This notebook was evidently authored by the seller herself, and he doubted that this woman had no copies. If it were a unique manuscript, he might have pondered her asking price, but it was clear that this knowledge had changed hands multiple times, significantly diminishing its value. 500,000 Alliance coins, he countered. Shinji Ryuzuki decisively slashed the price by 5/6, as in his estimation, this notebook was worth no more. The local network of the Rockets team also offered similar books, albeit in a pirated edition that lacked the detailed contents of this one, and those were merely priced at 500 points, translating to a mere 3.75 million Alliance coins. The audacity of this woman to demand such an exorbitant price revealed her lack of genuine intent to negotiate. TCH, what a miser. Off you go. Don't obstruct my business, for I have poured considerable effort into crafting this comprehensive guide to fruits. To think she believes she can acquire it for so little? Quite mad. Indeed. Upon hearing Ryuzaki's offer, the vendor's enthusiasm evaporated instantly. She dismissively waved her hand at him, indicating he should leave. Though it was regrettable, Ryuzaki was not one to engage in haggling. Since she was eager to see him go, he turned and departed. Typically, at such moments, he would assess the strength of the opponent. If they seemed formidable, he would prudently retreat, but if they appeared weak, he would seize the opportunity to snatch the item. However, having recently witnessed the formidable power present in this black market, he opted for a discreet exit. Hey, why are you leaving? This wasn't the script. Why aren't you negotiating? The vendor, taken aback by Ryuzaki's silence, materialized in front of him, blocking his path with urgency. She could not afford to let such a catch slip away so easily. This worn notebook had failed to sell on several occasions during previous black market events. How much? Ryuzaki inquired coldly, a flicker of wariness towards the vendor crossing his mind. He had not anticipated her sudden appearance before him. Her agility was impressive. 2 million. How about that? This is already a drastic clearance sale. The vendor spat these words through clenched teeth, as if she had suffered a great loss, her frustration palpable. "Move aside." Ryazaki brusquely shoved the obstructing vendor aside and continued onward with Yuji, for he had no time to barter. His primary objective remained unfulfilled, and he would not squander his funds on other items. The price of 500,000 Alliance coins was the utmost he could accept. The specially crafted healing potions from the Rockets team were scarce, and he didn't yet know how many he could procure with that amount. After all, money could buy a life, making it a worthy investment. 1 million. This is already the lowest price. "Even if you beg, I shall not sell," the vendor shouted, pointing her right hand at Ryazaki, her EV on her shoulder echoing her fervor. Her loud proclamation drew the attention of all nearby, including patrolling guards who turned their heads, fearing a brawl was about to ensue, and rushed over. "I refuse to buy," Ryazaki replied coldly, casting aside those words as he advanced, oblivious to the stares of the vendor and the onlookers. The vendor stood there, petrified. 10 minutes later, Shinji Ryazaki found himself in possession of a tattered notebook and a bag of precious fruit from the trees. Ultimately, the female vendor had no choice but to reluctantly sell the notebook to him for 500,000 Alliance coins, while also compelling him to spend an additional 100,000 on some rare tree fruits as compensation for her losses. The fruit expert, Kanako Mito, was quite an intriguing individual. Shinji Ryazaki murmured as he examined the business card in his hand, memorizing the details before casually discarding it. After wandering through the free trading zone, he finally discovered the item he had been seeking tucked away in a small corner. However, upon his arrival, he noticed a masked figure in black had already engaged the vendor in negotiation, and it appeared that the vendor was quite pleased with the price being offered, bringing the transaction to a close. "Wait a moment," Shinji Ryazaki interjected boldly, interrupting their exchange with an icy demeanor. The atmosphere around them instantly grew tense. Chapter 30. The fighter. "Who are you to meddle in my transaction? Do you wish to court death?" The burly man, poised to make a payment, glared at Shinji Ryazaki with a voice full of authority. Standing at nearly 6 feet 3 inches, with a buzz cut and a physique that suggested immense strength, the man wore a tight-fitting black combat suit. Iron rings were affixed to his hands and feet, seemingly weighing him down, causing his bulging muscles to ripple. His broad, square face was marred by a scowl, and his fierce eyes glinted with rage, exuding an overwhelming aura of power that bore down on Shinji Ryazaki. "Humph. The highest bidder prevails, wouldn't you agree, seller?" Undeterred by the imposing presence of the giant, Shinji Ryazaki maintained his upright posture, tilting his head back to meet the man's fierce gaze with his own blood-red eyes, brimming with murderous intent. He spoke coldly, and in that moment, an astonishing aura emanated from him as well. In contrast to the giant's heavy, rock-like presence, Shinji's aura was chillingly dark, infused with a madness that radiated an almost demonic terror. The collision of their disparate energies created a palpable pressure in the air, instilling fear in the onlookers. Those with considerable strength felt merely an uncomfortable tightness in their chests, while those who relied solely on their Pokémon, neglecting their own physical prowess, soon found themselves gasping for breath, dizziness overtaking them. They hurriedly distanced themselves from the two combatants, their faces drained of color and marked by fear. The fighter, an ancient profession within the realm of Pokémon, dates back to a time long before the advent of trainers. In an era when humans had yet to devise Pokeballs to capture Pokémon, the frail humans relied on their physical training to stand against the formidable creatures of nature. In antiquity, those who reached the pinnacle of the fighter class were said to be capable of contending with divine beasts, never faltering in the face of adversity. All things possess energy, and this energy forms the very foundation of existence. In ancient times, humanity was inherently frail, forever incapable of matching the physical prowess of the little sprites. Through the relentless endeavors of their predecessors, humans eventually uncovered the essence of this energy, an ethereal force that empowers them to contend with the sprites. By honing their bodies and attuning themselves to the energy within, individuals can cultivate an intangible aura, thereby earning the title of fighter. Once, Shinji Ryazaki was equally feeble, having endured a decade of malnutrition and illiteracy in an orphanage. Lean and barely literate, he was among the least capable of his peers. Had it not been for his exceptional intellect surpassing that of his contemporaries, he would never have survived the initiation trials of Team Rocket. Yet, even after clinging to life, he faced disdain from his superiors and contempt from his peers, including his own sprites. This ignited a deep-seated hatred within him, hatred for his own weakness, for the sprites, and for everything around him. Driven by the will to survive, to tame sprites stronger than himself, and to seek vengeance, he relentlessly trained his physique, voraciously absorbing every morsel of knowledge available in the Team Rocket library, disregarding the mockery and insults from his contemporaries. After countless life and death battles with sprites, he ultimately sensed the energy within him at the age of 16, seamlessly transforming into a fighter. Though merely a novice, he had already attained the strength of an elite sprite. Unquestionably, Shinji Ryuzaki embodied the essence of an elite fighting sprite in human form. It was through this newfound strength that he subdued the unruly Wei Xing, vanquished the disobedient Rattata, and instilled fear in the rebellious Arbok. It was astonishing to encounter two humans who had ascended to the rank of fighters, both having cultivated their own formidable auras. Those around them, still able to move freely under the weight of their pressure, exchanged glances of wariness and excitement, eager to witness the exhilarating clash between the two fighters. "Captain, should we intervene?" A hesitant underling inquired of the bald man clad in the captain's attire. The standoff between Ryuzaki and the burly man had already attracted the attention of the patrolling operatives, yet they had refrained from intervening. "Have you lost your mind? Do you not see that they are fighters? These individuals are capable of taking on elite sprites single-handedly. Even our entire team would be no match for them. We are better off observing from here. If a fight ensues, it is beyond our capacity to intervene." The bald captain scowled at the foolish subordinate, apprehensive that the idiot might disrupt the confrontation and bring trouble upon them. However, the underling attempted to protest, only to be silenced by the threatening gaze of a nearby companion, forcing him to swallow his words and remain mute. The two combatants at the eye of the storm had elevated their mental fortitude to its zenith, their auras reaching an unprecedented pinnacle. The confrontation between Shinji Ryuzaki and the formidable giant has endured over 100 clashes. While onlookers may perceive them as merely facing off, in truth, both have already engaged. In the realm of combatants, the exchange of blows is merely the foundation. It is the clash of wills that holds paramount significance. Should one party's momentum be shattered by the other's force, the outcome is determined, leaving an indelible shadow in the heart of the vanquished, a haunting specter that lingers in the minds of fighters. If they cannot subsequently overcome their adversary, their prowess as fighters will stagnate indefinitely. Such a clash of spirits is fraught with peril. The giant's presence is akin to an immense, unyielding boulder, imposing and heavy, exuding an aura of overwhelming might. In contrast, my own aura, that of Shinji Ryuzaki, resembles a colossal, blood-stained war blade, ferocious and domineering, radiating an arrogance that threatens to annihilate all in its path. One stands guard while the other attacks, neither able to fully dominate the other's spirit. After a protracted 5 minutes of intense struggle, both warriors gradually withdrew their respective auras. Since neither could best the other, the duel must conclude in a stalemate. Were this to occur outside, they would surely fight to the death. Yet here, in this foreign domain, victory would only lead to demise. Both have sensed the swift approach of several formidable combatants in the distance. Continuing the battle would serve no purpose. Kanjir, Shinji Ryuzaki. Upon locking eyes, both uttered their names in unison. Let us settle this match as a draw. Here are 2 vials. We shall each take one. Kanjir grunted dismissively, ignoring Ryuzaki's response as he seized a specially crafted healing potion from the ground and brushed past him. "Let us compete again in the arena, Kanjir, and wager our lives," Ryuzaki retorted coldly, his eyes aflame with a murderous intent that was fiercely suppressed by his formidable willpower, not a trace of it escaping. Let us see if you can survive the impending danger first. Don't perish, Shinji Ryuzaki." As they brushed past each other, Kanjir whispered softly in Ryuzaki's ear. At those words, Ryuzaki's pupils constricted momentarily. Then he silently bumped fists with Kanjir in a gesture of respect. Once Kanjir had completely departed, Ryuzaki approached and claimed a healing potion from the makeshift stall, disregarding the vendor who lay unconscious on the ground. Eyes rolled back and frothing at the mouth. This unfortunate soul, positioned at the epicenter of their overwhelming auras, had succumbed to the pressure and fainted. "Indeed, it is you, Shinji Ryuzaki." A ninja, cloaked in shadows and adorned in traditional garb, with a white fox mask obscuring their face, murmured as they covertly observed Ryuzaki's unimpeded passage. The eyes peering from the mask reflected a complex array of emotions, yet the fists remained tightly clenched. "Aki, what are you waiting for? The operation has commenced. Do you not recall the Master's orders? The individual who has humiliated you will soon be dealt with. All you need to do is obediently follow orders." Suddenly, a cold, merciless voice whispered in Aju's ear, and from the shadows, a figure cloaked in darkness emerged, gazing coldly at the retreating Ryuzaki Shinji. "Silence. Should you dare intervene, I will eliminate you first. This matter is mine to resolve," Aju replied fiercely. Disregarding the mysterious figure's goodwill, his intent to kill palpable, as if he would erupt in violence if his demand was not met. Do as you wish. As long as you can fulfill the task assigned by our master, nothing else matters. Remember, no actions that could disrupt the mission. This task must succeed. Failure is not an option. The mysterious figure let out a chilling laugh before issuing his warning, gradually melting back into the shadows. Just wait, I will inevitably kill you. Ryuzuki Shinji is my prey, and none shall take him from me, Aju thought vehemently as he watched the figure disappear. With a flick of his right hand, a Jing host appeared by his side, promptly engulfing him before both seamlessly merged into the underground shadows. At the very moment of Aju's disappearance, Ryuzuki Shinji, blending into the crowd, turned his gaze towards the shadows in the alley, a glimmer of keen insight flashing in his eyes. Aju, you cannot evade my perception. Submit to me willingly, Ryuzuki Shinji chuckled coldly, observing the vanishing figure of Aju. Chapter 31. What is justice? Shortly after Kenshijiro and Ryuzuki Shinji departed, three individuals radiating an astounding presence appeared at the location where the two had just confronted one another. A pair of patrolling soldiers from the organization approached respectfully upon seeing them. Where are they? Inquired a slender, golden-haired man in a gray combat uniform, adorned with a skull crown, his bloodshot eyes glaring at the squad leader of the organization. Reporting to Lord Duki, the two fighters have already left. They were too formidable, and we have lost track of them, the trembling squad leader replied, bowing his head respectfully, beads of sweat cascading down his face. Lost track? The man known as Duki's eyes flared with bloodshot fury, a violent aura emanating from him. Immediately, a small spirit in the shape of a sword appeared behind him. The single eye on the hilt glowed red, fixated on the squad leader. With a swift motion, the shield sword spirit transformed into a blade, its white glow illuminating the air as it unleashed a holy strike with lightning speed, aiming to cleave the squad leader in half. Just as the squad leader believed his demise was inevitable, a resounding clang echoed as a pure, crystalline hand firmly blocked the holy sword. What are you doing? Yuki-Oni, do not meddle in affairs that do not concern you. Such worthless scum should be eradicated entirely. The demon fighter fixed his gaze upon the ethereal woman clad in a pure white combat uniform, her silvery hair cascading gracefully. Yet, he refrained from further action, seemingly daunted by the enchanting beauty that resembled a figure from a painting. What are you doing? Naturally, it's to prevent you from acting foolishly. Those two are martial artists. It is quite normal for them to lose track of their target. Even someone as dim-witted as you must surely understand that. The woman, known as Snow Demon, remarked in a melodious yet emotionless tone, her striking eyes filled with disdain. Curse you! Do you truly believe that Lord Ghost will protect you from my wrath? I shall not hesitate to strike you down. Shielded sword monster, eliminate that wretched woman. Enraged by the scorn and humiliation from the white-haired beauty, the demon fighter's eyes blazed crimson, an aura of murderous intent radiating from him as he commanded the shielded sword monster to attack her. Humph, a fool remains a fool, and one who overestimates their own capabilities at that. Snow Maiden, temper his fury, or perhaps it would be wiser to encase them both in ice, she mused, maintaining her contemptuous expression. With a subtle smile that could rival the beauty of the world, she gracefully directed the Snow Maiden to engage the shielded sword monster. With a resounding thud, an elderly man clad in a drab gray combat uniform forcefully struck the ground with his iron crutch. Instantly, the shielded sword monster and the Snow Maiden became ensnared by countless white bandages, forcibly separated. A Grim Reaper had materialized between the two sprites unbeknownst to them. Have you two had enough? Look around. Do you not feel the embarrassment of your antics? The silver-haired elder rasped, completely enveloped in white bandages, revealing only his eyes, nose, and mouth. Humph, consider yourself fortunate. The lean man retrieved the shielded sword monster into its pockball and turned away without a backward glance. This arrogant fool will pay for his insolence. What shall we do next, Lord White Ghost? The white-clad woman inquired, also stowing the Snow Maiden into her pockball, casting a disdainful glare at the departing figure. Remain vigilant. The recent actions of Team Rocket and the Alliance have been suspicious. Another incident of deliberate disturbance occurred tonight. Let us hope we can navigate this black market trading day safely. Truly, it is a tumultuous time, the silver-haired elder mused, stroking the beard upon his chin with concern. Did you hear that? Immediately relay the order to heighten our vigilance. Should anything akin to what just transpired occur again, we must be notified without delay by the 7 ghost soldiers. Upon hearing this, the white-haired woman furrowed her brow and turned to the squad leader, who had narrowly escaped with his life, now bearing a visage of trepidation. Yes, Lady Snow Demon, we shall inform our comrades at once, the squad leader declared, kneeling respectfully before her. Without delay, he swiftly departed with his subordinates. A bunch of useless fools. If they weren't of some value, I would have no qualms about dismissing them, the white-clad woman thought as she observed the hurried departure of the lower-tier combat personnel. In the shadows of a narrow alley, Shinji I. Ryuzaki stood, having acquired a specially formulated healing potion from Team Rocket without incurring any cost. Nearby, the body of a severely twisted black-clad ninja lay on the ground, blood oozing from his mouth. The alliance between Team Rocket and the League was utterly astonishing. It seemed that this organization had severely infringed upon their interests. What should he do? Should he seize an opportunity for profit before departing? The risk was considerable, especially since he was alone, lost in thought within the shadows. Ryuzaki had just captured a stealthy ninja who had been trailing him, extracting some shocking intelligence through torture. Now, he contemplated his next course of action. The operation was set for 6 in the morning, with over 3 hours remaining. There was no rush. Once he procured what he needed, he could leisurely navigate through the chaos. It promised to be entertaining. Consume him, Arbok, leave no trace, Ryuzaki remarked with a cold smile in his icy gaze. Suddenly, crimson eyes opened in the shadows, and the ninja's lifeless body vanished swiftly. After executing his plan, Ryuzaki emerged from the alley, blending into the crowd before disappearing from sight. Around 3 in the morning, on the eastern outskirts of the graveyard, a considerable number of Team Rocket members had gathered. Dozens of grunts and several fighting-type Pokémon were swiftly arranging large machinery under the direction of a few bald, elderly men clad in lab coats on a relatively flat area. "How is the progress?" inquired Caesar, dressed in a cadre uniform, addressing one of the bald elders. "We have nearly confirmed the spatial coordinates beneath the graveyard. We just need to wait for those infiltrating the area to set up the spatial transmission as planned, allowing our psychic Pokémon to teleport us safely. However, the equipment we brought is somewhat insufficient, so we can only transport about 10 individuals at a time," replied the elder in a stained lab coat, his face beaming with a smile. "Excellent. This time, we must eradicate this troublesome blight completely. To think they dare to encroach upon our territory." Caesar's face twisted into a cruel smile upon hearing the elder's words. "But is it truly wise? This time, we are actually collaborating with the League. I fear we may be used as pawns," a graceful woman in an elite uniform approached with a cat-like gait. This stunning blonde was the first fighter under the highest commander, Athena, Kikui Yamamoto. "It is unavoidable. The nightmarish black market is guarded by at least 4 elite trainers. Our shallow resources in the Ashen City rocket team are insufficient to confront them alone. Initially, I had hoped to request reinforcements from other regions to eradicate this blight. Who would have thought they would provoke the League? Although the details remain unclear, since officials from Ashen City have requested our collaboration, we might as well take advantage of the situation. Who knows who will emerge as the dominant force?" Caesar remarked coldly in response to Kikui's concerns. On the western outskirts of the mass graveyard, a cadre of cloaked trainers, clad in somber black attire, awaited the command of an imposing figure ahead. The air around these masked trainers was thick with the scent of blood, emanating an aura of indomitable military prowess. "Warriors of the Alliance, tonight I shall eradicate the malevolent force lurking beneath this graveyard. Although I am compelled to ally with the wretched Team Rocket, a course of action not without its dubiousness. Sometimes justice necessitates the embrace of darkness for its preservation. This is the essence of our existence. Are you prepared for what lies ahead?" The cold-faced man, who had previously engaged in dealings with Ryuzaki Shinji, proclaimed with a resonant voice directed toward the steadfast trainers before him. "All for justice and the Alliance." The masked trainers echoed in unison. Chapter 32. The Law of the Jungle. Around 4 in the morning, Ryuzaki Shinji continued to meander through the free trade zone. As time progressed, the black market became increasingly populated, with the number of stalls rising correspondingly. Intriguingly, he noticed a significant presence of Team Rocket members among the newly established stalls. Despite their impressive disguises, certain habitual gestures and signals inherent to Team Rocket remained conspicuous to Ryuzaki Shinji's discerning eye. After 9 years of existence within Team Rocket, these subtle mannerisms felt instinctual to him, impossible to shed. It seems the intel provided by that ninja was accurate. My decision to have Aburakawa deliver the Bonebreaker was not in vain. How intriguing this has become, though regrettably, I lack the specific operational plans for Caesar's extermination. It appears that excessive concealment of injuries can be detrimental as well. Perhaps I might inquire further, he mused. Observing a newly acquired Team Rocket special healing potion in his hand, a cold smile creeping across his face. These disguised Team Rocket members seized the opportunity to engage in typical black market transactions, exchanging for necessary resources. This newly obtained healing potion had been procured from the very Team Rocket member standing before him, for which Ryuzaki Shinji paid a steep price of 200 Alliance coins, equivalent to the worth of the entire Team Rocket base in the shallow Red City. Yet, he paid without hesitation. Ha ha ha. Brother, you are indeed generous. Come, come. I have other illicit medicines available. Would you be interested? I can offer them at a discount, the disguised Team Rocket member exclaimed, elated as he glanced at the bank account information on his pocket watch. Despite having learned from others that this healing potion could only be obtained through compulsory missions and was thus exceedingly valuable, he never expected it to be worth so much. Initially, he had anticipated a protracted negotiation, but to his astonishment, the buyer paid without a second thought, rendering his prepared arguments moot. 200 Alliance coins, such a sum was beyond anything he had ever encountered in his lifetime. I'm afraid I must decline. My finances are rather limited at the moment. By the way, regarding Lord Caesar's recent military strategy, I arrived a tad late and couldn't catch all the details. I wonder if you could kindly elaborate for me. I certainly do not wish to jeopardize his lordship's plans. With that, Shinji Ryuzaki discreetly performed several hand signals commonly used by Team Rocket to communicate, then softly inquired of the Team Rocket member before him. I presumed it was something more significant. You've come to the right person with your inquiry. I happen to be a relative of Captain Ishida, a trusted confidant of Lord Caesar. No worries, my friend. Since I am in good spirits today, I shall divulge everything without charge. Upon witnessing Ryuzaki's gestures, the Team Rocket member's final reservations dissipated, and he enthusiastically shared all the information he possessed. 10 minutes later, Ryuzaki found himself at the periphery of the free trade zone, making his way swiftly toward the Pokémon specialty area. According to the intel provided by the Team Rocket member, the spatial portal constructed by Team Rocket was located within that very district. It is truly astonishing. Even the Pokémon Hunter Guild has chosen to betray the organization. I can only surmise that those large corporations collaborating with the organization have succumbed to the pressures of the League and clandestinely turned against it as well. How intriguing. This organization is bound to suffer great losses. It is a delectable opportunity that has presented itself to me. How could I not claim my share? As Ryuzaki pondered this, excitement swelled within him, and beneath his mask, his perpetually stoic expression transformed into one of avarice, with a hint of madness flickering in his cold, piercing eyes. After approximately 10 minutes of travel, Ryuzaki reached the edge of the Pokémon specialty area. Even before approaching closely, he could hear the anguished cries of various Pokémon resonating from within. A powerful aura of despair enveloped the entire specialty area, which had morphed into a veritable hell for the Pokémon, rife with the stench of copper and hopelessness. Why do humans do this? What have we Pokémon done to deserve such treatment? As he witnessed the despair etched on the faces of the Pokémon and listened to their cries, Yungara felt a surge of rage. He telepathically reached out to Ryuzaki, expressing his dismay. This infernal place was unbearable. It reminded him of the dark days he had endured in the laboratory. Awaken. This is the very essence of our world. The weak possess no rights. Their fragility is their original sin. Yungara, if you lack formidable power, it is only a matter of time before you too are captured by other humans. As one transformed by the Mugene, you should grasp this concept with ease. This is the law of the jungle for you Pokémon. The strong prey upon the weak. Since they are the feeble ones, exploitation is their fate. It is as it should be. Your concerns are simply too naive. In his heart, Shinji Ryuzaki coldly reprimanded Jujira, feeling a tinge of disappointment at his performance. He had anticipated that, after experiencing despair, Jujira would exhibit some maturity. However, he found him still remarkably immature. The disparity between Jujira's temperament and that of his counterparts, such as the double-headed gas and the Aburakawa, was stark. Upon hearing Shinji Ryuzaki's words, Jujira fell silent, his inner rage dissipating. Humph, return now. You shall rest well within your Pokeball and reflect on your actions. Observing Jujira's despondent demeanor, Shinji felt a slight heaviness in his heart. Subsequently retrieving Jujira into his Pokeball, I hope you can come to a realization. Your potential makes you 1,000 times luckier than most Pokemon. Yet, without a heart of ice, you shall forever remain a weakling. Shinji Ryuzaki gazed coldly at the obsidian Pokeball in his hand, contemplating. After securing the Pokeball onto his belt, he discreetly released his Grimer, allowing it to shrink and adhere to him while splitting into several smaller forms for vigilance. With not an ounce of sympathy, Shinji Ryuzaki, like others within the Pokémon trading district, was left with nothing but indifference. The tragic fates of these Pokémon were of no concern to him. Sympathy was a luxury too costly for one who traversed the shadows, so costly that even one's life could not afford it. The Pokémon trading district was composed of tightly partitioned areas, each rented out to various Pokémon hunter guilds, allowing them to conduct their sales as they pleased. These Pokémon hunters were a ruthless and unfeeling lot, lacking any understanding of proper management. They carelessly tossed Pokémon into iron cages with currents flowing through them, merely throwing in a handful of scraps to sustain them. Consequently, the stolen Pokémon appeared emaciated and weak, having nearly lost all remnants of their wild ferocity. All worthless trash, devoid of any value for training. Shinji Ryuzuki observed the surrounding Pokémon. Their heads hung low, resembling lost souls, and a profound disappointment washed over him. To him, these Pokémon, stripped of hope and wildness, were merely waste, utterly devoid of worth. Initially, he had harbored some expectations for the Pokémon trading district, hoping to find a few worthy candidates for training. However, it was now evident that this was nothing but a fanciful dream. The chances of encountering high-quality Pokémon were slim, relying entirely on fate and fortune. The fact that he had managed to capture both the Black Grimer and Jajira, Pokémon that suited his taste, was already an extraordinary stroke of luck. Throughout the journey, there were numerous stalls carelessly confining small sprites within iron cages. Nevertheless, the business thrived remarkably well. Some patrons purchased dozens of commonplace sprites in one go, while others spent lavishly on more precious specimens. Typically, such affluent buyers hailed from prominent families, seeking to augment their lower-tier personnel and nurture children within their lineage who possessed the potential to become trainers. These domesticated sprites, stripped of their wild instincts, served as ideal laborers or initial companions for budding trainers. As a modest investment ensured their compliance after enduring the dual torment of hunger and despair. Eventually, Shinji Ryuzuki stumbled upon a stall in the heart of this sprite marketplace that piqued his interest. Unlike the other shabby stalls, this one exuded a pristine aura, adorned with a rather elegantly simple structure. This establishment did not peddle wild sprites. Instead, it specialized in selling sprite eggs. The refreshing stall was divided into 18 sections, each corresponding to a different elemental type of sprite. The popularity of this stall was undeniable, with patrons flocking to inquire about prices in each elemental section, particularly in the dragon-type area, which attracted the most visitors. Shinji Ryuzuki promptly made his way to the section dedicated to dragon-type sprite eggs. Renowned for their high base stats, exceptional potential, and formidable strength, dragon-type sprites were notoriously challenging to cultivate. In this era devoid of legendary beasts, dragon-type sprites symbolized invincibility, often overpowering even the mightiest of legendary creatures. Despite his high hopes, Shinji Ryuzuki was ultimately disappointed to find that the dragon-type egg section offered only the most ordinary of specimens. Among the meager selection were eggs of sprites like the final evolution of the common Drapion, the seahorse, and the so-called shame of the dragon lineage, the red-faced dragon. The eggs of the semi-divine dragon-type sprites from various regions were conspicuously absent. Nonetheless, many were still willing to pay a premium for these eggs, which had the potential to evolve into dragon-type forms. Contemplating the immense power of dragon-type sprites, Shinji Ryuzuki felt an irresistible urge to acquire one of these eggs. Dragon-type sprites, inherently proud, would never heed a trainer's commands without earning their respect. However, sprite eggs represented a different narrative. Although some wildness might be lost, the bond forged between a trainer and a sprite from birth was far stronger than that established through mere capture. However, Shinji Ryuzuki remains Shinji Ryuzuki in his rational state. He is solely focused on the calculation of benefits. After careful consideration, he ultimately chooses to abandon this thought, deeming it unworthy. This is the crux of the matter. Dragon-type Pokémon grow at an exceedingly slow pace. Even if a trainer could significantly expedite this growth process, it would still demand a considerable amount of time, not to mention the astronomical expenditure of energy and finances. For Shinji Ryuzuki, who urgently requires a rapid enhancement of strength, such an investment is decidedly unwise. With the allure of the Pokémon egg dismissed from his mind, he resumes his search for the location of Team Rocket's teleportation device. Yet, as he passed through the section dedicated to the sale of vile Pokémon eggs, a remarkable event unfolded, swiftly capturing his attention. Chapter 33. The auction. As Team Rocket and the League personnel scrambled to devise their offensive strategies, the auction at the heart of the nightmarish black market was in full swing. The expansive, Colosseum-like auction hall was filled to capacity with dignitaries who had arrived through various clandestine means. Unlike those who frequented other areas, the attendees here were either wealthy or powerful. They constituted the most formidable supporters of the nightmarish black market. In turn, this market provided these esteemed guests with the finest services, optimal protection, and the rarest auction items. Esteemed gentlemen and ladies, following the conclusion of the precious evolution stone auction, we now present an ancient weapon imbued with mysterious power. This exquisite sword was unearthed by a valiant adventurer during a perilous expedition in an ancient ruin, surviving numerous life-threatening encounters. It has been authenticated by leading archaeological experts and is believed to be at least 1,000 years old. The auctioneer, standing at the podium, spoke with a rhythmic cadence, his voice filled with dramatic flair. With a flourish of his right hand, two elegantly attired women struggled to lift a beautifully crafted, oversized wooden box from backstage. As the dazzling lights illuminated the auction hall, all attendees could clearly see through the crystal lid of the ornate box, revealing a sword steeped in an aura of antiquity. Measuring 4 feet in length and 9 inches in width, its hilt was adorned with 2 delicately crafted wings. The blade bore numerous intricate, unknown engravings, and a faint blue glow emanated from it continuously. Anyone who laid eyes upon this sword, barring the utterly foolish, would immediately perceive it as a formidable weapon capable of slicing through steel, for all present were captivated by the chilling aura of lethal intent and razor-sharp energy it exuded, collectively experiencing an illusion of being pierced by its blade. As you can see and feel, upon first beholding this sword, I felt as though I had been pierced by it myself. However, do not presume that this is the extent of its enchantment. Even more extraordinary wonders lie ahead. Please, allow our brave warrior to demonstrate the sword's prowess. The auctioneer, with a voice rich in emotion and expression, introduced the exquisite weapon to the guests. Just as he concluded his words, a burly man with sinewy muscles emerged from backstage. After the man saluted the audience, a dozen operatives struggled to carry a massive steel plate, measuring 50 centimeters in thickness, onto the stage. With a resounding thud, the vertically positioned steel plate crashed onto the ground, causing the floor to sink several centimeters under its weight. Once the immense plate was set in place, 2 alluring ladies swiftly disengaged the wooden box's lock, allowing the strong man to retrieve the sword. Ladies and gentlemen, keep your eyes wide open. Do not miss the upcoming spectacle, the auctioneer exclaimed. As the muscular man raised the sword, signaling his readiness, the auctioneer eagerly resumed speaking into the microphone. With a thunderous roar, the man swung the sword with great force, and a brilliant blue light erupted from the blade. A wave of blue energy surged forth, effortlessly slicing through the massive steel plate and barreling toward the backstage, where a cacophony of chaos ensued. Moments later, the upper portion of the steel plate began to shift slowly, and with a tremendous crash, it fell heavily to the ground. After a brief silence, enthusiastic applause erupted from the audience, all captivated by the enchanting sword, their eyes shining with fervor as they fixated on the weapon in the man's grasp, oblivious to the fact that he was pale and drenched in sweat. Following his performance, the man hastily returned the sword to its wooden box and swiftly retreated backstage. Ladies and gentlemen, you have witnessed something extraordinary. Such power to cleave a steel plate of this thickness from such a distance. The might of this sword is truly formidable. It can be said without reservation that possessing this sword grants you an unparalleled strength, one that transcends that of mere sprites. Our tests have shown that even a minor can wield it with ease to vanquish an adversary of considerable skill. Now is your moment to act. The starting bid is set at 5 million Union coins, with minimum increments of 200,000 Union coins. Please place your bids. As the applause from the audience subsided, the auctioneer seized the opportunity to extol the sword further, igniting the fervor within the guests as he announced the commencement of the bidding. 6 million Union coins, he declared. No sooner had he finished speaking than a robust elderly man clad in a black samurai outfit commanded his attendant to raise their bidding paddle. Behold, our esteemed guest number 31 has placed a bid of 6 million Union coins. Is there anyone else willing to bid? If not, I will count to 3. And this magnificent sword will belong to our distinguished guest, the auctioneer proclaimed with fervent excitement. However, before he could finish his count, another bid was made. 9 million Alliance coins. This sword has caught the eye of our esteemed Sato family. I implore you all to extend a favor to us. A man with a prominent hooked nose, clad in an exquisite noble attire, arrogantly declared, casting a predatory glance over the assembly. Those who met his gaze quickly averted their eyes, bowing their heads in submission. This esteemed guest from the Sato family has bid 9 million Alliance coins. Is there anyone else willing to make an offer? This is a rare treasure of a sword. Miss this opportunity, and it may never return. Is there anyone else wishing to bid? If not, I shall count to 3, and this sword will belong to the third guest. I began to count, 1, 2. Upon hearing the hooked-nosed man's words, the auctioneer's previously fervent expression vanished, replaced by a look of distress. As the auction house, the higher the bid, the better. It would yield greater profits for them. Yet, with this illustrious family from Kanto intervening, the situation took a turn for the worse. The Sato family is a superfamily, second only to the Ri clan and the Ki clan in Kanto, boasting a multitude of formidable members. The newly appointed 4 heavenly kings, Sato Kana, hails from their lineage. Their influence is such that even their organization would not dare to cross them. As expected, the atmosphere in the room grew considerably colder after the hooked-nosed man spoke and glared. Almost everyone fell silent, heads bowed, unwilling to confront him. Even the elderly samurai who had initially placed a bid became mute. Observing this, the auctioneer's expression darkened further. Ultimately, under the stern gaze of the hooked-nosed man, he begrudgingly began to count down. However, a sudden voice interrupted, rescuing the auctioneer from his despair. "Humph, this is a black market. What does it matter to me about your pathetic family? I am quite fond of this sword as well. I bid 10 million alliance coins." A brash voice shattered the tense atmosphere, emanating from a scar-faced man sitting in a corner of the auction house, who smugly raised his bidding paddle. "Wow. The esteemed guest number 103 has bid 10 million alliance coins. Is there anyone else wishing to bid? If not, I will count to 3. And this rare sword will belong to guest number 103. I begin the countdown. 1, 2. Hearing that someone finally dared to bid, the auctioneer immediately spoke with renewed excitement. "Who is he? How dare he oppose our Sato family?" The hooked-nosed man glared coldly at the scar-faced man, then turned to his attendant. "Reporting to Lord Sato Sasaki, this individual is Ikeda Hideyoshi, an alliance-level criminal and a trainer of the Heavenly King rank." The attendant in dark attire respectfully explained. "Humph, just a lone wolf. No wonder he is so audacious. However, to challenge our Sato family's financial might is nothing but folly. This sword has been ordered by the family to be secured. Go, drive his price down." The hook-nosed man, known as Sato Sasaki, spoke with a predatory glint in his eyes, having already condemned this audacious individual in his mind. In his view, anyone daring to oppose the Sato family deserved annihilation. "Yes, my lord," the attendant replied respectfully. Immediately thereafter, Sato Sasaki and Ikeda Hideyoshi embarked upon an intense price war. Ultimately, Ikeda Hideyoshi, unable to contend with Sato Sasaki due to personal financial constraints, was forced to yield, and the coveted sword fell into Sato Sasaki's possession. However, his countenance bore the grimace of one who had ingested a fly. "Damn it, that scoundrel has driven the price up to 20 million alliance coins. It infuriates me." Sato Sasaki glared at Ikeda Hideyoshi with clenched teeth, his expression one of vehement disdain, as if he longed to consume Ikeda Hideyoshi whole. Were it not for his family's reverence for the ancient techniques embedded within the sword, which they had expressly instructed him to secure, his miserly and avaricious nature would have prevented him from parting with such a sum for what he deemed a useless relic. What a fierce contest it was, reminiscent of dragons and tigers clashing. Congratulations to the esteemed guest from the Sato family who secured this rare sword for 20 million alliance coins. The auctioneer, with a countenance that bloomed with excitement, eagerly struck the gavel and passionately announced the result of the auction. Thunderous applause erupted once more as the attendees, in silent camaraderie, reveled in Sato Sasaki's misfortune. Once the applause subsided, the auctioneer resumed speaking. "Now, we come to the piece d'arrestance of the evening, the much-anticipated quasi-divine Pokémon, the most renowned in Kanto, mini-dragon. This mini-dragon was painstakingly obtained from a mother dragon of formidable prowess, reaching the level of a high-ranking champion. Hence, the potential of this mini-dragon is beyond compare. Now, without further ado, let us unveil the quasi-divine marvel of Kanto. Please welcome our staff to present the mini-dragon." The auctioneer, thoroughly enraptured, neglected even his disheveled appearance as he exuberantly introduced the mini-dragon to the audience. After such a prolonged wait, it is finally time to behold the mini-dragon. I can hardly contain my excitement. In a dimly lit corner of the auction hall, a ninja clad entirely in black hung upside down from the ceiling, his fervent gaze fixated on the adorable creature trapped within the water tank on the auction stage. Meanwhile, Ryuzaki Shinji, passing by the section dedicated to dark-type Pokémon eggs, noticed a particular egg adorned with fiery red patterns and black spots suddenly emit a glow and shift, causing it to tumble from the shelf. Quick of reflex, Ryuzaki Shinji caught the falling egg in his hands just in time. The life within the egg appeared exuberantly vibrant, shaking and radiating light. Observing the unusual activity of the egg in his grasp, Ryuzaki Shinji narrowed his eyes, a subtle smile emerging beneath his mask. Chapter 34, Chaos Unleashed. What a marvel it is. I must document this moment. It appears that the little sprites can sense their surroundings even before birth, and when they encounter a favored creature, they express their delight through glowing and movement. What a monumental discovery. My father will surely be unable to sleep from excitement upon hearing this. Suddenly, a young man clad in pure white attire, sporting round glasses, appeared before Ryuzaki Shinji, his face alight with enthusiasm as he gazed at the shimmering and vibrating sprite egg in Ryuzaki's hands. He promptly produced a small notebook and a sketching pencil, swiftly rendering the likeness of the sprite egg, accompanied by an array of perplexing data that left Ryuzaki utterly bewildered. Hey, have you seen enough? If so, kindly step aside. Ryuzaki addressed the peculiar figure who had appeared before him, engaging in behaviors reminiscent of a sprite researcher. Although he was not particularly angry, he could no longer contain himself when he noticed that this individual had included him in his sketch. He issued an immediate warning. Ah ha ha ha. I truly apologize. I was so caught up in the moment that I forgot myself. Please forgive my intrusion. My name is Okadoki, a sprite researcher. Upon witnessing the anomaly of the egg in your hands, I instantly shifted into work mode. By the way, it seems that the child within this sprite egg is quite fond of you. Upon hearing Ryuzaki's admonition, the bespectacled young man, Okadoki, paused momentarily, then scratched his head with a sheepish expression. Despite his awkwardness, he carried himself with an elegance that spoke of his refined upbringing. Humph. I have no interest in who you are. My affairs are none of your concern. You dare wander here alone? I advise you to leave at once. Ryuzaki replied coolly, having recognized the young man's sincere apology and amiable demeanor. Given that there were no disputes between them, and considering that this individual belonged to the illustrious Okido clan of Kanto, he chose to forgive the young man's intrusion with a calm demeanor. Had it been anyone else, he would not have hesitated to make them taste the bitterness of defeat, especially since this place was soon to become a battleground, and he had no intention of adhering to its outdated rules. Ha ha ha, rest assured, I am not alone. I could not have arrived here by myself. It seems you are the solitary one, sir. For some reason, I sense that the atmosphere here has begun to shift ominously, so I too advise you to depart swiftly. The young man adjusted his glasses and smiled, his eyes suddenly ablaze with a brilliant white light, as he spoke to Ryuzaki in an enigmatic manner. Upon realizing that he was being advised instead, Shinji Ryuzaki chose to remain silent, diverting his attention to the shimmering and incessantly swaying Pokémon egg in his hands. Given that even the young man from Professor Oak's family could discern the profound affection emanating from the egg's contained life, it was only natural that he, too, felt the joyous emotions radiating from within. Although he remained uncertain of the small creature that resided inside, he resolved to purchase the egg. A bond so instinctively strong must surely indicate a perfect match between them. Excuse me, how much for this Pokémon egg? I will take it, Ryuzaki remarked coolly to the young and smiling waitress at the stall. Despite his awareness that the organization was on the verge of collapse and his desire to seize the egg directly, he quickly dismissed such thoughts upon recalling the name of the establishment, the Pokémon Hunters. If his memory served him correctly, the Pokémon Hunters Guild was among the top 3 most formidable forces among the numerous Pokémon hunting guilds worldwide. Their influence extended throughout the Pokémon realm, with the strongest 26 hunters designated by letters, each possessing at least the prowess of an elite trainer. The top 10 boasted the strength of champion trainers, while their leader and vice leader were champions themselves. The overall might of this guild rivaled that of any major family. To offend such a colossal entity over a mere Pokémon egg, especially when he had the financial means to acquire it through proper channels, seemed utterly imprudent. Naturally, Ryuzaki would not be foolish enough to snatch the egg outright. However, should he be met with deliberate obstruction, he would not hesitate to settle matters with force. In the shadows of society, one must seize what they desire, and any who dare obstruct them would face obliteration. Such was the currency of the Dark World. Dear guest, this is a Darumaka Pokémon egg. These creatures are predominantly found in the Kanto region and are quite rare. They are social beings, and our guild invested significant resources to successfully capture and nurture a group of Darumaka to produce these eggs. We assure you, all eggs we sell are meticulously selected, representing the finest quality, hence the elevated price, the young and attractive waitress explained with a professional smile, offering Ryuzaki a Pokémon parentage certificate for his perusal. Very well. How much? Ryuzaki inquired coldly, casting a cursory glance at the parentage certificate. He perceived the waitress's lengthy explanation as merely a tactic to inflate the price and exploit him, leveraging the guild's esteemed reputation to caution against any rash actions. As for the certificate, he held little faith in its authenticity. After all, what dark force could not forge such documents? However, he has indeed developed a profound fondness for the Delubi egg in his possession. A creature of both the dark and fire types, and importantly, it takes the form of a dog. This little Pokémon is destined to become a formidable ally in the forthcoming Death Championship. Thus, as long as the seller does not demand an exorbitant price, Ryuzaki Shinji is inclined to purchase it. 2 million Alliance coins, the striking female attendant announced, a figure that sent a surge of fury coursing through Ryuzaki Shinji. Yet, the attendant appeared entirely unfazed by the palpable menace emanating from him. It was evident to any astute observer that this egg possessed extraordinary qualities. A Pokémon egg capable of choosing its owner is certainly not comparable to ordinary ones. Therefore, it was only natural for her to inflate the price. As the manager of the nightmarish black market and a hunter from the Pokémon Hunters Guild, she was not intimidated by the likes of Ryuzaki Shinji, a lone trader in the black market. Ha ha, 2 million Alliance coins. Have you fallen from the sky? Aren't you afraid of bursting from such greed? Ryuzaki Shinji retorted, his tone steely, as an aura of menace radiated from him. Instantly, the atmosphere around the stall shifted, with patrons halting their transactions to cast wary glances at Ryuzaki Shinji. Please, dear customer, do not take offense. The 2 million Alliance coins encompass not just the egg, but also premium nourishment specifically designed for juvenile Pokémon. An ample quantity to ensure a smooth transition from infancy to growth. Additionally, we provide accompanying skill discs and care notes. Such services are undoubtedly worth 2 million Alliance coins. For a healthy and exceptional Pokémon far surpasses that value, the hunter proclaimed, sensing the intensity of Ryuzaki Shinji's formidable presence. Although startled, she maintained her composure and methodically presented her offerings. With each item she produced, the threatening aura surrounding Ryuzaki Shinji began to dissipate, much to her relief. She had misjudged him. This man was a fighter, a rare breed not to be trifled with by someone of her intermediate elite standing. She was well versed in the art of adapting to the situation. Ah, I see there are additional services included. Why was there no such offering with the egg I purchased previously? Demyuki interjected, his demeanor darkening upon hearing the hunter's words. He immediately confronted her, aware that the attendant's error led to this compensation. However, he sought to unnerve her and was secretly astonished by the prowess of the masked man beside him. After all, fighters like him were scarce even within noble families. Well, the hunter stammered, her expression turning awkward at Demyuki's inquiry. Yet, in that moment, Ryuzaki Shinji came to her aid. Go ahead, present all your items. Shinji Ryuzaki extracted a Union silver card from his possession and coldly addressed the waitress, stating that if 2 million Union coins could procure such an array of items, he could reluctantly acquiesce. His primary concern, however, was his unwillingness to foster animosity with the Fairy Hunter Guild. Yes, I shall retrieve the items momentarily. Please hold on. The hunter hastily excused himself from the clutches of Daiki and rushed backstage to collect the goods, acutely aware that offending the esteemed heir of the Daiki family was simply not an option. Sir, might I have another moment to closely examine this peculiar Pokémon egg? Daiki implored, rubbing his hands together in a pitiful manner as soon as the hunter departed. To him, an ardent researcher of mystical creatures, this extraordinary egg was an invaluable subject of study. Were it feasible, he would desire to purchase it from Shinji Ryuzaki, though such a notion was evidently out of reach. The idea of theft was utterly foreign to someone of Daiki's refined upbringing. Shinji Ryuzaki gazed at the eager young man before him, feeling a sense of bewilderment he had never encountered before. 10 minutes later, he departed the Fairy Hunter Guild's booth, resuming his quest for the Team Rocket teleportation point. The hunter, upon receiving payment, dutifully provided a thorough account of all the items, while Daiki, the Daiki heir, was unceremoniously dragged away by a stout elderly gentleman clad in a butler's uniform. Meanwhile, the auction for the Dratini was drawing to a close. 70 million Union coins. Does anyone else wish to place a bid? If not, I shall begin the countdown. 1, 2, 3. Sold. The esteemed guest number 2 has successfully acquired the precious Kanto quasi-divine Pokémon, Dratini. The auctioneer exuberantly announced the results, bringing down his gavel with finality. At the very moment the gavel struck, the lights in the auction hall abruptly extinguished. Mere seconds later, the illumination returned. Yet the Dratini on the auction block had vanished without a trace. An alarm blared throughout the auction venue instantly. Chapter 35. The operation commences. The Dratini had been stolen by a mysterious figure. The auctioneer, in a swift reaction, pressed a red button on the microphone, triggering the alarm to resonate throughout the auction area. The jarring sound startled all the guards stationed in the vicinity, prompting the main checkpoints to automatically seal. A multitude of guards emerged from various concealed nooks, conducting a meticulous search akin to a carpet sweep. Please remain calm. I am one of the 5 ghosts of the nightmarish black market, the evil ghost. I assure you, the thief cannot possibly escape. Our security personnel have sealed all exits. Not even a fly can escape at this moment, so kindly wait here for a brief period. The auction will soon return to normal. Guards, maintain vigilance over our esteemed guests. A pale, ghostly flame mysteriously flickered into existence upon the auction platform, burning intensely for a brief half-second before extinguishing. Immediately, a chilling, bone-deep voice reverberated throughout the auction hall. As the echoes faded, a figure clad in black, known as the Wraith General, materialized in midair above the auction stage. This enigmatic being wore a mask that conveyed neither laughter nor sorrow, adorned with a pale, horned skull helm, and draped in a black cloak embroidered with a deathly gray pentagram. In one hand, he wielded a massive black scythe, while his long, dark hair cascaded freely over his shoulders. The cold, penetrating voice emanated from him, and the crimson glow seeping through the mask's seams revealed the fury within the Wraith General. With a sweeping motion of his scythe, a dozen pale ghostly flames instantly manifested, followed by numerous malevolent spirit sprites that emerged in various corners of the auction hall, radiating an aura of hostility. Subsequently, the Wraith General enveloped himself in a shroud of ghostly flames and vanished from the auction platform. You wretched specter! I am a distinguished guest of the nightmarish black market. Swiftly remove yourself from my path, shouted a voice. However, as the guests witnessed their companions ensnared by the malevolent spirits, discontent began to ripple through the crowd. Some, sensing the ominous shift in atmosphere, sought to withdraw with their subordinates, only to find their escape thwarted by the ghostly sprites. When one attempted to force his way through, the sprites, imbued with terrifying malice, flared with crimson light and mercilessly struck down the intruder, draining the very essence of life from him before the horrified eyes of all. Within mere seconds, a robust man was reduced to a lifeless husk. Lord Sasaki, what shall we do now? Asked a black-clad man beside Sato Sasaki, his expression betraying urgency upon witnessing the fatal confrontation. We must wait until the others draw these specters away before we can leave. Curse it, I feel increasingly uneasy. Why have our reinforcements not yet arrived? Sato Sasaki replied, his visage darkened by concern. The auction house's regulations allowed only a single attendant, leaving him with scant armed support. Unskilled in combat himself, he found it impossible to breach the encirclement of these sprites, whose strength was at least that of high elites. The situation for the others present was scarcely better than that of Sato Sasaki. Yet, seasoned by myriad tribulations, none succumbed to panic. Their thoughts mirrored those of Sasaki, leading to an eerie silence in the auction hall, as even the formidable Ikeda Hideyoshi chose to remain mute, quietly seated. In an instant, the entire venue descended into an unsettling stillness. Outside the auction hall, chaos reigned supreme, as numerous figures clad in ninja garb launched surprise attacks from the shadows. The organization's operatives suffered substantial losses, and by the time they regained their composure, the ninjas had already dispersed in every direction. In that moment, they were at a loss as to whom they should pursue. Only by dispersing their forces can they pursue me. Humph, a bunch of trash, thinking they can catch me. Miyamoto Musashi. What a delusion. The mini-dragon is now mine. Ha ha ha. A middle-aged man clad in a simple ninja outfit emerged slowly from a shadowy corner of the auction house. His hair was cropped short, his face diamond-shaped, marked by a prominent scar that traversed from his right eye socket, across the bridge of his nose, to his left cheek. With eyes that resembled those of a venomous snake, he exuded an aura akin to that of a serpent lurking in the shadows. Observing the frantic organization personnel scurrying around like headless flies in search of thieves, he scoffed, then lowered his gaze to a splendid Pokeball adorned with diamonds, revealing a satisfied smile. However, Miyamoto Musashi's grin abruptly froze, for he beheld a ghastly materializing before him, only to vanish into thin air moments later. Damn it, these ghost-type Pokémon are indeed omnipresent. A mere slip in my aura has revealed my position. After carefully stowing the Pokeball, Miyamoto Musashi intended to make his escape. But a pale ghostly flame suddenly flickered into existence not far ahead. Indeed, it is you, Miyamoto Musashi. In all of Shallow Red City, only you could elude the watchful eyes of the guards and steal the mini-dragon right under their noses. Allow me to offer you a suggestion. Release the mini-dragon, and I shall pretend this incident never occurred. As the ghostly flame dissipated, a malevolent spirit gradually materialized before Miyamoto Musashi, its voice chilling to the bone. Following this, a throng of organizational personnel emerged from all directions, encircling him completely. Ha ha ha. Do you truly believe I would return what I have acquired? You think your numbers can hinder me? Double-headed gas, unleash the smoke screen. Though surrounded, Miyamoto Musashi remained unfazed, letting out a hearty laugh before addressing the ominous spirit. As he finished speaking, a smoke bomb detonated at his feet. But that was merely the beginning. He released a double-headed gas, and a thick fog enveloped the surroundings, obscuring everyone's vision and concealing Musashi's whereabouts. Humph, such trivial tricks cannot confound me. Should you wish to flee, experience the terror of being besieged by malevolent spirits. Cursed all, unleash your dark eye and curse him to your heart's content. As the shadowy fog swirled, the malevolent spirit witnessed Miyamoto Musashi's defiance, and its eyes flared with crimson light. Accompanied by a cacophony of sinister laughter, a colossal cursed doll, 5 times the size of an ordinary one, gradually emerged behind it. The cursed doll's eyes glowed a fierce red, emanating a blinding light, while several pale, ghostly flames orbited around its form. Upon its arrival, the temperature in the vicinity plummeted several degrees. The aura of malice emanating from it was overwhelming. With a startling flash of red in its eyes, the cursed doll emitted a black halo that expanded outward, causing a dark pillar of light to materialize beneath the ground 20 meters to the right of the malevolent spirit. Originally, the intent was to escape underground, as the cursed doll unleashed a shadow ball to force him out. Moreover, you incompetent fools, why are you not hastening to surround him? The malevolent spirit immediately commanded the cursed doll to launch an attack upon seeing the black pillar of light, issuing orders to the battle personnel who shrank back in fear upon hearing the name of Miyamoto Musashi. Yes, Master Demon General. The lower-tier combatants of the organization, emboldened by the display of their formidable ally's power, eagerly joined the fray with their ghostly companions. Miyamoto Musashi found himself once again ensnared in peril. Meanwhile, as alarms blared in the auction area, Aju successfully infiltrated the secret base constructed underground by the organization. Observing the combat personnel hastily fleeing, he realized that his master, Miyamoto Musashi, had successfully pilfered the mini-dragon. Now it was time for him to take center stage. His mission was to obliterate the surveillance room utilized by the organization to monitor the entire Nightmare Black Market. With all external personnel now exposed, it was imperative to destroy the eye of this nefarious market to create an opportunity for his comrades to escape. This is the place, Gistone. Enter and put everyone inside into a deep slumber. Aju stealthily approached the ventilation shaft of the surveillance room, gazing at the multitude of images flickering below and the staff urgently relaying information via their communication devices. A cruel smile crossed his face as he subtly moved his little finger, summoning the hidden Gistone to his side. With a maniacal chuckle, Gistone vanished once more, and soon the staff members within the surveillance room began collapsing one after another. At that moment, Aju dismantled the barrier and leapt down from the ventilation shaft. Proceed with confidence. Aju unsheathed the long blade from his back and, with silent precision, severed the necks of the organization's personnel. Once he had completed his grim task, he turned his gaze to the myriad of screens surrounding him. Team Rocket and the League. How could they possibly be here? Have they uncovered our operation? Aju gasped in horror at the images displayed on the screens. Although the shallow Red City Gym was nominally under the League's jurisdiction, it was, in reality, a local power within Shallow Red City, acting according to its own interests. The ninjas of Shallow Red City Gym were feared by both the League and Team Rocket, allowing them to thrive amidst these two formidable factions. This operation had been conducted secretly after their leader, Miyamoto Musashi, had acquired information about the mini-dragon. The sudden appearance of Team Rocket and the League at this critical moment was far too coincidental. Damn it, it seems we have a traitor among us. Who could it be? Aju slammed his fist onto a device in frustration, knowing that with Team Rocket and the League meddling, the situation had spiraled out of control. Just as Aju pondered the identity of the traitor, a dark-skinned man clad in a yellow combat uniform, accompanied by a lurking night shade, appeared behind him. I know not whether you harbor a traitor within your ranks, but I do know that you will perish here. The dark-skinned man coldly addressed Aju, stating, Humph, I'm quite irritated at the moment, and you shall serve to awaken my senses, Guaystone. Upon hearing this, Aju slowly turned around, casting a frigid glare at the dark-skinned man, and replied with equal iciness, just as Aju and the dark-skinned man crossed paths. Shinji Longzaki encountered trouble in the auction house's collection room. Who are you? Why are you obstructing my path? Do you wish to perish? Shinji Longzaki coldly inquired, gripping an ancient stone, as he directed his chilling gaze at the stunningly beautiful white-haired woman who had mysteriously appeared behind him. The formidable aura of a fighter emanated from him. Pressing down upon her, leave the item behind. Intruder, the snow demoness declared icily, her beauty undeniable. Oh, this is intriguing. The girl is quite lovely, but alas, her intellect seems lacking. Kill her, Abakai. Shinji Longzaki commanded with a cold smirk towards the purple serpent beside him. Chapter 36. Destination. The timeline shifts back to 42 minutes earlier at 5:15 a.m., where Shinji Longzaki found himself entangled with Omyuki. The auction of the miniature dragon, one of the most prized items, was reaching its climax. While Aju infiltrated the organization's underground base through the ventilation ducts, in the easternmost section of the free trading zone, an unexposed rocky area lay strewn with several bodies of organization operatives, their necks severed, blood congealed, and staining the dim ground with patches of death. The expressions of these individuals were frozen in shock, evidently victims of a single, lethal strike. Not far off, a robust man clad in a tight-fitting combat suit sat cross-legged with closed eyes upon a flattened boulder. Beside him stood a rare ancient sprite, Scythe Helm. Minutes later, several furtive figures emerged from the distance, but upon sighting the corpses and the imposing man on the rock, their vigilance dissipated, and they approached with joy. Respectfully bowing to the giant, "Have you brought everything?" the giant inquired, his tiger-like gaze fixed expressionlessly upon them. "Yes, Lord Kanjuro, as per Lord Caesar's instructions. This concealed teleportation point is under your guardianship. We entrust you with the subsequent protective duties," one disguised Team Rocket member said, bowing deeply with a face radiating profound admiration and fervor, as though encountering an idol. "I understand. Quickly set up the teleportation device." "I shall attend to an uninvited guest," Kanjuro replied without looking at him, abruptly raising his head to gaze into the distance. A fierce battle intent ignited within him, and as soon as he finished speaking, he stood up from the rock, exerted force through his legs, and leaped forward, clearing several meters from the 10-meter-high rock, landing steadily on the ground, and vanished alongside Scythe Helm from the sight of the Team Rocket members. Truly, he is a formidable elite, carefully nurtured by Lord Apollo. As the rocket team soldier approached Kanshurlang to report, he was struck by the formidable presence of Kanshurlang, and his fervor reached an apex. Clenching his fists in admiration, he declared, "All right, let us hasten to set up the teleportation device. Time is of the essence. If we fail, Lord Kanshurlang will surely strangle us, just like those unfortunate souls on the ground." One of the soldiers, rolling his eyes at his companion's demeanor, remarked that it was evident Kanshurlang had gone off to confront a powerful foe, indicating that their location was compromised and they needed to act swiftly. Upon hearing this, the others grew serious, quickly retrieving an assortment of small mechanical devices and components from their various spatial packs, skillfully assembling them. Meanwhile, Kanshurlang had already encountered the formidable adversary sent by the organization. "You dare to come alone? Are you here to meet your demise?" Kanshurlang scoffed at the golden-haired man adorned with a crown of bones before him. Though the opponent radiated a considerable aura and was indeed a fighter, he paled in comparison to the martial artist Kanshurlang had previously encountered. It appeared that this fighter had merely forcefully elevated his abilities through some secret technique. Such a combatant might dominate the unskilled, yet against a true fighter, he was nothing more than a paper tiger. "You are the fighter causing chaos in the free trading zone, are you not? Where is your companion?" The opponent, known as Doguay, inquired with bloodshot eyes and a grave expression. He had slightly overestimated his own capabilities. However, he had not yet discarded his emergency signal transmitter. Upon spotting Kanshurlang, he decisively sent a distress signal to nearby personnel, confident that reinforcements would soon arrive. Unfortunately for him, his hopes of stalling for time through conversation were swiftly dashed. Kanshurlang, uninterested in dialogue, commanded his scythe-wielding helmet to initiate the attack, while he himself closed the distance to Doguay rapidly. "How dare you underestimate me? Shielded sword beast. Cleave them all. Unleash the holy sword," Doguay exclaimed, his eyes ablaze with fury at Kanshurlang's sudden assault. No sooner had he issued his command than a red-eyed shielded sword beast materialized behind him, swiftly transforming into a sword form. Its blue light flaring as it executed a horizontal slash to intercept the sharp dual scythes of Kanshurlang. Yet, at that moment, Kanshurlang was already within 2 meters of Doguay. With the shielded sword beast blocking his scythes, Kanshurlang's piercing gaze unleashed a monumental aura, and he delivered a powerful flying kick. "Humph, you think you can defeat me with mere fists and feet? A delusion. Allow me to demonstrate the might of Western cross swordsmanship." As Kanshurlang approached him unarmed, Doguay's face revealed a hint of pride. He retrieved a standard cross greatsword from his spatial pack, gripping it tightly with both hands as a fierce aura emanated from him, launching an upward slash towards Kanshurlang. Thus, a fierce battle between dragon and tiger commenced. As Kanjuro and Toki engaged in an intense battle, a figure cloaked in black, with an EV perched on his shoulder, cautiously slipped into an obscure alley within the free trade zone. There, he stealthily made his way into the shadows of a discreet corner. At that moment, the masked figure had descended into a man-made subterranean space, albeit modest in size, merely a few dozen square meters. Yet, it was filled with an array of mechanical devices, where several individuals clad in black were busily operating the machinery. "Welcome back, Kanako," a young man leaning against the wall greeted the newly arrived Kanako. "Oh, it's you, Wataru. Don't startle me like that." Kanako, feeling a surge of anxiety, nearly let out a shriek at the unexpected voice. Fortunately, Wataru quickly covered her mouth with his hand, and once he released her, she huffed in irritation. Wataru was dressed in a form-fitting black outfit, draped with a dark cloak. His fiery red, spiky hair and strikingly handsome features, particularly his sharp, glimmering eyes, were enough to captivate countless admirers. "So, this operation has indeed drawn your attention. Does Lord Kondo have any instructions?" Kanako, removing her mask to reveal her exquisite visage, gazed at Wataru in disbelief. She could not fathom how Wataru, now a low-ranking investigator in the Alliance, had appeared in this location as the mission was supposed to be executed by Kondo Makoto, stationed in Akahoshi City. "Plans often change. I appreciate the efforts you've put into the black market lately. I will handle the rest from here. All you need to do is manage things well here." Wataru replied with a slight smile, offering no further explanation. His purpose for being here was, of course, to acquire a Dratini. Although he already possessed a Dragonite, one could never have too many Dragon-type Pokémon. Despite his surname, Goryu, he had yet to reconnect with his ancestral roots, and all his resources were acquired through his own endeavors. As for who had informed him of this opportunity, naturally, it was Kondo Makoto, who had deliberately fed him the information about the Dratini, clearly intending to use him as a pawn. Nevertheless, Wataru willingly chose to take the plunge, confident in his ability to seize the Dratini amidst this grand event. "TCH, as if I didn't know. You're here solely for the Dratini, aren't you?" "Truly. Lord Kondo is quite adept at employing subtle tactics to bring you on board. It seems this operation is foolproof," Kanako remarked, pouting in mock irritation at Wataru, a comrade with whom she had once faced life and death. Haha, Wataru chuckled at her vexed expression, shrugging helplessly. There was a more significant reason behind his actions, but he preferred to keep that to himself for now. "By the way, how is the setup for the teleportation device progressing? We are nearing the scheduled time, and I suspect that the nefarious Team Rocket is about to launch their attack. They are rather restless individuals, and we must seize the opportunity to claim the greatest advantage before they do." Kanako Mito spoke with a grave expression, acknowledging that although this operation was labeled as the eradication of evil forces, everyone understood it was merely a feast for dividing the spoils. Those who hesitated would find their share diminished. There was no rush. While this organization was not the strongest, it was nonetheless formidable. According to the intelligence gathered, this area was guarded by the 5 demon generals, each a trainer of the highest caliber, and one must not be complacent. Perhaps it would be prudent to let Team Rocket engage in a fierce battle with them first, allowing us to reap the benefits afterward. Ryunosuke also wore a serious countenance as he calmly analyzed the situation. The two continued their conversation, but mere minutes later, their dialogue was abruptly interrupted. The blaring alarm resonated throughout the central auction area, echoing across the entire Nightmare Black Market, serving as a signal for a sudden influx of Team Rocket members who emerged from the shadows, frantically directing their Pokémon to wreak havoc on everything around them, eliminating any opposing organization personnel that dared to intervene. Those still engaged in transactions within the Nightmare Black Market were taken aback by the alarm and the sudden appearance of Team Rocket members, instinctively opting for self-preservation and rushing towards the organization's teleportation hall. Unfortunately, by that time, the teleportation hall had already been sealed off, surrounded by a multitude of organizational operatives. Unaware of the unfolding chaos, these lone wolves, each a ruthless contender, found their escape routes blocked and retaliated against the organization's personnel. In mere minutes, the order of the entire Nightmare Black Market disintegrated, and chaos spread like wildfire. Although the location of Team Rocket's teleportation point remained elusive, there was no time to waste. The feast had commenced. "Absol, clear the path. Eliminate anyone who stands in our way," Ryunosuke commanded, a cruel smile emerging beneath his mask as he released Absol to dispatch an obstructive organizational operative, then calmly made his way toward the auction area, the wealthiest region of the entire Nightmare Black Market. Simultaneously, many others, akin to Ryunosuke, sought to take advantage of the turmoil. Their destination also the auction area. Chapter 37. The 5 Demon Generals Team Rocket and the Alliance, 2 diametrically opposed factions, have actually joined forces. Have they discovered our presence? At the pinnacle of the nightmare black market, a Jengar thrice the size of an ordinary one observed the influx of Team Rocket and Alliance members below, chuckling sinisterly. This Jengar, much like the cursed doll of the evil general, radiated a blinding red light, its malevolence palpable. It cannot be that. We have merely encroached upon their interests. Our strength is formidable. Neither side possesses the absolute capability to vanquish us in this domain, which is likely the reason for their alliance. A dream demon, residing beside the malevolent spirit, responded to him through telepathy. This dream demon was also of considerable size, approximately 4 times that of her kin. Yet she lacked the terrifying malice that characterized the malevolent spirit. Instead, she exuded an aura of wisdom, her gaze profoundly deep, surrounded by a menacing shadow orb and a massive telekinetic sphere emanating a blue glow. Regardless, as per our initial agreement with that human, we are bound to safeguard this black market. I have dwelled here for quite some time and have little desire to relocate. Surely, you too have grown weary of a life of constant upheaval. The detritus below is on the brink of succumbing to the onslaught of Team Rocket and the Alliance. It is time we sought assistance. Once the dialogue between the malevolent spirit and the wise dream demon concluded, a commanding voice emanated from a sudden portal that materialized in the air, exuding a chilling aura that made it clear it was no ordinary entity. From the vast spiritual gateway emerged a night demon, colossal in stature, 8 times the size of a typical night demon, resembling a small giant. Its enormous crimson eye seemed like a black hole, capable of ensnaring souls. The red light radiating from it more potent than that of the cursed dolls and the malevolent spirit. An astonishing aura of malice surrounded it, accompanied by the incessant wails of tormented souls, as it wielded a fearsome black scythe. The malevolent spirit and the wise dream demon bowed in deference upon encountering the night demon, while a nearby soul snatcher remained indifferent, treating the night demon as if it were mere air. Since you, the night demon chief, have spoken, we shall certainly heed your command. However, the formidable humans below are quite troublesome. A single misstep could reveal our identities, and we would once again find ourselves pursued by that coven of witches from the White Demon clan. I have had my fill of their relentless pursuit. I would rather continue wandering than face them again. Upon hearing the night demon's words, the malevolent spirit and the wise dream demon refrained from further comment, merely nodding in agreement. However, the soul snatcher remained silent, its size greatly exceeding that of its kin by 7-fold, emanating malice rivaling that of the night demon. It gaped voraciously, devouring a white light orb in its grasp, indifferent to the anguished cries of the soul within. Once the soul was consumed, it addressed the night demon with a serious demeanor. If we employ human puppets to mimic their combat style, our strength will inevitably be compromised, and we risk exposing our identities. Therefore, if we find ourselves at a disadvantage, it would be prudent to retreat. Our agreement with the human merely obliges us to protect this black market to the best of our abilities. While it is regrettable to lose a secure and stable location for harvesting souls, it is certainly preferable to being hunted by those witches. What do you propose, Soul Snatcher? Upon hearing the Soul Snatcher's words, the night demon closed its crimson eye, pondering briefly before reopening it, coldly addressing the audacious Soul Snatcher beside it. Cackling with amusement, the figure mused, who would willingly serve that human? I have yet to exhaust my own existence. With that, the leader of the night spirits took his leave, swiftly descending towards the depths below. He sought a weaker opponent, as any complications were decidedly beneath his expectations. This individual, much like the cursed doll, had long forgotten his true identity, a pair of ungrateful wolves raised in 2 worlds. It is perplexing to consider who initially took pity on them and offered refuge, only for them to display such insolence towards their benefactor. Let us seize the opportunity to eliminate him, my lord, remarked the malevolent spirit, his aura thick with hostility. Do not be incensed. We initially took them in for our own benefit, a mutual arrangement, if you will. However, they require a firm reminder of their place. Once this crisis has passed, we shall show them who holds the reins. For now, let us dismiss these humans, the night spirit leader replied with a calm demeanor, shaking his head. Understood, chief. Both the malevolent spirit and the dream demon echoed in unison. In a swift motion, 3 human corpses were expelled from the gaping maw of the malevolent spirit. The trio of ghostly sprites glowed with a fierce crimson light as a surge of ghostly energy enveloped them, flooding into the lifeless bodies. The corpses began to convulse violently before their hollow eyes snapped open, transforming into a deep, blood-red hue. Subsequently, a sinister black robe materialized around them, cloaking their forms entirely save for their glaring crimson eyes. After sharing a knowing glance, The three ghostly sprites each took a human corpse and soared off in a designated direction. Meanwhile, amidst the turmoil, the battle between Miyamoto Musashi and the cursed doll had reached a fever pitch. Surrounding them lay a gruesome array of dismembered and desiccated corpses, the battlefield a testament to the ferocity of their conflict. The organization's combatants had nearly all perished in the wake of the clash between the two king-level trainers, and those with any sense quickly distanced themselves from the chaos, granting the dueling titans ample space to unleash their full might. Before them stood a colossal cursed doll engaged in a fierce struggle against an extraordinarily robust dragon king scorpion and a bat-like creature thrice its size. Simultaneously, Miyamoto Musashi was embroiled in a brutal melee with the malevolent spirit-s controlled demon warrior. Curse it, what manner of being is this? Musashi pondered in frustration. Cold as a corpse, I have struck at its vital points multiple times, yet it remains vibrantly active in battle. How utterly bizarre. With a powerful swing, he repelled the oncoming demon warrior, quickly creating distance between them. In a flash, he hurled two shurikens with impeccable precision towards the demon warrior's heart and brow. Clang! The demon warrior swiftly spun its enormous scythe, transforming it into an impenetrable shield that effortlessly deflected Musashi's projectiles. With a forceful stomp, it lunged once more towards Musashi, intent on closing the gap. On the other side, the cursed doll unleashed a spectral flame, forcing the approaching Dragon King Scorpion to retreat. With remarkable finesse, it countered the shadow balls emitted by the flying Crobat, neutralizing them effortlessly. As Dragon King Scorpion executed Rock Slide, utilizing massive boulders to extinguish the pale ghostly flames resembling rattlesnake missiles, a surge of dark energy coalesced around it, creating a sinister aura that surged toward the cursed doll. Indeed, it was the wave of evil. At that moment, Crobat skillfully employed its taunt, rendering the cursed doll temporarily incapable of executing its bizarre ghost-type transformations. Both Dragon King Scorpion and Crobat were elite Pokémon in the possession of Miyamoto Musashi, having accompanied him through numerous battles across the land. Their coordination was seamless, and their power had ascended to the elite tier, boasting extensive combat experience. Although Miyamoto Musashi was currently incapacitated by the malevolent spirit and unable to issue commands, the duo maintained a relentless onslaught against the cursed doll. From the current perspective, the defeat of the cursed doll seemed merely a matter of time. Struck by Crobat's taunt, a wave of dark energy enveloped the cursed doll, momentarily hindering its ability to employ evasive transformations. In desperation, it expelled a colossal shadow ball to counter the wave of evil unleashed by Dragon King Scorpion. However, as ghost types are inherently weak against dark types, the shadow ball was shattered in an instant, allowing the wave of evil to strike true, eliciting a mournful cry from the cursed doll. At the moment the wave of evil connected, the malevolent spirit faltered, exposing a significant vulnerability. Seasoned from countless battles, Miyamoto Musashi seized the opportunity, wielding his razor-sharp ninja blade with precision to sever the right arm of the malevolent spirit. With a chilling sound, a torrent of black blood gushed forth from the severed limb, which fell heavily to the ground, radiating an aura of death. Then, an eerie occurrence unfolded. The flesh and clothing of the severed arm began to dissolve rapidly, akin to spring snow meeting the sun, transforming into a skeletal appendage. Thus, it became clear why the cursed doll had withstood so many lethal assaults unscathed. It was a reanimated corpse. The revelation was astonishing. The cursed doll could simultaneously command the dead in battle while contending with his Pokémon. This was truly a formidable and terrifying foe. Witnessing this bizarre spectacle, Miyamoto Musashi comprehended the entirety of the situation. As one who had long existed within the shadows, he had heard tales of powerful ghost-type Pokémon capable of controlling corpses in combat. However, encountering it firsthand was an entirely different experience. These ghostly beings were notorious for their mercilessness, relying on the souls of the living to enhance their sinister powers, rendering them adversaries to all of humanity. Cackling with delight, the entity acknowledged its discovery by humanity, proclaiming, "You are indeed formidable, yet merely that." With the veil of invisibility lifted, it decided to unleash its utmost power for amusement. "I shall claim your souls, along with your little spirit," it cackled, upon realizing that its human puppet had been exposed by Miyamoto Musashi. The cursed doll discarded its charade and severed the mental control over the human figure, which swiftly crumbled into a mere skeleton. At that moment, the cursed doll's aura surged dramatically, radiating a blinding crimson light, its wicked scarlet eyes fixated greedily on Musashi. As the cursed doll tore away its disguise to engage in a final confrontation with Musashi, Team Rocket and the League's forces were besieged by the Night Spirits. 4 elite Ghost-type Pokémon, resulting in significant casualties. Meanwhile, Caesar and the Dragon Lord swiftly headed towards the site of the attack to organize a response from their underground base and monitoring room. Your bravado ends here. Aju remarked impassively to the Night Demon among the 7 ghostly soldiers, while his wavering Night Spirit was shattered by the combined assault of Jengar and Arbok. Simultaneously, within the auction house's collection room, a disdainful voice echoed, "Women ought to remain at home. You are all too feeble for combat. Devour them, Arbok, leave no trace." Dragonzaki Shinji coldly observed the beautiful, yet fading Snow Spirit and Snow Woman, poisoned and on the brink of collapse by Arbok's venom. He then seized all that caught his eye from the collection room and unleashed a dual gas attack, igniting everything in flames. The fierce battle persisted. Chapter 38. Retreat and Alliance. Is this all the worthless trinkets this grand auction house has to offer? Dragonzaki mused bitterly, stepping out of the collection room, clutching a stunning, translucent amber with a tiny insect encased within, his only valuable find amid an array of mundane items. He felt a sense of injustice at the meager reward after braving such perils. Should he delve deeper? The guards within posed a formidable challenge. The ghost-type Pokémon bred in this nightmarish black market were far more powerful than their human counterparts. As he gazed into the foreboding corridor ahead, Dragonzaki fell into contemplation. Along his path, he encountered few of the organization's minions, yet ghost-type Pokémon lurked in every shadow, nearly leading him to disaster. Fortunately, with the miraculous eye of Yungara, he avoided lingering at the auction house's periphery. What a blind, unyielding lot they are. Do they not sense fear? He thought. Arbok, Mook, block their path. I entrust this to you. Arise, Yungara, unleash your psychic blade, and eliminate these ghostly fiends. In the fleeting seconds of contemplation, Shinzai Ryuzuki found himself besieged by numerous ghostly sprites within the auction hall, who were drawn to the living essence emanating from him. With their crimson eyes ablaze, they surged forth, obeying the commands of their cursed doll leader to once again guard the auction venue. Any creature that lacked the aura of the 5 great leaders was deemed an intruder, ripe for the siphoning of its life force. Eagerly, they approached, desperate to seize their opportunity. Abor and Grimer, under command, sprang into action. The eyes of Abor glowed fiercely, unleashing the terrifying gaze of a great serpent, instilling fear in the advancing phalanx of ghostly sprites, halting them in their tracks. Meanwhile, Grimer swiftly divided into 3 separate forms, adhering to the walls on either side. And together they executed a protective maneuver, temporarily sealing the corridor and preventing the encroaching sprites from advancing. Yet, the relentless onslaught of ghostly attacks began to wear down Grimer's protective barrier, rendering it precariously fragile. Amidst the turmoil, a flash of white light heralded the arrival of Yungara. Panting heavily after expelling a multitude of ghostly sprites, his psychic energy was severely depleted. And although he had regained some mental fortitude through meditation during his time in the Pokeball, it was not enough. The pace of recovery lagged far behind the energy expended. Upon his emergence, a remarkable surge of psychic energy enveloped him, his eyes shimmering with a cerulean hue. With a swift motion of his spoon, he conjured a torrent of blue psychic blades that sliced through the throng of ghostly sprites, reducing them to mere fragments. However, this exertion left Yungara in a state of profound fatigue, forcing him to kneel, barely maintaining his composure. Well done, Yungara. Consume this, Ryuzaki instructed, his expression darkening upon witnessing Yungara's exhaustion. He understood that Yungara had given his all, despite the allure of more valuable treasures ahead. The primary force against the ghostly sprites could not continue the fight. The peril of advancing further was palpable. He retrieved a pill designed to aid the recovery of psychic energy and fed it to Yungara before returning him to his Pokeball. For now, he could not rely on Yungara's strength. Let us proceed. Grimer and Weezing, you two lead the way. Abor, you may wish to return to your Pokeball for rest, Ryuzaki declared, releasing a well-rested Weezing while recalling Abor, whose stamina had diminished to critical levels. Grimer, however, remained in peak condition, bolstered by its exceptional black sludge. It was time to retrace their steps. Yet, just as he prepared to depart, the sound of hurried footsteps approaching from behind caught his attention. In the rocky outskirts of the free trade zone, Kenshiro, clad in a form-fitting black combat suit, disdainfully observed the fallen Dogoe. The skeletal crown of Dogoe lay shattered, and his hands and feet had been brutally twisted by Kenshiro. His colossal crossed sword, now feeble, was embedded in the ground, its blade marred by several wide gashes. The outcome of the battle between his steadfast shield sword monster and the scythe helm was now concluded. although the rocky armor of the scythe helm was riddled with cracks. It had nonetheless triumphed over the shield sword monster, cleaving its sword in two with its dual sickles. The shield lay, punctured, beside the remnants of the fallen creature, leaving Doguay at a desperate impasse. My Lord Kenshiro, Lord Caesar urgently requests your assistance for the members within the free trade zone, a flustered Team Rocket soldier exclaimed, having hurriedly arrived from the teleportation point behind him. This is not my concern. Relay to him to seek assistance from others. My sole duty is to remain here, and I have no intention of providing aid, Kenshiro replied coldly, diligently wiping the iron rings on his wrists with a handkerchief. In the recent skirmish, those iron rings had served as his most potent weapons, allowing him to defeat the Doguay, who was skilled in cross-swordsmanship. However, inevitably, all 4 rings had sustained damage, and he pondered whom he might approach for repairs. The Team Rocket soldier found himself momentarily at a loss upon hearing Kenshiro's response. Please, do not refuse just yet. It is said that you, Kenshiro, are the foremost bulwark under Lord Apollo. The assailants in the free trade zone are a trainer of the legendary tier. Our intelligence analysts, however, have deduced from the battle reports between Miyamoto Musashi and the evil spirit that this so-called legendary trainer is merely a puppet, while the true trainer is a ghost-type sprite. Do you not find this intriguing? Should you manage to capture it, you would surely earn greater rewards from Lord Apollo, thereby increasing your odds of success in the deathmatch tournament. A beautiful, golden-haired woman sauntered gracefully from behind a large rock, her demeanor elegant as she approached Kenshiro with a smile, addressing his furrowed brow. Ah, it is you, Yamamoto Kiku, the foremost warrior under Athena, Kenshiro replied, his expression grave. What brings you here? Simply ensure my protection, and I shall share half the credit with you. Though I possess the strength of a legendary trainer, I am, in truth, quite feeble. The sprite we face is reputed to be the most enigmatic among ghost types. A single misstep could spell my doom. Thus, I require a valiant protector, Yamamoto Kiku implored, her demeanor captivating. The Team Rocket soldier beside Kenshiro had turned crimson, clearly enamored. Your role is to attack, while I shall defend. Is it truly that simple? Kenshiro, steadfast as a mountain, maintained his composure in the face of Yamamoto Kiku's allure, responding without a hint of emotion. It is truly that simple. However, allow me, a seemingly fragile woman, to take charge of this matter. What do you think? Upon noticing Kenjiro's flicker of interest, Yamano-ji finally revealed her true intentions. Upon hearing her words, Kenjiro's fierce gaze instantly turned cold, a formidable aura beginning to emanate from him. Although this woman possessed the prowess of a top-tier trainer, her own capabilities were undeniably lacking. This is a common flaw among many trainers, who focus solely on enhancing their Pokémon's strength, relying on emotional bonds to maintain balance, while neglecting their own training. Little do they realize that life and death battles extend beyond the Pokémon. The direct confrontations between trainers, as well as the dynamic between trainer and Pokémon, are equally vital components of such struggles. However, when Yamano-ji produced an object from her possession, Kenjiro swiftly reined in his aura and fixed his intense gaze upon the item in her hand. Deal, Kenjiro said, his expression one of fascination. Then let us proceed, Yamano-ji replied sweetly, tossing the stone that radiated an extraordinary glow to him. Chapter 39. The battle commences as the remaining 4 Phantom Generals joined the fray. The morale of the organization's combat personnel surged, as if they had found their central pillar. With the assistance of the numerous ghost-type Pokémon commanded by the 4 generals, the organization gradually stabilized their position and began to shift from defense to offense. Esteemed guests, as long as you choose to remain neutral, our forces will not engage you. Once we have successfully expelled these wretched invaders, the teleportation hall will be promptly reopened. We kindly ask for your patience. The intelligent Phantom General, controlled by the formidable Dream Demon, floated above the teleportation hall, addressing those below who were surrounded by a multitude of ghost-type Pokémon and organizational members. As the wisest among the 5 generals, he immediately opted to pacify these seemingly disjointed lone wolves. These individuals, though individually powerful, were unstable and could easily obstruct their efforts to drive away Team Rocket and the Alliance forces. The only course of action was to first suppress and manipulate them through force. As anticipated, upon hearing the words of the powerful, intelligent Phantom General, many chose to cease hostilities. True to his word, he commanded the ghost-type Pokémon under his control to stand down, prompting the remaining individuals to follow suit. Only a few, harboring ulterior motives, attempted to incite others to continue the assault, but they were swiftly eliminated by the intelligent Phantom General. In a matter of minutes, The once formidable faction of lone wolves participating as a fourth force in the battle was rendered non-existent by the mere words of the intelligent Phantom General. At this juncture, the organization's strained forces experienced significant relief, and those freed up were promptly reassigned by the intelligent Phantom General to other areas for reinforcement. The true intelligent Phantom General, the Dream Demon himself, also instructed the numerous ghost-type Pokémon present to remain behind to guard these lone wolves while he hastened towards a teleportation point associated with Team Rocket. How audacious of you, the Alliance and the Rocket team, to stir trouble in the nightmarish black market. Let the minions revel, transforming these intruders into mere husks. The malevolent Jengar, commanding a legion of ghostly spirits, looms over the already besieged upper region of the free trading zone, unleashing a swarm of ghost-type sprites summoned from the chaotic burial grounds to launch an assault on the Alliance's forces. A multitude of dark mist techniques is deployed by these ghostly sprites, their wails echoing through the air, transforming the area into a veritable haunted realm. All within the shroud of darkness, the members of the Alliance, Lone Rangers, and even the sprites, find themselves besieged by the elusive ghostly sprites. Panic ensues among those engulfed in the black fog, and the opportunistic ghostly sprites seize the moment to strike. No, let go of me. Some careless individuals and sprites are ensnared by the ghostly sprites, drawn into a nightmarish realm where they are tortured into madness, ultimately drained of their life essence until they resemble mere corpses. The ghostly sprites, now infused with vitality, glow ominously red, their malevolence intensifying, though their energies become chaotic. Quickly, unite. Release the sprites that possess the mystical guard, so they may withstand the hypnotic spells and curses of these wretched beings. The leaders of the Alliance and Rocket team, realizing the dire situation, cast aside their grievances and join forces in resistance. Go, Butterfree, use Mystical Guard. Ninetales, Mystical Guard. Ladybug, Mystical Guard. Pidgey, mimic with the parrot's call. Fearow, mimic with the parrot's call. The members of the Rocket team and the Alliance rally together, unleashing their sprites trained in Mystical Guard. Ingenious individuals command their flying-type sprites to utilize the mimicry ability, summoning a vast, milky white barrier that nullifies the ghostly sprites' hypnotic attacks and peculiar transformations. With the failure of their strange transformations, the ghostly sprites' threat level diminishes significantly. The opportunity for a counterattack arises, as the Rocket team and Alliance members swiftly direct their sprites to eliminate the ghostly spirits, tilting the scales of victory back in their favor. What a useless bunch. It seems I must intervene personally. Jengar, unleash the full power of Shadow Ball and shatter this disgusting shell. Witnessing the ghostly sprites falter, Jengar's eyes blaze with crimson fury as he manipulates human puppets to deliver this command, while he begins to coalesce ghostly energy. A colossal Shadow Ball forms between his hands. Just as Jengar prepares to unleash the massive Shadow Ball, a devastating beam of destruction pierces through it, scattering the gathered ghostly energy like a headless fly. Who dares? That audacious individual dares to obstruct me. I watched helplessly as the colossal shadow sphere I painstakingly created was annihilated. The malevolent Jengar seethed with rage, its blood-red eyes becoming even more vivid. The overwhelming malice emanating from its being was no longer concealable, and a blinding crimson aura radiated from it. Enough, Jengar. Cease your charade and release the wretched corpse you have ensnared. The intensity of your malevolence is too pronounced for me to be deceived. A voice, imbued with a sense of justice, rang out from a distance. Mere moments later, a formidable Dragonite materialized before the malevolent Jengar, exuding an air of power, upon which stood a strikingly handsome young man with crimson hair, enveloped in a luminescent green aura. The spiky-haired youth stood resolutely upon the great dragon, adorned in an exquisite League Investigator's uniform, draped with a grand red cloak embroidered with golden threads, gazing with righteous indignation at the malevolent Jengar. Radiating an aura of intense integrity, a true paragon of heroism. Yet again, I am confronted by such a loathsome human. Dragonite, given your immense strength, why submit to a mere mortal? We, the diminutive sprites, are the true sovereigns of this realm. Are you willing to be reduced to a human's lackey? Jengar, realizing that this uniquely capable human had seen through its facade, indignantly directed its ire towards the Dragonite beneath his feet. It sensed that the power of the mighty dragon matched its own, and with the addition of this human, it was far outclassed. Thus, it sought to sow discord, believing that dragons were inherently proud beings, unwilling to bow to humans. In response to Jengar's taunt, Dragonite merely issued a roar, steadfastly loyal to its trainer, who had nurtured it since childhood. Silence. You, a wretched and malevolent sprite, wish to incite confusion and face the righteous judgment. Dragonite, unleash Dragon Pulse. With a commanding shout, Yulong ordered Dragonite to attack. In an instant, Dragonite unleashed a torrent of draconic energy, transforming into a colossal dragon's head that surged towards the malevolent Jengar. Since you have chosen to become a human slave, I shall personally ensure your departure alongside that human. Perish. Jengar waved its hand, sending the human puppet crashing into the Dragon Pulse to buy itself a moment, while it swiftly gathered another colossal shadow sphere in its grasp. A thunderous explosion erupted as the Dragon Pulse collided with the shadow sphere, creating a violent detonation that reverberated throughout the nightmarish black market. The battle between Yulong and Jengar quickly ensued. Meanwhile, in the lower section of the free trading zone, the remnants of the organization's combat personnel surprisingly allied with the Team Rocket members to confront the sudden onslaught of numerous ghost-type sprites that indiscriminately launched their attacks. What was initially perceived as the arrival of reinforcements turned into a devastating loss for the organization members, who, in their desperation, had no choice but to surrender and temporarily ally with Team Rocket and the League to combat the ghost-type sprites. However, even with the combined forces of the three factions, they found themselves retreating relentlessly. This was due to the ghost-type sprites being commanded by a colossal Duskull, which, under its leadership, experienced a significant surge in battle prowess. The sprites would frequently launch treacherous attacks, eliminating several powerful individuals and sprites, effectively subduing the united forces. Hydro Pump, unleash, bellowed the ducklet, followed by the booming command of Rock Wrecker. From the Rampardos, the moment the words were spoken, two formidable attacks erupted from concealed corners, striking the massive Duskull with tremendous force and causing it to crash violently into several buildings. With the Duskull incapacitated, the ghost-type sprites were thrown into disarray, prompting the three factions to seize the opportunity to stabilize their formation and launch a counterattack. The Ducklet, radiating intense heat, and the Rampardos, clad in rocky armor, materialized at the spot where the Duskull had fallen, while the figures of Jukue and Kanjuro emerged slowly from the shadows. That hurts quite a bit, humans. You are merely digging your own graves, a chilling voice echoed from the ruins of the collapsed structures. The two exchanged a grave glance, their expressions turning serious. Inside the auction hall, Lord Sasaki, there are people ahead, a black-clad attendant exclaimed, protecting the rotund Sato Sasaki as they escaped a throng of ghost-type sprites. Upon seeing a masked figure in black before them, Sasaki gasped, "Really? Hey, listen well, come over and help us. We are members of the Sato family. And if you can lead us to safety, you will not only be handsomely rewarded, but also earn a significant favor from the Sato family." Gasping for breath, Sasaki looked up, and indeed, a masked man stood before them. Without hesitation, he attempted to leverage the reputation of the Sato family to compel the stranger to assist them. "Lord Sasaki, be cautious with your words," the black-clad attendant urged urgently, sensing the tension. Sasaki, not a fool by any means, was accustomed to being in a position of authority, but at that moment, as a reminder struck him, cold sweat broke out. Someone who could infiltrate this auction hall, now overrun by ghost-type sprites, was certainly not an ordinary individual. His previous remarks may have inadvertently offended this enigmatic figure. In a life-or-death situation, provoking someone seemingly unfathomable was undeniably foolish. As anticipated, the worst outcome materialized. The Sato family, such grandiose claims, sneered Ryuzaki Shinji, turning around, his masked visage betraying a mocking expression as he gazed at the two battered individuals, his eyes glinting with profound greed. Chapter 40. The Sorrow of the Ghost General, Part 1. As the formidable ghost generals, the malevolent spirit, and the giant soul snatcher found themselves ensnared by the might of the Alliance and Team Rocket, the cunning ghost general, Dream Demon, led a multitude of operatives and ghost-type Pokémon to seal off every entrance and exit of the Pokémon trading district, effectively trapping a significant number of Team Rocket members within. In the trading district, the various stalls had swiftly packed up their wares shortly after the onset of the skirmish, huddling together to observe the clash between Team Rocket and the opposing organization with detached indifference, showing no concern for the outcome. Team Rocket, displaying considerable acumen, refrained from pillaging these stalls at the outset, recognizing the intricate web of alliances present. Although they were a dominant force in the underworld, it would be unwise to alienate all factions. They opted to treat these vendors as mere bystanders, focusing on expelling the rival organization. Once the organization was dealt with, control of the area would naturally fall to Team Rocket, securing the largest share of the spoils. In a spacious underground chamber within the trading district, a rudimentary teleportation device operated under excessive strain. Nearby, over a dozen psychic-type Pokémon were panting heavily, while several others meditated in the corners, attempting to conserve their energy. Each activation of the teleportation device drained a substantial amount of mental power from these psychic Pokémon. Fortunately, Team Rocket had adequately prepared a sufficient number of them to manage a rotation, allowing a steady stream of reinforcements to emerge from the rudimentary device. Lord Caesar, urgent news. The organization has sealed off all entrances and exits of the trading district. Our men are unable to escape, and they are currently under assault from a powerful dream demon leading a horde of ghost-type Pokémon. They are advancing rapidly towards the teleportation portal. A flustered Team Rocket soldier reported as he rushed into the underground chamber. Upon hearing this, Caesar, seated upon a wooden chair, opened his eyes wide. His piercing gaze, concealed behind a pale mask, fixed fiercely upon the anxious soldier, who immediately trembled and broke into a cold sweat, unable to meet Caesar's gaze. Why the panic? It was only a matter of time before they discovered us. I didn't expect them to find us so swiftly. It is rather surprising. After all, I had set several traps. It seems the opposing side is not devoid of intelligence. Relay my orders. Tell them to consolidate their defenses and await reinforcement, Caesar commanded. Rising from his chair, clad in the uniform of a Team Rocket executive. Yes, Lord Caesar, the soldier replied, bowing and hastily departing. Once the soldier had left, Caesar waved his hand, prompting several elite Team Rocket members, who had been seated in the corners of the underground chamber, to rise and follow him as they exited the space. On the surface of the subterranean realm, numerous members of Team Rocket were orchestrating a valiant resistance, skillfully commanding their ghost-type Pokémon to effectively curtail the organization's advances through a strategic contraction of their defensive line. The two factions were embroiled in an intense and heated battle of offense and defense. Team Rocket, renowned as the pinnacle of dark forces, boasted unparalleled personnel quality and weaponry that the opposing organization could not hope to match. Had it not been for the substantial number of ghost-type Pokémon serving as expendable support, they would have long been repelled by Team Rocket's counteroffensive. However, battles do not entertain hypotheticals. Emboldened by their ghostly allies, the organization's members fought fiercely, undeterred by the prospect of death, momentarily gaining the upper hand against Team Rocket. Is it just you little creatures attempting to obstruct me? Where is your leader? The Mismagius commanded, manipulating a human puppet to address the three elite members of Team Rocket encircling her. Each of these elite trainers commanded a core Pokémon of the same species. The Chatot, and their coordination was remarkably adept. Leveraging the ordinary type immunity to ghost-type moves, they managed to hold their ground against the Mismagius for a fleeting time. Although their defeat was merely a matter of time. Apart from her mastery over all ghost-type moves, the colossal Mismagius was also proficient in various psychic abilities. The constantly spinning orb of psychic energy surrounding her was not merely for show. It was a manifestation of her surplus psychic power, which augmented the potency of her psychic attacks by at least 30%. The three Chatots, launching air slash from multiple angles, attempted to confine the Mismagius' movements. But their efforts were deftly countered and rebounded by her psychic prowess, leaving the Chatots in disarray, as if they were being toyed with by the Mismagius, who refrained from launching any offensive strikes. In a concealed corner near the battlefield, Caesar watched the Mismagius with a brooding expression. Her defensive strategy rendered him incapable of finding an opportunity for a surprise attack. What an astute opponent, leaving no openings at all, he mused. It seems it will not be easy to subdue this ghost-type Pokémon effortlessly. Well, it has been a while since I have engaged in a serious confrontation. Let us consider this a form of exercise. After several minutes of waiting, during which the Mismagius continued her passive stance, he concluded that she had detected his presence. Therefore, he boldly emerged from his hiding place. Finally decided to show yourself, you venomous serpent perpetually poised for ambush, the Mismagius mocked, directing her human puppet towards Caesar as he stepped into view. Victory is paramount. The means employed are inconsequential. Like so, let us reveal ourselves. Allow this ancient specter to witness the terror of Team Rocket. We cannot allow her to escape. She is vital experimental material. In response to the Mismagius' taunt, Caesar merely offered a disdainful smile. He clapped his hands, and several Team Rocket elites began to emerge from the shadows of the battlefield, their eyes glinting with intent as they focused on the human puppet and the Mismagius. Humanity has indeed proven to be a most shameless species. Yet, at times, a multitude does not equate to superiority. Welcome to the dreamscape I have woven. May you find eternal repose within its confines. As the dream demon found herself encircled by Caesar and his rocket brigade, She exhibited an extraordinary calmness, betraying no hint of anxiety. As if everything unfolded according to her design. The dark energy orbs surrounding her radiated a sinister glow, warping the space within a radius of several meters around her, ultimately encasing Caesar and his companions in an absurd and bizarre realm. Come, let us indulge in a delightful game within this dream, the dream demon intoned. Her gaze piercing as it fell upon the pallid visage of Caesar, her voice laced with mockery. As the clash between the dream demon and Caesar commenced, a fierce battle raged elsewhere between Miyamoto Musashi and the cursed doll. Dragon King Scorpion, Missile Needle, Cross Bats, Storm, combine your powers. Miyamoto Musashi commanded coldly to the two king-class sprites. Upon hearing his command, the Dragon King Scorpion's formidable fangs and spikes glimmered ominously, unleashing a barrage of missile needles that shot forth like a torrential rain of needles. Not content with mere projectiles, it expelled a copious amount of venom that mingled with the needles, transforming them into a hue of deep purple. The cross bats, witnessing the emergence of the missile needles, fervently flapped their wings, conjuring a colossal tornado before them. The swirling winds ensnared the multitude of purple missile needles, enveloping them in a tempest of toxic energy, merging the flying, poison, and bug-type moves into a formidable combination attack. Under the cross bat's command, the enormous purple tornado surged towards the cursed doll with an intimidating ferocity. With the vast area of effect and rapid movement of the tornado, the cursed doll found itself unable to evade, forced to endure the onslaught head-on. I have warned you time and again, such superficial attacks are futile against me, the cursed doll scoffed, disdain etched upon its rugged features. Having lived for centuries, it had long transcended the limitations of its kind. As a member of the cursed doll lineage, renowned for their mastery of curses, it had honed its innate abilities through centuries of consuming the essence of living beings. The cursed doll possessed three forms of curses. The first, to curse enemies, sacrificing its own soul to significantly diminish the abilities of its foes for a brief period. The second, to curse itself, sacrificing its soul to temporarily enhance its own capabilities. The cursed doll only grew stronger when cursed. And the third, the curse of attacks, sacrificing its soul to minimize the potency of all incoming moves to their lowest point. The potency of the curse ability is determined by the number of souls sacrificed. The activation of the cursed doll's power requires the offering of souls. Originally, this innate ability necessitated the sacrifice of a portion of its own soul. However, the extraordinary cursed doll discovered a method to invoke its curse by sacrificing the souls of others. Within its being resides a plethora of souls, serving as sustenance, ample enough to sustain a day of battle. Yet, due to the alteration in the sacrificial method, where it now requires the souls of others, the duration of its curses has significantly diminished. Each curse can only last approximately 10 seconds. Furthermore, after each invocation, a cooldown period of 1 minute is required for recovery. Nevertheless, in the ever-changing landscape of battle, 10 seconds can indeed determine the outcome. Surrounding the immense cursed doll are several flickering pale ghostly flames that begin to blaze intensely, accompanied by the mournful wails of tormented souls emanating from within. Indeed, these ghostly flames are manifestations of the souls of living beings. As the flames burn fervently, a formidable curse power coalesces around the cursed doll, its crimson eyes glinting as it targets the imposing tornado before it. The tornado, ensnared by an invisible force, begins to shrink until it is reduced to the size of a small top by the time it reaches the cursed doll's vicinity. Frustratingly, this pattern repeats itself. However, after several attempts at probing its capabilities, some insights are gleaned. It becomes apparent that the ghostly flames require at least a minute to recuperate. Although well concealed, an opportune moment arises within the minute following the use of this peculiar ability, rendering it the ideal time for an attack. Miyamoto Musashi, observing the cursed doll employ the same tactics to counter the combination attack of the crossbat and Dragon King Scorpion, felt a spark of inspiration. He had discerned a method to defeat the cursed doll. However, a pressing concern loomed in his mind. Relying solely on his strength could only compel the cursed doll to unleash its curse ability, leaving him powerless for subsequent assaults. After all, the powerful techniques of the Dragon King Scorpion and Crossbat require a brief respite, and after a grueling 30 minutes of battle, the two sprite companions were far from their prime, while the cursed doll remained vigorous and undeterred. If this continued, the Dragon King Scorpion and Crossbat would be worn down by the relentless cursed doll. As Musashi pondered how to swiftly conclude the battle, a cold-faced man accompanied by several figures clad in black hurried towards the battlefield where Musashi stood. Simultaneously, within the auction hall, a realization dawned upon Longzaki Shinji. who regarded the teardrop-shaped, transparent crystal in his hand with a smirk. It appears to be a cowardly rich fool, albeit a foolish one, he mused, as the crystal radiated a blue glow indicative of its water attribute, unmistakably a remarkable artifact. This treasure, imbued with immense water energy, was the mysterious water droplet that Longzaki Shinji had obtained from the now-deceased Sato Sasaki. For this, he had even donned the guise of an actor. Stinky mud. It's entrusted to you. After carefully securing the mysterious droplet, Ryuzuki Shinji instructed Choyuni to handle the aftermath. Upon receiving the command, Choyuni swiftly divided into two entities, subsequently shrinking and adhering to Ryuzaki Shinji's form. Within a minute, the corpses that littered the ground had vanished without a trace. Chapter 41. The Sorrow of the Demon General, Part 2. The entire nightmarish black market had devolved into a battlefield, with skirmishes erupting in every sector. Each moment witnessed the demise of both humans and fairies, their souls not guided by the gate of the spirit realm to the underworld, but instead lingering within the nightmarish black market, seemingly drawn by an overpowering force. All the invisible souls converged towards the colossal incandescent light at the pinnacle of the market. Ha 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 ha. Continue your slaughter, foolish and greedy beings. Your souls shall serve as nourishment for my transcendence through the gates of the divine beasts. Ultimately, you will become a part of me, the great dark night demon, echoed a booming voice from a massive figure suspended within the incandescent light. The blinding radiance obstructed any gaze that sought to penetrate this realm. Before the grand silhouette, a black orb pulsating with tremendous soul energy voraciously absorbed the souls of the beings lured from the nightmarish black market, resembling a black hole that greedily devoured each essence. As the number of consumed souls swelled, a magical white light began to flicker within the obsidian sphere. The enormous dark night demon, witnessing the emergence of the white glow, displayed palpable excitement, its crimson eyes brimming with avarice, yearning to seize the luminescence immediately. Yet, it ultimately restrained itself, patiently awaiting the continued growth of the white light. In a hidden corner outside the auction venue of the central auction area, Ryuzaki Shinji wore a grim expression as he regarded Yujiro. What? Are you saying that the entire space of the nightmarish black market has been sealed off? Ryuzaki Shinji exclaimed, his heart gripped by a familiar sensation, a sense of being ensnared in a conspiracy. Indeed, the entire space of the nightmarish black market had been locked down. Entry was permitted, but exit was forbidden. Although he could still perceive the mental coordinates on the ground, they were persistently obstructed by an enigmatic force, rendering instantaneous movement impossible. Any attempt to force it would likely result in being swept away by chaotic spatial turbulence to an unknown location, and potentially torn apart by the unstable energies of the space. Yujiro, having restored a portion of his mental energy through meditation, conveyed this grave information to Ryuzaki Shinji via telepathy. Have you discovered anything else? Ryuzaki Shinji inquired urgently. Given Yujiro's unique abilities, acquired through genetic modification, it was clear he had perceived something significant when he communicated the information about the spatial lock. The souls of all the deceased beings are converging in one direction. Look, Yujiro responded, invoking his miracle eye to connect his consciousness with Ryuzaki Shinji, transmitting the sights he had witnessed. In that moment, Ryuzaki Shinji was utterly taken aback as he witnessed the souls of the surrounding beings through the psychic connection with Yujiro. A cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. In the visions before him, each soul appeared to be in a state of stupor, slowly drifting towards the glaring white light above, only to vanish mysteriously. After lingering for several seconds, the spectacle faded, as Yujiro's psychic strength could no longer sustain the connection, compelling him to terminate the link. You did exceptionally well, Yujiro. Now, return and rest, Ryuzaki Shinji remarked, promptly recalling Yujiro into his Pokeball for recuperation. This Yujiro had proven to be unexpectedly invaluable. Without him, Ryuzaki Shinji would still be in the dark. Who could it be? Such formidable audacity to conspire among three factions. Though I may be merely collateral damage, I cannot allow you to escape unscathed. It is imperative that I swiftly inform the leaders of Team Rocket and the League. With his head bowed and eyes closed, Ryuzaki Shinji contemplated his next course of action. Soon, a solution emerged, since the adversary dared only to operate in the shadows. Their strength could not surpass that of Team Rocket and the League. If he could successfully persuade their leaders, the looming crisis could be averted. While I am uncertain how you discovered this, we absolutely cannot permit you to thwart the plans of Lord Nightshade, a sinister voice whispered in Ryuzaki Shinji's ear. Almost immediately, several figures clad in various colored combat uniforms emerged from the shadows, encircling him. The only commonality among them was their blood-red eyes. Humph, a bunch of blind fools. Ryuzaki Shinji retorted, feeling his fighting spirit surge to its peak. Clutching his Pokeball tightly, he sensed the lethal threat posed by these entities, devoid of any life force. High above the free trade area, Yuryu was commanding his Dragonite and a black Charizard in a fierce assault against a malevolent Gengar. Dragonite, Ice Beam. Charizard, Flamethrower. Yuryu stood resolutely atop a desert dragonfly, directing his two strongest Pokémon in their offensive maneuvers. However, unlike his initial exuberance, worry now furrowed his brow. With a roar, Dragonite summoned icy energy through its yellow antennae, forming a shimmering ice-blue orb in the air, which it then unleashed in a piercing beam. Beside it, Charizard also roared, exhaling an astonishingly hot white flame. The Ice Beam and Flamethrower, two opposing elemental attacks, began to intertwine through the seamless coordination of Dragonite and Charizard, culminating in an exceedingly unstable yet precise combination move that pierced through the malevolent Gengar. He, feudal humans, though I concede that I cannot best you. Your desire to eliminate me is nothing but a delusion. You shall forever strike only at my shadow. The vengeful Gengar, having been struck by a combined assault from a Dragonite and a Charizard, laughed derisively as he felt a gaping hole form in his body. Yet, before the bewildered gaze of Yolongdu, his form began to recover rapidly. In mere moments, the gaping wound in his chest was mended. Perhaps the vengeful Gengar is not the mightiest among the 5 ghost generals, but he undoubtedly possesses the greatest survival ability, being a shadow Pokémon. His very essence is composed of shadows, which are intangible. Thus, ordinary physical attacks prove ineffective against him. Only special attacks can inflict damage. The vengeful Gengar is an ancient spirit, having cultivated for over 7 centuries, reaching a peak of strength comparable to that of a mid-level champion. With his innate racial talents having been fully realized long ago, shadow manipulation is Gengar's innate ability, a skill he has honed to perfection over countless years, developing 2 paramount techniques for self-preservation. The vengeful Gengar has a profound fear of death. The first technique is shadow conversion, a powerful recovery skill. Within a radius of 100 meters, all shadows of deceased beings serve as his reservoir of vitality. He can siphon a portion of these shadows to restore his own form, though the limitation is that he can only extract the shadow of each deceased entity once. The shadows he siphons accelerate the decay of the deceased. The second technique is shadow splitting, a critical escape maneuver that allows him to divide parts of his body at will. Each fragment retains the consciousness of the original. Even if the main body perishes, the fragments can survive and, through mutual consumption, forge a new entity. This means that as long as Gengar's form is not entirely obliterated, he can infinitely regenerate. However, such a remarkable ability comes with significant limitations. If a fragment is destroyed, sustaining damage equivalent to 300% of the main body, his power will be temporarily diminished. This ability bears some resemblance to that of the shiny Mook, though one is innate while the other is acquired through training. From the moment Yolongdu unleashed the combined forces of Charizard and Dragonite against him, the vengeful Gengar realized his inevitable defeat. Nevertheless, he remained steadfast in executing the task entrusted to him by the Night Demon Spirit, skillfully maneuvering using shadow conversion and shadow splitting to stall this formidable foe, buying precious time for the Night Demon Spirit. What is your true intention? Why do you persist in this pursuit? Yolongdu inquired, furrowing his brow as he observed the waning presence of the vengeful Gengar, possessing the powers of Eternatus and Draconic Strength. His perceptual abilities far surpassed those of an ordinary individual. He sensed peculiar energies coalescing towards a specific direction, and as time passed, an ominous premonition lingered in his heart. I am unaware of what you speak, but you shall not leave this place. A sudden jolt of unease coursed through the vengeful Gengar, yet he maintained an air of ignorance, concealing his inner tension. Since that is the case, I shall first eliminate you before seeking the truth. Charizard, Dragonite, do not hold back any longer. In his life, observing Gengar's intent to obstruct him, Yolongdu's countenance darkened with murderous intent. Having become an investigator for the Alliance, his hands were already stained with blood. Previously, he had refrained from taking lives, as he merely sought to capture Gengar to extract more information about the organization. However, he had lost patience and could no longer afford to be entangled with this ghostly creature. He needed to swiftly uncover that which unsettled him. In the lower section of the free trade zone, the Duckbill Flame Dragon unleashed a massive blue explosion toward the grinning Gengar at the command of Yamazaki Jukue. The super armor rampart protected the two, executing rock block under Kenshichi's orders to intercept Gengar's numerous shadow claws. Unlike ordinary shadow claws, This Jengars possessed the ability to launch long-range attacks and carried a soul-drawing capability. Jengar, unfazed, absorbed the full force of the duckbill flame dragon's blue explosion, leaving its body marred with wounds. However, as several shadow claws bearing white orbs returned, the situation swiftly changed. Jengar seized the white orbs from the shadow claws and devoured them whole, chewing them into fragments. A surge of green healing light emanated from its form, mending its injuries almost instantaneously. How delectable! The taste of human souls far surpasses that of small sprites, he cackled. It seems that Fellow's plan is progressing splendidly. What should I do? Should I venture over to see? Jengar mused mockingly as it gazed at Yamazaki Jukoe and Kenshichir. Faced with Jengar's languid fighting style, the hearts of Yamazaki Jukoe and Kenshichir sank, their expressions darkened with despair. Chapter 42, The Lament of the Ghost General, Part 3, in a cozy little cottage. A sweet-looking black-haired lowly asked a plain-looking black-haired youth, "Brother, are you setting off on your journey today?" "Indeed. Today is the day I receive my first Pokémon and become a Pokémon trainer. I shall strive to be a powerful and just trainer, protecting everyone," the youth declared, puffing out his chest with pride, and struck a dramatic pose for his little sister before departing. On a battlefield strewn with corpses, a voice cried out in anguish, "Why? Why commit such cruel acts?" They had already surrendered. There was no need to increase the slaughter. Had it not been for this, they would not have been driven to mutual destruction, and my comrades would still be alive. The dark-haired youth had matured significantly, now standing as a robust young man clad in the uniform of the Alliance Army. However, the once pristine attire was now stained crimson with blood. He cradled the lifeless body of a girl in his arms, sorrowfully confronting his captain beside him. "Silence. Cease your childishness, Caesar. This is war, a brutal struggle for survival. In times of conflict, death is inevitable. They were all valiant warriors of the Alliance. Your true adversaries are those wicked beings. Only by eradicating these malevolent individuals can the justice of the Alliance be upheld. If you cannot accept this reality, then you have no place in the Special Operations Team." The captain, his expression cold and unyielding, replied with a palpable sense of disappointment. Within the confines of a burning cottage, a middle-aged man in a white lab coat, on the brink of death with a mysterious creature having pierced his chest, urged the weeping dark-haired youth, "Caesar, you must protect your sister at all costs. And do not blame the Alliance." "Who did this? Was it the Alliance? Father, please don't die." The youth cried out in anguish as he felt his father's body grow cold. At the headquarters of the Alliance enforcement team, the dark-haired youth, dressed in mourning black, shouted in disbelief, "What? This is impossible. How could my father be a spy for Team Rocket? He died for the Alliance. How can you slander him?" Despite his protests, two burly men in Alliance military uniforms held him firmly to the ground. "Evidence is irrefutable. Your father sold Alliance research and technology to Team Rocket, and for that, he deserves death. Caesar, out of respect for your years of service to the Alliance, I shall overlook your insolence this time. But should there be a next, I will treat you as a traitor," the masked man replied coldly, gesturing for his subordinates to drag the enraged Caesar away. In the midst of torrential rain, amidst the ruins of a devastated village, a beautiful dark-haired girl whispered to the dark-haired man, holding her tightly, "Brother Caesar, I feel so cold. Am I going to see mother and father soon?" Her pallid complexion and the absence of her right hand, soaked in blood, painted a grim picture. "Not yet. You must hold on. The Alliance will arrive soon. They will save you, I promise. You must not die. Please, do not leave me." The dark-haired man pleaded desperately, tears streaming down his face as he gazed into the lifeless eyes of the girl. With a heart-wrenching cry, he called out to the heavens, cradling her body. In the realm of reality, within the nightmarish marketplace of the dream world, a vast expanse of dreams unfolded. "This is your nightmare, truly splendid and delectable," the colossal dream demon remarked with a look of rapture. Countless tendrils of black light sprouted from her form, intertwining with the heads of all the Team Rocket members and Pokémon ensnared in her realm of nightmares. A torrent of dark, nightmarish energy continuously flowed through these connections into her being. As time elapsed, her aura grew ever more formidable, while the life force of those trapped in slumber began to wane. The colossal dream demon is the most astute among the 5 ghost generals, as well as the most cold-hearted, having endured for 5 centuries. She had already harnessed the latent abilities of her lineage, the power of dreams, while still in her infancy as a dream demon. She can conjure dreams at will, drawing the weak-minded into the realms she creates. These dreams can manifest as either nightmares or sweet dreams. However, following the will of her ancestors, she chose to embrace the path of nightmares and has since cultivated it to great effect. Through centuries of refinement, She has materialized dreams and can sustain them for extended periods. Within her domain of nightmares, every living being must undergo a trial of willpower at every moment. Failing this trial results in a descent into slumber, where they are subjected to the relentless torment of nightmares until their minds shatter, leading to complete cerebral death. Thus, the colossal dream demon stands as the most ruthless of the 5 ghost generals, relentlessly draining the essence of her victims until they perish in agony. However, her ability to fabricate dreams is not without significant limitations. To maintain the operation of her dreamscapes, she must channel her entire strength, rendering her immobile and defenseless during the creation of these realms. At present, she is savoring the nightmare of Caesar, blissfully absorbing the nightmare energy emanating from him. In her domain, only the nightmarish essence produced by Caesar satisfies her. This Team Rocket leader possesses a tragically sorrowful past, which brings her immense delight. Yet, just as she sought to delve deeper into the most profound nightmares within Caesar's heart, a powerful will expelled her from his dream. The black tendril connecting her to Caesar's head abruptly severed. What? How could you possibly awaken? This is inconceivable, human. How did you achieve this? The colossal dream demon exclaimed, her disbelief evident as she gazed at Caesar, whose eyes were red and glistening with tears. She could not comprehend how someone who had just been ensnared in a nightmare could awaken so suddenly. By her earlier assessment, this human should have been easily susceptible to the lure of his inner nightmares. I am profoundly grateful that I can once again behold the visage of my most cherished ones. I was on the verge of forgetting their appearances. Dream demon. The complexities of human emotion are beyond the grasp of a mere Pokémon such as yourself. Pain indeed evokes sorrow. Yet by enduring the past and facing it with courage, one becomes infinitely stronger. My resolve is harder than steel. Your dreams hold no sway over me. Calmly, Caesar addressed the dream demon, at that moment exuding an aura devoid of his usual madness and darkness, instead imbued with a sense of weariness and wisdom. In his recollections, he expressed profound regret, lamenting their tardiness. A law enforcement officer clad in the uniform of the Alliance, his visage concealed by a mask, gazed sorrowfully at the despairing Caesar, saying, "My dear child, while this may seem cruel, I implore you not to lose hope in the Alliance. Sometimes, justice necessitates a veil of darkness for its protection. Your father is no criminal. He bears the burden of infamy for the sake of the Alliance, truly a hero in their ranks." The masked officer removed his disguise, revealing a countenance that left Caesar astounded. Within the dreamscape conjured by the dream demon, the creature scoffed, "Nonsense. I have long grown weary of your human emotions. Although I am uncertain how you escaped my crafted dream, it is far too late. In my realm, you shall ultimately become my prey. Return to slumber, human." Infuriated by Caesar's words, the colossal dream demon felt insulted, its azure eyes ablaze with fury as waves of blue light radiated from it, seeking to ensnare Caesar once more in a nightmare. "It is over, dream demon. If I am not mistaken, you have exerted all your energy to maintain this vast dreamscape. The seemingly invincible you is now at your most vulnerable," Caesar declared. "I must ask you once more, Hoopa, alert them to act immediately." Faced with the dream demon's formidable hypnotic powers, Caesar briefly succumbed to a daze before swiftly regaining clarity, shouting resolutely, "Understood, master." A Hoopa, seated cross-legged and floating above the dream, responded telepathically, subsequently relaying instructions to the members of Team Rocket, who had encircled the dream. As Caesar engaged the colossal dream demon, the ghostly sprites lost control, indiscriminately attacking friend and foe alike, leading to a swift decline in the organized forces, which were soon vanquished by Team Rocket. Caesar had cleverly lured the dream demon within the dream while coordinating the external Team Rocket members through Hoopa's telepathy. The moment for action had arrived. The rumble of thunder resonated as Caesar's voice echoed, and unbeknownst to him, dark storm clouds had gathered above the dreamscape. Under the guidance of Team Rocket, numerous water-type sprites united to execute a rain dance, summoning the ominous clouds. Subsequently, electric sprites infused the clouds with their own currents, resulting in a cacophony of thunder and lightning. Finally, an electric beast, enveloped in dark currents, unleashed a massive surge of black electricity into the clouds, causing multitudes of black lightning to descend upon the dreamscape. "Let the thunder of heaven purify this filthy creature," Caesar declared, observing the electrified clouds above. He removed his mask, revealing an ordinary face, and after a subtle smile, he was transported away by a surge of psychic energy, all while the dream demon glowered in resentment. In the midst of the terrifying cries of the colossal dream demon, the thunder, imbued with destructive power, swiftly locked onto the illusion conjured by the monstrous entity. akin to a cat detecting the scent of fish. With a cacophony of thunder, this malevolent dreamscape was instantaneously purified. Chapter 43. The Grief of the Ghost General, Part 4. The pitter-patter of raindrops cascaded from the ominous clouds, and as torrents of electricity poured forth. The rain could no longer resist joining the fray. Following the thunder's cessation, the immense dream demon, along with her fabricated realm, was obliterated into mere dust by the ferocious lightning, leaving behind a vast crater, which the descending rainwater swiftly smoothed over. What is the current situation? The masked Caesar coldly regarded a panting Team Rocket grunt beside him, having reverted to his austere demeanor as a formidable overlord. Reporting to Lord Caesar. All combatants within the Pokémon sales district have either been annihilated or captured. This area is now entirely under our control. The grunt respectfully knelt, his head bowed. Excellent. And what of the situation with Yama no Kiku and Kenshiro? Caesar inquired, his expression unchanging. Lord Yama no Kiku and Lord Kenshiro have lost contact. It appears their progress is quite unfavorable. We have already received multiple requests for reinforcements from that side, the grunt hastily replied. Humph, two inept fools. Relay the order to dispatch our regular personnel to provide support, while the remaining forces commence a thorough takeover of this area, eradicating any lingering resistance. Caesar's countenance darkened as he contemplated the situation, then gestured with a grand sweep of his hand, issuing commands to the Team Rocket grunt. Yes, Lord Caesar. The grunt immediately bowed and departed. Aperture, utilize snake pattern transformation, launch an attack with the snake pattern, execute coil, and then unleash a barrage with the dissolution liquid. Double gas, continue to incite them, leaving no room for retaliation. Stunky, be vigilant against enemy attacks, and provide protection to Aperture and Weezing. Ryuzaki Shinji methodically instructed the three Pokémon at his side, delivering a swift kick that sent a human puppet careening away. As a martial artist, Ryuzaki Shinji's kick could undoubtedly incapacitate an ordinary person, rendering them severely injured and unable to rise. However, the human puppet merely struggled briefly on the ground before seamlessly rejoining the fray alongside the other two puppets in their pursuit of him. The adversaries comprised three entities, the Reaper's Hall, the Crystal Flame Wisp, and the Mud Doll Titan. Each possessed elite peak strength, rendering them formidable opponents. Were it not for the incessant entanglement by these three human puppets, he would have long since chosen to flee. However, even so, these three ghostly little spirits, radiating a fierce crimson aura, proved to be quite formidable. Their coordination was remarkably adept, and they could manipulate undead puppets to harass him. What complicated matters further was that more ghostly spirits began to congregate in response to their call, bringing with them a dozen more. Although these spirits were of lesser quality, they still made the battle exceedingly uncomfortable for Ryuzaki Shinji. The three cunning old ghosts refrained from engaging directly, opting instead to employ a strategy of overwhelming numbers to wear them down. In mere seconds, as Ryuzaki Shinji attempted to command the battlefield, these expendable ghostly spirits launched an attack under the direction of the three elder ghosts. Noticing this, Weezing emitted a dark glow and immediately used its ability to provoke, preventing the incoming spirits from utilizing their peculiar transformation skills. Temporarily deprived of their transformation abilities, the ghostly spirits resorted to their most familiar offensive skill, Shadow Ball. A multitude of these troublesome Shadow Balls were unleashed. Though their individual power was limited, their sheer numbers posed a threat. As the Shadow Balls approached, Mook, positioned beside Jengar and Weezing, activated its Protect skill, shielding both. Jengar shifted its chest pattern from speed to attack, coiling its body as radiant energy surged forth. Subsequently, its acid spray erupted like shells, accurately striking down the myriad of incoming ghostly spirits. Weezing remained steadfastly by Ryuzaki Shinji's side, vigilantly watching for the three elite ghostly spirits concealed among their lesser kin, ready to thwart any ambush. The expendable ghostly spirits were once again obliterated. Yet under the cover of the numerous spirits, the three spirits from the Death God's Hall successfully approached Jengar, the primary offensive force. At that moment, Mook's Protect had already been shattered by the onslaught of Shadow Balls. The Death God's Hall initiated its attack first, unleashing a flurry of white bandages that ensnared Jengar and Mook, mummifying them. With Jengar and Mook successfully bound, the Crystal Lantern Spirit and the Mud Doll Giant quickly followed suit with their own assaults, employing Explosion and Shadow Punch. The chilling blue explosion and the ethereal Shadow Punch struck Jengar and Mook, who were immobilized. The terrifying heat from the explosion ignited the bandages wrapped around them, causing flames to engulf them further. The two massive Shadow Punches, augmented by the Mud Doll Giant's iron-fisted traits, sent both Jengar and Mook flying a considerable distance. When Jengar and Mook finally landed, Jengar was left scorched and barely clinging to life. Had it not been for its timely transformation into a defensive stance, enhancing its resilience, it might have met the same fate as Mook, reduced to cinders and then pulverized by the mud doll giant's shadow punch. Damn it, return, Jengar. Upon witnessing the tragic fate of the Abomasnow, Shinji Longzaki's countenance darkened instantly. He swiftly recalled the Abomasnow into its Pokeball to prevent further assaults from the adversaries. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he seized a human puppet that sought to attack him, forcefully toppling it to the ground. Before the other two human puppets could intervene, he decisively crushed its head beneath his foot. With a resounding crack, the puppet's cranium shattered like a crushed watermelon. A mixture of milky white and crimson brain matter splattering in all directions. A plume of dark energy attempted to escape from the shattered skull, only to be incinerated to ashes by the toxic flames of the Weezing's gas. It appeared that the head was indeed the weak point. The human puppet convulsed momentarily on the ground, akin to a creature struck by electricity, before falling still. At that moment, as the Weezing consumed the dark essence emerging from the puppet's head, the previously mockingly grinning Grim Reaper's hull suddenly clutched its head, emitting a mournful wail, and plummeted to the ground, rolling in agony as if inflicted by a tremendous blow. Ah, so this is your vulnerability, Longzaki mused. Weezing, Stunky, obstruct them. I shall deal with these two human puppets. Recognizing the dire situation of the Grim Reaper's hull, the seasoned Longzaki understood that these seemingly inconsequential human puppets were the true Achilles heel of the three Pokémon, and he advanced towards the two human puppets without hesitation. Humph! Do not delay. You worthless trash, why are you still standing idly? Go forth and eliminate him. Witnessing the Grim Reaper's plight, the Lampent and Gollet attempted to intercept Longzaki, but were ensnared by the Weezing and Stunky, unable to provide support to the two human puppets. Reluctantly, they commanded the puppets to distance themselves from Longzaki, while swiftly directing the nearby ghostly Pokémon, who had begun to exhibit rebellious sentiments, to attack him. Ultimately, the prowess of the Lampent and Gollet paled in comparison to the 5 ghost generals. Although they could manipulate the human puppets, their method of control was far more taxing. They needed to tether a portion of their essence to the puppets to exert influence over them. Initially, their aim was to ensnare Longzaki with these puppets, believing humans to be inherently feeble, while these puppets were tireless and immensely strong, making them exceedingly effective against ordinary humans. However, they had never anticipated Longzaki's formidable strength and ruthless nature. Even 3 human puppets combined were no match for him, and one was ultimately slain by Longzaki in retaliation. The destruction of their essence would inflict severe damage upon them as well. Ha ha ha, surrender at once. A mindless beast dares to bare its fangs before me? Such delusions. In a swift motion, Longzaki pursued one of the human puppets, delivering a precise kick to its knee joint, forcing it to kneel. Channeling his full might, he unleashed a powerful punch that obliterated the puppet's head. Instantly, a surge of dark energy erupted from the shattered cranium, attempting to flee, only to be effortlessly dissolved by the small fragment of Stunky clinging to Longzaki, using its corrosive liquid. As the dark energy was eradicated, the crystal lamp spirit let out a harrowing scream, its blue flames instantly dimming. Like the Reaper's mansion, it plummeted to the ground, writhing in agony. The souls of ghostly sprites are as frail as that of a man, utterly defenseless. Once shattered, they endure immense suffering. With both the Reaper's mansion and the crystal lamp spirit temporarily incapacitated, the lone mud doll giant quickly succumbed to the relentless assault of the 2 Grimer, ultimately being obliterated by a sludge bomb, shattering into fragments. Upon the demise of the mud doll giant, the human puppet, distanced from Rizaki Shinji, also collapsed to the earth. However, the peril faced by Rizaki Shinji had not yet dissipated. After dispatching the human puppet, he found himself encircled by a horde of ghostly sprites. These malevolent creatures, summoned by 3 elite-level specters, fixated their sinister gazes upon Rizaki Shinji. Though they lacked the courage to confront the formidable trio, they exhibited a boldness against a defenseless human. At that moment, the 2 Grimer and the main body of Mook were still afar, unable to provide assistance, while Youngara and Arbok had also momentarily lost their combat capabilities. The fragmented body of Mook, weak and ineffectual, could not withstand the onslaught from the multitude of ghostly sprites, placing Rizaki Shinji in a dire predicament. Just when he was about to brace himself against their attacks to break free, a familiar voice echoed behind him. Chapter 44, The Sorrow of the Ghost General, Part 5. Come forth, Arbok. Gaze of the Great Serpent. Jengar, Hypnosis. At this critical juncture, a well-known voice resonated from behind Rizaki Shinji. No sooner had the words been spoken than an Arbok sprang forth from the ground before him, its serpent eyes glowing with a fierce red light. All the ghostly sprites, fixated on the sudden appearance of Arbok, froze in place, rendered immobile. Upon completing this act, an invisible Jengar revealed itself, emanating hypnotic waves from its eyes while making the gestures for hypnosis. The paralyzed ghostly sprites were caught off guard, falling into a deep slumber without the chance to evade. In a matter of seconds, the crisis faced by Ryuzaki Shinji was averted through the combined efforts of Arbok and Jengar. Without hesitation, recognizing the assistance rendered, Ryuzaki Shinji swiftly responded. Seizing the moment when the ghostly sprites were distracted by Arbok, he broke through their encirclement and quickly reunited with the hastily approaching Grimer and Mook. Eliminate them all, Grimer. Unleash Flamethrower. Mook, use Mudwave. Upon rejoining his two Pokémon, a chilling glint filled Ryuzaki Shinji's eyes, and an overwhelming intent to kill surged within him as he commanded Grimer and Mook to strike down the throng of ghostly sprites. As the most loyal subordinate of Ryuzaki Shinji, Doi Doi Gas was filled with fury at the ghostly sprites that dared to attack his master. Without waiting for Ryuzaki's command, he launched the first strike. The three enraged heads unleashed a torrent of vibrant green toxic flames, which coalesced under his command into a colossal pillar of emerald fire, surging menacingly toward the slumbering ghostly sprites. Stinky Mud emitted a guttural cry, causing all surrounding stinky mud fragments to merge back with him, restoring his original size and re-establishing his full strength. Possessing the finest black sludge, he swiftly replenished the energy lost from the deceased fragments. With a powerful slam of his two sludge hands against the ground, a surge of purple sludge erupted, akin to a tidal wave, racing toward the sleeping ghostly sprites. This purple sludge, resembling a potent adhesive, ensnared all the ghostly sprites to the ground, rendering even those who had awakened unable to move, forced to watch helplessly as the massive green fire pillar approached. 1 minute later, all ghostly sprites were reduced to ashes by the inferno unleashed by Doi Doi Gas. Ryuzaki Shinji, astonished, turned to face a shadowy ninja clad in black, who was being shielded by Abo Snake and Jengars. I never expected that you would be the one to lend me a hand at such a crucial moment. Aren't you supposed to be the one to kick me when I'm down, Aki? I merely wish to ensure that you weren't slain by such pathetic creatures. The only one capable of killing you is me, Aki. However, it's truly embarrassing to have been bested by a horde of ghostly sprites, Ryuzaki Shinji retorted with a smirk, eliciting a biting response from Aki. Ha ha ha, indeed, I was overconfident this time. Forgetting that these ghastly beings are impervious to ordinary physical attacks, my fists couldn't reach them. Ryuzaki Shinji chuckled at his own folly, but his demeanor gradually grew colder. He and Aki were not old friends. Their relationship remained adversarial. You needn't worry. I will not strike a fallen opponent. Once I restore my full strength, and you yours, I shall choose the moment to assassinate you. You would do well to remain ever vigilant for your demise at my hands. A ninja is never a straightforward foe, Aki replied coolly, sensing the hostility emanating from Ryuzaki Shinji. Ha ha ha, according to your logic, I should be grateful to you. However, have you mistaken one thing? Even with only Doi Doi Gas and Stinky Mud at my disposal, I remain an insurmountable presence. Upon hearing Aki's words, Ryuzaki Shinji laughed heartily, then unleashed his fighter's aura, infused with murderous intent, bearing down on Aki. Are we to engage in a life-and-death struggle? I stand ready to accommodate you at any time. Eiju, drenched in cold sweat, spoke with a chilling tone. As Shinji Ryuzaki had stated, even with only a pair of gas bombs and a putrid sludge at his disposal, he remained a figure that Eiju could not afford to provoke. Engaging Ryuzaki in direct combat, relying solely on his prowess as a martial artist, would only lead Eiju to certain demise. He had no other options. After a minute of tense standoff, Ryuzaki voluntarily dispelled the aura of menace surrounding him. His intention was merely to send a message to Eiju. Even if he could eliminate Eiju at that moment, the cost, inflicting harm upon himself, was too great in this perilous underworld, rife with danger. The priority now was to devise an escape. All else must be set aside. Approaching the fallen Shinigami Hall and the crystal flame spirit, Ryuzaki observed the two diminutive sprites, their essence having been shattered by him, lying on the ground as if utterly spent from indulgence, barely clinging to life. Where is your so-called night demon now? What is his true objective? Ryuzaki coldly inquired, placing his foot upon Shinigami Hall. Human, kill me if you must. You shall never extract any information regarding our leader from me. I will never betray him, Shinigami Hall retorted defiantly, his eyes opening in pain. Ah, very well. I shall grant you your wish. Gas bomb. Let him savor the slow agony of being roasted alive. Remember, take your time, Ryuzaki smirked, issuing a direct command to the gas bomb beside him to commence the torture. You will not escape unscathed, human. Our leader shall avenge me. Shinigami Hall cursed as the green flames emitted by the gas bomb enveloped him entirely. The acrid scent of charred flesh began to waft through the air as the flames seared his body, inflicting unbearable agony. Despite the torment, he remained steadfast, cursing Ryuzaki until his last breath, refusing to betray his loyalty. What a pity, a loyal little sprite, but alas, aligned with the wrong master. Now, it is your turn. Crystal Flame Spirit, what will your choice be? After witnessing the horrific demise of Shinigami Hall, a flicker of appreciation crossed Ryuzaki's eyes, though it was fleeting. He turned to the Crystal Flame Spirit, who had also witnessed the gruesome scene, and mockingly asked, "So, what will it be?" "I will tell you everything. Please do not kill me, esteemed warrior," the Crystal Flame Spirit stammered, the last remnants of loyalty shattered by the sight of Shinigami Hall's death. In a desperate bid for survival, it divulged all the intelligence it possessed to Ryuzaki. "Is this all you have? I advise you not to withhold anything from me. Once I have you under my control, should I discover any deceit, I can just as easily dispose of you," Ryuzaki warned, his expression darkening upon hearing the spirit's revelations. "I swear this is all I know. I would never dare to conceal anything from you, my lord. Please spare my life." Upon encountering the menacing visage of Ryuzaki Shinji, the crystal lamp spirit swiftly exclaimed, revealing all it knew, acutely aware that its very existence hinged upon the whims of this human. Fearful for its life, it dared not conceal any truths. "Well done," Ryuzaki Shinji remarked. "Let the double strike gas facilitate his passage." Observing the crystal lamp spirit's anxious demeanor, Ryuzaki Shinji was assured that all pertinent information had been disclosed. He then turned and urged the understanding double strike gas to take action. "Ah, you dare deceive me, human. I curse you," cried the crystal lamp spirit, engulfed in flames, writhing in agony. It loathed its inability to ignite, despised its foolish trust in humanity, and harbored deep-seated hatred for this wretched being. Yet, ultimately, its resentment was reduced to ash by the toxic flames of double-strike gas. The plan to covertly relay information about the mini-dragon, diverting the forces of the Shallow Red Gym, the Shallow Red City Alliance, and the Rocket Team, was well underway. This would pave the way for the army of the undead to assault Shallow Red City, plundering souls to forge soul jewels, and subsequently breach the gates of the divine beasts. What a grand conspiracy it was, worthy of a creature that had traversed a millennium. After meticulously compiling the information from the crystal lamp spirit, Ryuzaki Shinji murmured to himself, acutely aware that the night demon spirit scheme was already well advanced. Presumably, it was now leading a legion of ghost-type sprites to invade Shallow Red City, where nearly all formidable warriors had converged and found themselves ensnared. The city's defenses were woefully inadequate, unable to withstand the onslaught from the ghostly army commanded by the night demon spirit, which approached the strength of divine beasts. "You've heard as well, Aju. Shallow Red City has turned into a sea of flames. If we wish to survive and prevent the city from becoming a wasteland, we must unite all available forces here. We need to escape this cursed place post-haste," Ryuzaki Shinji declared, turning to Aju, whose face had similarly paled and was drenched in cold sweat. "Damn it, these vile ghost-type sprites. My family remains in Shallow Red City," Aju exclaimed in frustration. Without hesitation, he summoned a Noctowl and swiftly followed Ryuzaki Shinji's lead. "Next, I must inform Caesar. As long as I relay this information to him, there may be hope for our escape. However, I must regain my strength quickly. The soul jewels, if only my power were sufficient, I would seize them myself. The treasures that grant sprites access to the divine beast realm are simply too enticing to ignore," Ryuzaki Shinji reflected. Once Aju departed, he retreated to a concealed corner, releasing the barely conscious Abomasnow, and then produced a toxic orb, placing it into the mouth of the Abomasnow. Meanwhile, the battle between Miyamoto Musashi and the cursed doll had reached its conclusion, but the outcome was unexpectedly grim. Chapter 45, The Grief of the Ghost General, Part 6. After a protracted and arduous struggle, the confrontation between Miyamoto Musashi and the colossal cursed doll ultimately yielded a result where both sides faced defeat. In the interval when Miyamoto Musashi utilized several fierce assaults to deplete the formidable capabilities of the enormous cursed doll, he secretly unleashed a colorless, odorless toxin into the air surrounding it. Ultimately, he succeeded in ensnaring the doll, inflicting significant damage upon it. However, the colossal cursed doll, facing the imminent threat of death, resolutely sacrificed its own soul to cast a powerful curse upon Musashi and his two small spirits, severely injuring him in the process. Consequently, both parties suffered grievous wounds. Just as they contemplated retreating, a group of individuals, long concealed by Musashi's father, emerged and swiftly subdued them both. In this struggle, as Musashi and the enormous cursed doll clashed like clams and snipe, the cold-faced man, Kondo Joe, reaped the final fruits of victory as the fisherman. Now, Musashi kneels upon the ground, his right hand propped up by a ninja blade, while his left hand clutches a massive wound in his abdomen. His narrow eyes fixate intently on Kondo Joe, who gazes back with a mocking expression. Both of Musashi's principal spirits have been defeated and forcibly returned to their pokeballs, leaving him struck in the abdomen by their attacks. The prolonged weakness and mental torment inflicted by the cursed doll's curse have rendered his hopes of escape nearly non-existent. On the other side, the enormous cursed doll has been vanquished. Faced with the choice between surrender and death, this terrifying specter chose the latter with unwavering resolve. It sought to sacrifice its final soul to curse Kondo Joe, but before it could unleash its intent, it was swiftly dispatched by Kondo Joe's spirit. The doll, severely weakened and bereft of strength, was ultimately frozen into solid ice by a powerful collaboration between an ice ghost and a Marshadao, and then shattered into icy fragments by a fierce strike from an iceberg bear. Hand over the mini-dragon, Musashi. If you comply, I shall spare your life. Recognizing your understanding and submission to the League, Kondo Joe declared coldly, observing Musashi, who resembled a wounded viper. He remained indifferent to the hatred and potential vengeance harbored by Musashi, for it was imperative that Musashi meet his demise today, though not by his own hand. Why are you here? Was this all part of your League's plan? Musashi retorted angrily, yet his eyes darted around, refusing to relinquish the notion of escape. I have no obligation to divulge anything to you. Surrender the mini-dragon now. Where have you hidden it? Otherwise, you should be well aware of my methods. Noticing Musashi attempting to stall for time to escape, Kondo Joe's expression hardened. He nodded to his two subordinates, who promptly overturned Musashi and pinned him to the ground. Ha. Not a chance, Kondo Joe. Do you truly believe that I, Miyamoto Musashi, am a man who fears death? What I cannot possess, you shall not acquire either. You think I'm unaware? The moment I reveal it, my head will be forfeit. Miyamoto Musashi, laughing maniacally as if trampled like a wretched dog, displayed a frenzied expression. Wanna die? Not so easily. Mara, seal his mouth and prevent him from taking the poison to end his own life. Observing Musashi's demeanor, the seasoned Kondo understood precisely what was on his mind. Ninjas are a group indifferent to death, perpetually prepared for its embrace. At Kondo's command, Mara swiftly executed a frost punch, encasing Musashi's mouth and chin in a layer of solid ice, effectively stifling any thoughts he had of biting into the poison pouch for a fatal escape. Humph, since you refuse my offer of goodwill, do not blame me for disregarding camaraderie. Rest assured, Musashi, he will extract every piece of knowledge you possess. What a pity. The illustrious master of the Osaka Red City Dojo is soon to be rendered a fool. Come forth, Dream Eater, extract the contents of his mind. Kondo's patience had waned. As a low-ranking investigator in the most violent and despised enforcement agency of the League, interrogating criminals for information was second nature to him. The Dream Eater, possessing the terrifying ability to hypnotize and manipulate thoughts, was one of the finest creatures for such interrogations. However, it came with a grave drawback. Those whose minds were controlled by the Dream Eater often suffered severe neural damage, rendering them nearly brain-dead. Humans, with their fragile nervous systems, could scarcely withstand such forceful manipulation without dire consequences. Although the League had fallen under the control of peace advocates who abolished the cruel practice of utilizing Dream Eaters for interrogations, Kondo, the most hardline faction of the League, clung to this traditional method. To him, any means necessary to suppress opposition was justified. Let go of all concerns for consequences. Proceed, Dream Eater. Your moment of interrogation has arrived. What are you waiting for? Kondo urged the eager Dream Eater. With a cunning grin, the Dream Eater responded to Kondo's words, its hypnotic pendant swaying rhythmically, and its sly eyes began to emit a faint blue glow. Forced to have his eyes opened, Musashi exhibited genuine fear for the first time. He feared not death, but the thought of living as a fool was intolerable. Alas, with his mouth frozen and limbs bound, he could only watch helplessly as the Dream Eater commenced the hypnotic process. Soon, Musashi's eyes dulled and became vacant. He had been successfully hypnotized. Now, he was at the mercy of others. Well done, Dream Eater. Quickly, make him reveal the location of the hidden Dragonite. Kondo urged as he observed Musashi succumb to the Dream Eater's influence. As Kondo Castle sought to extract information regarding the whereabouts of the mini-dragon from Miyamoto Musashi through the Dream Eater's influence. Shinji Ryuzuki approached the periphery of the Pokémon specialty area. He had removed his black mask, staining his Team Rocket uniform with the blood of the lifeless bodies strewn about, smearing his face with blood to masquerade as a severely injured Team Rocket grunt. Seizing the opportunity presented by a patrol of Team Rocket grunts, he revealed himself, delivering the intelligence he had acquired to the leading grunt before collapsing to the ground. Although the Team Rocket elite informed by Ryuzuki could not ascertain the veracity of the intelligence, the significance of the information compelled him to relay it to Caesar post-haste. However, the inherent flaws of humanity within the Team Rocket members soon manifested. After exchanging knowing glances, they callously disregarded the gravely injured Ryuzuki, hastily departing, believing that if the intelligence was accurate, they would secure a momentous achievement. As for their companion, in their eyes, he had already gloriously perished due to his injuries. I hope you can secure this grand accomplishment for me, he thought. Once the grunts had vacated, the wounded Ryuzuki nonchalantly rose to his feet, donned his black mask once more, and swiftly made his way toward the teleportation hall of the nightmarish black market, as it was likely the only viable escape route remaining. Is what you said true? Caesar inquired, gripping the collar of the Team Rocket grunt who had obtained the information from Ryuzuki, his expression one of fierce intensity. I don't know. The companion who relayed the information to me expired shortly thereafter, the grunt stammered, trembling under Caesar's menacing gaze. Useless trash. You, send a message to the base immediately. Caesar shoved the grunt aside and pointed to a nearby Team Rocket elite. Yet, as he uttered these commands, a sense of dread enveloped his heart. Ever since that colossal Dream Eater had appeared, no further news had emerged from the ground. If the information proved true, those remaining on the surface were likely in dire straits. The dispatched Team Rocket elite soon returned, his expression grim as he reported to Caesar that the signals had been severely disrupted and communication with the base was impossible. Moreover, he conveyed that contact had been lost on the other side of the teleportation portal. Damn it, you lot. Immediately relay the earlier intelligence to those League fools. Inform all operational personnel to converge here at once. Release all ground-type Pokémon and swiftly excavate a tunnel to the surface. We must vacate this cursed place at once. Caesar shouted, kicking the elite who had delivered the message, before issuing commands to his fellow Team Rocket members. The mini-dragon lay ensnared under the Dream Eater's mental control, as an entranced Miyamoto Musashi spoke in a dazed manner. However, just as he was about to reveal the location, a look of struggle began to surface on his face. Still daring to resist. Dream Mamoru, intensify your power. Turning him into a vegetable would be of no consequence. Just as the location was within reach, Miyamoto Musashi audaciously continued to fight back. Kondo Joe coldly issued commands to Dream Mamoru. Upon hearing this, the blue glow in Dream Mamoru's eyes intensified, amplifying his supernatural abilities, and the struggle on Miyamoto Musashi's face abruptly vanished. However, just as he was about to reveal the location, a multitude of poisoned shurikens shot toward Kondo Joe and his entourage from all directions. Dream Mamoru bore the brunt of these toxic weapons, instantly becoming impaled by several shurikens, some even embedding themselves in his head, rendering him incapacitated. Following that, a barrage of smoke bombs erupted, enveloping the scene in thick obscurity. Chapter 46, The Lament of the Demon General, 7, Enemy Attack. Maintain defensive positions. We must not allow them to rescue Miyamoto Musashi. Kondo Seiji, accustomed to the shadows of the underworld, reacted swiftly as the sound of shurikens slicing through the air pierced the silence. While warning his subordinates, he promptly took shelter behind the towering figure of an ice bear. The elite subordinates Kondo Seiji had brought to deal with Aki were seasoned warriors, rich in combat experience. After his warning, they quickly unleashed their small sprites, employing various defensive measures. However, just as he finished speaking, cries of agony erupted. Damn it! Hearing this, Kondo Joe immediately sensed the gravity of the situation. He intended to organize a counterattack but was obstructed by his loyal subordinates. The sound of shurikens continued to resonate, and amidst the confusion, the enemy's position remained unclear, though Kondo Seiji and the others were burning with frustration and eager to retaliate. They were compelled to suppress their anger and continue to defend against the relentless barrage of shurikens. As the smoke gradually dissipated, the enemy's assault ceased. Damn it, pursue them. This time, we unleash our full might. All these ninjas who defy the Alliance's command shall perish. Observing the ground littered with shurikens and darts, as well as the bodies of two subordinates who had initially subdued Miyamoto Musashi, Kondo Joe's expression darkened ominously, and he commanded a ruthless pursuit of the ninjas who had rescued Musashi. Yes, my lord. Kondo Joe's remaining subordinates responded promptly, bowing their heads before unleashing their Zubat or Houndoom to track the fleeing enemies. Meanwhile, several hundred meters to the southwest of Kondo Joe and his group, 9 black-clad ninjas swiftly advanced toward the teleportation hall situated between the Pokémon specialty shop and the item store, with a particularly robust ninja carrying the feeble Miyamoto Musashi on his back. Is it Ichiro? The battered Miyamoto Musashi weakly inquired, having had the ice binding his mouth removed by the ninjas, though his lips remained painfully crimson from severe frostbite. The greater torment lay in the excruciating headache that felt as though his skull might split. Yet, through sheer willpower, he endured, refusing to succumb to unconsciousness. Indeed, I deeply apologize, my father, for your distress. The enemy's vigilance is exceedingly high. We must await the most opportune moment to act, stated Ichiro, the esteemed adopted son and foremost disciple of Miyamoto Musashi, with utmost respect. No, you have performed exceptionally well. The timing of your actions was impeccable. Remember, during the execution of a mission, a ninja must never be swayed by emotions. One must always maintain a heart of cold resolve. I am gratified that you adhered to the teachings of the ninja this time. From today onwards, you are capable of standing alone as a ninja, replied Miyamoto Musashi in a calm tone. Yes, thank you for your guidance, Master, Ichiro responded with similar composure. Wait a moment. I have concealed the mini-dragon in a crevice of the wall outside the auction venue. You must hasten to retrieve it, instructed Miyamoto Musashi, closing his eyes for a few seconds before reopening them, a hint of shadow crossing his gaze as he addressed Ichiro. Yes, master. Upon hearing this, Ichiro's formerly dim and tranquil eyes sparkled with determination as he swiftly led the way towards the auction house. Under Miyamoto Musashi's direction, Ichiro quickly extracted the Pokeball containing the mini-dragon from the crevice of the wall outside the auction venue. We must depart swiftly. The individuals from Kondo Castle will soon awaken to the situation and rush this way. We must leave at once. This mini-dragon will henceforth belong to you, Ichiro, Miyamoto Musashi said calmly, closing his eyes once more. I am truly grateful, master. I will not disappoint your expectations. However, before we leave, I wish to ask you for one more thing, said Ichiro, excitement radiating from his face as he held the golden Pokeball adorned with tiny diamonds, leaning against Miyamoto Musashi. Ichiro, let us discuss matters upon our return. The situation here has exceeded our expectations. We should return to the dojo promptly, Miyamoto Musashi replied, his expression grave as he looked at his foremost disciple. No. This matter must be addressed now. Teacher, you are growing old. It is time for you to pass on the position of dojo master. I humbly propose that I inherit your legacy. What say you? Ichiro turned to face Miyamoto Musashi, his expression icy. Are you truly so impatient? You are my foremost disciple, and the position of master of the Akahata dojo will eventually be yours. There is no need to rush. Ichiro, there is still much for you to learn. Let us not speak of this for now, Miyamoto Musashi replied, his countenance darkening at Ichiro's disrespect, yet he suppressed his anger and continued in a measured tone. Wait. Until when shall we wait? Must we wait until Aju, the successor you hold in such high regard, has fully matured? Do not presume that I am oblivious. Unlike that naive Aju, I have my own network within the dojo. I am well aware of how you frequently support Aju, even bestowing upon him your finest offspring, the esteemed Zubat. I know all these matters too well. However, your immense power renders me hesitant to act. What do you intend to use to intimidate me now? Miyamoto Ikir's countenance darkened as he confronted Miyamoto Musashi, the deep jealousy in his eyes no longer concealed, exposing his discontent entirely before Musashi. Is this truly the reason you would consider attacking me? Ikir, have you forgotten who provided for you? Who nurtured you and trained you to become a ninja? It is utterly foolish. I have no heirs. You are my sole successor. Aju was merely a ninja I trained to assist you in the future. Your disappointment is profound. Even your jealousy cannot be quenched, clouding your vision. Ultimately, you shall never become a true ninja. Upon hearing Ikir's words, Musashi's eyes reflected profound disappointment. Enough, old man. Do you still wish to ensnare me with your nonsensical ramblings as death approaches? Your intention in training us ninjas was merely to forge us into instruments for your own use. Do you think I am unaware of how my elder brothers and sister met their ends? They were all slain by you. Once I cease to be of value, I shall meet the same fate. Now, the entire Shank Dojo is under my control. Rest assured, I shall elevate it to become the foremost dojo in Kanto. And you can die with a smile on your face. With a swift kick, Ikir sent Musashi sprawling to the ground, then pressed his foot firmly onto Musashi's wound. Drawing forth a gleaming shinobi blade from his back, he pointed it menacingly at Musashi's throat, coldly declaring, "You are mistaken. They died for the future of Shank Dojo. Unlike you, a worthless fool. They were true ninjas." Enduring the pain radiating from his injury, Musashi spoke sorrowfully. This man, who had dedicated his life to the ninja code, felt a moistness in his eyes for the first time as he recalled some sorrowful memories upon realizing his impending demise. "Shut your mouth, old fool. Regardless, all must come to an end. This time, I owe a debt of gratitude to the news from the League. Otherwise, I would not have been able to ensnare you. However, those foolish dogs in the League remain as dull-witted as ever, truly believing I would collaborate with them. I cannot afford to miss out on the Shank Dojo's prized Dratini. With it, my strength shall swiftly dominate here in Shank City. Soon, this city shall belong to me," Aikir proclaimed with a triumphant laugh. "Make your move. I am utterly disappointed in you. What a feeble individual I have raised. Truly, I am ashamed." Hearing these words, Musashi Miyamoto's disappointment deepened. After nurturing for a lifetime, he found himself raising a treacherous wolf instead. He felt utterly defeated, disillusioned with both Ichiro Miyamoto and himself. It had always been this way. Indeed, that irksome gaze again. Why was he so benevolent towards Aki, yet so harsh with me? Your favoritism is evident, old man. You have driven me to this. Witnessing the familiar look of fury in Musashi's eyes, Ichiro's rage ignited. His face flushed crimson as a cold glimmer sparked in his eyes. He raised his ninja blade high and swiftly aimed a deadly strike at Musashi's neck. The sound of slicing air filled the atmosphere as 3 shurikens flew towards Ichiro from 3 cunning angles. In a moment of critical tension, Ichiro quickly retracted his blade, using it to deflect the incoming shurikens. Then, a thunderous crash resonated as the ground beneath Musashi collapsed, a robust mole emerging to rescue him. "Aki, it's you. I was just looking for you. I didn't expect you to come to me. Capture them," Ichiro commanded his subordinates. His gaze unwavering as Musashi was whisked away by the mole, focusing instead on the young ninja that had appeared before him, ordering his men to encircle Aki and Musashi. "Master, hold on. I'll take care of them." Aki gently set Musashi down and spoke with resolute determination. "Don't worry about me, just go. You are no match for them. Return and inform your 4th brother about today's events," Musashi said in pain. "No, I'm not going anywhere," Aki insisted, drawing his ninja blade and charging forward. The clash of swords resonated as Aki and Ichiro's group engaged in a fierce melee. Meanwhile, Aki's 6 small spirits joined the fray against Ichiro's team. Despite Aki's remarkable strength, even he struggled against 9 opponents. After dispatching 4 rogue ninjas, he left himself open, allowing Ichiro to land a blow that sliced his right hand and sent him flying. Seeing this, the other rogue ninjas immediately hurled shurikens at Aki. The air crackled with the sound of 5 shurikens soaring towards him. Yet, in the ensuing moment, everyone was taken aback. Why? Aki gazed at Musashi, who stood protectively before him, tears streaming down his face. "Remember, Aki, a ninja must not be swayed by emotions, yet a ninja is still human. A soulless ninja is less than a tool. Do not follow the path I have tread." Musashi coughed blood, smiling at Aki as the light in his eyes began to fade. "No," Aki cried out, his heart shattering. Chapter 47. The Grief of the Ghost General, Part 8. "Cursed be you. Indeed you are biased, that wretched old fool. Even in death, you choose to oppose me. Well, die well. Ha ha." Upon witnessing Miyamoto Musashi sacrifice his life to shield Aju from a lethal kunai, the flames of jealousy roared within Miyamoto Aikir's heart, his eyes betraying a blend of anguish and sadistic pleasure. Suddenly, he erupted into laughter, his face darkened as he charged forward, brandishing his blade with ferocity, intent on cleaving Aju in 2. The remaining traitorous ninjas, having witnessed their kunai in the life of their former leader, were consumed by guilt. They were all orphans, taken in by Miyamoto Musashi, and memories of his care and meticulous guidance flooded their minds. In an instant, they ceased their assault on Aju. Even the small spirits retreated, dispersing around the scene, silently observing the final confrontation between Aikir and Aju. Lost in sorrow, Aju remained oblivious to Aikir's fierce advance, still cradling the lifeless body of Miyamoto Musashi, weeping uncontrollably. He had no father. Throughout his life, he had regarded Musashi as his father. Now, that father lay dead in his arms, having perished to save him, and his grief overwhelmed him. "Die, Aju. Ever since you appeared, Master has changed. You are the catalyst for all this wretchedness. Go to hell with that old fool." Aikir's face was contorted with rage as he raised his glinting ninja blade, preparing to strike Aju's head with unrelenting force. I can no longer bear this. I misjudged you, Aju. You are nothing but a coward. The master is dead. And instead of seeking vengeance, you stand there like a fool, content to perish at the hands of your enemies. A resounding voice echoed from a distance, striking Aju's heart like a hammer, shattering the dark illusions that clouded his mind, awakening him from his sorrow. In a moment of desperation, with a clang, a kunai intercepted Ikir's deadly strike. Aju, with all his might, delivered a powerful kick to Ikir's abdomen, propelling him into the air. Simultaneously, a poisoned kunai shot forth from Aju's hand like a swift arrow. With a thud, the poisoned kunai struck true, embedding itself in Ikir's forehead. He crashed heavily to the ground. No, this cannot be. Ikir trembled on the ground, struggling to rise, but the toxin from the kunai rapidly infiltrated his brain. The fury and resentment in his eyes gradually faded, as did his jealousy, his dreams of being the master of the Crimson Dojo, and his grand ambitions, all shattered by that fatal kunai. Why, Jira? Concentrate your mental strength, control them. Abakage, execute the serpentine transformation, strike swiftly, and eliminate them. Ryuzuki Shinji approached slowly from a distance, observing the traitorous ninjas unleashing their small spirits against him, and promptly dispatched the now-recovered Abakage and Waijira to deal with them. Suspended in midair with his extraordinary powers, Waijira's eyes blazed with a brilliant blue light. With a flick of his right hand, which grasped his psychic spoon, he commanded a wave of azure energy that ensnared the approaching fairies, momentarily halting their advance. The sinister gaze of Arbok glimmered with a menacing red hue as its chest rapidly transformed, emanating a radiant aura that signified a significant surge in speed. In a flash, it left behind an afterimage, and the next instant, Arbok's gaping maw clamped down on one of the assailing fairies, injecting it with a potent toxin that swiftly contaminated its body. Within mere seconds, the fairy collapsed to the ground, lifeless. With the resurgence granted by the toxic gem, Arbok's nerve toxins became increasingly formidable, proving nearly fatal for the fairies with low resistance to poison. The ninjas, though formidable in their own right, faced a far more ruthless adversary in Ryuzuki Shinji. A mere flock of sheep daring to show bravado before a wolf. Such folly is tantamount to courting death. He mused. As shurikens flew toward him, Ryuzuki's lips curled into a disdainful smirk beneath his mask. If it were a straightforward confrontation rather than an ambush, these ninjas, merely marginally stronger than ordinary individuals, would hardly stand a chance against him. With a few deft sidesteps, he evaded the incoming shurikens, then propelled himself forward with the force of a charging tiger, pouncing on one of the rogue ninjas, his overwhelming presence bearing down upon the opponent. With a decisive crack, the paralyzed rogue ninja, rendered immobile by Ryuzuki's intimidating aura, felt his neck snap under the grip of the combatant's hand, before being discarded like a broken puppet. Retreat. Withdraw. The remaining rogue ninjas, witnessing Ryuzuki's overwhelming strength and the swift demise of their comrade, realized they had ventured into perilous territory. Amidst their panic, one of the ninjas, trembling with fear, called for retreat, prompting them to hastily drop smoke bombs and flee in disarray. As the smoke gradually dissipated and the rogues fled, Ryuzuki relaxed his defensive stance and approached the tear-streaked Aki. TCH, what is there to lament over a corpse? We must depart swiftly. The Alliance will surely arrive here soon, if they aren't already. Come forth, you cowardly specter. Ryuzuki taunted Aki before his expression darkened, as Waijira conveyed through telepathy the results of his mental probing. He then raised his voice, addressing the surroundings. Your prowess is remarkable. We are deeply grateful for your assistance in purging these traitors from our ranks. However, the items lost by the Alliance are in the possession of their leader, Igarashi Ikir. We kindly ask that you refrain from interfering with our recovery efforts. A sinister voice echoed from the shadows of the battlefield, followed by the cold-faced man Kondo J, accompanied by his subordinates, emerging from the darkness. In truth, they had arrived long before and witnessed the demise of Miyamoto Musashi, as well as the devastating act of Akira defeating Ichiro Miyamoto. Through their conversations, they also learned about the turmoil at the Shallow Red Dojo, where a mini-dragon was in Ichiro Miyamoto's possession. However, they were taken aback by the unexpected appearance of Shinji Ryuzuki, whose presence disrupted their plan to eliminate this group of ninjas. What lost item? Shinji Ryuzuki inquired, perplexed. He had merely stumbled upon the sounds of a fierce battle and had come here with modest intentions, only to unexpectedly encounter the beleaguered Akira. After much hesitation, he ultimately chose to intervene and rescue Akira, entirely unaware of the significance of the mini-dragon. Ichiro Miyamoto possessed a Pokeball containing the mini-dragon, which was precisely the reason they had pursued Master Miyamoto relentlessly. Akira glared fiercely at the surrounding League trainers, asserting that they bore significant responsibility for Miyamoto's death, harboring a deep-seated hatred for these trainers. Mini-Dragon. Upon hearing this, Shinji Ryazaki's pupils constricted, a glimmer of desire flashing in his eyes as he abruptly turned to fixate on the corpse of Ichiro Miyamoto, revealing his profound greed. The renowned quasi-divine beast of Kanto. How could Shinji Ryazaki, a native of this land, have not heard of it? Even with his formidable composure, he could not help but feel an immediate urge to seize the mini-dragon. In that instant, Shinji Ryazaki sprang into action, swiftly approaching Ichiro Miyamoto's side and astonishingly retrieving a lavish Pokeball adorned with diamonds. Hand over the mini-dragon, and I shall allow you to leave this place, he declared. Kondo Joe, witnessing Shinji Ryazaki with the mini-dragon's Pokeball, also revealed a glint of greed in his eyes. He loudly commanded his subordinates to encircle Shinji Ryazaki and Akira with their Pokémon. Ha ha ha, the quasi-divine beast of Kanto. Such a valuable treasure. Do you truly believe you can acquire it without shedding blood? If you dare take another step, I shall slay this future quasi-divine beast. Shinji Ryazaki laughed heartily at the cold-faced Kondo Joe's actions before issuing his threat. Stop. What do you want? The cold-faced man replied, his expression darkening. Though he longed to dismantle Shinji Ryazaki, he was not willing to take that risk. He understood that Shinji Ryazaki possessed the capability to swiftly eliminate the still embryonic mini-dragon, as the familiar purple serpent beside him could easily poison it. He had witnessed the terrifying prowess of the Arbok just moments ago. Then let us see your capabilities. Although Kondo Joe did not recognize him, Shinji Ryazaki knew who he was. As the highest-ranking official in Shallow Red City, Kondo Joe undoubtedly possessed many valuable items. While the mini-dragon was indeed remarkable, it was also a perilous asset. With a calm demeanor, Shinji Ryazaki rationally resolved to sell this hot potato to Kondo Joe. After a few moments of silence, the atmosphere around Kondo Joe grew increasingly tense. Just as Shinji Ryazaki thought Kondo Joe was about to strike, Kondo Joe produced a gleaming golden scale and a golden card from his possession. This scale, a reverse scale shed from a fully grown dragonite, was imbued with immense energy and was valued at no less than 20 million in the market. If offered to the Dragon Clan, it would undoubtedly persuade them to assist him at least once. The card contained 5 million alliance credits, which he would also offer if one dared to use it. Reluctantly, Kondo Joe tossed the Dragonite's reverse scale and the alliance card to Shinji Ryazaki. With swift reflexes, Ryazaki caught both items and, upon scrutinizing them, unceremoniously stowed them away in his spatial pouch. You have received the items. Now, be wise and hand over the mini-dragon. Otherwise, I shall ensure your escape becomes impossible, and you will find no refuge from my pursuit, Ryazaki. Kondo Joe recognized Shinji Ryazaki and spoke with palpable menace. Humph, given your sincerity, I shall not go back on my word. Hold on tight, Ryazaki sneered, then forcefully threw a Pokeball towards the left. Mismagius, catch it. At this, Kondo Joe shouted in alarm, and a Mismagius, which had been lurking to the side, swiftly emerged from the shadows to catch the Pokeball with precision. Just then, a wheezing was released by Ryazaki, immediately enveloping the area in a thick cloud of black smoke. Following this, a flash of blue psychic energy surged from Ryazaki's position. When the smoke cleared, both Ryazaki and his companion, Aki, had vanished. Chapter 48. The Grief of the Ghost General. Final. The black smoke released by wheezing spread throughout the encircled area, causing Kondo Joe and his companions to lose sight of Ryazaki and his cohort, as some individuals inadvertently inhaled the toxic fumes. Those with weaker constitutions began to experience symptoms such as dizziness and nausea. Everyone, be on guard against a surprise attack. The smoke is poisonous. Take the antidote pills immediately. Also, summon flying Pokémon to disperse the smoke, Kondo Joe declared loudly while consuming an antidote pill. He also released an Aurorus to protect himself against any potential ambush from Ryazaki. The black smoke was soon dissipated by the flying Pokémon summoned by Kondo Joe's subordinates. However, Ryazaki and his companions had long since disappeared from the encircled area. What should we do now, sir? Should we pursue them? A burly man standing to Kondo Joe's left inquired respectfully. Do not pursue a cornered enemy. Since we have secured the mini-dragon, our mission is considered complete. What is of greater importance now is to verify the information that fellow just provided. Immediately contact the Alliance base in Shallow Red City, Kondo Joe responded, his expression grim as he gazed at the ornate Pokeball in his hand. Compared to the joy of obtaining the mini-dragon, he was far more concerned about the implications of Ryazaki's words. If they were true, the burden he would face would be substantial. Yes, I will contact them immediately. The burly man replied with a deep bow. He retrieved a miniature communicator from his pocket and began to unlock the password. After 3 minutes, the communicator's inability to receive any signals caused a sinking feeling in the hearts of Kondo Castle and the others. You must disperse at once and inform the others to retreat immediately. We need to expedite the rescue of Shanka City. Upon witnessing this, Kondo Castle promptly issued commands to his subordinates. He then released a messenger bird, instructing it to carry his message to Ryudo, for he required Ryudo's strength. In a secluded teleportation chamber of the transmission hall, a radiant glow of psychic energy suddenly appeared. Moments later, Yujiro, accompanied by Ryuzaki Shinji and Aki, materialized in the chamber. How did you get in? The female attendant, who had been waiting at the teleportation platform for Ryuzaki Shinji, exclaimed in fright. Just as she attempted to call for the guards, Yujiro's powerful psychic force immobilized her, rendering her utterly helpless. The organization's construction of the teleportation hall utilized some extraordinary alloys and materials, resulting in an exceptionally robust defense. Even when besieged by formidable lone wolves outside who sensed the unusual atmosphere of the black market, the hall remained impervious, its integrity intact. How is it, Yujiro? Can we teleport from here? Ryuzaki Shinji inquired, addressing Yujiro, who had closed his eyes, employing his formidable psychic prowess to probe the area. The spatial fluctuations here are remarkably stable. We can indeed conduct spatial teleportation. My psychic mark is on the verge of fading. We must teleport promptly, Yujiro replied. Opening his azure-tinged eyes, his golden psychic mark re-emerging on his forehead, signifying his abilities had been restored to over 80%. What about you, Aki? Will you stay here or accompany me back to the surface? After hearing Yujiro's words, Ryuzaki Shinji turned to Aki, who had been silently gazing down. I owe you a life. Should you require my assistance in the future, you may command me, and I shall do my utmost to aid you, Aki said, lifting her gaze and looking intently at Ryuzaki Shinji. At any cost? Ryuzaki Shinji asked, scrutinizing Aki. I will risk my life to repay you, Aki replied solemnly, meeting Ryuzaki Shinji's cold eyes. Very well, I accept your terms, Ryuzaki Shinji responded with a smirk. At the edge of the Pokémon trading area under the full control of Team Rocket, a vast tunnel was rapidly being constructed. Following updates regarding the current situation of the Lone Wolves and Alliance members lingering in the Nightmare Black Market, these Lone Wolves and Alliance members, who harbored animosity towards Team Rocket, dispatched their ground-type Pokémon to assist in the excavation of the tunnel. With the combined efforts of numerous ground-type Pokémon, a spacious tunnel leading to the surface was swiftly completed. After the tunnel was breached, those lingering in the nightmarish black market hastily entered the tunnel to escape. Most of these lone wolves and members of the Alliance were former residents of the shallow Red City, with their families still residing there. Now that the tunnel had opened, they were eager to return to the surface and offer assistance. What is the situation? Have you made contact? Caesar inquired of an elite member of Team Rocket who had just sprinted to his side. With the tunnels opening, the mysterious interference had dissipated, but it seemed the base was currently under attack. The signals from that direction were sporadic, and to make matters worse, Shallow Red City was besieged by swarms of wild sprites that had begun their assault. The elite member of Team Rocket panted as he relayed the information. Reluctant as he was to assist the Alliance, Caesar understood that if Shallow Red City were to be destroyed, the very foundation of their Team Rocket base would be obliterated. Such a calamity must not occur. Immediately notify all members in the Shallow Red City area to provide reinforcements, Caesar commanded sternly after contemplating the report. Yes, Master Caesar. Thank you immensely. The elite member responded, bowing deeply before swiftly turning to relay the orders. Let us hope it is not too late. I never anticipated things would escalate to this extent. The hidden dangers within Shallow Red City are far more formidable than I imagined. Captain, the burden of the task you have entrusted me with is indeed heavy, Caesar murmured to himself after the elite member departed. Meanwhile, Yolongdu was engaged in a fierce battle alongside Jusui and Kanshurlang against a colossal soul snatcher. The outcome of Yolongdu's confrontation with the malevolent Gengchi had been determined long ago. The Gengchi could not withstand the full force of Yolongdu's two ace Pokémon. Ultimately, it resorted to using its shadow-splitting ability to escape, while Yolongdu, freed from the Gengchi's grasp, began investigating the unsettling factors that had caught his attention. However, upon receiving a distress signal from the Alliance members in the lower half of the free trading zone, he promptly rushed to their aid. Upon arrival, Yolongdu witnessed the massive soul snatcher wreaking havoc, its brutal methods of soul extraction inciting a surge of fury within him. Without hesitation, he launched an attack on the monstrous creature. This savage soul snatcher was a long-standing spirit in the cultivation realm, having existed for nearly a millennium. 500 years ago, it had been severely wounded and sealed by a priestess of the White Demon clan, only to be liberated from its confinement by the Night Demon spirit. The prolonged sealing had permanently diminished its power, forcing it to succumb to the coercion of the Night Demon spirit and become one of the 5 ghost generals of the nightmarish black market, tasked with guarding this domain. The immense Soul Snatcher was once a high-ranking ghost-type sprite, despite suffering grievous injuries that reduced its power to that of a lower-tier king. Its terrifying abilities and extensive combat experience rendered it formidable even against sprites of moderate king strength, often overpowering them. Consequently, both Yamazaki Jukiai and Kenshiro were nearly slain at its hands, had it not been for the timely intervention of members from Team Rocket, the Alliance, and defectors from other organizations. The two would have long since been consumed by the Soul Snatcher. The innate talents of the Soul Snatcher encompass 2 formidable abilities, soul reaping and soul devouring. By merely making contact with a living being, it can draw forth the essence of their soul. If one's will is insufficiently resolute, a portion of their soul may be forcibly extracted. This ability, honed over nearly a millennium, has reached an unparalleled mastery. Now, it can utilize the terrifying ghost-type move, Shadow Grasp, to directly assault the target's soul, pulling it from their corporeal form. Should one be struck by the Shadow Grasp, they must undergo a test of will. Failure to succeed results in immediate soul extraction. Soul Devouring serves as the Soul Snatcher's formidable regenerative capability. Regardless of the injuries it sustains, as long as it draws breath, it can consume souls to restore itself to its peak state in an instant. Yamazaki Jukiai and Kenshiro have repeatedly brought the Soul Snatcher to the brink of death, yet it invariably recovered through Soul Devouring, ultimately cornering them. However, the Soul Snatcher's advantages began to wane with the arrival of Yulong Du at present. They were to compel the sprite into a corner with the flash move, ensuring it could not escape through the shadows. Yulong Du, atop his Dragonite, commanded the assembled forces below. A figure of immense strength, he was the foremost adversary against the Soul Snatcher and naturally assumed command of all efforts to counter it. While Yulong Du engaged the Soul Snatcher, members of Team Rocket, the Alliance, and various organizations swiftly dispatched the sprites it had summoned, subsequently encircling the Soul Snatcher under Yulong Du's guidance. Upon hearing the command, those below promptly instructed the sprites capable of using flash to unleash the move. Instantly, a brilliant light flooded the encirclement, compressing all shadows within. Attempting to escape through the shadows, the Soul Snatcher was forcibly drawn forth. The intense light proved devastating to its eyes, accustomed as they were to the darkness. Reluctantly, it shielded its face with its hands, yet it refused to concede. A vast reservoir of ghostly energy coalesced within its palms, and in the blink of an eye, numerous shadow-grasped tendrils erupted from its hands, launching toward the encircled foes. "Do not let these spectral entities reclaim souls and restore its strength," cried a battle-worn member of the Alliance, rallying the similarly battered Onyx beside him to shatter the oncoming shadow-grasped tendrils with rock slide. Without a doubt, devoid of these troublesome entities, this cursed thing cannot be restored. Let us all strive diligently and cooperate with Lord Yulong Du to eradicate this wretched abomination. The members of the Alliance nearby responded in unison, swiftly directing their fairy companions to eliminate the shadowy claws unleashed by the massive Soul Snatcher. Charizard, with its fiery breath, Dragonite, unleashing thunder, Ninetales, summoning a fiery vortex, Bastiodon, wielding rock blades, Nidoking, harnessing the power of the earth, Blastoise, firing water cannons, and Venusaur, unleashing blazing sunlight. As the primary assault leader, Yulong Du recognized the opportune moment and immediately commanded Charizard and Dragonite to strike at the colossal Soul Snatcher. Trainers of considerable skill, including Shankuei and Kanjiro, also directed their fairies to launch attacks on the giant Soul Snatcher. Countless fairy abilities surged towards the massive entity, rendered visible by the brilliant light, and in an instant, the Soul Snatcher was obliterated by the combined onslaught of the fairies. "Humans, do not presume that by defeating me, you have triumphed. That fiend's plan is surely nearing fruition, and soon you shall join me in hell," cackled the Soul Snatcher, resigned to its fate. Just as the laughter faded, a tremendous explosion erupted, culminating in the demise of the colossal Soul Snatcher. Chapter 49, The Manifestation of the Demon God, Part 1. As autumn deepened in Shallow Red City, even at the early hour of 7 a.m., the sky remained shrouded in a gray haze. However, today the atmosphere seemed particularly somber. The residents of Shallow Red City, awakening to this dreary morning, paid little heed, perhaps merely interpreting it as a portent of impending rain. Many ventured out equipped with umbrellas, groggily greeting the dawn of a new day. Humanity is indeed an astonishing species, once merely a source of sustenance. They now stand precariously close to the pinnacle of this world. Yet, only a select few among them can contend with our fairies. Without the interference of those bothersome trainers, you remain but a fragile race. Today, you shall pay for your insatiable exploitation of nature, which has led to the diminishing habitats of our fairies. Arise, my friends. Unleash your wrath. The dark spirit hovering above Shallow Red City proclaimed passionately, channeling immense ghostly energy. Raising his hands, a pale ring of fire materialized around him, followed by a cascade of ghostly flames igniting the skies above Shallow Red City. This seemed to signal a call to arms, as countless ghostly fairies, concealed by the night, emerged forth. Some had long been lurking at crucial entrances of Shallow Red City, attacking without warning. The unsuspecting populace fell victim to the onslaught, and casualties began to mount. In no time, flames erupted throughout the city. Not only have the ghostly sprites summoned by the night demon emerged, but countless other sprites from the nearby forests have also begun to surface, swiftly surrounding the entire city. A colossal night-oking, towering at least 5 times the size of its kin, unleashed a furious roar. The numerous poison-type sprites surrounding it, upon hearing this, charged towards the direction of Shallow Red City with bloodshot eyes. Several exceptionally strong Nidokings and Nidoqueens, bolstered by their combined strength, directed their assault towards the city's walls and gates, unleashing devastating energy blasts. The thunderous explosions reverberated as Shallow Red City's sturdy gates and a section of its wall were instantaneously obliterated. Witnessing this, a multitude of wild sprites surged into the city, wreaking havoc and creating chaos within its confines. Shallow Red City, being a coastal city, found its port also under siege by a myriad of wild sprites. A massive orange energy beam erupted, shattering a colossal transport vessel docked at the pier into splinters, and continued to strike towards the port, giving rise to a small mushroom cloud above. A gigantic blue head, adorned with metallic-hued scales, broke the surface of the water, its eyes ablaze with wrath and bloodlust. This formidable dragon-like sprite, known as the infamous Gyarados, answered the call of the night demon, commanding the multitude of water-type sprites in the ocean to wreak destruction upon Shallow Red City's port. The blaring alarms echoed relentlessly throughout Shallow Red City, casting pallor across the faces of the ordinary citizens, who displayed expressions of despair, for this sound signified that the city was under siege by a wave of wild sprites. Quick, everyone, into the underground shelters. All security personnel, hold back these wild sprites and buy time for the residents. Follow me, commanded a poised Junsha, who rode upon a swift houndoom, valiantly defending against the wild sprites while using a loudspeaker to facilitate evacuation. However, upon witnessing a horde of wild sprites pursuing a group of unarmed civilians, she immediately called upon the nearby security personnel to engage in resistance. The carnage and chaos rapidly proliferated throughout Shallow Red City, with wild sprites infiltrating every corner of the city. Countless trainers rushed to combat the invasion, yet their numbers paled in comparison to that of the wild sprites. Even though the trained sprites wielded by the trainers could fight 10 to 1, they were still unable to withstand the overwhelming tide of the wild sprites, akin to a droplet of water sinking into the ocean, leaving no ripple behind. No one is allowed to retreat. We must halt their advance. Quickly, unleash rock-type sprites to obstruct their path and buy time for the residents. The Alliance forces stationed in the city of Qianhong reacted swiftly following the recent onslaught by wild Pokémon. A considerable number of Alliance soldiers, donned in their military uniforms and armed with real firearms, commenced sniping the invading wild Pokémon. Many Geodudes and Gravelers were unleashed by these professional soldiers, collaborating to employ barrier skills that effectively stifled the wild Pokémon's relentless assault. With the intervention of these trained combatants, the pressure on the trainers significantly diminished, prompting them to engage in guerrilla tactics or unite for collective combat. Within the Alliance military camp in Qianhong, a multitude of combat personnel were rapidly preparing for action. Military vehicles and helicopters began transporting troops to various strategic locations across the city, while an array of advanced weaponry stood ready for deployment. In the command center of the military camp, a robust elder clad in a senior Alliance combat uniform gazed gravely at the multitude of screens displaying the unfolding chaos. Damn it, have we contacted the enforcement team led by Lord Kondo? Where have they disappeared to? And what of the personnel from the Qianhong Gym? We require formidable trainers of high caliber to assist us. If this continues, these professional soldiers will soon be overwhelmed, the burly elder bellowed, slamming his fist onto the table beside him, directing his ire at the liaison officer. Report, sir. Lord Kondo has led all enforcement teams to eradicate nearby malevolent forces. We are currently unable to reach him due to signal issues. Furthermore, the Qianhong gym leader, Musashi Miyamoto, is now unaccounted for. His fourth disciple, Lord Shiro Miyamoto, has commenced leading a ninja unit for support, the young female liaison officer replied, her expression fraught with urgency. Infuriating. Kondo and his team are utterly inept. What news from the Alliance? When will reinforcements arrive? The elder's face flushed with anger as he struck the table once more, his frustration palpable. As a veteran of the Alliance, he understood the gravity of the situation. It had been years since Qianhong had endured an assault by wild Pokémon. With the relentless advancement of human science and technology, coupled with the increasing number of trainers, humanity had gradually begun to escape the fate of being mercilessly slaughtered by Pokémon. However, as the human population burgeoned, so too did the demand for resources, prompting humanity to encroach upon vast wilderness areas. In this process, numerous Pokémon interests were adversely affected, leading some powerful Pokémon to rally their wild counterparts to launch attacks on human settlements and cities. Historically, the number of villages and towns obliterated by wild Pokémon was incalculable. Unexpectedly, the city of Qianhong, long protected by a formidable local ninja force, found itself under siege by an overwhelming number of wild Pokémon. The scale of this invasion far surpassed previous beast tides, and alarmingly, the city's elite forces were absent from its defenses. The most effective means of countering these wild Pokémon remained the deployment of trainers and their Pokémon in battle. Although professional soldiers possess advanced weaponry capable of contending with ordinary sprites, they are merely equipped to engage in skirmishes with the more commonplace varieties. When faced with elite-level wild sprites, these soldiers prove utterly ineffective. Moreover, among these wild sprites, there exist leaders and overlords whose formidable powers can only be countered by elite trainers or those of even greater prowess. The resounding blasts of explosions reverberate as towering structures succumb to the relentless onslaught of wild sprites. A multitude of residents, gripped by panic, flee for their lives. Yet they are no match for the wild sprites, who swiftly close in with their crimson eyes. Some residents, harboring their own sprites, hastily dispatch them to confront the encroaching threat. Despite their loyal companions, these individuals lack the training of seasoned trainers, and their sprites, possessing meager combat abilities, stand no chance against the battle-hardened wild sprites. The carnage continues unabated. Ha ha ha. Indeed, let the slaughter persist. The more souls, the better, cackled the Dark Knight demon spirit, reveling in the sight of the white orbs within the obsidian sphere multiplying with the influx of souls. As these luminous points began to envelop the dark sphere entirely, a rare soul gem, seldom seen even in the spirit realm, would soon be born. At that moment, it would be his opportunity to breach the gates of the divine beasts and ascend to the rank of a legendary sprite. Those fools in the spirit realm shall pay dearly for banishing me, the Dark Knight demon spirit seethed. Born in the material world, he had evolved from a knight skeleton into the Dark Knight demon spirit, acquiring the ability to traverse between the spirit realm and the human world. He proudly became guiding wandering souls into the spirit realm. This realm, governed by Arceus' ghostly avatar alongside three formidable ghostly divine beasts, was a place of order, where their duty was to usher souls into reincarnation. Through centuries of arduous toil, the Dark Knight demon spirit finally secured his status as a powerful ghostly sprite with residency rights in the spirit realm, a domain most conducive to the cultivation of ghostly sprites, yet strictly ruled by Arceus' ghostly avatar and the three divine beasts. However, driven by impatience to ascend as the leader of the ghostly domain, he audaciously seized souls for personal cultivation, leading to his eventual downfall. His transgressions were uncovered, resulting in the revocation of all his rights within the spirit realm and his permanent expulsion from it. In pursuit of vengeance, the Night Demon embarked on a centuries-long quest for retribution. To achieve this, he willingly transformed into a diminutive sprite of humanity, only to ultimately consume the soul of the very human he aided. Through the establishment of a successful organization with the human's assistance, he adeptly amassed a wealth of cultivation resources, swiftly ascending to the pinnacle of sprite hierarchy. Eventually, in his quest for the primal essence of the underworld, he began to exploit this organization to its utmost limits. Deep within the graveyard of the forgotten, an expanse littered with bones, a sudden rift of azure space materialized. From this fissure emerged a radiant blue orb, which dissipated to reveal a formidable Yungara alongside two humans, none other than Ryuzaki Shinji and Aju, who had just teleported away from the nightmarish black market via Yungara's power. Concurrently, A tunnel connecting the nightmarish black market to the surface of the graveyard was breached. Under the protection of numerous earthy sprites, a throng of anxious humans emerged from the tunnel, hastening towards the inferno engulfing the city of Shallow Red. In the skies, a colossal airship sped towards Shallow Red, encircled by a multitude of smaller vessels, each adorned with a prominent insignia. Chapter 50. The Arrival of the Demon God, Part 2. Within a dilapidated house, reduced to rubble by the sprites, another azure rift appeared, through which Ryuzaki Shinji and Aju safely materialized with Youngura's assistance. There is only so much I can do for you. Beyond this, I shall not concern myself with your affairs. You are on your own, Ryuzaki declared, surveying the surroundings for safety before turning to Aju, whose expression was grave. The roof of the house was severely damaged, shards of tiles and bricks littering the ground. More disconcertingly, several human corpses lay beneath the debris, their exposed limbs and tattered clothing suggesting the unfortunate inhabitants were a band of forsaken youths. Regrettably, this once vibrant abode had been mercilessly trampled by wild sprites, much like its owners. Enough of your chatter. My affairs are of no concern to you. Farewell, Aju retorted, his countenance dark as he gazed at the bodies, a cold smirk forming on his lips. Without delay, he agilely scaled the exposed beams of the house and, with a few swift leaps, vanished from Ryuzaki's sight. Aju's heart raced with urgency. His family resided within the residential district, which, in terms of defenses, was likely even weaker than that of the slums. The destruction witnessed in the previous house offered a grim glimpse of the perils ahead, as the outermost perimeter of Shallow Red lay in ruins due to the onslaught of wild sprites. It was inevitable that the second ring of residential and industrial areas had begun to suffer similar fates. He must hasten home to protect his family. Family. How I envy you, he mused. After Aju departed, Longqi Jinni's cold eyes revealed a fleeting glimpse of melancholy, which swiftly vanished. There was no time for him to dwell on it. The sudden emergence of this event had caught him off guard. If his conjectures were correct, the shadowy entity manipulating everything from behind would soon complete the so-called soul gem. At that juncture, the city of Qianhong would likely face a creature of divine caliber, a presence that only the most elite trainers or champions could contend with. Such a battle was far beyond his control. Though he coveted the soul gem, he maintained an unwavering rationality regarding the perilous endeavor of grasping at fire. Thus, what Longqi Jinni could do now was to profit within the perilous yet ostensibly vacuous city of Qianhong. This city, nominally governed by the Alliance, was generally unwelcoming to someone like him, a blacklisted trainer. His visits were rare, with the slums being the only place where he lingered the longest. He had never set foot in the Pokémon Center or any shops selling trainer items, as those areas required an Alliance ID for entry. Furthermore, all Pokémon-related purchases mandated proof of registration with the Alliance, which rendered him unable to acquire significant items, despite the black market fulfilling many of his needs. The knowledge of Pokémon, a realm tightly controlled by all factions, remained perpetually out of reach. Longqi Jinni was perpetually eager to pursue this knowledge, yet no matter how many points or funds he possessed, he could never access advanced texts on Pokémon knowledge through Team Rocket's exchange system or the black market. Only modified versions of basic textbooks were available. Such knowledge, being of a higher order, was immeasurable. This predicament left Longqi Jinni's understanding of Pokémon largely superficial. To advance, he needed to acquire more profound insights into Pokémon, which would enable him to cultivate his own Pokémon effectively and accelerate his growth as a trainer. A formidable trainer must not only excel in battle tactics, but also possess extensive knowledge of Pokémon. In Pokémon battles, if one side understands the other's Pokémon well, the scales of victory may tip in their favor. Longqi Jinni's current objective was the Pokémon Center and the Pokémon Research Institute in Qianhong, both of which held advanced Pokémon knowledge. Now, with the city in disarray and the security of these locations at an all-time low, it was the perfect opportunity for him to slip in unnoticed. After weighing the options between the Pokémon Center and the Pokémon Research Institute, Shinji Ryuzaki ultimately chose the Pokémon Center as his target. Compared to the Research Institute, which is situated near the Alliance's military base, the Pokémon Center, currently besieged by tumultuous storms, appeared to be more susceptible to his plans. As a critical logistical stronghold, the Pokémon Center undoubtedly received significant protection from numerous trainers, yet it was likely in a state of chaos. Overwhelmed with injured Pokémon and humans alike. Having settled on his objective, Shinji Ryuzaki commenced his actions. However, upon stepping outside, he found himself encircled by a dozen wild Pokémon lurking nearby. Damn that Aki, leaving me in a bind, he muttered to himself. Nonetheless, I've resided in this city long enough. Although merely a stowaway, I cannot bear to see a familiar place fall into ruin. Perhaps I shall contribute to this city, teetering on the brink of destruction. Yungara, I implore you, clear away these oblivious creatures. Shinji gazed at the wild Pokémon surrounding the dilapidated house, his lips curling into a wry smile. He had sensed their presence long before. The unmistakable scent of blood emanating from them was impossible to ignore. I understand. Yungara's psychic mark on its forehead glowed once more, gathering potent psychic energy as its eyes transformed into a deep azure. While harboring a disdain for humanity, it reserved its hatred solely for those who inflicted suffering upon it. The red-eyed Pokémon before it elicited a profound discomfort. Before Yungara could fully engage in battle, the wild Pokémon encircling Shinji launched their assault with a chorus of roars from a particularly robust Nidoking. Poison Sting, Mud Bomb, and Flamethrower rained down from all directions, engulfing Shinji's position in a cloud of explosive smoke. Just as the wild Pokémon presumed that Shinji and the frail humans were obliterated by their onslaught and turned to seek out any remaining survivors, they found themselves ensnared by a layer of blue psychic energy, rendered immobile. A cacophony of sounds erupted as dozens of underpowered wild Pokémon were effortlessly crushed by Yungara's psychic prowess. However, the repercussions of the confrontation between Yungara and the wild Pokémon continued to escalate as yet another wave of newcomers arrived. It seemed that reaching the Pokémon Center would require considerable effort. Come forth, Abak, Weezing, assist Yungara in swiftly eliminating these pests. As Shinji observed the newly arrived wild Pokémon, a glimmer of cold determination flashed in his eyes. He unleashed all of his Pokémon to engage in battle, realizing he must resolve this conflict swiftly. Otherwise, the relentless tide of wild Pokémon would force him to retreat in disgrace. As Shinji Ryozuki embarked on his journey towards the disaster-stricken Pokémon Center, a cohort of Team Rocket members, led by Caesar, commenced their support operation in Shallow Red City. These Pokémon were of superior quality and must not be disposed of hastily. Capturing them was imperative. A bald man clad in the elite uniform of Team Rocket shouted at the surrounding grunts. Yes, Captain, the Team Rocket members responded in unison, releasing their Pokémon to coordinate attacks against the wild creatures before them. They had received orders from higher-ups. In this encirclement of wild Pokémon, direct intervention was unfeasible for a dark organization such as theirs. Instead, they were tasked with alleviating some pressure from the outskirts of Shallow Red City. True to their nature, Team Rocket would be compensated for their efforts. Thus, they were instructed to capture as many wild Pokémon as possible, earning 100 points for each one. This mission invigorated the previously disinterested members, who eagerly formed teams to embark on their noble quest of reclamation. The majority of the wild Pokémon assaulting Shallow Red City were of average strength. As long as they avoided provoking the few powerful ones, they considered themselves relatively safe. For the sake of points, they were willing to take risks. While the Team Rocket grunts engaged in the pursuit of ordinary wild Pokémon, Caesar, accompanied by a cadre of elite Team Rocket members, initiated a hunt for the dominant, powerful Pokémon that were directing the wild creatures' attacks on Shallow Red City. However, this sovereign Pokémon, a formidable Nidoking, was not easily subdued, especially as it was paired with a Nidoking female of comparable strength. The combined might of this duo was not merely additive, but geometrically multiplied. Despite the efforts of Caesar's two mainstays, a powerful Alakazam and an Electrode, along with a dozen elite Pokémon, they struggled to gain the upper hand against the couple. Their lack of coordination allowed Nidoking and Nidoqueen to seize the opportunity, momentarily overpowering Alakazam and the others. Focus on the wild Pokémon coming to support them. Do not let them break the encirclement, Alakazam urged, utilizing its psychic prowess to push them back, while Electrode took on a defensive stance, employing Reflect and Light Screen. Observing the numerous Nidoking members advancing to assist the Nidoking couple, Caesar promptly directed his subordinates to clear the area. The group, led by the dominant Nidoking, was impressively strong. Several partners utilized support skills, making the situation quite challenging. The two ordinary Nidorans, once aided, exhibited power rivaling that of elite Pokémon. Understood, Lord Caesar. The elite Team Rocket members replied, swiftly dispatching several individuals accompanied by the remaining grunts to assist in the clearing of the Nidoking clan. In the skies above the city of Shallow Red, a fierce battle raged on. A Dragonite, a Black Charizard, and a Pidgeot launched a relentless assault against an enormous nightmare spirit. Yet, no matter how potent the electric currents unleashed by the Dragonite, how intense the flames spewed forth by the Black Charizard, or how ferocious the blizzards summoned by the Pidgeot, they could not penetrate the black, transparent energy shield enveloping the nightmare spirit. Ha ha ha, you human hounds are utterly outmatched. Your feeble attempts will never breach my shield. Perish. The nightmare spirit's singular crimson eye glowed ominously as countless massive shadowy fists emanated from its hands, encircling the three Pokémon within a storm of fists. As a guaranteed ghost-type move, the shadow punches accurately struck towards their targets. However, just as the multitude of shadowy fists was about to collide with the trio, a vibrant green energy shield materialized around them, a protective barrier. This is dire, thought you long do. Witnessing the Dragonite and its companions withstand yet another of the nightmare spirit's periodic assaults. Our strength alone cannot contend with him. We must simply hold him off. If we can just endure a little longer, Champion and the Elite Four, along with reinforcements, will arrive. Then, we shall reclaim our ground. Kondo Castle, gritting his teeth, responded with a determined expression. He felt the weight of his failure keenly. The city he was tasked with defending had almost been reduced to ruins. This grave responsibility lay solely upon his shoulders. The only course of action left for him was to eradicate this spectral adversary that threatened his promising future, thereby atoning for his missteps. With the support of Team Rocket and the League's elite forces, the overwhelmingly grim situation in Shallow Red began to stabilize and gradually shift towards a counteroffensive. However, such a turnaround came at a steep price. The Shallow Red Pokémon Center, the city's largest logistical base, now faced the imminent threat of complete destruction. The number of wounded was overwhelming, and the thick scent of blood attracted swarms of wild Pokémon. Hold firm. We cannot allow these beasts to breach our defenses, or we are all doomed. A middle-aged trainer shouted to his companions. Yet, the onslaught of wild Pokémon was relentless. Even as an elite trainer with 5 formidable Pokémon, he found himself on the brink of death amid the overwhelming assault. Now, 2 of his Pokémon had already fallen, and with the arrival of even more wild creatures, the once precarious defense teetered on the edge of collapse. At last, the defensive line established by the trainers was breached by a horde of wild Pokémon. An elite trainer made the ultimate sacrifice, and the position he had valiantly defended was overtaken by the wild creatures, who began to surge towards the rear, where injured combatants lay incapacitated. Is this truly the end? A nurse named Joy pondered in despair, her pristine uniform now stained with blood. A colossal shadow loomed over her. Before her stood a Nidoking, its eyes ablaze with fury, gazing down menacingly. Chapter 51. The Arrival of the Spirits, Part 3. Stop, Nidoking. In the Pokémon Center of Shallow Red City, a resolute Joy placed her diminutive form in front of the imposing Nidoking, determined to shield the wounded patients from further harm. The leader was right. Humanity was indeed wretched, devoid of compassion, relentlessly encroaching upon their territory and mercilessly capturing and slaughtering their kin. These humans must perish. Nidoking observed the brave Joy, whose courage and gentle aura stirred a sense of hesitation within him. Yet, recalling the suffering endured by his kind, the tempest of rage obliterated any doubt. His eyes flared crimson with wrath, and as electricity crackled around his muscular arm, he prepared to strike the diminutive human with a devastating blow. "Stop, you beast!" shouted the trainers nearby, who were valiantly resisting the onslaught of wild Pokémon. Yet, they found themselves unable to assist, occupied with their own battles. Helplessly watching as Nidoking's massive fist descended towards Joy, whose expression was one of utter helplessness. Arbok, use Rap. Rapidash, Mud Bomb. Jengar, Psychic. Grimer, Mudshot. Just as the moment of crisis approached, a cold voice pierced the air. In an instant, a colossal Arbok ensnared Nidoking with its powerful body, its fearsome head sinking its fangs into the creature's neck. The constricting strength of Arbok was immense, preventing Nidoking from delivering its blow. And as the serpent tightened its grip and released a neurotoxin, Nidoking's resistance waned, ultimately collapsing in defeat. Shortly after Nidoking fell, a tall figure clad in black swiftly approached the breach in the defensive line. Despite being besieged by numerous wild Pokémon along the way, he advanced unscathed. Shielded by the formidable psychic barrier of his powerful Gyarados and the protective skills of his Grimer, the 3 small sprites accompanying the tall young man possessed formidable strength. The sludge bombs of the Weezing continuously sent the attacking wild Pokémon flying, while the Alakazam maintained a psychic shield and deftly unleashed razor-sharp psychic blades, providing protection for the trio. Meanwhile, the 3 blobs of black sludge relentlessly employed mud bombs to hinder the movement speed of the incoming wild Pokémon. Ultimately, the tall young man managed to breach the gap in the defensive line amidst the relentless interference of the wild Pokémon, swiftly collaborating with the other trainers to reinforce the breach. "Your prowess is truly remarkable. We are immensely grateful for your support," exclaimed a young trainer nearby, his face alight with excitement. This timely assistance was crucial. Had it not been for the masked figure in black swiftly neutralizing the wild Pokémon that had breached their defenses, they would have faced a dire predicament. In such a scenario, retreating to the Pokémon Center would become their only option, yet that would inevitably result in significant devastation and jeopardize the medical equipment within. As the bastion capable of swiftly restoring the battle capabilities of their Pokémon, the Pokémon Center was paramount in the minds of all trainers. Its preservation was essential for their survival. As long as the center remained operational, they could sustain their efforts in battle for an extended duration. Do not lose focus. I will handle this. You should provide support elsewhere, stated the tall young man, Ryuzaki Shinji, in a calm tone. Before resuming his dedicated command of the 4 Pokémon at his side, targeting the relentless wave of wild Pokémon. Understood, sir. Please take care, replied the young trainer, his expression turning serious. After observing Ryuzaki Shinji skillfully fend off the onslaught of wild Pokémon, he bowed respectfully and swiftly moved to bolster other defensive lines that were under heavy pressure. I never expected to infiltrate so easily. It seems the personnel here are becoming strained, Ryuzaki Shinji thought to himself as he repelled another wave of approaching wild Pokémon. A glance backward revealed numerous injured trainers and Pokémon lying on the ground, their faces contorted in pain. The Pokémon Center was already overwhelmed, forcing the treatment of casualties to occur outside, where the medical staff was desperately insufficient. Many of those attending to the injured were ordinary civilians, leaving no one available to attend to Ryuzaki Shinji, who appeared rather suspicious in his attire. After fending off about 10 waves of wild Pokémon, the stamina of Ryuzaki Shinji's 4 Pokémon was nearing depletion. At that moment, some perceptive trainers stepped forward from the resting area behind him, urging Ryuzaki Shinji to take a break. Having valiantly dispatched several elite-level wild Pokémon, the trainers had come to recognize Ryuzaki Shinji as a powerful trainer. Though not on par with the Elite Four, he surpassed the average elite trainers by a considerable margin. Thus, such a vital asset in battle was one they could not afford to lose. Your Excellency, please take a moment to rest. We shall manage things here for the time being, a middle-aged trainer respectfully addressed Ryuzaki Shinji, accompanied by several young trainers. In this world, trainers are the predominant profession. Possessing sufficient strength naturally commands the respect of others. Ryuzaki Shinji had demonstrated his formidable prowess through action, thus earning the genuine admiration of those trainers resting in the rear. Very well, I shall take my leave for a brief respite, Ryuzaki Shinji replied, breathless. After enduring numerous intense battles, even his exceptional physique as a martial artist was beginning to falter. His 4 Pokémon had sustained injuries, their stamina dwindling to perilous levels. Continuing the fight could very well lead to his own downfall. Hence, he prudently withdrew, particularly as the effects of boosting his reputation were already manifesting. Upon retreating to the Pokémon Center, he was soon approached by a Nurse Joy, accompanied by a Chansey, who came to provide treatment for him and his Pokémon. I cannot express my gratitude enough. Without your intervention, I might not be here now. Allow me to tend to your wounds, Nurse Joy said earnestly, directing Chansey to employ soft-boiled and heal pulse on Ryuzaki Shinji's 4 Pokémon while she gently bandaged his injuries. True to its reputation as an exceptional healing Pokémon, Chansey's therapeutic techniques rapidly mended the wounds of his Pokémon. Under her skilled hands, the taut nerves of Ryuzaki Shinji's 4 companions began to relax, and their depleting energy was swiftly replenished. It is only right. You should also take a moment to rest. If you were to collapse, there would be no one to attend to the patients, Ryuzaki Shinji replied earnestly, embodying the role of a noble trainer, ensuring that no trace of villainy seeped into his tone. Not to worry, tending to patients is our Joy family's duty. With Chansey by my side, I can work tirelessly, Nurse Joy responded, her cheeks tinged with a slight blush. She had witnessed Ryuzaki Shinji's valiant stand against overwhelming odds and felt an immense sense of gratitude and even a hint of admiration for him. The medical standards in this world are indeed remarkable. A little treatment and a few injections can work wonders. After consuming the high-energy snacks that Nurse Joy offered, Ryuzaki Shinji was pleasantly surprised to find that his previous injuries had nearly healed. With Nurse Joy's care and the medicine administered, his wounds had begun to scab over, and the pain had subsided. Aside from a slight discomfort when exerting himself, his combat capabilities had returned to about 80%. His 4 Pokémon, having partaken of the high-energy food, were also recovering significantly, both in health and spirit. Though Ryuzaki Shinji had nearly recovered, he still feigned a weary demeanor, resting as if he were not here to serve as a paragon of justice. To achieve his objectives, he needed to maintain an unwavering combat prowess at all times. As he directed his attention to surveying the terrain surrounding the ferry center, a sudden eruption of jubilant cheers resounded from outside. Upon witnessing this, Ryuzaki Shinji promptly led his 4 small Pokémon outside to ascertain the situation. Before him loomed a colossal airship, flanked by numerous smaller vessels serving as its guardians, each emblazoned with the resplendent insignia of the Alliance. Without a doubt, the reinforcements for Shallow Red City had arrived, with a multitude of soldiers and trainers clad in Alliance uniforms descending from the grand airship via their flying-type Pokémon. Look, our reinforcements have arrived. It is time to strike back. The trainers, previously beleaguered and holding the line, immediately transitioned from defense to offense. Just moments prior, the Alliance reinforcements had yet to arrive. In the skies above Shallow Red City, the battered Dragon Bridge, assisted by the equally injured Dragonite, had once more thwarted the onslaught of the Night Phantom. The Zubat upon Dragon Bridge had perished, and his Charizard bore grievous wounds, necessitating its recall. In a dire state, Kondo was worse off. One of his legs and an arm had been broken, and his messenger bird had fallen in battle, leaving him precariously supported by a Fiero. It is over. You 2 audacious humans, descend into oblivion, the Night Phantom proclaimed, unleashing a torrent of shadow punches that engulfed the 2 once more, this time rendering them incapable of resistance. However, just as they were on the brink of being overwhelmed by the Night Phantom's assault, their reinforcements finally arrived. Zapdos, Thunder, Moltres, Fire Blast, Articuno, Blizzard. A commanding voice resonated, and 3 formidable flying-type Pokémon swiftly approached the aerial battlefield. With seamless coordination, they unleashed their extraordinary abilities, effortlessly dismantling the Night Phantom's offensive. They're here. Dragon Bridge and Kondo exchanged glances, their faces reflecting the relief of having survived a calamity. The arrival of the legendary birds signified their salvation. The champion of Kanto had come. Chapter 52, The Arrival of the Demon God, Part 4. A cacophony of explosions reverberated through the heavens as the presence of the legendary birds decisively altered the dynamics of the aerial conflict. A female trainer, exuding an astonishing aura, stood resolutely atop a massive Fiero, undeterred by the ferocious winds that howled through the sky. Like a gnarled old tree, she remained steadfast upon the back of the Dragonite, her silvery hair and resplendent champion's cloak billowing dramatically in the tempest. She resembled a sovereign of the skies, surrounded by countless flying-type Pokémon that rallied around her. Under her graceful command, they launched a methodical assault against the beleaguered Night Phantom. The trainer, who is as beautiful and powerful as a celestial being, is none other than the current champion of Kanto, Kamikaze Raku. She hails from the illustrious Kamikaze family, renowned for their prowess in the flying type. Although her parents are merely collateral branches of this esteemed lineage, her extraordinary talents have led her to awaken a long-lost supernatural ability known as bird speech. Kamikaze Raku possesses the innate gift to communicate telepathically with any flying-type Pokémon, and she naturally garners the affection of these creatures. Legend has it that on the day of her birth, the legendary Pokémon Ho-Oh soared above her birthplace, bestowing upon her a feather. Kamikaze Raku's initial Pokémon was Pidgey, yet from the age of 10, when she embarked on her journey as a trainer, she astonishingly collected 8 badges within a mere year, claiming the title of champion at the Indigo Plateau. Over the subsequent 4 years, she triumphed in 4 regional championship tournaments, achieving the status of a master trainer specializing in flying types by the age of 15, and at 19, she became a champion trainer. By 21, she had vanquished the 3 legendary birds, earning their allegiance, and at 22, she defeated the Elite Four and the former champion, marking herself as the youngest regional champion in Kanto's storied history. Her life is a veritable legend. As the crowd gazes skyward, witnessing the appearance of the 3 legendary birds that symbolize Kamikaze Raku, despair is lifted from the hearts of all, both good and ill. They feel an invigorating surge of hope, for they know they are safe. In the minds of the people, the champion's name resonates like that of a savior, and in this moment, any lurking malevolence is destined to be vanquished. Though the onlookers fix their eyes upon this extraordinary woman in the sky, a veil of mist obscures her from full view, leaving them to catch only a fleeting glimpse of her resplendent form. Is this the essence of a battle among the elite? Such power is utterly captivating. I must seize this world-shattering strength for myself. Seated upon his Weezing, Ryuzaki Shinji hovers low in the air, his gaze locked upon the fierce aerial battlefield ahead. Eyes ablaze with fervor, regardless of the raging winds that sweep towards him, he remains fixated on the clash before him. The Night Demon, once brimming with confidence, now finds himself in disarray. His once impenetrable ghost-type energy shield has been shattered, the combined might of fire, thunder, and ice attacks proving nearly indomitable. A single strike has decimated the shield he believed to be secure, forcing him to swallow the black orb, which was perilously close to being enveloped in white light, relying on its vast soul energy to withstand the assault from the legendary birds. Yet, he can only endure under the relentless onslaught of their combined might. How disgraceful it is for you, descendants of these divine beasts, to willingly descend into mere tools for humanity. We, the Pokémon, are the rightful rulers of this world. Will you forever resign yourselves to servitude? The night demon roars defiantly, raising his ghost-type energy shield once more to fend off the legendary bird's united attack of fire, thunder, and ice. The reinforcements arriving this time are remarkably formidable. The pressure exerted by the woman at the forefront, enveloped in a tempest, is akin to that of the 5 great ghost-type sprite leaders from the spirit realm. It is worth noting that these leaders have transcended to the intermediate divine beast level by comprehending the essence of ghost-type power. The immense presence emanating from the colossal Fiero beneath her is equally imposing, rivaling that of the 5 leaders. Although the 3 divine beast descendants surrounding it boast considerable strength, the true source of intimidation lies in the Fiero, which has entirely fused its essence with that of the human woman. The combined force of the two instills a profound sense of dread. Though I remain unaware of your intentions, your actions provoke the wrath of both gods and men, a transgression beyond forgiveness. Today, I must bring your demise upon this very ground. The storm, flame, ice, and tempest battle formation is now prepared. You may withdraw. Hearing the words of the night demon spirit, Shinfeng Lu, with a visage as frigid as ice, remained impassive, gently addressing the 3 sprites still engaged in their delaying tactics. A melodious trinity of calls resonated from the 3 divine birds, who, upon receiving Shinfeng Lu's command, ceased their assault on the night demon spirit, regrouping into formation at her side, poised for further orders. The night demon spirit, sensing the rapid withdrawal of the trio, felt a twinge of foreboding and attempted to obscure its escape with numerous shadow clones. However, after moving a mere dozen meters, it was repelled back to the center by an unseen wall of wind. Unbeknownst to it, a colossal transparent tornado had formed with the assistance of numerous flying-type sprites. The fate of the confrontation was sealed. This malevolent entity was doomed. Lord Shinfeng Li's storm battle formation had fully materialized, now awaiting the spectacle of this demon being annihilated by the raging winds. Kondo, reclining atop his Fiero, wore an expression of satisfaction as he spoke to Yulongdu. Despite his grievous injuries, he was determined to witness the annihilation of the night demon spirit, which threatened his bright future, before he could depart in peace. Indeed, this maneuver requires the collective effort of at least 500 flying-type sprites to activate the whirlwind technique. Yet, aside from the adept Shinfeng Lu, who could command over 500 flying sprites with such finesse, faced with this unprecedentedly powerful aerial combination, even high-tier divine beasts could only await their fate. Perhaps only an extraordinary divine beast, possessing unimaginable power, could counter such a stratagem. Yulongdu, with a serious demeanor, nodded in agreement. Having broken through to the champion level at 15, he was now 18, still lingering at the high champion tier. Confronted with Shinfeng Lu's terrifying technique, he felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Aspiring to become the champion of Kanto, he found himself stymied by the imposing barrier that Shinfeng Lu presented. With no glimmer of hope for overcoming it in sight, "Let it end," commanded the Fiero, ordering an attack to eliminate this irredeemable malevolent sprite before them. Shinfeng Lu, her expression chilling, directed her Fiero with unwavering resolve. Upon hearing the command, the majestic Articuno released a resounding cry, causing the multitude of flying-type Pokémon swirling around the colossal tornado to swiftly arrange themselves into orderly triangular formations. They then channeled the flying energy within their beings. And in that moment, the tremendous tornado was illuminated by the astonishing white radiance emanating from these creatures, transforming into a spectacle of blinding light. What is this? Ensnared within the eye of the storm, the Dark Knight spirit sought to break free, yet was restrained by an invisible pressure from all directions, rendering it utterly immobile. In a frenzy, it drew upon the unformed soul energy from its nascent soul gem, fashioning a formidable black energy shield. Yet, as it bore witness to the countless massive wind blades unleashed from the tornado striking its energy shield, it realized with despair that the shield, despite its full might, could only withstand the onslaught for mere seconds before being shattered into pieces, leaving its entire form fragmented by the relentless barrage. "You have forced my hand. We shall perish together." The Dark Knight's spirit lamented in despair, its long-sought path to divine beasts shattered by a human it had always regarded with disdain. As hope for escape dwindled, It resolved to detonate the unformed soul gem within, which had already been unstable. With a surge of potent, ghostly energy injected, a catastrophic reaction began to unfold within, releasing an aura of annihilation. This is bad. There's no time left. Articuno, instruct the others to retreat immediately. The shiny Noctowl sensed the malevolent energy leaking from the Dark Knight's spirit and instantly grasped its intentions. It promptly commanded Articuno while harmonizing its own melodious cry. Upon hearing the calls from Articuno and shiny Noctowl, the flying-type Pokémon within the tornado obeyed the command, swiftly disengaging from the vortex and creating distance from the tempest. Run. You may escape, human, but what of those below? You still cannot prevent my destruction of this city. The Dark Knight's spirit scoffed with a sinister laugh. Observing shiny Noctowl's retreat as it plummeted towards the shallow red city without hesitation. As the Dark Knight's spirit descended, the cataclysmic aura surrounding it could no longer be concealed. Those still battling within the city, both humans and wild Pokémon alike, abruptly ceased their skirmishes, overwhelmed by an instinctual sense of impending doom. They instinctively gazed skyward. In the air, a gargantuan black energy sphere, at least 1,000 meters in diameter, plummeted rapidly towards the shallow red city. As it descended, the sphere continued to expand. Its essence of destruction palpable even from thousands of meters above, sending waves of lethal threat to every living being on the ground. What is that? Why do I feel an overwhelming sense of dread? The question flickered through the minds of countless beings in shallow red city. Instinctively driven by the primal urge to survive, they began to flee the city with great haste. However, the colossal black energy sphere descended at an alarming speed, and it was evident that their efforts were in vain. There was no escape. Who would have thought I would meet my end here? In the low skies. Ryuzaki Shinji gazed up at the enormous black energy sphere plummeting toward him. Even his usually unflappable demeanor faltered in the face of impending doom. A gut feeling warned him that once this dark orb made contact, shallow red city would be obliterated, leaving nothing but a blank slate. The height of the dual explosive gas had reached its limit, and with the sluggish speed of the gas, it was far too late to teleport Yujiro. No matter what, he could not evade the explosion's reach. Despair and fear enveloped the entirety of shallow red city. Chapter 53. The Arrival of the Demon God, Final, in the command room of a massive airship high above shallow red city. A gaunt elder clad in the uniform of a senior Alliance commander bellowed at the colossal black energy sphere displayed on the screen before him. Can anyone tell me what this terrifying entity is? Where is Kamikaze Raku? Hurry and contact her. She must stop that damned thing from descending. If it explodes in shallow red city, it will spell doom for us all. The map will no longer feature shallow red city. The elder, frantic and agitated, paced the command deck, occasionally berating the analysts who reported on the data concerning the black energy sphere. Through their analyses, he began to grasp the magnitude of the orb's threat. He was aware that asking Kamikaze Raku to intervene was an unreasonable demand. Yet he could think of no one else capable of preventing the catastrophic explosion in shallow red city. This vile demon deserves nothing less than death. And yet it persists in wreaking havoc. I never anticipated the situation would escalate to this point. If this continues, shallow red city is doomed. We must find a way to stop it. Yuryu spoke with a pained expression, his heart heavy as he observed the black energy sphere swelling ominously below. Even at a distance of over 5,000 meters, the certainty of death loomed large in his mind. The consequences of the orb's impact would be catastrophic. The city would be reduced to ashes, and its inhabitants would suffer greatly. Stop it. What can we do? Have you not seen that even Lady Kamikaze is at a loss? Our attempts would be futile, akin to courting death. Such is the nature of fortune and misfortune. Just as I acquired the mini-dragon, I am now confronted with this calamity. Who could have foreseen that my fate would culminate in such despair? Kondo Shiro's countenance was dark enough to draw tears, his gaze dulled and lifeless, resembling a defeated rooster. If shallow red city were to be destroyed, who would bear the greatest responsibility? Thus, this individual must undoubtedly be him. He has foreseen the moment of his dismissal and expulsion from the Alliance. Now, he finds himself engulfed in despondency, nearly devoid of hope. How wretched! Is there truly no way out? Who could possibly rescue those unfortunate souls below? Upon hearing this, Yolondu turned his gaze toward the distant Shinfeng Lu, who also bore a grim expression yet remained motionless, evidently powerless to prevent the descent of the ominous sphere of energy. At the port of Qinhong City, a section of the sea near the dock has transformed into a realm of ice and snow. Fluffy snowflakes cascade from a small patch of sky, as the ocean surface has frozen over, cloaked in a soft, snowy garment. A beautiful woman clad in an ice-blue gown sits gracefully upon the back of a dragon, observing the snowfall. Beside her, a robust man sits cross-legged on the icy expanse. His muscular torso exposed and bare feet planted firmly on the ground, adorned with spiked armlets on both hands and feet. Next to this man is a similarly seated creature of great strength, both engaged in a meditative trance, their upper bodies now blanketed by the falling snow. Not far from them, the icy surface is scattered with frozen water-type sprites, each retaining expressions of anger, astonishment, or fear from their former lives. Most striking among them is a Gyarados, nearly 15 meters in length, lying lifelessly on the frigid surface, intimately fused with the ice. Its once formidable scales bear deep imprints of blows, with several shattered pieces, and the most resilient portion at the back of its head completely crushed, revealing a gruesome display of raw flesh and blood. This once dominant sprite of the nearby waters still wears an expression of fury, yet a hint of fear can be discerned upon closer inspection. It appears that Xianhong City is doomed. Who could have imagined that our champion would find himself utterly helpless this time? Should we retreat a bit farther? This place feels rather unsafe, does it not? The beautiful woman, twirling a strand of her pink hair, remarked leisurely to the muscular man, who maintained an air of indifference. I have fulfilled the tasks assigned by the Alliance. Everything else is of no concern to me. I am indifferent to how matters will unfold. However, witnessing the annihilation of a city is indeed a spectacle worth observing, and this vantage point is perfectly situated to behold the moment of destruction, the robust man replied, his ancient, piercing eyes opening coldly. Suddenly, he trembled, scattering the snow that clung to him. What a callous man he is! How unfortunate for those who could not escape. Such misfortune indeed, the beautiful woman lamented, yet her expression betrayed no trace of sympathy, maintaining her icy demeanor. At the edge of Shallow Red City, two middle-aged individuals stood aloft, their expressions grave as they gazed at the colossal black energy sphere descending to a height of less than 2,000 meters above the city. Given the sphere's rapid descent, it would soon land within the city limits, and they could already perceive flickers of fire igniting at its base due to violent friction with the air. Kiku, you are the king of spirits. Surely you possess a means to thwart this infernal entity? The middle-aged man implored the woman beside him. He bore long black hair and a silver mask that suggested a smile, his eyes aglow with a blue radiance. This masked figure was indeed a rare superhuman, levitating effortlessly in the air, even managing to assist the woman beside him in floating as well, exuding an air of confidence. Accompanying him were the Sun Rock and Moon Stone, two small spirits that danced around him in a harmonious pattern. You overestimate my abilities, Tian Tong Jun. This energy explosion is wrought from an incalculable essence of souls, a force beyond the reach of ordinary power. Were it not for your teleportation whisking me away from Shallow Red City, I too would have perished within. The woman, known as Bai Yao Kiku, replied calmly. As a prominent figure among the spirit kings, and one of the four esteemed spirit priestesses of the Bai Yao clan, she possessed a profound understanding of the ramifications of the actions taken by the dark spirits and the intricate web of interests involved. Just as the black energy orb was on the verge of landing in Shallow Red City, and Kiku believed that the spirit beasts governing the spirit realm would remain inactive, a mischievous laugh echoed through the air. Suddenly, a Gungue, previously cloaked in invisibility, materialized before Kiku and pointed ahead. In an instant, the sky above Shallow Red City darkened as the entire city was engulfed in shadow. A massive portal radiating white light appeared overhead, gradually swinging open. From its fissures emerged two formidable ghost-type spirits, a peculiar white Gingue with a single eye and a pitch-black GNDNGN, brandishing a shield several times larger than itself. The GNDNGN swiftly soared to the base of the black energy sphere, raising its immense shield. Instantly, it transformed its form and unleashed the king's shield. As the GNDNGN infused the shield with potent ghost-type energy, the shield expanded rapidly. Upon contact with the king's shield, the black energy sphere diminished in size by half, ultimately being securely caught by the GNDNGN as it descended. Upon encountering the sturdy shield sword monster, the oddly shaped white Jengar, with its singular eye at the center of its forehead, immediately unleashed a beam of crimson light. This beam then dispersed into countless slender red rays, which swiftly entwined around the black energy sphere. As the multitude of red rays successfully ensnared the principal black energy sphere, the white Jengar gritted its teeth, and a colossal black pillar of light emerged from its form. It directed a curse towards the black energy sphere, and once the black pillar dissipated, the white Jengar appeared listless, while the size of the black energy sphere diminished once more. shrinking to a mere diameter of around 100 meters. You two gatekeepers shall not succeed in dragging me back. I will ensure our mutual demise, declared the dark spirit within the black energy sphere upon witnessing the two ghostly sprites. The crimson eye flared with fury, as if recognizing its adversaries. Without hesitation, it infused the last remnants of its ghostly energy into the soul gem, eager to hasten its fragmentation. In response to the dark spirit's taunts and self-destructive actions, the two powerful ghostly sprites remained silent, merely regarding the dark spirit with a gaze akin to that reserved for the deceased. After completing their preparations, the half-open gate to the spirit realm was now fully ajar, emanating an ominous aura. Suddenly, a colossal head emerged unannounced from the shadows of the entire city, followed by a massive dragon-like sprite leaping forth as if the shadows were mere water, allowing unrestricted passage. The instant the enormous head appeared, a formidable pressure enveloped the entire city of light red, forcing all creatures to bow under its weight, too intimidated to meet its gaze, save for a few resolute souls who managed to withstand the overwhelming force. The great dragon-like sprite fixed its emotionless gaze upon the dark spirit within the black energy sphere. Merely a glance sent the dark spirit trembling in fear, halting its intentions to channel power into the soul gem. "Master, how could it be you? Please, spare me," it stammered, quaking as it spoke. The colossal sprite then opened its cavernous mouth and inhaled deeply, causing the entire black energy sphere to swiftly shrink and be consumed. After this act, the immense head cast a final glance at the sky, and then it stepped fully into the gate of the spirit realm. At that moment, the white Jengar and the black shield sword monster stood guard at either side of the gate, bowing respectfully to the gigantic sprite. Once the colossal sprite entirely entered the spirit realm, they followed suit, vanishing into the portal. "Oh my, it is indeed the master of the distortion world, Giratina, who has intervened. It appears he is unwilling to allow the realm he safeguards to suffer significant harm, hence his personal involvement. It is only natural, considering he is one of the three supreme ghost-type deities that protect the spirit realm." With fervent anticipation, Josie gazed upon the colossal head emerging from the portal to the spirit realm. As the king of the ghostly domain, she naturally recognized the owner of that immense cranium, the revered ghost-type deity of the Bayao clan, Giratina. The resolution of such a monumental crisis was astonishingly simplistic, leaving her in disbelief. Was that gigantic creature also a Pokémon? The sheer magnitude of its power rendered Ryuzaki Shinji awestruck as he witnessed Giratina effortlessly devour the black energy sphere. He could hardly fathom that such a terrifying entity would casually consume something so potentially explosive. Yet, judging by the circumstances, the creature appeared to face no risk at all. Soon, the portal to the spirit realm vanished, and the dim sky restored its normalcy. Although the threat had passed, the populace remained in a state of shock, their minds still reeling from the awe of encountering the ghostly deity, Giratina. However, this state of bewilderment was fleeting. The citizens of Akahong City, both human and Pokémon alike, reveled in the joy of having survived the ordeal. A chorus of cheers erupted throughout the city. Chapter 1. The graveyard of ships. After the crisis in Akahong City subsided, the surviving humans and wild Pokémon almost unanimously chose to cease hostilities. Though a few radical elements attempted to reignite the conflict, they were swiftly quelled by their companions. The sacrifices made were already too great. Further combat would serve no beneficial purpose for anyone. The wild Pokémon, recognizing their waning power, began to employ their unique abilities to escape. Before long, the wild Pokémon that had appeared in the city mysteriously vanished. While the populace understood that these creatures were merely hiding temporarily, no one had the inclination to seek them out. They were now preoccupied with locating their cherished belongings. Observing the jubilant cheers below and the increasing presence of the Alliance forces stationed at the Pokémon Center, Ryuzaki Shinji felt the remnants of his survival-induced elation dissipate. With the continuous influx of injured individuals to the Pokémon Center, it was destined to become a focal point of protection for the Alliance post-battle. His initial intention to exploit the chaos of war to acquire Pokémon knowledge had been shattered. Realizing his objectives were unattainable, Ryuzaki Shinji decided not to waste any more time. As an underground figure within the Alliance and a member of Team Rocket, he had gone unnoticed during the turmoil. But that was no longer feasible. Remaining here for even one more minute increased his risk of exposure. Seizing the opportunity before anyone could notice him, Ryuzaki Shinji stealthily directed his Weezing to land in an uninhabited ruin, then released his teleporting Pokémon, instructing it to whisk him away from Akahong City. Yongjila summoned the full extent of his supernatural energy, pinpointing the mental coordinates he had inscribed within the graveyard through his psychic waves. A formidable surge of psychic power emanated from him, enveloping both himself and Shinji Longzaki, as well as the explosive device. In an instant, a dazzling blue light flashed before them, and Longzaki and his companions vanished from the desolate ruins of Qianhong City. On the outskirts of Qianhong City, the once thriving population of wild Pokémon scattered in disarray, spurred by the capture of their dominant leader, Nidoking, by Team Rocket. Following the emergence of the Alliance's colossal airship, Team Rocket, under Caesar's directive, began their retreat. The four heavenly kings of the Alliance had convened in Qianhong City, bolstered by a multitude of Alliance trainers providing support. The power of the Alliance had now surpassed that of Team Rocket in Qianhong City, establishing an overwhelming dominance, compelling Team Rocket to adopt a more discreet approach. Consequently, their influence began to wane, retreating into the shadows. This decline was not exclusive to Team Rocket. Even the gangsters who typically exerted their influence in the slums on the city's periphery found themselves in a similar predicament. Deep within the graveyard, a shattered tomb revealed an area where a warped spatial rift suddenly materialized. From this distortion, a blue energy sphere emerged. As the chaotic waves were gradually subdued by an unknown force, Longzaki reappeared in the graveyard, escorted by Yangjila. The ground of the graveyard was still littered with fragmented corpses, barren trees, and numerous broken tombstones. However, the once ominous and terrifying atmosphere had dissipated. The overcast sky that had once loomed above even during the day had vanished, allowing the radiant sunlight to illuminate the area, bestowing it with a semblance of vitality and beauty. The spectral Pokémon that the Night Demon had previously nurtured had been dispatched to battle, leading to a significant depletion of the graveyard's dark energy. Nevertheless, the graveyard, having been cultivated by the Night Demon for centuries, remained a prime locale for supernatural entities. If left undisturbed, it would once again become a sanctuary for ghost-type Pokémon within a few years. However, given the Alliance's historical tendency to eradicate threats entirely, it was likely that this graveyard would soon vanish permanently from the Kanto region's map. Upon arriving at the cemetery, Longzaki immediately took precautions, ensuring no enemies lurked nearby before shedding his blood-stained black attire. He swiftly donned a soiled Team Rocket uniform. As he prepared to depart, he cast a contemplative glance back into the depths of the graveyard, before hastily making his way alongside Yangjila toward Team Rocket's underground base. Not long after Ryuzaki Shinji and Yujiro departed, a pair of crimson eyes suddenly opened in the shadow of a desiccated tree beside the graveyard. Following this, a feeble Genki emerged from the shadow of the withered tree. It cast a wary and disdainful glance in the direction of Ryuzaki Shinji's retreat, revealing a flicker of struggle on its cunning visage. Ultimately, it dismissed any intentions of confronting Ryuzaki Shinji, weakened as it was. It lacked the confidence to take down someone who appeared to be quite formidable. Having made its decision, Genki transformed back into a shadow and glided along the ground, disappearing from sight. Several minutes later, Ryuzaki Shinji, having navigated through the rigorous security surrounding the Rocket Team's base, returned safely to his chamber. The atmosphere within the Rocket Team's headquarters was palpably tense, akin to a state of heightened vigilance. Such apprehension was understandable. The power of the Alliance in Aohong City was at its zenith, and any misstep could lead to a devastating blow to the Rocket Team's influence in the area. Indeed, Ryuzaki Shinji felt a sense of trepidation. He had sold a rough blueprint of the Rocket Team's base to Kondo Castle. In his estimation, the current moment represented the optimal opportunity for the Alliance to strike against the Rocket Team's stronghold in Aohong City. In reality, the upper echelons of the Alliance harbored intentions of eradicating all vestiges of darkness lingering in Aohong City. However, they were hampered by a lack of sufficient manpower. The city had been rendered almost a wasteland, and following the initial joy of victory, a tide of sorrow swept over its inhabitants. Their homes lay in ruins, necessitating extensive human and material resources for reconstruction. The Alliance had dispatched a considerable number of personnel to soothe the displaced populace and facilitate post-war rebuilding efforts, leaving no time or energy to confront the lurking specters that had retreated into the shadows. Ryuzaki Shinji lay on his bed, eyes closed, maintaining a heightened state of vigilance for several hours. Eventually, he succumbed to the overwhelming tide of sleep. He was utterly fatigued. After releasing all his Pokémon to guard the entrance, he drifted into a deep slumber. Shinji remained in this state for over 10 hours, and at 4 p.m. the following afternoon, a knock resounded at his door, rousing him from his sleep. He quickly rose from his bed, donning a composed poker face, and recalled the 4 displeased Pokémon into their Pokeballs before calmly opening the door. Before him stood a tall, slender male elite of the Rocket Team. Without a hint of courtesy, he strode into the room as the door swung open, disregarding Shinji's reaction and directly seating himself in the lone chair within the chamber. Casting a disdainful glance at Ryuzaki Shinji, he lowered his gaze to the information displayed on his wristwatch. After thorough verification, the male elite produced a letter from his person, discarding it nonchalantly on the floor before Shinji rather than handing it over directly. Having completed this act, he rose and exited the room, never uttering a single word to Ryuzaki Shinji throughout the encounter. In response to the rudeness of the male members of Team Rocket, Shinji Longzaki maintained an impassive countenance throughout the encounter. It was only after they departed that a glimmer of cold light flickered in his eyes. He bent down to retrieve a white envelope from the ground, still adorned with an intact wax seal. Inspecting it carefully, he found it devoid of any words or images. Holding the blank envelope, a sense of intrigue enveloped him as he cautiously opened it. Inside, he discovered a luxurious cruise ticket, an exquisite card, and a black Pokémon watch. The ticket indicated a departure time of 1 p.m. tomorrow, aboard a high-end cruise ship, setting sail from the port of Qianhong City to the tranquil waters of Fanyuan. The card was an invitation, boldly inscribed with the words Death Championship, while the reverse bore a rudimentary map, marked only by a red star, devoid of any geographical identifiers. The watch was inactive. Upon switching it on, a line of text appeared on its screen, conveying that the location of the Death Championship was situated on a vast, uninhabited island between Kanto and Fanyuan. The primary task for participants was to navigate to the island based on the map provided, with a stipulation that they must arrive within a week or face disqualification. Gazing at the 3 items in his possession, Shinji Longzaki's expression darkened considerably. Unlike previous years where participants were transported directly to an island for their battles, this year's competition demanded they find the venue themselves. This circumstance suggested 2 possibilities. Either Team Rocket lacked the means to transport them, or this iteration of the Death Championship would be far more perilous than its predecessors. The information provided was exceedingly scant. What was to be done now? Suddenly, an idea sparked. He scrutinized the nearly information-less map, realizing the only certainty was that the competition site lay in the waters between Kanto and Fanyuan. With this thought, he swiftly powered on his computer and accessed Team Rocket's intranet for further inquiries. Ultimately, he located a map of the waters between Kanto and Fanyuan that bore resemblance to the information on his card. Could the competition site truly be here? Was this some sort of jest? Shinji stared blankly at the marine expanse depicted on his screen, and after meticulous comparison, he finally discerned the approximate location of the island he was to seek. This maritime region was known as the Stormy Sea, also referred to as the Graveyard of Ships. Chapter 2. Clue: The Stormy Sea, also known as the Graveyard of Ships, was infamous for its peculiar magnetic field, which resulted in a perpetual scattering of enormous whirlpools throughout the area. Additionally, it seemed to be shrouded by some enigmatic force that ensured relentless storms year-round. During the summer months, the weather would intensify, occasionally giving rise to colossal waterspouts. The tempestuous seas are shrouded in terrifying natural phenomena, which appear to serve as a barrier, isolating the land within from the outside world. Nevertheless, a few intrepid trainers, emboldened by their adventurous spirits and the power of their Pokémon, have successfully traversed these obstacles to enter the inner circle of the stormy seas. According to their accounts, there exists a colossal island within these tumultuous waters, inhabited by a plethora of formidable wild Pokémon. However, these fortunate trainers who have emerged from the stormy seas remain tight-lipped about further details. One thing is certain: the island conceals immense secrets. For those who have survived its perils, experience significant enhancements in their abilities, with the least among them attaining the rank of elite trainer. With such an air of mystery surrounding it, countless trainers, unable to progress further in their elite training, are drawn to this enigmatic island. Each year, numerous elite-level trainers, driven by determination, venture into this maritime realm in search of opportunities to grow stronger. Yet, only a few manage to successfully navigate the treacherous waters and enter the stormy seas. Consequently, a plethora of shipwrecks accumulate over time, leading sailors to dub this region the Graveyard of Ships. Given the fearsome reputation of the stormy seas, even the most seasoned captains and sailors are reluctant to sail their cherished vessels into these waters. Even among those reckless enough to disregard all caution for monetary gain, there exists a consensus to only approach the vicinity of the stormy seas. It is not that these experienced mariners lack confidence or capability to traverse this expanse. Rather, as vessels near this region, their electronic instruments fail due to the overwhelming magnetic fields, rendering human technological advancements ineffective. Relying solely on primitive sailing vessels to navigate this treacherous area without divine intervention is tantamount to courting death. Thus, crossing the outer barriers of the stormy seas necessitates precise guidance from trainers and the strength of their Pokémon, augmented by a stroke of luck, to have any chance of entering the inner sanctum. This endeavor is exceedingly arduous. Presently, I lack even a single water-type Pokémon, rendering my chances of overcoming this formidable barrier non-existent. However, I have stumbled upon a fascinating piece of information. Team Rocket has provided remarkably detailed data regarding the stormy seas, including extensive profiles of trainers who have successfully emerged from its depths. Notably, these trainers share a common trait. Most possess a Psyduck, a Lickitung, or a Swablu, with a striking frequency. Could there be a deeper significance to this? Regardless, while the reasons remain elusive, there is undoubtedly something amiss. It appears imperative that I acquire one of these 3 Pokémon without delay, mused Shinji Ryuzaki as he scrutinized the various detailed documents displayed on his computer screen. Time waits for no one. Ryuzaki Shinji, having firmly established his objective, promptly began to nourish the 4 small spirits. Once they were well fed and content, he himself had completed a brief personal grooming and meal. After recalling the 4 spirits to their optimal state, he hastily departed the room. At the periphery of the Rocket Team base in Qianhong City, a young rocket soldier stationed at a lookout expressed his bewilderment upon witnessing a man in black boldly exiting the base. How can he leave now? Didn't Master Caesar decree that no one is to exit the base for the next few days? Should we alert the sentinels up ahead to apprehend him? He queried, turning to his senior commander. There's no need, the commander replied with a hint of schadenfreude. I just received word that this individual is one of the unfortunate souls participating in the death arena. He is merely walking into his demise. We need not concern ourselves with him. The death arena? Is that a terrifying game orchestrated by some powerful figure? The young soldier asked, his face a mask of astonishment. Indeed. Remember this, rookie. That is a game for the elite. We mere mortals must never partake. The seasoned rocket soldier imparted this wisdom to the younger recruits. Elaborating on his insights regarding the death arena, the younger soldiers nodded in agreement, their curiosity toward the event swiftly turning to apprehension. Humph. A pack of swine destined to be devoured, Ryuzaki Shinji thought disdainfully, his keen senses as a fighter allowing him to overhear every word exchanged among the rocket soldiers. He merely scoffed at their ignorance. In the slums of Qianhong City, a robust young trainer clad in casual attire and wearing a black cap wandered aimlessly in a nearby area, seemingly lost. The devastation surrounding him was so severe that he could not recognize the location he sought. The destruction here is astonishing. Even the Pokémon Hunter Guild's contact point has been obliterated. What am I to do? The entire gray area of Qianhong City has contracted, and not a single rat from the gutters is in sight. This is quite troublesome, Ryuzaki Shinji mused darkly as he stood before a pile of rubble. His best option for acquiring the desired Pokémon was to purchase them from various Pokémon Hunter Guilds. However, the only distributor he knew of in the slums had been destroyed, leaving his plans in disarray. As Ryuzaki Shinji contemplated turning away in search of better fortune elsewhere, a large rat suddenly emerged from the ruins before him, swiftly approaching his position. Confronted by the terrifying aura exuding from Ryuzaki and the black, foul sludge expanding ominously at his feet, the rat, though visibly frightened, bravely stood its ground before him. It pointed to the right with its tiny paw and then quickly scurried through the debris. Interesting, come back, foul sludge, Ryuzaki commanded, his eyes glinting with determination. The black sludge shrank back, reattaching itself to him as he stepped forward to follow the guiding rat. As they wound through the area, the number of intact buildings gradually increased, and the once hidden, decrepit rodents of the slums began to reveal themselves to Ryuzaki. Eventually, the rat led him to a relatively well-preserved abandoned building deep within the slums. The security in this vicinity was notably stringent. Along the way, Ryuzaki had already spotted a dozen or so lurking spirits or beggars keeping watch. In front of the dilapidated structure stood a group of muscular men, bare-chested and imposing, all wearing grim expressions as they focused their attention on Ryuzaki. You're with the rat, kid. Here to make a purchase. Are you? Do you understand the rules? A scar-faced brute at the forefront gestured menacingly toward Ryuzaki as he and his companions encircled him. This sudden crisis was a consequence of their significant losses in the shallow Red City, and with the current dominance of the Alliance, their clientele had diminished drastically. Life in these gray areas had become increasingly difficult, and the sight of Ryuzaki arriving alone to conduct business sparked thoughts of extortion in the scar-faced man's mind. Before they could fully encircle him, Ryuzaki took the initiative, launching an assault without uttering a word. With a powerful push from his left foot, He propelled himself toward the scar-faced leader. In a flash, he reached the man. With a sharp crack, the brute's leg was swiftly shattered by Ryozaki's kick. And before he could emit a scream, Ryuzaki seized him by the neck with one hand, lifting him effortlessly. Witnessing their leader subdued so swiftly, the others halted and released their own spirits, apprehensively eyeing the formidable and menacing Ryuzuki. Even the onlookers who had been hiding in the shadows emerged, their expressions grave as they summoned their spirits. "You're as good as dead. Let me go, or I'll ensure you die a gruesome death." The scar-faced man gasped, his hand struggling against Ryuzaki's iron grip, his face reddening with rage. He attempted to break free, but Ryuzaki's hold tightened like a vice, making his breathing increasingly labored. "Is this how you treat your guests? If not, I shall teach you insolent wretches a lesson on behalf of your master, for you possess no sense of decorum." Facing the onslaught of the crowd, Ryuzaki Shinji remained utterly unfazed. The Pokémon accompanying these individuals were of the most inferior quality, none worthy of his attention. Should conflict arise, he could easily dispatch them with his mook. "You wretched creatures, step aside. Honorable guests, please enter. This fool is not worth your effort. I shall personally deal with him shortly, so there is no need for your involvement." As the scarred man gasped and writhed, on the brink of asphyxiation, and the surrounding crowd was poised for action, an aged voice cut through the tension, quelling the atmosphere charged with hostility. "Humph, next time, keep your eyes peeled." With the authoritative figure's command, the crowd began to withdraw. Ryuzaki Shinji had a request to make and did not wish to escalate matters. After forcefully tossing the scarred man aside, he strode directly through the now open door, encountering no opposition along the way. With a resounding clang, the iron door slammed shut behind him, plunging Ryuzaki Shinji into a dimly lit, dilapidated building. "My, what a temper our guest possesses. I wonder what you seek?" A lamp on the table flared to life, casting flickering light upon an elderly bald man seated in an opulent office chair, who turned to Ryuzaki Shinji with cold, hawk-like eyes. As the old man spoke, countless crimson eyes suddenly opened in the shadowy ceiling, all fixated on Ryuzaki Shinji. Chapter 3. A Bloody Transaction of. It seems you are left with nothing but useless bats. If you wish to avoid losing a lucrative deal, present your valuable items at once. I have no time to waste with you, old fool. Gyarados, should this cur attempt any more tricks, eliminate him. In the face of the malicious stares from dozens of Zubats, Ryuzaki Shinji's expression remained unchanged. He merely scoffed, his cold demeanor intensifying. Although he did not desire to resort to violence in the current situation in Shallow Red City, should this old fool fail to recognize the gravity of the moment, he would not hesitate to allow him to experience the crushing pain of shattered bones. A waste of life. Still lacking the strength to ascend to the level of a champion despite his advanced age, would be easily dealt with. A hissing sound echoed from the shadows, followed by a 6-meter-long purple serpent slithering forth from the corner. It encircled Ryuzaki Shinji, providing a protective barrier, before raising its massive head and fixing its blood-red gaze upon the multitude of eyes above. With the full force of Gyarados' intimidating presence unleashed, the Zubats on the ceiling were thoroughly cowed, trembling and hastily closing their eyes, retreating into one another, unwilling to meet Gyarados' gaze. Observing the Zubats settling down, Gyarados turned its greedy attention to the balding man, now sweating profusely. Though slightly emaciated, he still possessed a delectable essence. "Aha! Your prowess is truly admirable, esteemed guest. I deeply apologize for any offense earlier. Please do bear with me. I assure you, your subsequent dealings will enjoy a 20% discount." The elder, under the scrutinizing gaze of Arbok and Shinji Ryuzaki, appeared to undergo a transformation, his previously stern visage blooming like a daisy. Having navigated the murky waters of life for decades, he was acutely aware that a formidable adversary had arrived, one so formidable that he feared a confrontation might leave him battered and bloodied. Yet, the seasoned trickster he was, he deftly adjusted his demeanor upon sensing the shift in the atmosphere, skillfully adopting a more amiable disposition and making promises of goodwill. The room's lighting soon brightened, and the elder, resembling a jovial pug, retrieved a list from beneath the table, presenting it to Shinji Ryuzaki. He discreetly wiped the perspiration from his brow with a handkerchief, the pressure from the imposing figure before him weighing heavily. As the elder's attitude shifted abruptly, the coldness in Ryuzaki's eyes remained unyielding, intensifying instead. He regarded the offered list with indifference, continuing to glare at the balding elder. Such opportunistic individuals were familiar to him, each one deserving of the harshest fate. He vividly recalled the old man who, years ago, had subjected him to trials when he was sold to Team Rocket, an untrustworthy creature who spoke in one manner to his face and in another behind his back. Those who lacked strength were devoured without mercy. And Ryuzaki still remembered the face of the man who had coerced his youthful self into taking the life of an innocent girl. Sensing the murderous intent radiating from Ryuzaki, Arbok opened its maw, revealing a cavernous mouth as its greedy gaze fixated on the balding elder. The avarice in its serpent-like eyes intensified, at a mere flicker from Ryuzaki. It would pounce, devouring the elder in an instant. "Please, sir, this list contains our finest offerings. Do take a look," the elder stammered, his heart sinking as he observed Arbok's drool corroding the floor beneath it. His brow twitched nervously, and he forced a congenial smile towards Ryuzaki, baffled by the escalating aura of menace emanating from the young man. The purple serpent beside him regarded the elder with increasing hostility, revealing its keen interest, though the elder himself felt no such curiosity. Secretly, he tightened his grip around a pokeball concealed within his pocket, bracing for any eventuality. Ultimately, Ryuzaki reigned in his murderous intent. Despite his disdain for the elder, the man had not crossed him irreparably. There was no merit in undertaking such a thankless task. Moreover, he was there to conduct business, and without this elder, matters would become exceedingly complicated. Ryuzaki extended his hand to accept the list offered by the balding elder, gesturing to the impatient Arbok to refrain from making a move. The elder, it seemed, had finally succumbed to fear. The dampened corner of the list revealed itself as the most telling sign of his trepidation. The bald elder, seasoned and somewhat jaded, finally exhaled deeply upon witnessing the recent events. The earlier circumstances had stirred a profound sense of trepidation within him. He genuinely feared that Ryuzaki Shinji might signal the Abomasnow to eliminate him. With his extensive experience in this line of work, it was not difficult to discern that the Abomasnow before him possessed elite-level prowess. Its impressive stature and length indicated meticulous breeding, while the unique patterns on its body, the pronounced crest atop its head, and the spines along its back all testified to its exceptional nature. This particular Pokémon was undoubtedly a rare specimen. Should a conflict arise, he surmised that even if his team emerged victorious, they would likely suffer significant casualties, especially considering that the opponent had merely unleashed an Abomasnow. Consequently, the elder had mentally placed Ryuzaki Shinji on his list of individuals not to offend. This list encompassed all manner of entities, primarily comprising Pokémon typically encountered in the wild. While he had yet to see a Chi-Chi-Ching-Niao, he did note the presence of relatively rare Pokémon such as Golduck and Lickitung. "I require Golduck and Lickitung," he asserted, emphasizing his desire for top-tier specimens. "Not the dregs, I seek the finest. Bring me to the goods." Ryuzaki Shinji laid the list upon the table and coldly addressed the bald elder. "Certainly, esteemed sir. Recently, we have received a shipment of fairly impressive specimens, which should include what you seek. Please, follow me." The bald elder, upon hearing Ryuzaki Shinji's words, patted his chest confidently and rose, pressing a button concealed within the wall behind him. Instantly, the wall before him retracted, unveiling a dark passageway. "Kindly follow me. The mechanisms here are rather intricate. While they may not pose a threat to you, it is prudent to avoid unnecessary complications. Our guild's inventory is stored beneath." The elder raised a torch, guiding Ryuzaki Shinji, who followed closely behind. "Very well, let us proceed," Ryuzaki Shinji replied, having discerned the underlying implications in the elder's tone. He promptly returned the Abomasnow to its Pokeball and coldly remarked that, according to the elder's insinuations, the Abomasnow's movement patterns could indeed trigger traps within the narrow passage. Ultimately, the bald elder led Ryuzaki Shinji to a spacious underground chamber. However, the environment was exceedingly foul. Even before they fully arrived, a pungent stench assaulted their senses. The conditions here were far worse than those in the Pokémon trading area of the nightmarish black market, as various iron cages littered the space, each housing Pokémon amidst their excrement. Some untamed Pokémon, upon sighting the elder, lunged at him with red-rimmed eyes, only to be thwarted by electrified cages that delivered painful shocks. Almost immediately, a dozen burly figures stationed nearby sprang into action, with two of them wielding electrified whips to mercilessly strike the assailing Pokémon. "I apologize for the unsettling display before you. These creatures were recently captured and remain untamed. However, rest assured that after a few days in our care, they will learn how to behave towards their masters. We guarantee that the specimens we provide are exceptionally obedient and will pose no threat to their trainers." The bald elder received an electric whip from a burly man and struck down fiercely upon a small creature that had just attempted to attack him. With a smile, he explained to Ryuzaki Shinji that, since arriving here, he seemed to regain a semblance of confidence through this brutal method of disciplining the small beings. now able to face Ryuzaki Shinji without flinching. "Let us proceed. Do not waste time," he urged. The elder's cruel treatment of the small creatures did not faze Ryuzaki Shinji in the slightest. He had become desensitized to the cycle of violence in which small creatures kill and are killed. If these untamed beings were left outside, they would mercilessly slaughter ordinary humans. Now, however, they were captured and subjected to harsh training, a mere exchange of roles. If one side lacked strength, death was a fitting consequence. Initially inclined to inflict further torment upon the small creatures, the elder's eyes flickered with disappointment at Ryuzaki Shinji's words, though he quickly masked it with a feigned smile as he led him to a small pool secured by a massive iron cage. The water within was murky, and the gathered Psyduck and Golduck appeared dazed, their eyes devoid of light. "Is this truly the best you can offer? I seek not puppets. Do you have anything else?" Despite being mentally prepared, Ryuzaki Shinji could not suppress a tinge of disappointment upon witnessing the lifeless expressions of these water-type creatures. They resembled the defeated beings sold by the notorious Hunter Guild in the nightmarish black market, mere remnants of hope, which extinguished his desire to train them. "These are indeed our finest specimens, capable of immediate combat effectiveness. I assure you they are exceedingly obedient, my lord. Are you not satisfied?" The elder's expression turned troubled, as he struggled to comprehend Ryuzaki Shinji's sentiments. Most visitors to this establishment typically favored the already tamed creatures. Only a few rebellious ones remain. Would you care to see them? They harbor an extreme disdain for humans and possess a highly aggressive disposition. "Unfit for sale," the elder remarked. After consulting with the staff overseeing the area, his expression peculiar. "Is that so? Please, let me see them at once," Ryuzaki Shinji replied, his eyes brightening with interest as he urged the elder to lead the way. Eventually, the elder brought Ryuzaki Shinji to a water prison constructed of hardened glass. The water within was foul, mingled with a significant amount of small creature excrement. In the center, on a stone partially exposed above the murky surface, lay a battered Golduck, covered in scars. The Golduck bore the scars of long-term whiplashes, one of its eyes rendered blind, and its body appeared to be torn and battered, as if it had just endured a brutal beating. Yet, even in such a state, Shinji Ryuzaki could still perceive the profound malice emanating from the creature through the glass water prison. The crimson eye fixed on the human standing before the cell with an intense loathing. Chapter 4. Subjugation. It was an eye filled with defiance, pride, and hatred. Ryuzaki could even discern the Golduck's disdain for humanity within that fiery gaze. The Golduck seemed weary and began to close its eyes, ignoring the unfamiliar faces surrounding it. It had resided in this place for some time and was well aware of the human's intentions to take away its shattered bones, while it, being the rebellious spirit it was, would not receive any further attention. Although it had been captured multiple times before, it held no regard for these frail beings. Thus, even when constrained by a Pokeball, it refrained from attacking the one who wielded it, showing no compliance to their commands, which ultimately led to its return to this place. "Please pardon our failure. We have yet to fully tame this exceedingly stubborn creature. It is hardly exceptional. After all this time, it remains wild. Someone, show it what true power looks like." Upon witnessing the familiar hatred in the Golduck's eye, the balding elder first explained to Ryuzaki. Then his eyes glinted coldly as he commanded his subordinates to retaliate against the Golduck that dared to challenge his authority. In the elder's mind, this Golduck had already been returned 5 times. Although he only needed to refund a standard price, he regarded it as a financial liability. Not only had this Golduck caused his prized creature to escape his grasp, but it also tarnished his reputation as a trainer. In this region, he, Takeo, earned his living by taming small Pokémon. Had it not been for the Golduck's elite potential, which he hoped to one day subdue and sell for a higher price, he would have long since taken its life himself. "Wait, I find myself quite interested in this one. Open the water prison and release it." Ryuzaki swiftly intervened, halting the burly man who was about to pull the lever beside the water prison, then turned to face the irate elder. "This is ill-advised, my lord. You may not be aware, but this Golduck was once the leader of a pack of Psyducks, possessing considerable strength with elite-level capabilities. To capture it, we sacrificed many of our brethren and damaged numerous precious instruments. Do not be deceived by its current battered and weakened appearance. It is but a facade. This creature possesses formidable psychic abilities, and were it not for the specially designed glass water prison that suppresses its powers, it would have likely escaped long ago." The bald elder, visibly troubled, explained to Ryunosuke Shinji that he had witnessed the tremendous power of this Psyduck. While other Pokémon that entered this place would only grow weaker and ultimately resign to their fate, this particular Psyduck was different. Its strength not only remained intact, but seemed to flourish. In fact, Its psychic abilities had evolved remarkably, presenting a stark contrast to when it had first been captured. Ha ha ha, is that so? Then it is even more imperative to release it. Come forth, Gyarados, and shatter this watery prison with your psychic blades. Ryanosuke Shinji exclaimed, his face brightening with determination as he unleashed Gyarados, instructing it to obliterate the glass cage. Stop! You cannot do this. The bald elder gasped in alarm, frantic to call his subordinates to halt Ryanosuke Shinji's reckless actions. However, before they could approach, they were sent sprawling by Gyarados' overwhelming psychic force. The frail elder collapsed unconscious, while the robust men, resembling drunken sailors, staggered as they attempted to rise, only to succumb to unconsciousness shortly thereafter. As the burly men armed with electric whips surged forth, Gyarados' fury ignited upon sensing their approach through its psychic abilities. This place evoked troubling memories of the laboratory, compelling it to act without mercy. It unleashed a powerful psychic force upon the bloodthirsty humans. After incapacitating them, Gyarados finally obeyed Ryanosuke Shinji's command to destroy the glass prison before it. With a series of crackling sounds, the specially designed glass prison shattered under the relentless assault of Gyarados' psychic blades. The moment the glass cage was demolished, the previously prone Psyduck opened its single crimson eye wide, unleashing a colossal water cannon from its beak, aimed directly at its liberator, Ryanosuke Shinji. Redirect it, then bind it with psychic force. Ryanosuke Shinji commanded calmly, his composure unwavering in the face of the oncoming torrent. Gyarados, responding to the order, swept its psychic spoon through the rushing water cannon, channeling its immense power. The mark of psychic energy on its forehead flared to life, halting the water cannon in midair, preventing any further advance. In the next moment, with a decisive push of its left hand, Gyarados redirected the water cannon, sending it hurtling back towards Psyduck, ultimately crashing down upon it with tremendous force. With a resounding crash, Psyduck was struck by its own water cannon. Its body propelled against the thick wall before it slowly descended into the murky water of the prison. However, it was not long before Psyduck reemerged, a small vortex beginning to materialize within the water prison. Psyduck, enveloped in a blue aura of psychic energy akin to that of Gyarados, slowly surfaced from the center of the whirlpool. With rapid motions of its arms, the vortex beneath it swirled with increasing velocity. Finally, with a decisive upward thrust of its hands followed by a forward push, Psyduck summoned the water from the entire prison, combining its spiraling force with psychic power to form a colossal spiraling water sphere. As it propelled this orb forward, it transformed into a spinning cone, bearing down upon Shinji Longzaki and Gyarados with the weight of a mountain. Ha ha ha, this is truly amusing. Gyarados, you have been underestimated. Go forth and show him the true might of psychic ability. Witnessing Psyduck's remarkable utilization of psychic powers intertwined with its formidable water manipulation to unleash such a potent offensive technique, Shinji Longzaki exclaimed with excitement. However, Psyduck had perhaps overstepped its bounds. It should not have flaunted its skills before Gyarados. Although the spiraling water sphere was masterfully executed, it fundamentally relied on robust psychic energy for its sustenance. Thus, if the psychic component were disrupted, the attack would inevitably falter. Indeed, Gyarados unleashed its own formidable psychic energy to exert control over the spiraling water cone, which abruptly halted midair. The two psychic energies collided with intensity, resulting in a fierce struggle between Psyduck's and Gyarados' powers. Yet, Gyarados, a genetically enhanced psychic Pokémon, possessed a level of psychic energy far beyond what Psyduck could contend with. After a fierce clash lasting several seconds, the psychic energy Psyduck had infused into the water cone was thoroughly overwhelmed by Gyarados' might, and control of the spiraling water cone swiftly shifted. The collision of psychic energies mirrored a clash of wills, and as Psyduck's powers were vanquished by Gyarados, its spirit suffered a grave blow. The intense mental anguish compelled Psyduck, despite its indomitable will, to emit a mournful cry. The battle was far from over. Gyarados' eyes, now aglow with psychic energy, intensified, and the spiraling water cone swiftly altered its course, accelerating towards Psyduck with renewed ferocity. The massive spiraling cone struck true, hitting Psyduck, who had been curled up, clutching its head in agony. Caught in the rapidly swirling waters, Psyduck was drawn into the vortex, its body spinning relentlessly. The immense pressure exacerbated its already battered form, producing a cacophony of cracking sounds, a harrowing symphony of bones shattering. The agony of fractured bones, compounded by the mental torment, drove Psyduck to let out an even more pitiful wail. Enough, it is time to cease. Seeing Psyduck's cries diminish, signaling its imminent collapse, Shinji Longzaki commanded Gyarados to relinquish control over the spiraling water cone. With a resounding bang, the spiraling water cone, now uncontrollable by Yangjila's psychic powers, erupted, unleashing torrents of murky water that cascaded from the air back into the water prison below. As Golduck's body began its descent, it was abruptly halted in midair by Yangjila's telekinetic grip, rendering it motionless just before it could crash into the surface of the water. Under the command of Shinji Longzaki, it was then moved to their front. Golduck opened its solitary eye, gazing at Longzaki, who regarded it with a cold, unyielding stare, revealing a profound sense of indignation within its gaze. It yearned to rise, yet the severity of its injuries rendered its body wholly unresponsive. Do not be disheartened. Even at your peak, you could not prevail against me. You must be acutely aware of this fact. Humanity possesses far more than mere tricks up its sleeve. Thus, this is your defeat. Accept your fate, Longzaki declared, perceiving the defiance in Golduck's eyes but offering neither sympathy nor a glimmer of opportunity. Defeated was defeated, and there was nothing more to say. Would an enemy grant you a chance to revive and confront them anew? Such thoughts were mere folly. As he spoke, he withdrew a pitch-black Pokeball from his spatial pouch and placed it before Golduck. I see the yearning for power in your gaze. Come with me, and I shall make you stronger. Of course, you have another choice, to languish in this foul place for eternity. Choose wisely, Golduck. Suddenly, an imposing aura erupted from Longzaki, transforming into a colossal, blood-stained blade that pressed heavily upon Golduck's head. Feeling the overwhelming intimidation emanating from the human before it, Golduck finally submitted. Among wild Pokémon, the law dictated that the weak bow to the strong, and now, having been defeated, it had no retort. Trembling, it rose from the ground and, with all its might, pressed its hand against the button of the Pokeball. A beam of red light shot forth, enveloping its entire form and drawing it into the ball. With a thud, Golduck made no attempt to resist as Longzaki claimed it. Chapter 5. Burying the past, you have made a most prudent choice. Come forth, Golduck. This is a token of our meeting. Longzaki received the Pokeball, delivered by Yangjila's telekinesis, a smile gracing his face. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved a droplet-shaped crystal radiating an enchanting azure light from his spatial pouch and offered it to Golduck, now released from its confines. As Golduck knelt upon one knee, it instinctively raised its head, greedily eyeing the shimmering crystal in Longzaki's hand. From this droplet, it sensed a vast ocean of water-type energy. It was clear that absorbing this energy would significantly enhance its power. With the realization that Longzaki indeed intended to bestow this precious crystal upon it, Golduck's excitement surged, and any lingering resistance it held towards the human dissipated entirely. This man was indeed a being of his word. Aligning with him was not a fate of indignity. Gyarados received the enigmatic water droplet from Shinji Ryozaki's hand, and without hesitation, he consumed it eagerly. The moment the mysterious droplet entered his body, a surge of exquisite aquatic energy erupted forth from him. This water energy was far gentler compared to the poisonous energy contained within the toxic orbs, and there was no risk of overwhelming the little sprite. An icy blue radiance enveloped Gyarados, who instantly assumed a meditative posture, reminiscent of his usual practice. Beginning to swiftly absorb the aquatic energy released by the mysterious droplet, the healing effects of the water energy were remarkably effective, beneath the embrace of the icy blue glow. Coupled with Gyarados' meditation to transmute the water energy into psychic energy, he unleashed his self-restoration technique. The scars on his body began to heal rapidly, forming scabs, and ultimately leaving behind faint marks on his skin. After 20 minutes, the icy blue glow gradually dissipated, and Gyarados opened his single eye, now veiled in a layer of blue psychic energy. A fleeting crimson spark flickered within his eye, and a wave of blue psychic energy instantly enveloped his entire being, exuding an aura of formidable power. Under the nurturing of the aquatic energy, all his internal injuries and external wounds vanished, and feeling an unprecedented surge of strength coursing through him, Gyarados experienced an unparalleled sense of ease. This mastery over power captivated him, and his confidence soared swiftly. Is it done? Yes. Now regurgitate the mysterious droplet. Its power is beyond your current control, came Ryuzaki Shinji's cold voice, abruptly pulling him back to reality. Upon hearing that Ryuzaki intended to reclaim the mysterious droplet, Gyarados felt a surge of resentment. His earlier fatigue was long gone, replaced by a fierce resolve. He turned to glare at Ryuzaki, exuding an intense aura of menace. Now in peak condition, he believed he could turn the tables, using his newfound psychic abilities to dominate the human. However, upon locking eyes with Ryuzaki and witnessing his mocking gaze, a chill ran through Gyarados. He soon realized he was being suppressed by four presences that were equally formidable, for during Gyarados' recovery, Ryuzaki had released his remaining 3 Pokémon. The trust was not fully established with the newly captured sprite, so intimidation became the optimal strategy. As Ryazaki's foremost enforcer, Weezing was the first to assert his dominance over the rebellious newcomer. He charged forward, colliding forcefully with Gyarados, sending him flying. Just as Gyarados attempted to retaliate, a massive purple tail, radiating an eerie violet glow, struck him down to the ground. He found himself ensnared tightly by a gigantic purple serpent, Arbok, who opened its gaping maw, hissing menacingly at Gyarados, its cold serpent eyes filled with disdain. As his body was crushed, the previously healed bones began to show faint cracks. And with each labored breath, Golduck could only emit a feeble wail. Despite his physical constraints, his mental fortitude remained intact, and a formidable psychic power began to emanate from within him, enveloping his single eye in a radiant blue glow. However, just as he attempted to unleash his abilities to break free from the grip of the Abra, a colossal black fist mercilessly struck his face, delivering a devastating blow to his head. The gathered psychic energy dissipated instantly, and the azure aura of his powers faded away. Having been subjected to the warm hospitality of double-edged gas, Abra, and the black sludge, Golduck finally came to a stark realization of his predicament. He lowered his proud head once more before Shin's Ryuzaki, expelling the mysterious water droplets from within him and respectfully returning them to his captor. Remember your place. Do not entertain thoughts of rebellion, for it is beyond your capability. If there is a next time, I shall end your existence, Ryuzaki declared coldly, delivering a powerful kick that sent Golduck flying, before accepting the mysterious droplets from the black sludge. This time, Golduck acquiesced, bowing his head in submission to Ryuzaki. Although the single eye still concealed a flicker of deep-seated resentment. You harbor discontent, do you? Fear not. As long as you conceal your defiance and obey my commands, I shall spare your life. As a reward for rescuing you from a fate of waiting to perish, you shall serve me faithfully. Your first task is to execute everything here with precision. I shall await your return in 30 minutes, Ryuzaki observed, recognizing the stubborn pride that lingered within Golduck, a remnant of his former status as a leader among Pokémon. Given that he had endured in this hellish realm without surrendering that pride, Ryuzaki was acutely aware that taming him would not be a trivial endeavor. After imparting these words, Ryuzaki instructed Yunhila to teleport away from the subterranean space, leaving Golduck to complete the final tasks alone. Once Ryuzaki had departed, Golduck lifted his proud head once more. Surveying the surroundings he found so distasteful and recalling the humiliation he had just suffered at Ryuzaki's hands, the pent-up resentment surged forth, manifesting as a fierce expression, as a terrifying aura of killing intent radiated from him. His remaining eye blazed crimson, shrouded in a blood-red glow, while a blue psychic wave enveloped his form, lifting him into the air. Subsequently, the red gem on his forehead pulsated with light, unleashing beams of yellow energy that swept across the underground space, igniting it in a conflagration of flames. A resounding explosion erupted from the dilapidated building, prompting the thugs lingering outside to rush inside. Yet, before they could fully enter, a colossal beam of yellow light shattered the iron gates, obliterating both the thugs and their minuscule companions into mere fragments. Indeed, unleash the fury that resides within you. Obliterate your past with your own hands. Bury it completely, for only then can you truly perceive your authentic self. Seated atop a gas canister, suspended in midair, Ryuzaki Shinji gazed down at the inferno that had engulfed the abandoned structure, now reduced to a fiery abyss by the rampage of a Psyduck. A flicker of melancholy gracing his countenance. The surrounding edifices, caught in the crossfire, too succumbed to the flames, while the residents, frantic and desperate, fled from the chaos. Those who dwelled in the gray areas of life showed little interest in the unfolding calamity, yet they were acutely aware that failing to vacate the vicinity swiftly would result in capture by the swiftly approaching forces of the Alliance. Indeed, scarcely 5 minutes after the blaze ignited, several officers from Junsha, accompanied by a contingent of security personnel and a squad of firefighters wielding Blastoise, arrived post-haste. They promptly commenced the apprehension of suspicious individuals and initiated firefighting efforts. Amidst the roaring flames, Psyduck observed with a complex expression the familiar sights that now filled him with revulsion. Everything here had been annihilated by his own hand, the tormentors of his existence and the soulless Pokémon he had ruthlessly dispatched. It was all over yet. After the completion of his vendetta, he felt not a shred of satisfaction. Only desolation remained in his heart. His homeland lay in ruins, his kin had betrayed him. and upon reflection, he realized he had nothing left. What are you still doing here? I've been waiting for you. Come with me, together. We shall grow stronger and explore the vast world beyond. A calm voice resonated in Psyduck's ear. Ryuzaki Shinji, shielded by the psychic barrier of his Gyarados, emerged slowly from the inferno to stand beside Psyduck. Their eyes met, each reflecting a glimmer of understanding and melancholy. However, Ryuzaki Shinji swiftly masked his own sorrow, his gaze returning to a serene state. After exchanging a brief glance, Ryuzaki Shinji turned away, resolutely retracing his steps without a backward glance, leaving Psyduck to wallow in his despondency, observing the retreating silhouette of the human, shrouded in darkness. Psyduck inexplicably sensed the profound loneliness and sadness lurking deep within Ryuzaki Shinji's heart. Human, what of your past? How can you remain so resilient? Psyduck pondered, grappling with the complexities of Ryuzaki Shinji's emotions. He could feel the profound solitude and sorrow within him, yet he also sensed an indomitable will, reflected in the complexity of his single eye. Gone was the confusion of the Psyduck, its single eye now radiating determination and pride as it closely followed the footsteps of Shinji Ryuzaki. Chapter 6. The enigmatic fake passport. The inferno raged fiercely, and despite the valiant efforts of the city's fire brigade, this location, shrouded in countless evils, was reduced to ashes. All traces of malevolence were purified in the flames, and the truth of the matter was eternally buried. Ultimately, all that remained were the remnants of crumbled walls and charred corpses, reduced to mere cinders. Mounted on a majestic rapidash, Kunsa meticulously searched the site of the disaster, striving to unearth any semblance of criminal evidence. Yet, the ferocity of the blaze rendered her efforts futile. Thus far, she had uncovered nothing of value. Minutes later, a group of security personnel escorted a tattooed brute, bare-chested and grotesque. After an interrogation that elucidated the details surrounding the fire, they deduced, based on the relatively intact corpses found in the basement, that a riot among the imprisoned sprites had erupted here, leading to a fierce conflict with the criminals. In the chaos, various flammable and explosive materials were inadvertently ignited, culminating in a catastrophic blaze that consumed both parties. Though numerous questions lingered unanswered, the city of Shanku was in dire need of restoration, and the maintenance of order awaited the diligent efforts of the security personnel. Consequently, they had little time to investigate the lingering mysteries. And since the deceased were primarily criminals and no civilians were harmed, the case was hastily closed. Several kilometers away, within the dilapidated slums, the orchestrator of this fire, Shinji Ryuzaki, swaggered through the ruins, seeking an individual who could facilitate his passage onto a luxury cruise. Aware that the vessel would be under close scrutiny and protection from the Alliance, and lacking an Alliance-issued passport, he knew he could not pass through the security checkpoints. Thus, he sought the expertise of professionals who could provide him with effective assistance. After a compensated inquiry, Ryuzaki finally learned from a few lingering ruffians about a location that offered services for creating counterfeit documents. Within a relatively intact tavern, he was led by a surly male server into the basement. This cramped underground space, merely a few dozen square meters, was filled with an array of electronic devices. Upon opening the door, a thick cloud of smoke enveloped him, and there sat an elderly man with graying hair and spectacles, casually smoking while nonchalantly picking at the grime beneath his toenails. The old man, upon noticing Ryuzaki behind the server, displayed an air of indifference. "Sato, I've brought you a customer. Hurry and attend to him. You have accrued several months of unpaid utilities and rent to your employer. This time, you must perform well. For the boss has stated that if the rent is not paid this month, you will be thrown out." The surly male attendant glared at the irritable old man with white hair and uttered disdainfully, "Nonsense. Do you think I am here of my own volition? It is your boss who will not let me leave. I was once a distinguished talent in the study of Pokémon. To have me reduced to a mere hacker is an utter waste of my abilities. Moreover, the electronic instruments you provide are so rudimentary that they cannot produce a masterpiece. Inform your boss that better equipment must be procured by next month, or else." The old man, upon hearing the attendant's words, sprang from his chair, his freshly manicured fingers pointing accusingly at the male attendant, his face flushed with anger. He rolled up his sleeves, appearing ready to confront him. However, the attendant, seemingly well acquainted with the old man's temperament and vulnerabilities, retorted, "Do you still want dinner and the lovely lady?" Instantly, the old man deflated, resorting to a glare directed not only at the attendant but also at Shinji Ryuzaki. Once the attendant departed, the old man pivoted directly towards Ryuzaki, inquiring about his service needs. "What type of passport do you desire?" "I offer 3 varieties. The first is a low-grade passport with 50 information completeness, priced at 100,000 Alliance coins, guaranteed valid for 1 year. The second is a medium-grade passport with 75 information completeness, priced at 500,000 Alliance coins, guaranteed valid for 5 years. The third is a high-grade passport with 90 information completeness, priced at 1,000,000 Alliance coins, guaranteed valid for 10 years. Choose wisely. Alas, given your rather impoverished appearance, I shall make an exception and offer you a low-grade fake passport for only 50,000 Alliance coins. The old man resumed his seat, disdainfully observing Ryuzaki while nonchalantly picking his nose. Although Ryuzaki radiated an impressive aura, the old man, having lived long enough to witness various storms, remained indifferent to such displays. Clearly, your abilities are not to be underestimated. Do you possess a passport with 100 information completeness that can be used indefinitely? Ryuzaki inquired, his expression impassive. He paid no mind to the old man's demeanor, having encountered many such arrogant individuals possessing advanced technology during his time with Team Rocket. They were a bothersome lot, often bossing around the lower ranks, yet undeniably skilled. Each faction treasured these individuals, and thus, the more prideful the old man became, the more Ryuzaki recognized his considerable capabilities. Humph, it exists, but do you possess such wealth, young lad? Securing a permanent fake passport is quite a challenge, and my fees are rather steep, you little pauper. How could it be possible? Upon hearing that Ryuzaki Shinji desired a permanent fake passport, the elderly man with white hair cast a disdainful glance at him, speaking in a condescending tone. However, when he caught sight of the Golden Alliance silver card in Ryuzaki Shinji's hand, his eyes widened in astonishment, fixated on the shimmering card. How much would it cost to obtain such a document? Name your price, he inquired eagerly. Ryuzaki Shinji coolly waved the Alliance silver card, stating, "Let us make a deal." 1 hour later, Ryuzaki Shinji emerged from the tavern, clutching 2 cards. One was a fake passport crafted by the white-haired man through the prowess of his hacking skills, and the other was the man's business card. Following Ryuzaki Shinji's display of formidable financial strength, the elderly man's demeanor underwent a complete transformation. He became as servile as a lapdog, eagerly circling around Ryuzaki Shinji. After Ryuzaki Shinji paid the exorbitant sum of 3 million Alliance coins, the elderly man efficiently produced a fully fledged Alliance passport, fervently assuring him of its absolute authenticity, while also providing a business card to welcome him for any future pleasant services. Indeed, this is quite well made. From this day forth, I, Ryuzaki Shinji, have shed the identity of a ghost. Ryuzaki Shinji remarked with a cold smirk as he examined the exquisite fake passport. Although he had spent 3 million Alliance coins on this so-called permanent passport, he deemed it worthwhile. Since arriving in this world, he had been living in the shadows, severely constrained by the regime that governed it. However, now, with this formidable Alliance passport in hand, he could confidently live in the light, facilitating his endeavors significantly. The following day, at 4 p.m., at the port of Shallow Red City. Although the port had recently endured an assault by water-type Pokémon led by the ferocious Gyarados, the damage was minimal thanks to the timely intervention of the Elite Four members, Kina and Shiba. Consequently, numerous vessels remained docked here, though the security had been notably heightened due to the recent attack. The main thoroughfares were heavily guarded by Alliance forces. Today marked the arrival of the luxurious cruise ship, St. Anda, at the Shallow Red City port. Thus, early in the day, many passengers who had previously purchased tickets gathered in anticipation. The ship was scheduled to depart at 5 p.m., so it was prudent to board early. This colossal vessel had arrived punctually at the port at 9 a.m., where numerous fighting-type Pokémon and laborers busily transported various goods and necessities into the ship's hold, resembling a bustling swarm of ants. The vicinity of the dock where the SS St. Andar is moored remains teeming with a throng of people. However, a cadre of trainers clad in Alliance uniforms, in conjunction with local staff, maintain a semblance of order, facilitating a relatively orderly boarding process. Among the crowd is Shinji Ryuzaki, who has donned athletic attire, a black cap emblazoned with the Alliance emblem, and carries a backpack slung over his shoulder, complemented by a belt adorned with Pokeballs at his waist, an image of a trainer embarking on a journey. His inconspicuous appearance blends with the multitude of trainers around him, all similarly attired. Yet, due to Shinji's prolonged existence on the razor's edge of danger, an aura emanates from him that starkly contrasts with the ordinary folk and trainers nearby. Shortly after his arrival, he catches the attention of Alliance personnel patrolling the area to maintain order. After a brief exchange of glances among several Alliance members, they converge upon him from various directions. It seems not all Alliance members are inept. They noticed me almost immediately. Shinji quickly perceives that he is being scrutinized, yet his expression remains composed as he stands in line, awaiting his turn to board. Good day, sir. I am an Alliance inspector. May I kindly request your Alliance passport? A tall, slender staff member, accompanied by a Moltres perched on his shoulder, approaches Shinji once his colleagues are in position, his demeanor serious and vigilant. Here, this is my passport. Do take a closer look. Unfazed, Shinji retrieves the counterfeit passport crafted by the elderly man with white hair from his spatial waste pouch. Impatience evident in his tone. Though his expression remains unchanged, he discreetly positions his hand near the pockballs at his waist. Upon witnessing Shinji's compliance in producing the Alliance passport, the staff member's demeanor softens considerably. Nevertheless, he extracts a verification device from his own belongings and inserts the passport into its designated slot. As soon as the passport is inserted, a stream of textual information materializes on the device's screen. I sincerely apologize, sir. This is merely a routine procedure. Please do not take offense. The Alliance staff member's expression shifts dramatically upon reading the information displayed, quickly adopting a servile demeanor as he addresses Shinji, then respectfully returns the Alliance passport to him. Very well, do not linger here. You know what to do. After receiving his passport, Shinji glances neither at the Alliance personnel nor the scene around him, but steps forward to join the now significantly less crowded line ahead. Moments prior, others had contemplated cutting in line, yet upon witnessing the staff member's altered expression, they hastily retreated. Yes, sir, please proceed at your leisure. I shall take my leave. The tall Alliance staff member, visibly relieved, hurriedly departs. At the boarding staircase, the Alliance staff witnessed this scene, so when Shinji Ryuzaki boarded, no checks were conducted, and he was allowed to pass without hindrance. Moreover, a beautifully crafted key was discreetly handed to him. Who is that esteemed individual? Why the sudden anxiety? Upon observing that Shinji Ryuzaki had successfully boarded, a tall Alliance staff member inquired of his companion, who was perched upon a Moltres. Just take a look, the Moltres trainer replied, curtly, handing over a machine that had yet to be deactivated. The tall Alliance staff member's expression shifted to one of alarm upon seeing the information displayed on the machine screen. Shinji Ryuzaki, encrypted. Chapter 7. Birth in the midst of late autumn. At 5 in the afternoon, the port of Qianhong City buzzed with anticipation as the luxurious cruise ship, the St. Andra, prepared to set sail. The blaring of its horn resonated powerfully, enveloping the entire dock in the roar of this steel leviathan. The massive anchor gradually emerged from the sea, maneuvered by a dozen burly sailors, and soon the ship began to move. As the St. Andra slowly pulled away from the dock, a throng of people gathered, bidding farewell and offering their blessings, hoping for a safe journey for those aboard. Against the backdrop of a stunning sunset and the crimson-hued clouds, the St. Andra sailed gently towards the horizon amidst laughter and cheer. On the aft deck, Shinji Ryuzaki stood quietly in a corner, observing the passengers on the deck ahead. They were engaged in farewells. Their expressions varied, some filled with joy, others with sadness, and a few bubbling with excitement, yet none appeared worried or disheartened. As he watched the city of Qianhong shrink in the distance, a deep sigh escaped Shinji Ryuzaki's lips. This trial was undoubtedly fraught with peril. Perhaps it would be his final glimpse of a city that would irrevocably alter the course of his life. Regardless of the outcomes, right or wrong, he had come to regard this place as his homeland. Wu Ming and all that earth encompassed lay buried deep within his heart. Now he was Shinji Ryuzaki, a mere pawn still struggling to seize control of his destiny. Perhaps sensing the solitude enveloping Shinji Ryuzaki, a small life, eager and full of love, was impatiently poised to enter this world. Just as he turned to retreat to his quarters for some rest, an object in his backpack began to tremble violently. Rushing to open his bag, he extracted an egg that shimmered and vibrated with energy. Crouching down, he carefully placed the egg on the deck. Wow, it's a Pokémon egg, and it's about to hatch. How exciting. I wonder what little creature will emerge. This is the first time I've witnessed a Pokémon hatching. I am equally eager. The peculiar behavior of Ryuzaki Shinji soon caught the attention of those still lingering on the deck. Upon discovering the presence of the elfin egg, they gathered around, their faces alight with anticipation as they awaited the birth of the diminutive sprite within. The egg emanated a radiant white light, its glow intensifying and its tremors becoming more pronounced. Ultimately, amidst a cacophony of cracking sounds, fractures began to appear on the egg's surface, swiftly spreading until the entire shell was marred. With a resounding pop, the shell shattered completely, fragments scattering through the air, only to transform into glimmering motes of light. In the convergence of the luminous aura, a small, puppy-shaped sprite rapidly took form. culminating in the emergence of a shadowy creature adorned with white, bone-like armor, Darubi, before the eager gaze of the onlookers. With a triumphant howl, the newly born Darubi proclaimed its arrival to the heavens, as if announcing its existence to the world. After its bellow, it excitedly wagged its short tail and leaped into the embrace of Ryuzaki Shinji, incessantly licking his face with its delicate pink tongue. "Welcome, little one," Ryuzaki Shinji said, affectionately petting Darubi's tiny head, his heart brimming with joy. In that moment, he felt the pristine essence of the creature's spirit. Perhaps it was destiny that led Darubi to choose him while still an egg, just as he had chosen Darubi in return. A peculiar sensation enveloped Ryuzaki Shinji, as if he could hear the unvoiced thoughts of Darubi. He closed his eyes, entering a state of profound revelation, while Darubi nestled quietly in his arms, also closing its eyes in serene repose. The surrounding crowd, witnessing the sudden tranquility between Ryuzaki Shinji and Darubi, felt a wave of curiosity wash over them. Some attempted to call out to them, but were halted by a slender youth clad in a league uniform. Other perceptive trainers joined him in preventing any disturbances. "Please, everyone, let us maintain silence. This esteemed individual is in a moment of enlightenment. Any interruption could be detrimental," the anxious youth implored, casting an envious glance at Ryuzaki Shinji. As a league trainer, he had once witnessed the ascension of an elite trainer to the rank of champion, and the aura surrounding that trainer mirrored the one radiating from Ryuzaki Shinji at this moment. Should anyone rashly disrupt this precious moment of insight, it was certain that this powerful trainer would not take it lightly. The trainers aiding in maintaining order shared similar expressions of envy. Many among them hailed from esteemed families of trainers, and thus possessed an inkling of the profound state Ryuzaki Shinji was currently experiencing. With a resounding thud, several beams of white light erupted from the pokeballs at the waist of Shinji Ryuzaki. Out emerged Weezing, Arbok, Tyranitar, Grimer, and Psyduck, all of whom appeared disoriented. Sensing that Shinji was in a peculiar state, they curiously gathered around him, and ultimately, only Weezing and Arbok also succumbed to this strange state. Closing their eyes and leaning closely against Shinji, the remaining three Pokémon exchanged wary glances before eyeing the surrounding onlookers with caution. Though the gathered trainers were uncertain of what transpired with Shinji, they chose to remain silent upon observing the formidable presence of the 5 Pokémon that encircled him. Such prowess! These Pokémon were clearly well-trained, all of elite caliber. Among them, Weezing, Arbok, and Tyranitar were especially at the pinnacle of their power. It was evident that this trainer was exceptionally strong. One tall, slender trainer marveled at the 5 Pokémon shielding Shinji, mentally comparing his own collection and realizing that collectively, they paled in comparison to even a single one of Shinji's Pokémon. Time passed quietly for 5 minutes until Shinji finally opened his eyes. The instant he did, a terrifying mental pressure emanated from him, causing the onlookers to experience a moment of breathlessness. However, this oppressive aura dissipated within seconds, allowing everyone to return to normal. Though their gazes toward Shinji had transformed entirely, now filled with awe and trepidation. What is this sensation? I can hear the thoughts of my Pokémon, and they seem to resonate with my own. Have I truly merged with them on a mental level? This feeling is utterly extraordinary. A hint of confusion flickered in Shinji's mind, but it quickly vanished as he realized that his Dreepy was hungry, tugging at his clothing with its tiny claws. Looking quite pitiful. "Ah, little one, you must be hungry. Let me take you to find something to eat." Shinji smiled softly at the affectionate Dreepy, then recalled the 5 Pokémon that had been by his side into their Pokeballs. He stood up, cradling Dreepy in his arms. Shinji was uncertain of the transformation he had just undergone, but he sensed it was a positive change, one of great significance. He vaguely felt that this was a crucial step toward becoming a champion trainer, having established a nascent spiritual connection with Weezing, Arbok, and now this small creature. Although this bond was still nebulous, he believed that soon it would grow clearer and more robust. "By the way, what is your name? I am deeply grateful for your timely assistance just now." As Ryuzaki Shinji prepared to depart, the crowd ahead graciously parted to create a pathway. He paused momentarily before a skilled young man, regarding him with a serious expression as he spoke in a calm tone. "Yes, sir, my name is Akahoshi. I am currently a regular member of the Alliance's enforcement team. It is a pleasure to meet you." The Alliance member, Akahoshi, responded with evident delight, thrilled at the opportunity to encounter a formidable trainer. For someone of his standing, still navigating the lower echelons of trainers, this was indeed a fortuitous event. Even a casual piece of advice or a brief exchange of Pokémon knowledge from such a powerful figure would prove invaluable. Akahoshi noted, "If you find yourself with time, feel free to seek me out in this room," Ryuzaki Shinji replied. "And by the way, I am Ryuzaki Shinji." Upon hearing the young man's words, a flicker of recognition sparked in Ryuzaki's eyes, and he nodded before continuing on his way, smoothly exiting the deck and entering the interior of the cruise ship. Just before stepping inside, he glanced back at several corners of the deck, ensuring no one was watching, before crossing the threshold into the vessel. Among the throng on the deck, a burly man clad in fighting attire watched the direction in which Ryuzaki Shinji had vanished, a grave expression on his face. Beside him stood two alluring young women, both smiling with keen interest, their eyes betraying a hint of rivalry. From the shadows of the deck, a youth dressed in ninja attire emerged slowly, accompanied by a Gyarados. His gaze was similarly fixed on the direction of Ryuzaki Shinji's departure, determination evident in his eyes. At the bow of the ship stood a silver-haired youth, not far from a row of young men clad in black suits and sunglasses, exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance. Thus, the bow of the ship was effectively claimed by them. Where exactly is this ship headed? And what path lies before me? The silver-haired youth faced the fierce winds, allowing his flowing white hair to dance in the gusts. He toyed with a stunning rose in his hand, gazing at the sun as it approached the horizon, sighing softly as he did so. A slight smile played upon his lips, his sapphire-like eyes deep and enigmatic as ever. Chapter 8. A note: the SS Santa Ana is a colossal cruise ship, resembling a mobile miniature city. It boasts an array of essential living and entertainment facilities, including a Pokémon Center, training grounds, and battle arenas, all tailored to meet the needs of trainers. Shinji Ryuzuki entered the interior of the ship through a side door and, following the various specific directional signs in the corridor, he smoothly arrived at the upscale residential area on the top level of the vessel. After presenting a beautifully crafted key, given to him by the boarding staff, to a female attendant in the residential area, she graciously escorted him to the elite section of the high-end accommodations. Before departing, the attractive attendant discreetly handed Shinji a small note, sweetly suggesting that he feel free to reach out to her with any requests. The number 109, engraved on the exquisite key, represented both an abstract insignia and Shinji's room number on the ship. The rooms in this exclusive area were primarily reserved for the affluent and high-ranking members of the Alliance, essentially signifying that the residents here were either exceedingly wealthy or prominent social figures. Indeed, the counterfeit passport, valued at 3 million Alliance coins, was crafted with authentic materials and technology. The identity embedded in the counterfeit passport, created by the elderly man with white hair, was so formidable that only the upper echelons of the Alliance possessed the authority to access Shinji's information. No one else could ascertain the details of this counterfeit document through conventional means. This fortunate misunderstanding allowed Shinji to acquire a key to the elite area, and the attendant's diligent service was a direct result of this circumstance. The room, though not excessively spacious, was efficiently designed and elegantly furnished, complete with a living room, bedroom, bathroom, and exercise room, truly a compact yet fully equipped haven. The expansive tempered glass windows offered breathtaking views of the beautiful night sky and the magnificent ocean beyond, resembling a luxury seaside apartment that could be relocated at will. Gazing at the impeccably maintained room, Shinji compared it to the dismal living quarters he had occupied for nearly a decade at the rocket team base in Qianhong City. Even for someone as mentally fortified as Shinji, who had weathered countless life and death situations, a flicker of envy crossed his face. In his previous life, he had merely been an ordinary employee, never having encountered a space akin to a presidential suite. However, the battle-hardened Shinji quickly brushed aside this fleeting sense of disparity, adopting an impassive expression as he casually placed the still-sleeping Dalyubi onto the sofa. He then retrieved a specially formulated small Sprite feed and a bottle of milk from his backpack. After a moment of contemplation, Shinji decided to release the remaining 5 small Sprites he had with him. Although it was only shortly after 6 in the evening and mealtime was still over an hour away, he resolved to commence their dinner early. Given the ever-present uncertainties lurking on the open sea, the sustenance of the double bomb gas is remarkably simple. It consists of a large canister of concentrated toxic gas accompanied by several high-quality shards of firestone and supplemented with a few premium pieces of coal. Having cohabited with this gas creature for nearly 8 years, Shinji Longzaki possesses an intimate understanding of its dietary needs. Upon the completion of its meal, as per established custom, he extracts a venomous gem, allowing it to absorb the toxic energy contained within. The sustenance of the black sludge is even more straightforward. It primarily consists of refuse. However, Shinji Longzaki refrains from providing such lowly fare, instead offering high-quality fermented and compressed refuse soil. This refuse soil is exceptionally inexpensive, with many members of Team Rocket at the shallow Red City base possessing such sludge Pokémon. As the base supplies this soil at an astonishingly low rate, essentially 1 ton for a single point. Nevertheless, the substantial appetite of the black sludge demands a minimum of 5 tons of this refuse soil per feeding. Fortunately, due to its concentrated form, 1 ton of refuse soil is reduced to the size of an adult's fist. Otherwise, Shinji Longzaki's oversized spatial pouch would struggle to accommodate such a massive quantity. In comparison, the diet of the Arbok monster is somewhat more intricate than that of the double bomb gas and black sludge. Its nourishment consists of blood-based sustenance. Ever since Arbok evolved into Arbok monster, its appetite has dramatically increased from a mere pound of raw meat daily to 5 pounds, indulging in the exceedingly expensive canned beef. Initially, it consumed Kintair beef, but upon establishing financial stability and earning the complete loyalty of Arbok, Shinji Longzaki transitioned to the more luxurious canned beef. Though this premium meat is notably costly, priced at 10 points per pound, Shinji Longzaki has allocated a separate space pouch to accommodate this delicacy. Its high nutritional value has proven to be worth the expense. Since Arbok began consuming the canned beef, its growth has been substantial, expanding from a previous height of 7 meters to an impressive 72 meters. Most importantly, a single meal sustains the Arbok monster for at least a week. Barring additional energy expenditures from battles, and due to frequent supplementary feeding, Shinji Longzaki adeptly maintains its dietary needs. Similar to the double bomb gas, after their meals, both the Arbok monster and black sludge are granted the opportunity to absorb the venomous gem. However, within the span of a week, these 3 toxic-type Pokémon can only manage to absorb the energy from the venomous gem once, necessitating time for digestion thereafter. The culinary preferences of Yungara are among the most intricate of all his Pokémon. For this creature, possessing an intellect that surpasses that of humans, has rather discerning tastes. Its sustenance consists of energy crystals imbued with rich spiritual energy. Since one of Caesar's primary Pokémon is Alakazam, Ryuzaki Shinji finds it quite effortless to inquire about the appropriate nourishment conducive to Yungara's growth. Moreover, he can procure these meticulously crafted Pokémon foods from the Team Rocket base in Shallow Red City. This artificially synthesized Pokémon sustenance is exorbitantly priced, exceeding the cost of a can of premium beef by more than tenfold. A single energy crystal commands a price of 100 points. Fortunately, Yungara's appetite is rather modest, with a single crystal sufficing for a month of normal consumption. If paired with some human food, this feeding cycle could extend even further. As for the recently acquired Golduck, Ryuzaki Shinji has yet to fully comprehend the optimal dietary regimen for its training. For the time being, he resorts to feeding its standard Pokémon feed favored by water-type creatures. Nevertheless, he must swiftly devise a means to ascertain the most suitable nourishment for Golduck's development. Otherwise, its physical growth and strength enhancement will inevitably suffer significant detriment. Beyond battles, a Pokémon's prowess can be greatly amplified if a trainer adeptly nurtures them through their diet, signifying that an exemplary trainer is not solely a skilled battler, but also an exceptional Pokémon caretaker, at least in terms of the nurturing methods employed for their Pokémon. Upon acquiring the freshly born Dratini, Ryuzaki Shinji found himself considerably overcharged by the Pokémon Hunter Guild. However, he did gain access to a wealth of detailed training techniques and specialized diets tailored for Dratini. In its juvenile stage, Dratini is best nourished with a pound of raw meat and a bottle of premium milk daily. Following a month of transitional growth, it is advisable to gradually introduce more substantial meat, preferably from fire-type Pokémon, to maintain Dratini's wild instincts and enhance its formidable bite strength. After the 6 Pokémon had dined, Ryuzaki Shinji returned them to their Pokeballs. However, Dratini appeared particularly averse to confinement within its ball, repeatedly escaping. After several unsuccessful attempts to persuade it to remain, Ryuzaki Shinji conceded to allowing Dratini to stay outside. Although he finds disobedient Pokémon bothersome, he acknowledges Dratini's unwavering loyalty and its canine lineage, permitting it to remain by his side. After all, canine Pokémon possess exceptional vigilance, serving as outstanding bodyguards and sentinels, and being outdoors consistently hones Dratini's formidable racial abilities. In the luxurious room, there exists a dedicated dining service, entirely complimentary. Seizing this opportunity, Ryuzaki Shinji ordered a sumptuous dinner, for the prolonged consumption of tasteless compressed biscuits had left his stomach profoundly unsettled. Each time he nibbled on those biscuits, he endured the nausea, forcing each morsel down with nothing but water. Shortly after placing his order, a young waitress arrived, pushing a cart laden with culinary delights. The centerpiece of Ryuzaki's dinner was a generously portioned grilled tuna steak, crafted from freshly caught fish. In this world of sprites, akin to Earth's, certain flora and fauna coexist. Aside from their natural predatory instincts, these normal species formed the cornerstone of their diet. Lacking the finesse of using cutlery, Ryuzaki devoured the golden, succulent fish with mere forks. In mere minutes, the bounteous tuna steak vanished from his plate, just as he reached for the dish to savor the last remnants. A small white paper slipped from beneath it and fluttered to the ground. Upon seeing the fallen note, Ryuzaki's appetite vanished, his expression turning icy and grave. Cold sweat prickling his back. The white paper bore a strikingly crimson inscription. The blood-red mark sent a chilling wave through Ryuzaki as he realized its implications. It signified that his movements were fully exposed to the watchful eyes of Team Rocket, and the hue represented an unequivocal demand for obedience. Frustrated yet resigned, he bent down to retrieve the note, flipping it over to reveal a brief message. 1 a.m., room 101. Meanwhile, within room 101, a strikingly handsome man with flowing white hair, adorned in noble attire, leisurely savored a cup of red tea while perusing an unknown document. Standing beside him was a robust young man in a neatly tailored butler's uniform, who was currently bowing respectfully as he reported on his duties. Have the invitations been distributed? I trust there are no oversights? The white-haired gentleman inquired, his tone calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority, as he continued to sip his tea. Indeed, young master. 6 guests in total, all have received their summons as per your instructions. However, the timing at 1 a.m. may be rather unsuitable, considering your esteemed health. It might be prudent to ensure you rest adequately, while I can manage the reception of these uncouth lower-class individuals, the young man, named Wutong, expressed with evident concern. No, Wutong, you must comprehend that the individuals we are about to meet are rather unscrupulous characters. It would be unwise for you to confront them alone. Although our meeting has been hastily arranged, it is an unavoidable circumstance, given the multitude of unscrupulous allies aboard this vessel. For now, it is prudent not to alert them. By the way, isn't one of them a recently ascended king-level trainer named Ryuzaki? The silver-haired gentleman shook his head and continued to sip his red tea while perusing the documents in his hands. Eventually, he turned to the burly youth and inquired. That lesser individual is called Ryuzaki Shinji, merely a lowly figure devoid of any significant background. Young master, would it be wise to include this inferior person in our operation? After all, while the other 5 are also of lesser status, they have the backing of their respective factions, unlike Ryuzaki Shinji, who is merely intended as cannon fodder in our plans. According to the organization's regulations, he is not entitled to any substantial information, should it reach the ears of others. They might resort to slandering your name. The robust youth, Wutong, expressed his concern upon noticing the silver-haired man's interest in this lesser individual. Fear not, Wutong. You must understand that in this world, strength ultimately prevails. The one with the strongest fist commands respect. As long as I maintain my position at the forefront, those beneath me will think twice before making any rash moves. Ryuzaki Shinji is indeed intriguing, an individual without connections, who has quietly broken through to the king level, despite being deliberately obstructed by the Overlord Caesar of Shallow Red City. Although he may not yet possess full king-level prowess, given time, a new king trainer will emerge. His choice to step into the spotlight and participate in this deadly tournament signifies an ambition that refuses to settle for mediocrity. If I can tame this wild and untamed stallion, my leverage in vying for the position of organization leader or family patriarch will only increase. Such an opportunity is not one to be missed. The silver-haired gentleman smiled faintly, neatly arranging the documents on the table. Leaning back in his chair while savoring his tea and gazing at the resplendent starry sky outside. Yes, young master, I am enlightened. Your magnanimity is commendable. I shall descend and make arrangements for the upcoming meeting with these individuals. Wudong bowed respectfully. Very well, go ahead. I shall take a moment to rest here. Do not disturb me unless absolutely necessary. The silver-haired gentleman nodded, gesturing for Wudong to leave. The butler, Wudong, promptly bowed and exited. Before departing, he inadvertently glanced at a corner of the documents on the table. The first page prominently displayed the name Ryuzaki Shinji, accompanied by an image of him ensnared by an arboreal serpent in the upper right corner. On the bow of the ship, a burly man clad in a thin black combat outfit gazed expressionlessly into the shadowy expanse of the ocean, allowing the fierce, frigid sea breeze to whip his loose attire into a rustling symphony. He stood resolutely at the vessel's forefront, like an immovable boulder, shielding a stunningly beautiful noblewoman, adorned in a seductive evening gown from the biting wind. Kenjiro, do you think it is necessary for us to meet that arrogant young master? The alluring noblewoman leaned her soft body against Kanjuro's solid back, caressing his firm muscles as she spoke enticingly. Enough, Yamaguchi Kiku. Your charms hold no sway over me. If your intention in summoning me is solely for this matter, I must inform you that I am obliged to go. After all, he is supported by Lord Apollo. And as one of Lord Apollo's subordinates, it is my duty to meet him. Do you have any other matters to discuss? If not, I shall take my leave. Despite Yamaguchi Kiku's seductive allure, Kanjuro's resolve remained as steadfast as rock, devoid of any corrupt thoughts. He gently pushed her aside with his large, sturdy hand and began to turn away. Wait a moment. Don't be so cold. After all, we have faced life and death together as comrades. I called you here for other matters to discuss. Let us join forces, shall we? That way, we can watch each other's backs and need not fear those who might turn against us, right? As Kanjuro attempted to depart, Yamaguchi Kiku's expression soured. She stepped forward, entwining her delicate fingers around his robust arm, her cheeks tinged with a blush, resembling a lovesick maiden. Kanjuro, upon hearing her words, cast his gaze downward in silence. Meanwhile, in the depths of the ship's hold, a brutal scene unfolded, as several individuals clad in the Alliance's uniform surrounded a boy, also dressed in similar attire, with malicious intent. You fool! How dare you expose our captain's bribery? It seems you're itching for a beating, Akahoshi. You should be aware that we have harbored disdain for you for quite some time. Today, you will witness our strength. Attack him. Beat him senseless. With a commanding voice, the eldest among the Alliance members ordered the others to unleash a flurry of punches and kicks upon the encircled boy, named Akahoshi. The boy remained silent in the face of their onslaught, desperately shielding his vital areas with his arms and legs. Beside him, a ninja named Doi and a pickpocket known as Nico displayed expressions of despair and concern, helplessly pinned down by a few small sprites, forced to watch their master endure such cruelty. Minutes later, Akahoshi lay battered and bruised, his face swollen and body covered in contusions. Upon seeing the boy slip into unconsciousness, his assailants ceased their attack. What now, brother? He won't die, will he? A tall, lean Alliance member inquired anxiously of the leader. Humph, worry not. These fellows are quite cunning. He has protected his vital areas well enough. He won't perish. Go fetch him a healing potion. By tomorrow, he should be fine. Let us be off. The leader of the Alliance, a burly man, cast a sharp glare at the lanky figure beside him. He then retrieved a basic healing potion from his possession and instructed the slender man to administer it to the unconscious Chixing lying on the ground. 10 minutes later, Chixing gradually awoke, his senses returning as the thief cat licked him. He gently caressed the thief cat and the earth ninja before him. Yet a hint of confusion flickered in his eyes. Time aboard the cruise ship slipped quietly by, and before long, the clock struck 1 in the morning. Although many revelers continued to frolic in the ballroom, the majority had already succumbed to the embrace of slumber. Longzaki Shinji donned his dark attire once more, his pale mask in place, now draped with a black cloak. He opened his door and proceeded towards room 101. The blood-red letters signified orders that he could not refuse. Thus he complied as expected. The corridor lay deserted, yet at each entrance, a youth clad in black uniform stood guard, resembling loyal hounds on watch. The moment Longzaki stepped out, they detected his presence, their discerning eyes fixed on him with hostile intent. What a pack of loyal hounds, he thought, irritation surging within him. The audacity of these weaker beings to stare at him so brazenly ignited a fiery wrath in his heart. However, he restrained his fury and slowly made his way towards room 101. At the door stood 2 towering youths, who, upon recognizing Longzaki's arrival, abruptly opened their eyes from their feigned slumber and glared at him menacingly, exuding an aura of combatants ready to strike. Unable to tolerate such insolence from the weak any longer, Longzaki could no longer endure. The audacity of the feeble to dare challenge the strong was utterly outrageous. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes as he too unleashed a fighter's aura, which swiftly shattered the imposing presence of the 2 hulking figures before him. With a swift sidestep, he approached, and in the midst of their fearful gazes, he unleashed a powerful punch aimed at their heads. However, just as Longzaki was about to deliver the fatal blow, the door to room 101 swung open, revealing a robust leg that kicked towards his face. Chapter 10. Convergence. The sudden and powerful kick was akin to a stroke of genius. The assailant seized the opportunity presented by Longzaki's vulnerability following his punch. Should Longzaki proceed to incapacitate the 2, he too would risk a devastating blow. Yet, the attacker underestimated Longzaki's prowess. As a fighter, while his mastery of strength had not yet reached its zenith, he was still capable of skillfully retracting his force at the critical moment. In an instant, Ryuzaki Shinji transformed his left fist into a palm and swiftly pressed down on the assailant's ankle, halting the onslaught. Meanwhile, his right fist changed trajectory and struck fiercely at the opponent's knee, while his left hand exerted force to twist the ankle. The sound of a bone snapping echoed through the air. Ryuzaki Shinji had not only incapacitated the assailant's thigh, but was also unsatisfied. With a powerful tug of his left hand, he yanked out a burly young man, clad in a butler's uniform and wearing sunglasses, who emerged from the room. Beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Ryuzaki Shinji gazed at the formidable figure before him, whose soles were embedded with countless fine steel spikes, and whose eyes glinted with malice. A cold glimmer flashed in Ryuzaki Shinji's eyes as he executed a swift upward kick aimed at the young man's head, returning the aggression. However, just as Ryuzaki Shinji unleashed his kick, a shadow darted forth from beneath the burly young man. A sinister-looking Jing host emerged, brandishing two shadow balls aimed directly at Ryuzaki Shinji. Even if Ryuzaki Shinji were to vanquish the burly youth, he would still face the full brunt of the two shadow balls. The physical prowess of humans was no match for that of Pokémon. Should Ryuzaki Shinji fully absorb the shadow balls hurled by the Jing host, given the elite-level strength of the creature, he would undoubtedly suffer severe injury. Mere trifles, stinky mud. Block him. Ryuzaki Shinji maintained his offensive, yet he held a significant measure of respect for the sudden assault. He immediately commanded the stinky mud, clinging to him, to deploy a protective skill. An emerald energy shield enveloped Ryuzaki Shinji, effectively deflecting the two shadow balls. While his upward kick was on the verge of striking the burly young man's face, the expression of the burly youth shifted from arrogance to sheer terror. Just as he closed his eyes, awaiting his fate, a powerful hand intervened at the critical moment, saving his life. Ryuzaki Shinji's kick was thwarted by this robust hand, as a muscular man clad in a black fighting uniform stepped in front of the burly youth. "It is you, Kanjiro. Are you aiding him?" Ryuzaki Shinji released his grip on the burly youth's right leg and assumed a fighting stance, casting a dark glare at the imposing figure before him. Had it not been for this unexpected intervention, he would have successfully eliminated the foolhardy assailant. Kanjiro did not respond, but mirrored Ryuzaki Shinji's fighting stance, prepared for confrontation. "You wretched lowlife, how dare you defy hierarchy? What are you two waiting for? Go forth and kill him. Jing host, you too." The humiliated Wutong, prostrated on the ground, flushed with shame, urgently commanded his terrified subordinates and the hesitating Jing host to attack. "Stand down. All of you retreat. Mr. Shinji, please come inside. My subordinate was rude earlier. I hope you can spare him for my sake." A commanding voice emanated from within the room, causing Wutong's complexion to drain of color. While the two individuals present breathed a sigh of relief, the Jing host then melded back into the shadows of the room, though the voice appeared exceedingly polite at first glance. Its tone was decidedly rigid and assertive, imbued with an air of undeniable authority and refusal. Ryosuke Shinji's eyes flickered with a tumult of emotions, ultimately leading him to withdraw. After all, he was merely a pawn yet to mature into a player, lacking the strength to confront the formidable Team Rocket. Thus, Ryosuke Shinji chose to endure this slight. Observing his retraction, Kanjiro also relaxed his stance, stepping aside to grant Ryosuke Shinji entry, disregarding the dejected figure of Wutong on the ground. Following Kanjiro into the Grand Hall, Ryosuke Shinji noted that Hall 101 was considerably more spacious than Hall 109. However, the decor was sparse, dominated by a massive long table at its center, laden with an abundance of sumptuous delicacies. On either side of the table were 3 exquisitely crafted, antique chairs, with a total of 7, including the one at the head. A row of young men clad in black suits and sunglasses stood around the table, and 5 of the chairs were already occupied, leaving no room for Ryosuke Shinji and Kanjiro. To the left, the chairs were filled by a robust man in military attire with golden hair and blue eyes, a beautiful girl with waist-length hair and a princess cut, and a cold young man dressed in purple ninja garb. On the right sat the striking woman, Kiku Yamamoto, whom Ryosuke Shinji had previously encountered. Upon Kanjiro's return to his seat, she immediately began to inquire after his well-being, adopting a demeanor reminiscent of a devoted wife. Though her gaze towards Ryosuke Shinji betrayed a look of astonishment. At the head of the table was a handsome man clad in noble attire with flowing white hair, who regarded Ryosuke Shinji with keen interest. "Thank you for coming, Mr. Shinji. Please, take a seat. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Ryo Sakaki, and it is a pleasure to meet you," the white-haired gentleman said, rising gracefully and leaning towards Ryosuke Shinji, his smile unwavering. "Now that everyone is present, let us begin with introductions. Although I have already introduced myself, I shall do so again. I am Ryo Sakaki, the head of the Death Tournament organization. Now, the floor is yours, he continued, settling back into his chair as he addressed those gathered around the table. I shall go first. My name is Majishur, a subordinate of Lord Poseidon, declared the golden-haired, blue-eyed military man, slamming his hand on the table and adopting an arrogant pose as he flashed a menacing grin at the assembly. His demeanor was exceedingly brash, yet the attendees remained composed, their steadfastness rendering his provocations ineffective. When he noticed the lack of response to his ostentatious introduction, Majishur begrudgingly retreated to his seat. I am Miyamoto Saburo, and I have no further details to disclose. The aloof young ninja clad in a purple garb suddenly opened his previously closed eyes. With a piercing gaze, he scanned the assembly before speaking in a voice as grating as glass being shattered, and promptly closed his eyes again. Ah, it's my turn. I am Naz, a subordinate of Lord Zeus, and I have a fondness for dolls. Would you care to play with me? The enchanting maiden, who had been toying with 2 spoons, began to speak after Kamamoto Saburo finished. As she spoke, her beautiful large eyes sparkled with a brilliant blue light, and the spoons in her hands began to bend back and forth rhythmically. Upon witnessing this, Ryuzaki Shinji felt a tightness in his chest, and the aura of a fighter surged forth from him. Not only he, but also Kenjiro and the purple-clad ninja Kamamoto Saburo radiated powerful energy. Even the silver-haired handsome man seated at the front revealed an unusual energy to counteract the pressure, while Yamamoto Kiku and Ma Shirji wore expressions of grave concern, feeling helpless. This woman nearly delved into my innermost thoughts just moments ago. Fortunately, I caught on quickly, otherwise my intentions would have been nearly laid bare. Ryuzaki Shinji regarded the seemingly harmless, smiling maiden before him with a serious expression, categorizing her as the most perilous individual. At this juncture, he comprehended that the enchanting girl possessed an extraordinary ability of mind reading, one that was both practical and formidable. Judging by the waves of supernatural energy she exuded, she was akin to a humanoid elite-level psychic sprite. Naz was born in Golden City, hailing from a lineage of rare psychics, though her family had since fallen from grace. Her father, also a psychic, was the current master of the Golden City Dojo. For reasons unknown, he joined Team Rocket, ultimately being recognized by Zeus as a trusted confidant, specializing in psychic abilities. By the tender age of 16, she had already reached the threshold of a quasi-champion. Her powers combined with the psychic sprites she had been nurturing since childhood, enabling her to defeat wild champions with ease. As Naz attempted to peer into the silver-haired boy's heart using her powers, he immediately summoned the Earth's energy within him to resist. The Sakaki family, renowned for their expertise in ground-type sprites, had him as the sole descendant awakened to the ancestral Earth power, allowing him to stand out as the most promising heir of the Sakaki lineage. Humph, you all are quite dull. I shall return to playing with my dolls, Naz pouted. Feeling her psychic probing thwarted by the others, and with a flash of blue light in her hand, a beautifully crafted doll appeared. Ignoring the gazes of those around her, she began to play with her doll. The atmosphere grew tense and awkward, while the instigator, Naz, seemed blissfully unaware, her slightly upturned lips betraying her satisfaction with the mischief she had wrought. Just as the silver-haired boy contemplated breaking the peculiar tension in the air, the ground began to tremble violently. The sound of shattering glass reverberated through the air as the cruise ship appeared to be under a formidable assault, causing the entire vessel to sway violently. Chapter 11. Under attack, the fierce rocking of the oil tanker sent every loose object in the room tumbling about. The long table at the center of the hall tilted forward, propelling itself ahead, while a plethora of food scattered across the floor like refuse. The young men in suits and sunglasses, standing nearby, joined the chaotic dance of unanchored items. But the 7 individuals seated at the table adeptly employed their skills to navigate this sudden crisis. As the ship swayed, Shinji Rizaki swiftly summoned the foul-smelling slime concealed within his pants, instructing it to adhere to the floor and his chair, effectively anchoring himself as if his seed had taken root. After implementing these protective measures, he remained seated, observing the pandemonium around him with a detached gaze. Naz, a formidable wielder of supernatural powers, effortlessly levitated herself along with her chair into the air, resting her chin on her hands with a mischievous grin as she surveyed the disarray caused by the ship's tumultuous movements. Her large, expressive black eyes sparkled with delight as they followed the swaying figures and objects, interspersed with melodic laughter. Kenjiro's approach was decidedly more brute force. He extracted 2 iron rods, each as thick as an adult's fist, from his spatial gear and violently drove them into the hard floor on either side of his chair. With his powerful arms gripping the rods, he stabilized himself with ease, leveraging their strength. The method employed by the purple-clad ninja, Saburo Miyamoto, was quintessentially ninja-like, relying on the power of a sprite to defy the laws of physics. At some point, a thread ball suspended from the ceiling had woven a web, and as the ship began to rock, Miyamoto leapt into the air, using the thread ball's assistance to remain suspended. Now he hung upside down midair, arms crossed, with his eyes tightly shut, maintaining his characteristic icy demeanor throughout the chaos. Unexpectedly, the actions of the seemingly rugged magician revealed a more nuanced side to his character. He released a 3-in-1 magnetic creature, instructing it to emit a surge of negative electrical currents around the ship, thereby temporarily establishing a powerful magnetic field. His entire military uniform appeared to be crafted from specialized materials, as it remained unscathed under the creature's electric charge, surrounded by a field of negative magnetism. He too found himself floating effortlessly in the air, perfectly evading the crisis at hand thanks to the magnetic properties of the creature. In the beginning, Yamaguchi Kikui sought the assistance of Kanjiro, but alas, he paid her no heed. Reluctantly, she decided to reveal a fraction of her prowess. From her spatial pouch, she produced a beautifully crafted, expansive sunshade, and then summoned a wind fairy with keen, piercing eyes. Upon her emergence, the wind fairy exchanged a glance with Kikui before unleashing a remarkable gust of wind, a small yet potent current that erupted from her being. Under Kikui's deft control, this force buoyed her upwards, allowing her to ascend into the air while holding the sunshade. Fortunately, she wore safety shorts, or else she would have been caught in an embarrassing predicament. The solution proposed by the silver-haired gentleman, Sakaki Ryo, starkly contrasted with his gentle demeanor. He summoned a menacing Picossi, its face contorted in a grotesque snarl, and then invoked a powerful gravitational spell within a confined space. The sudden surge of immense gravity caused the sturdy chair beneath him to sink its 4 legs deep into the floor, emitting a distressing creaking sound, as if it were on the verge of collapse. Yet, amidst this overwhelming force, Sakaki maintained an air of tranquility. Upon closer inspection, a faint earth-toned glow emanated from beneath his feet, as he skillfully utilized the gravitational pressure to enhance the chair's grip, allowing him to sit steadily in place. The rocking of the vessel persisted for several minutes before it finally ceased. The onlookers, confronted with the chaos surrounding them, remained silent. Moments later, a young man in a suit burst into the room, panic-stricken. He bore a bleeding gash on his forehead, and one of his black sunglasses had shattered, revealing a terrified eye. "Young master, trouble has arisen. Our ship has encountered pirates. There are countless pirate vessels outside, and they have already boarded. You must leave at once," the disheveled young man exclaimed, his voice laced with urgency. No sooner had he uttered these words than the door to the room was violently kicked open, and a dozen fierce-looking pirates armed with sharp axes stormed in, their greedy expressions fixated on Longzaki Shinji and his companions. Minutes earlier, in front of the Saint Anda, a colossal fish-like sprite emerged from the depths, blocking the path of the steel behemoth. This sprite, larger than the Saint Anda itself, was none other than the largest known sprite to humanity, the Roaring Whale King. After the Roaring Whale King halted the Saint Anda, a multitude of smaller pirate ships materialized behind it, encircling the steel giant like a pack of sharks. The pirates aboard these vessels sharpened their weapons, expertly maneuvering their grappling hooks to ensnare the railing of the Saint Anda's deck. The deck railings of the Saint Andar were entwined with grappling hooks. As a horde of fierce-looking pirates ascended onto the deck, these marauders appeared to be part of a unified pirate crew, clad in matching blue and white uniforms, adorned with red bandanas, and wielding sharp iron axes. They charged into the ship with the ferocity of wolves. To the astonishment of many, most of these pirates were trainers, accompanied by a near-identical array of Pokémon, predominantly Wingulls, Krabby, and Shelder. Though their Pokémon were not of high levels, they were more than sufficient to subdue ordinary individuals. Having recently endured a violent tremor, the crew and passengers of the Saint Andar were still reeling in shock, unprepared for the sudden onslaught of pirates. In a flash, the pirates' assault surged forth like a tidal wave, swiftly securing control over the ship's vital access points before the sailors and Alliance personnel could react. The pirates' inherent greed and brutality manifested with alarming ease, as they wreaked havoc aboard, setting fires and plundering mercilessly. Soon, fierce battles erupted throughout the vessel. Amidst a throng of smaller pirate ships, a larger galleon made its way towards the Saint Andar. At the helm stood a robust elder dressed in an ornate black and blue captain's uniform, topped with a dark pirate hat. A menacing vulture perched upon his shoulder, its gaze as sharp as his own. The elder bore numerous vicious scars across his face, and one leg had been replaced with a blood-stained battle axe. His eyes glinted with the sharpness of a predatory hawk, emanating an aura of intimidation that cut through the fierce sea winds, which rustled his grand white beard. Yet his expression remained cold and calculating as he fixed his gaze on the Saint Andar. Ha ha ha. It has been ages since we encountered such a plump target. Today, the Blood Axe pirates shall feast. All of you, go forth and obliterate any resistance. Seize the gold and the beautiful. Behind the elders stood several pirates clad in uniforms of even finer craftsmanship than those of ordinary pirates, both men and women, who bowed in deference to him. Following a grandiose gesture from the elder, they unleashed their Pokémon and leapt into the unfathomable depths of the ocean. Ryuzaki Shinji watched in astonishment as the ferocious pirates burst through the door. Although he had occasionally heard tales of rampant piracy from the slums of Shallow Red City, he never anticipated such brazen audacity. The pirates dared to raid a luxurious cruise ship manufactured by the Alliance. It was a time when electronic communication was prevalent, and the Alliance maintained patrol fleets at sea. Typically, pirates would only risk attacking fishermen or merchant vessels, with few daring enough to assault Alliance ships. Moreover, this extravagant cruise liner was guarded by formidable Alliance experts. Without absolute strength, such an endeavor would surely backfire. As Shinji Ryuzaki anticipated, upon receiving news of a pirate boarding attack, the captain of the Saint Andar immediately relayed the alarming information regarding the onslaught of numerous pirates to the nearby Alliance fleet on patrol. Coincidentally, a squadron of Alliance frigates was situated just a few kilometers away from the Saint Andar. Upon receiving the distress signal, the frigates promptly altered their course, setting sail at full speed towards the Saint Andar, though at their current pace, it would take them at least several minutes to arrive for assistance. Tonight, the Blood Axe pirates are in charge. If you know what's good for you, hand over your fairies and treasures without a fuss, and we might, with great reluctance, spare your lives, cackled a burly pirate, his mouth stretching into a wide grin as he caught sight of the youthful faces of Shinji Ryuzaki and his companions. With a menacing gesture towards Ryozaki's neck, he laughed heartily. Indeed, strip the men bare, and for the women. The other pirates behind the leading brute echoed his words, their lewd smiles directed at Naz and Kumiko Yamamoto, while even Ryo Sakaki displayed glimmers of greed in his eyes. Initially relieved from the strain of her psychic abilities due to the cessation of the ship's tremors, Naz's expression immediately darkened upon hearing their taunts. She had been contemplating how to play hide-and-seek with these pirates, but after a brief glimpse into their thoughts with her powers, any notion of play vanished, and the blue light in her eyes began to accumulate once more. The Blood Axe pirates, were they not eradicated by the Alliance a few years ago? Humph. A bunch of worthless scum daring to rob me. Just as well, I've been itching for a fight. Let us have some fun with you, trash, roared the hot-headed Mashiji, stepping forward. He first delivered a scathing retort to the pirates before striding confidently towards them, a fierce military aura emanating from his being. While his 3-in-1 magnet creature's eyes glowed blood red. Big brother, something feels off. Didn't you say the inhabitants here are all spineless? Why do these people seem even more ferocious than us? Whispered a lackey behind the burly leader, sensing the overwhelming malice radiating from Ryuzaki and his companions. The once bold henchmen now realized that they had stumbled into a den of wolves. How should I know? Damn it. Why do we have to encounter a bunch of fiends today? The leading brute thought bitterly, recognizing the shift in atmosphere as the blue light began to manifest in Naz's eyes. However, it was too late for him to react. With a resounding bang, the door, which had been knocked down, was enveloped in a layer of blue light, and it was forcefully shut once more. A beautiful girl with flowing black hair and a chilling demeanor hovered in the air, her gaze filled with murderous intent as she fixed her stare on the rapidly paling faces of the pirates. Chapter 12. Testing the waters inside Room 101 of the Saint Andar, in the upscale residential area. Natsu was seething with anger. Throughout her life, no one had ever dared to show her such disrespect. Those who dared to do so were destined for annihilation. The audacity of these filthy wretches to defile her in their thoughts was utterly unforgivable. With this thought, Natsu's fury surged uncontrollably, and a vast wave of mental energy erupted from within her, enveloping her in a brilliant blue aura. Her eyes transformed into piercing blue beams, and her long black hair cascaded down her back. With a mere flicker of her mind, her formidable powers lifted her into the air, sending visible waves of energy radiating outward like sonic booms. She raised her right hand, and these energy waves, guided by her will, struck the group of pirates before her. Upon witnessing Natsu's terrifying display, the leading brute and his fellow pirates were momentarily stunned. The overwhelming mental pressure that emanated from her felt like a mountain pressing upon their nerves, rendering their heads unbearably heavy. The faces of the pirates turned ashen, And as time passed, some of the less resolute among them began to froth at the mouth and roll their eyes, teetering on the brink of mental collapse under Nazi's psychological torment. Damn it, you think this will frighten me? Dream on. Come forth, Iron Claw Lobster. Unleash the guillotine on this wretched girl. You worthless fools, don't just stand there. Attack her together. The leading brute. Witnessing Nazi's transformation from a delicate girl into a formidable superpowered being, felt a flash of menace in his eyes. Years of battling on the high seas had fortified his will beyond that of ordinary men. He bit his tongue forcefully, then slapped himself hard, the sharp pain breaking Nazi's mental hold. Immediately, he summoned his best companion, the Iron Claw Lobster, to launch an attack against the formidable Nazi. After doing so, he roused the rest of his crew, brandishing his axe as he charged forward alongside the lobster. Brother is right. Together, let us kill her. Go, long-winged gull. Use the water gun. The sharp pain on his face liberated the first henchman from the mental oppression. Seeing his brother charge ahead, newfound courage surged within him, prompting him to join the assault against Nazi. Come forth, great claw crab, unleash the foam beam. Long-winged gull, water gun. Lobster minions, foam beam. With a leader in the fray, the remaining pirates, who had been on the verge of mental collapse, gritted their teeth and summoned their own small spirits to join the battle, raising their axes as they surged forward. Damn it, I'm a big man. I don't need a little girl's help. Triumvirate Magneton, unleashed the maximum intensity of 100,000 volts. The first to boldly declare an attack, Majiji, felt his face pale as he witnessed the pirates ignoring him, all charging toward Nazi. Despite being astounded by her terrifying powers, he quickly chose to step forward in support, realizing they were allies. Upon hearing the command, the tri-element Magneton erupted with a fierce arc of electricity, its three magnets aligning towards the oncoming pirates and water-type sprites. In an instant, three colossal golden arcs of lightning surged forth from the magnets, striking the foremost Iron Claw Lobster and the burly man, along with two pirates who were perilously close to them. The sheer force of the Magneton's thunderbolt was astonishing. The high-voltage current reduced the two ordinary pirates to charred remnants amidst their agonized wails. Meanwhile, the burly man's attire, seemingly woven with insulating materials, exhibited remarkable resistance to electricity, merely causing his hair to stand on end as he defiantly broke free from the Magneton's thunderbolt. Continuing his assault with an axe aimed at Naz's head, the Iron Claw Lobster, however, was rendered paralyzed by the thunderbolt, momentarily incapacitated. Witnessing the defeat of their comrades, the remaining pirates, rather than retreating, surged forward, their hearts ignited with a deadly fervor. Their eyes glowed with a malevolent red, for they were ruthless marauders. Desperate men who would take the life of anyone who threatened their own. The frenzied emotions of the pirates were infectious, stirring the spirits of the sprites that accompanied them, battle-hardened creatures that immediately joined their masters in the assault against Rizaki Zenji and his companions. In a heartbeat, the pirates transformed into a formidable force, embodying a reckless, death-defying spirit. Faced with such a transformation among the pirates, Naza, who had previously maintained a cold demeanor, suddenly retracted her formidable psychic powers. With a playful smile cast over her shoulder at her companions, her azure aura intensified brilliantly, and she vanished in a flash of blinding blue light. Regrettably, despite their madness, the pirates were up against an adversary far too powerful, overwhelming in their despair. A troop of clowns leapt into action. A crossbat emerged, accompanied by a flurry of air blades. Sensing the pirates' sudden surge of ferocity, Miyamoto Saburo, who had been resting against the wall, opened his eyes. Observing the pirates descending into chaos and losing their composure, a look of disdain crossed his icy gaze. In his hand materialized a black Pokeball, adorned with a cross-shaped dart at its center, which he hurled with great force. The Pokeball transformed mid-flight into a sharp arrow, streaking forth. Midway, the Pokeball unleashed a robust crossbat, yet its momentum remained unaltered, striking a pirate directly between the eyes with lightning speed. The crossbat, now hovering in midair, opened its crimson eyes, unfurling its two pairs of wings with ferocity, exuding a bloodthirsty aura. As its wings shimmered with a radiant white light, they flapped powerfully, releasing a barrage of sharp air blades that accurately targeted the advancing pirates and sprites under the crossbat's precise control. A sudden sound erupted, followed by a gruesome scene as blood gushed forth. The air, sharp as a blade, instantly dismembered several pirates and pixies, leaving their neatly severed remains sprawled across the path of the charge. Upon witnessing the bloodshed, the bat-like creature emitted a series of high-pitched squeaks, its crimson eyes glowing with heightened intensity. Yet, After casting a glance at Miyamoto Saburo's icy gaze, the brilliance in its eyes dimmed, and it reluctantly returned to perch behind him. The ferocity and courage of the pirates, akin to a tempest sweeping across the Pacific, surged swiftly only to dissipate just as rapidly. As they beheld their comrades falling with such ease, fear swiftly overtook their hearts, erasing the madness from their faces, which was replaced by the familiar terror that surfaced during their retreats. They began to halt their advance and flee towards the door, the fastest among them being the burly man who had been awakened when his right arm was severed by the bat's air blade. However, the grand door they sought to close was ensconced in a layer of blue psychic energy, rendering it impervious to the relentless assaults of the man and his fellow pirates and pixies, who found it utterly unmoved and unscathed. After dispatching a few pirates with casual ease, Miyamoto Saburo closed his eyes once more, disregarding the ongoing skirmish. Majiji, albeit reluctantly, cleared a path to the side. This confrontation had transcended the realm of ordinary battles, evolving into a contest of mutual testing and recognition. A tedious trial, yet it was welcome. Come forth, abomination. For the midnight feast has arrived. Let the slaughter commence. Longzaki Shinji revealed a cold smile, yet he still released his pixie to assert his presence. He could not allow himself to be underestimated. Although the effeminate Sabaki Ryo had not explicitly stated the criteria for this deathmatch, he could surmise that the ensuing actions would inevitably involve these individuals. If Rigeo displayed weakness now, it was conceivable that they might conspire against him in the upcoming endeavors. An enormous, peculiar purple serpent slithered into the room, its cold, serpent-like eyes glinting with greed as it fixated on the pirates relentlessly assaulting the door. The creature's intimidating aura activated, casting a massive serpentine shadow over the pirates beneath the glow of the lights, twin enormous crimson eyes opening within the darkness. Come forth, Scythe Helm, and bring this battle to an end. You two, Wind Pixie, showcase your elegance. Seeing Longzaki Shinji summon his pixie, Kinshijiro and Yamamoto Kikuchi exchanged glances and decided to unleash their own pixies to eliminate the terrified pirates. We surrender. Spare us. Please, no? I don't want to die. As Longzaki Shinji, Kinshijiro, and Yamamoto Kikuchi rejoined the fray, all the pirates and local pixies were ruthlessly exterminated by the trio, bringing a brutal conclusion to a battle that should have ended long ago. Mr. Shinji, where are you headed? Sabaki Ryo inquired from his seat, addressing Longzaki Shinji as he made his way towards the door. Taking a leisurely stroll, shall we? Longzaki Shinji replied with a demeanor that was neither arrogant nor servile. Having uttered those words, he forcefully kicked open the door, now bereft of its superhuman protection, and departed without a backward glance. Of course, Sakaki Yashasai responded slowly after witnessing Longzaki Shinji vanish from sight. Although his smile remained intact, a flicker of malice surfaced within his otherwise unmarked eyes. However, upon noticing the mocking gazes from Miyamoto Saburo and the others in the room, that trace of menace evaporated entirely. Ha ha. Then I shall also take a moment to clear my mind, Majishir exclaimed with hearty laughter, subsequently following Longzaki Shinji as the third to exit. Strangely, Miyamoto Saburo, who had been leaning against the wall, was nowhere to be seen. Very well, indeed, they are all a defiant bunch, Sakaki mused to himself. I shall patiently observe from here. The spectacle has only just begun. Let us see who among you can survive, for the weak hold no value. He then addressed the bald, black-clad elder, Old Ghost. Please ensure that all information is transmitted forthwith. Upon witnessing Kinjiro and Yamamoto Kiku also depart, Sakaki's previous smile vanished, replaced by a sinister expression. He clapped his hands, and a bald elder cloaked in black emerged from the shadows. Not a problem, young master. Everything is prepared. The elder rasped before retreating into the darkness once more. Having caught a severe cold, my thoughts are muddled and my writing pace sluggish. I kindly ask for the understanding of my readers. Chapter 13. The first glimmer of brilliance. The desolate corridor was thick with the scent of death, resonating with the wails of tormented souls and the sporadic raucous cheers of pirates. The familiar metallic tang of blood mingled with the briny air. Clad in black and masked, Longzaki Shinji emerged from room 101, greeted by a scene of utter carnage. Surrounding room 101 lay the bodies of pirates and suited youths alike, some elegantly attired corpses interspersed among them. Analyzing the extent of their injuries and the sheer number of fallen, Longzaki deduced that they had endured a fierce battle. Ultimately, however, these loyal suited youths had succumbed to overwhelming odds, slain by the merciless pirates. As Longzaki stepped out, he observed several ferocious-looking pirates gleefully scuttling among the heaps of the deceased. Each time they extracted a piece of treasure from the bodies, they erupted into fits of gleeful, maniacal laughter, their greedy eyes scanning the surrounding dead for more spoils. Yet, when these pirates noticed Longzaki emerging from room 101, astonishment washed over their faces. Isn't that the room where Captain Kurofu last entered? Why is there still a living soul emerging? Could it be that Captain Kurofu has shown mercy today? A stout pirate queried with a perplexed expression, addressing his companions. The formidable leader, Black Axe, is known for his ruthless and bloodthirsty nature. Always the first to charge into battle during raids, it is no surprise that this band of pirates, led by Black Axe, was the first to board the ship. With Black Axe's extensive experience in plundering, they swiftly arrived at this upscale residential area. Due to the sudden shipquake, most of the crew were injured or even unconscious. And under the cover of their surprise attack, the pirates wreaked havoc in the high-end neighborhood with ease. Although they encountered a bit of resistance upon reaching room 101. With the aid of Black Axe's elite training, they ultimately succeeded in obliterating the local defenses. The stout pirate understood that the merciless Black Axe would spare no enemy. Regardless of age or gender, he had witnessed the gruesome executions of captives in previous raids. His companions remained silent, their faces pale as they gazed at the blood trickling down the pale mask of Ryuzaki Shinji. They, left outside by Black Axe to keep watch, had been oblivious to the commotion inside room 101, their senses dulled by the sound-dampening abilities of Naji. With Black Axe not emerging and the occupants of the room coming out instead, the outcome was all too clear. Not one to be foolish. The stout pirate quickly deduced Black Axe's fate upon seeing a massive purple serpent slithering out from behind Ryuzaki Shinji. When Ryuzaki and the Abominable One fixed their icy gazes upon him, the stout pirate's face drained of color. At that very moment, the 6 pirates who had been gleefully scavenging through the corpses suddenly sprang into action, bolting in the opposite direction of Ryuzaki Shinji. The notions of fighting to the death or seeking revenge were foreign to true pirates. Pathetic fools. You think you can escape upon seeing me? Ryuzaki sneered. Abominable One. Serpent pattern change, speed serpent, quick resolution, leave one alive, devour the rest. Observing the pirate's cowardice, Ryuzaki felt a disdainful contempt. Pirates were merely a bunch of weaklings who bullied the vulnerable. Yet, he had no intention of letting these scoundrels flee and cause further trouble. Hissing in response, the Abominable One's serpent pattern shimmered with a brilliance that signified a significant boost in speed. In an instant, it left a phantom image behind. The terrifying purple serpent glided with an eerie swiftness through the ravaged corridor, rapidly closing in on the panicking pirates. Could mere humans outrun a small sprite? The answer was invariably a resounding no. In a mere few seconds, the abomination caught up with the slowest of the rotund pirates, gazing upon the pirate's ample flesh. A glimmer of greed flickered in the abomination's eyes. Recalling the earlier instructions from Shinji Ryuzaki, it merely rendered the plump pirate unconscious before effortlessly pursuing the terrified crew ahead. The abomination first unleashed its terrifying glare upon those pirates who, realizing escape was futile, turned to fight. One by one, they fell, succumbing to frothing mouths and mottled skin. Lifeless on the ground. Die, you monster. Seagull, assist me with the water cannon. I'll take you down with this axe. Please, spare me. In less than 2 minutes, the massacre concluded, and the abomination gently carried the unconscious pirate back to Shinji Ryuzaki's side. Get up, stop pretending to be dead. Seeing the rotund pirate still feigning unconsciousness, Ryuzaki forcefully stomped down on his ample belly. The impact nearly took half his life, prompting the pirate to leap up. Cold sweat beading on his forehead as he cradled his aching stomach, groaning in pain. Ha ha ha, you really are quick on the draw. Well done. Now, hand him over to me for interrogation. You may take your leave. Just as Ryuzaki prepared to extract useful information from the plump pirate, a burly man in camouflage military attire, with golden hair and blue eyes, swaggered into the room, laughing maniacally. Step aside, move out of the way. Faced with the arrogant Mizishi, Ryuzaki showed no deference, not even turning to respond, delivering a cold retort instead. You seem to misunderstand. This is not a request, but a command. You, a mere lowly grunt of Team Rocket, dare to defy me, a direct subordinate of Lord Poseidon, one of the highest-ranking officials? At these words, Mizishi's expression turned icy, his tone stiff. Clearly, he held Ryuzaki in utter disdain. Having learned from the records that Ryuzaki was merely an insignificant Team Rocket soldier, devoid of any notable background. Although the documents mentioned his elite strength, Mizishi, as a trusted confidant of the highest official Poseidon, dismissed Ryuzaki as an inconsequential pawn, viewing his true rivals as the elite members of various factions. Noting Mizishi's continued arrogance and disrespect, Ryozaki's eyes glinted with cold fury beneath his mask. However, given the chaotic circumstances, he deemed it prudent to conceal his true capabilities and chose not to engage with the fool. Instead, he hoisted the rotund pirate with one hand and, accompanied by the abomination, made his way toward his quarters. Yet, despite Ryozaki's intent to avoid confrontation, Mizishi's aggressive demeanor only intensified. How audacious for a mere soldier to defy orders. Do you think a modicum of strength grants you the right to resist higher commands? Obedience is what you worthless wretches must remember. Today, I shall make you comprehend the vast chasm between you and us, the true elite. Upon witnessing Longqi Jinni's blatant disregard for him as he departed with his entourage, Majiji's countenance flushed crimson, and the veins on his forehead bulged with fury. A murderous intent surged within him. The triad magnetic monster, powered to its utmost, was ready to reduce this insubordinate individual to ashes. As Longqi Jinni distanced himself, unwittingly exposing his back to Majiji, the latter seized the opportunity for a surprise attack. Despite his intentions, Majiji, a former exemplary soldier, would never fall prey to such a basic blunder as carelessness. He astutely capitalized on the flaw Longqi Jinni had inadvertently revealed. As Majiji's initial Pokémon, the triad magnetic monster possessed an acute understanding of its trainer's temperament. Before Majiji could issue a command, it had already begun charging its power. At the moment Majiji shouted the order, the three magnets of the triad magnetic monster locked onto Longqi Jinni's exposed back, unleashing a colossal electromagnetic cannon that illuminated the corridor with blinding brilliance. Ha ha ha. Those who defy their superiors deserve death. Majiji's cold visage transformed into a maniacal grin, his expression grotesquely contorted in conjunction with the dazzling electric light. He was all too aware of the cannon's devastating might, capable of piercing even meters of solid rock, rendering the frailty of human flesh utterly inconsequential. Thus, he firmly believed Longqi Jinni had been obliterated. The electromagnetic cannon's force persisted for several seconds before gradually waning, the radiant electric glow dimming with it. As the light finally receded, Majiji resembled a rooster abruptly throttled by an unseen hand. His derisive laughter abruptly ceased, his eyes and mouth agape in disbelief. Before him, entwined by a violet serpent, Longqi Jinni stood unharmed, alongside Ujira, whose forehead bore the golden mark of psychic prowess, erecting a formidable psychic shield. Simultaneously, a massive black sludge had coalesced into a thick shield, its surface shimmering with a once vibrant green glow. However, the center of this black shield had been seared through by high-voltage currents, and Ujira's blue psychic barrier had dimmed considerably. Yet, Longqi Jinni remained entirely unscathed. A chilling aura of murderous intent and overwhelming power emanated from the dark figure ahead, whose blood-stained, pallid mask concealed eyes that gleamed with a piercing, tangible coldness, fixed intently upon Majiji. As Majiji and Longqi Jinni locked eyes for a few seconds, a cold sweat enveloped him. In his perception, the surrounding space seemed to warp, transforming into a blood-soaked battlefield. He found himself alone at the heart of this infernal arena, tormented souls wailing in agony all around him. He could vaguely discern a massive, bloodied war blade descending slowly from above, and he was left powerless, awaiting the inevitable strike of the colossal weapon. A long-forgotten feeling surfaced from the depths of his heart. It was the ominous herald of death's approach. Character and Pokémon data. Update 4. Longqi Jinni's Strength Overview Trainer. Longqi Jinni Trainer Level. 40 Strength. Pseudo-Champion Skills. Basic Martial Arts Items. Toxic Orb. Mysterious Amber. Mysterious Droplet. Dragonite Scale Pokémon. 6 Pokémon. Weezing. Variant. Telepathy 30. Ability. Levitate Type. Poison Fire Pokémon Level. 41 Strength. Pseudo-Champion Potential. Intermediate Champion Held Item. Black Sludge. Defective. Mastered Skills. Sludge Bomb. Variant. Rapid Spin. Taunt. Smoke Screen. Poison Fog. Flamethrower. Poison Fire. Dark Fog. Self-Destruct. Will-O-Wisp. Toxic. Poison Damage. Thunderbolt. Hidden Power. Final Gift Setting. Skills, once mastered, are never forgotten and can be strengthened through training. Combat skills are unrestricted. Pokémon. Arbok. Variant. Telepathy 20. Ability. Intimidate. Enhanced. Type. Poison Pokémon Level. 40 Strength. Pseudo-Champion Potential. Low-level Champion Held Item. None Mastered Skills. Glare. Enhanced. Acid. Enhanced. Crunch. Bind. Poison Tail. Inherited. Coiling. Poison Fong. Bluff. Ice Fong. Thunder Fong. Fire Fong. Gastro Acid. Gunk Shot Special Ability. Snake Pattern Transformation. Attack Snake Pattern. Defense Snake Pattern. Speed Snake Pattern. Pokémon. Mook. Shiny. Ability. Adhesive toxic hands, shiny ability. Split, can divide into several entities sharing the same will. As long as the distance does not exceed 100 meters from the main body can share the vision of the split entities. If the distance exceeds 100 meters, the split entities will perish quickly. If the main body dies while the split entities exist, they will autonomously become new main bodies. The split entities possess all abilities of the main body, but their attributes are determined by the size given by the main body. If a split entity successfully divides or perishes, the attributes passed to it by the main body will be temporarily lost. Attributes: Poison Pokémon level, 39 held item, none strength, pinnacle elite potential, high champion mastered skills, harden, petrify, minimize, mud bomb, sludge bomb, mud wave, toxic, protect, inherited, self-destruct. Pokémon, Youngera, genetically modified, ability, inner focus type, psychic Pokémon level, 39 held item, curved spoon strength, pinnacle elite potential, high champion mastered skills, psychic blade, teleport, recover, telekinesis, miracle eye, charge beam, psychic, meditate, shadow ball, power swap, trick room, telekinesis. Special skill, psychic shield, can withstand all attacks except for dark type moves. The shield's thickness limit is determined by Youngera's psychic strength. Special ability, psychic mark, increases the power of psychic type moves by 30, boosts psychic strength by 100. Through genetic modification, the brain undergoes forced further development, granting a hint of the original power of psychic abilities, thus forming the psychic mark. Pokémon, Golduck ability, none type, water Pokémon level, 37 held item, mysterious water drop strength, high elite potential, high champion mastered skills, water jet, hydro pump, surf, tidal wave, waterfall, dive, meditate, psychic, hyper beam, hypnosis, inherited, ice beam, awakening power, fire type. Special ability, psychic awakening, Golduck can continuously enhance its psychic power through meditation, theoretically reaching a level comparable to that of legendary psychic Pokémon. The prolonged torment of hunger and solitude in the water prison has incessantly tortured Golduck's spirit. But this suffering has been overcome by Golduck's indomitable will, ultimately awakening the hidden powerful psychic talent of its lineage. Pokémon, Darubii, telepathic bond 50, ability, early bird type, dark fire Pokémon level, 1 held item, none strength, ordinary Pokémon potential, high champion mastered skills, ember, bite, howl, odor sleuth, fire fong, inherited, thunder fong, inherited, copycat, inherited. Chapter 14. The Spear of Thunder. It seems that the trusted subordinates cultivated by the faction leaders are not as formidable as expected. Arbok. Eliminate him with your most potent acid. Observing the figure ahead, utterly intimidated by the aura of murderous intent intertwined with the fighter's spirit, Ryuzaki Shinji's eyes reflected a mix of confusion and disdain. Once, he had to look up to such an existence. Now, he finds himself capable of contending and even surpassing it. With that realization, he sees no reason to hold back. The weak who dare to offend the strong are surely deserving of their fate. With a careful entanglement around Shinjiro Ryuzaki, the Abakai sensed the surge of murderous intent emanating from him. Having established a preliminary mental connection with Ryuzaki, the serpent-eyed creature distinctly perceived the overwhelming desire for destruction that coursed through Ryuzaki's heart. The snake patterns on Abakai's chest transformed into aggressive symbols, enveloped in a radiant crimson glow that signified a significant enhancement in its offensive capabilities. It then opened its gaping maw, unleashing a torrent of foul, black corrosive liquid that surged forth like a high-pressure water jet, aimed directly at Majiji. Once a soldier, Maji instinctively felt the chilling breath of death approaching. Yet, he was paralyzed by Ryuzaki's malevolent aura. His pupils dilated in terror, and he trembled, drenched in cold sweat, unable to extricate himself with sheer will alone. Witnessing his master's perilous state, the Trimagnet creature, anxious and desperate, leaped in front of Maji just as the corrosive liquid was about to strike. The highly corrosive substance splattered onto the Trimagnet, causing a white vapor to rise from its body. Even as a steel-type Pokémon, the Trimagnet found its metallic form ravaged, with significant portions of its surface corroded and the magnets atop its 3 heads completely disintegrated, leaving a pockmarked visage. In its final throes, the Trimagnet summoned every ounce of its strength to unleash a powerful thunderbolt, not aimed at Ryuzaki, but rather to protect its master, Maji. The intense current struck Maji, causing his soft golden hair to stand on end, transforming into a wild explosion of curls. A charred scent wafted from his attire, which possessed formidable insulating properties, yet began to tear under the strain of the Trimagnet's fierce electricity. Struck by the diminished current, Mazi winced in pain. But the external force jolted him from his paralyzed state, his gaze sharpening with renewed focus. Seeing his master finally regain consciousness, the Tri-Magnet could no longer sustain itself. The electric discharge ceased, and its 3 large eyes tumbled from the air, landing on the ground. Tri-Magnet! Maji cried out in despair as he witnessed his companion collapse, its back marred by grievous corrosive wounds. Unfortunately, there was no time for mourning, for Abakai's corrosive assault was upon them once more. I will end you. Arise, Electabuzz. Raichu. Together, unleash the Thunder Spear and reduce them to ashes. True to his military background, Maji suppressed his grief over the Tri-Magnet's injuries, swiftly calling forth his 2 strongest Pokémon, Electabuzz and Raichu, to counterattack, employing his meticulously devised secret weapon. The towering Electrode and the somewhat short and chubby Raichu emerged onto the battlefield amidst a burst of white light. Both small sprites acutely sensing the immense fury radiating from their master, Majishur. Exchanging a glance, Electrode swiftly seized the tail offered by Raichu. In response, Raichu unleashed a powerful thunderbolt. Struck by the intense current, Electrode was instantly invigorated, its arms whirling in a frenzy as its ability, the electric engine, activated, completely absorbing Raichu's lightning strike. The negative electric arcs that had been swirling around its surface transformed from blue to black. The frenzied black arcs crackled ominously, culminating in a massive black arc that shot forth from Electrode, obliterating the corrosive liquid hurled by Arbok. Under Electrode's deft control of the profound current, the black arc dispersed into numerous fine arcs, which were then woven into a vast and intricate black net. Upon witnessing Electrode complete the formidable net, Raichu let out a cry, erupting with an even more potent surge of positive current. Its entire form became enveloped in golden arcs as its powerful thighs propelled it into a spin, executing a frenzied volt, transforming into a body of thunder. Raichu collided with the suspended black net. The relentless force of Raichu's frenzied volt, combined with the spiraling momentum, turned the dense black net into a continuously rotating cone. As a torrent of golden arcs merged into the black net, every minuscule crevice was filled, culminating in the transformation of the net into a black-gold spear of thunder. This spear, imbued with an aura of cataclysmic power, distorted the surrounding space, affecting all objects within a 5-meter radius, reducing them to ashes in its wake. In less than 10 seconds, the combined might of Electrode and Raichu's Thunder Spear surged forward. Confronted with the overwhelming assault of the Thunder God Spear, Ryuzaki Shinji felt an acute sense of mortal peril, the sensation far more intense than the earlier ambush by the Magneton. The sheer potency of this duo's combination technique was astonishing. Could this truly illustrate the chasm between him and them? Witnessing the Thunder Spear unleashed by Electrode and Raichu ignited a spark of excitement in Ryuzaki Shinji's eyes. The formidable tactics displayed by Majishur opened an extraordinary door for him, offering a pathway toward further strengthening himself. In truth, while observing Shinkei's conducting over 500 flying-type sprites performing their combination technique, Ryuzaki Shinji had begun to sense his own inadequacies. It was only after Majishur unleashed his ultimate technique that he fully recognized the significant element he had lacked all along, a definitive, decisive attack that could seal the fate of his battles. Shinji Longzaki could distinctly perceive that the Electric Shock Beast and Raichu were merely elite-tier diminutive Pokémon. If they were to face off against Weezing and Arbok in a one-on-one bout, he held unwavering confidence in his ability to vanquish them. However, the techniques they currently wielded transcended Longzaki's comprehension. Should he choose to confront them head-on, it would surely spell his demise. Grimer, maximize your division into smaller forms. Then execute a self-destruct to provide some resistance. Gyarados, join in and unleash a formidable psychic shield. Arbok, swiftly utilize acid on the ground. There was no time for further deliberation. Longzaki promptly directed Arbok, Grimer, and Gyarados to implement their strategy. Obeying the command, Grimer immediately split off a diminutive form that rapidly adhered to Longzaki's attire. The main body then recklessly surged forward, emitting a blinding white light, while Gyarados' psychic emblem on its forehead gleamed with golden brilliance, conjuring a thick blue psychic shield to fortify their defense. A tremendous explosion reverberated through the air as Grimer's main form collided with the incoming Thunder Spear, initiating a potent chemical reaction that triggered its self-destruct. However, the explosion merely mitigated the Thunder Spear's power slightly and delayed its impact for about 2 seconds. Subsequently, the Thunder Spear pierced through the explosion radius of Grimer's self-destruct, striking Gyarados' psychic shield. Another colossal explosion erupted, as if orchestrated with precision. The highly concentrated thunder spear detonated upon contact with the psychic shield, unleashing a torrent of violent electricity that engulfed the corridor in a blinding flash, transforming it into daylight. Gyarados' psychic shield was swiftly riddled with cracks, unable to withstand the onslaught for even 2 seconds before shattering, leaving a wave of chaotic electricity surging toward Longzaki and his companions. Soon, the dazzling lightning dissipated, restoring the corridor's illumination to its former state. However, the stretch of hallway in front of Majishur had been reduced to ruins. Decorative elements on the walls and the bodies on the ground had been reduced to mere ashes. Even the surrounding walls bore the marks of scorching, turned pitch black, while a massive hole gaped where Longzaki had just stood. Look, he is still just a lowly team rocket grunt, lacking any significant combined skills. Though he possesses some strength, he remains inconsequential, remarked Kanjiro. You've misjudged him. He is unworthy of standing alongside us. It was unclear when, but Kanjiro and Yamamoto Kiku had emerged from the room, having witnessed the clash between Majishur and Shinji Longzaki. Now, Yamamoto Kiku wore a smug expression as he addressed Kanjiro. Is this truly how it ends for you, Shinji Longzaki? Kanjiro did not respond to Yamamoto Kiku, but instead fixed his gaze upon the gaping hole where Longzaki had once been, the edges still glowing with molten metal. Humph, it seems I have underestimated him. In the shadows of the corridor behind Majiji, the ninja Kamamoto Saburo slowly emerged, casting a fleeting glance at the spot where Ryuzaki Shinji had vanished before turning to leave. However, as he took a step forward, his entire being suddenly froze in place. Kamamoto Saburo slightly turned his head to observe. With a creak, the door to the adjacent room unexpectedly swung open at that moment. Chapter 15. Change of ownership. The Spear of Thunder erupted, unleashing a torrent of frenzied high-voltage electricity that spread like a web. Yet, these slender strands of black and gold electricity resembled the most searing rays of the sun, instantly turning everything they touched to ash. These terrifying electric serpents lunged menacingly towards Ryuzaki Shinji and his little sprites. Damn it, I was so close. Am I truly so weak? Is this my end? I refuse to accept it. Ryuzaki Shinji thought bitterly as he witnessed the full-force shield generated by Waijira shatter within mere seconds. In desperation, he commanded his Aburagomo to corrode the floor beneath them. If given just a few moments, it could completely dissolve the ground, allowing them to plummet to the lower corridor and escape. Yet, the final maneuver of the Spear of Thunder crushed his hopes of survival like the final straw that broke the camel's back. The blinding light of the electric surge consumed Ryuzaki Shinji's vision, plunging him into a brief state of blindness, where he could already envision himself reduced to ashes. Moments later, the resounding roar of a massive explosion reached his ears, the brilliant light fading from his eyes as the surrounding scene gradually solidified from a blur to clarity. It's you, Ryuzaki Shinji exclaimed, his pupils narrowing as he took in the sight before him, his eyes widening in astonishment at the sudden appearance of a figure. Hee. Indeed, it's me. Surprised, aren't you? Just now it was a close call, but what a thrill. The girl in the pristine white gown, Nasi, declared with an air of arrogance, laughing heartily at the pitiful state of Ryuzaki Shinji, who resembled a beggar. Although Nasi had used her powers to teleport him just before the Spear of Thunder struck, Ryuzaki Shinji still felt the residual force from the blast. Now clad in tattered black garments, his hair resembled a wild explosion, and the pale mask stained with blood was shattered, revealing his darkened face. He now appeared as a wretched beggar on the street. Despite Nasi's mockery, Ryuzaki Shinji remained unfazed. His attention was drawn more towards the intentions of this cunning girl. A quick glance around eased some of his worries. Although he was uncertain of the room's location, it was evident that they were alone here, with no other living souls present. This was clearly a safe haven. Moreover, Aburagomo and Waijira had also been transported here, merely unconscious but not dead, which was a small consolation amidst the chaos. Cut it out, you're such a blockhead, utterly uncooperative. You're really no fun at all, you big oaf. After laughing to herself for a while, Naji noticed that Ryuzaki Shinji remained unmoved, and the smile on her face gradually faded. She puffed out her cheeks and stared at the expressionless Ryuzaki with her beautiful wide eyes, a look of dissatisfaction etched on her face. What do you actually want? Why did you save me? Ryuzaki Shinji coldly regarded the stunning girl before him, removing his shattered mask. Although he was acutely aware that in his current state, he was no match for Naji, he would rather face death than demean himself by begging for her pity. Save you? Quite the misconception. In truth, I only saved him. Had he not pleaded with me, I wouldn't have bothered to save you at all. Seeing Ryuzaki Shinji's continued stoicism in the face of her savior's gratitude, Naji pointed her delicate finger at the unconscious Gyarados lying on the sofa, pouting in dissatisfaction. You want him? Ryuzuki Shinji followed her gesture, gazing at the severely injured Gyarados, who was on the verge of unconsciousness. Yes, indeed. I see you finally caught on. You're not as dim-witted as you appear. So how about it? Will you give him to me? As a powerful Esper, Naji could distinctly sense the terrifying potential of Gyarados' abilities. It would be a disservice to allow someone like you, who has yet to awaken your own powers, to misuse such potential. Upon noticing Ryuzaki Shinji's sudden cleverness, Naji's eyes lit up, and she unabashedly chastised him, attempting to persuade him to relinquish Gyarados. Enough. Take him. From now on, he is yours. Consider it a repayment for saving my life. Observing Naji's transformation into a nagging figure, Ryuzaki Shinji could no longer endure her tirade and interrupted her. He retrieved Gyarados' Pokeball from his possession and handed it to her. To Ryuzaki Shinji, Gyarados held immense value, yet compared to his own life, it paled in significance. He understood that if he did not surrender Gyarados today, this seemingly friendly girl would undoubtedly turn hostile. By complying, he might salvage his own life. Hence, without hesitation, Ryuzaki Shinji relinquished Gyarados. Moreover, Naji had indeed saved his life, so repaying it with a Pokémon seemed a fair exchange. However, the crux of the matter was that Ryuzaki Shinji could not contend with Naji in his current state. Ha ha ha, little Shinji, you really know how to play your cards right. I won't be polite then. Although slightly annoyed at being interrupted, Naji's irritation evaporated upon seeing Ryuzaki Shinji obediently hand over Gyarados' Pokeball. A cheerful smile broke across her face as she joyfully levitated the Pokeball with her powers. The Pokémon is yours now. Our debt is settled. Farewell. Shinji Longzaki felt a wave of relief wash over him as he beheld the joyful visage of Nasi. At present, he possessed only a double gas and a Psyduck, both of which still had some fight left in them. However, confronting the seemingly inscrutable Nasi, who was in prime condition, felt akin to striking a stone with an egg. He harbored a genuine fear that once she had taken what she desired, she might turn against him. Yet, it appeared that this young girl, despite her somewhat cunning demeanor, harbored a fundamentally kind heart, one that had not yet descended to the level of ruthlessness he was accustomed to. After retrieving the incapacitated Abra into its Pokeball, Longzaki promptly turned to leave, wishing to squander not a moment longer. However, just as he was about to take a step, a wave of blue psychic energy enveloped him, rendering him immobile. Longzaki attempted to summon the spirit of a fighter to resist, but he was unable to break free. Who said you could leave? It is not often I encounter a kindred spirit. We must have a proper exchange. Allow me to assist you with that troublesome thought in your mind. Fear not. It won't hurt much. It will be over in an instant. After this, I shall no longer feel lonely, Nasi said with a mischievous grin, drawing Longzaki closer with her psychic powers. As her words faded, a surge of immense psychic energy erupted from her frail form. Her bright eyes were suddenly veiled in a blue glow, and her lustrous black hair flowed freely under the influence of her powers. What do you intend to do? Longzaki's eyes widened as he fixed his gaze upon the suddenly tempestuous psychic maiden before him. In the end, he could only watch helplessly as fine blue tendrils began to extend from her forehead, effortlessly piercing into his skull. A sensation akin to electric shock coursed through him. And soon, in a wave of excruciating pain, Longzaki's pupils dilated, the world around him gradually fading to black. With a creaking sound, the previously closed door beside Saburo Miyamoto swung open, revealing a burly man wielding a sailor's axe. The man had thick brows and large eyes, with a scruffy beard adorning his face. He wore a floral vest on his upper body and tattered sailor pants below, his exposed muscular arms and grotesque scars betraying his ferocity. Coupled with his brutish visage and the bloodied axe in hand, he emanated an aura of sheer brutality. Upon entering and spotting Miyamoto, a predatory glint ignited in the man's eyes. Without uttering a word, he swung his axe down towards Miyamoto's head. At the same moment, the doors of 4 other rooms along the corridor burst open, revealing 3 men clad in pirate bandanas and a voluptuous woman in a tight black leather outfit with blue hair. One by one, they surrounded the likes of Masashi, Kanjiro, and Kikui Yamamoto. Those responsible for the earlier explosion must have been them, he thought. They had proven quite elusive indeed. Leave it to you all. I've been up all night, and it's not good for my health, the sultry woman said in a playful tone to her male pirate companions. Hee hee. This will not do. Beastmaster, these individuals are clearly formidable adversaries. The captain has issued a command. All troublesome foes must be eliminated. We require your assistance. Leave that woman to me, shall we? The tall, slender pirate, known as the Beastmaster, grinned malevolently while casting a covetous glance at the figure beside Kenshiro, Shanchu Kiku. Very well, slender monkey. I shall choose the burly warrior next to her. Step forward, my darling. It is time for your performance. The Beastmaster retrieved a pink Pokeball from her bosom and tossed it forward. Immediately, she took out a whip from her waist and lashed at the newly released Gyarados. With a roar, the Gyarados' eyes glowed a fierce red, followed by an enraged bellow. The three remaining men exchanged faint smiles and released their own Pokémon, a Dugong, a Swampert, and a Kingler. The sound of three resounding cracks of the whip echoed as the female pirate accurately struck all three Pokémon, inciting them into a frenzy akin to that of the Gyarados. With a crack of her whip, the four enraged Pokémon lunged at Kenshiro and his companions. Chapter 16. The Awakening of Psychic Powers. Now, Ryuzaki Shinji found himself in a vast and mysterious space, suffused with dark blue hues. The expanse was dotted with a scattering of black orbs and a multitude of blue orbs, encircling him. The black orbs and blue orbs appeared to be sworn enemies. Upon encountering one another, they would immediately engage in combat, striving to consume each other. However, the black orbs generally exhibited greater strength than their blue counterparts, thus ensuring that when their sizes were comparable, the black orbs emerged victorious. Where am I? Who am I? Why have I appeared here? Ryuzaki Shinji desperately attempted to recall his memories, but his mind was a blank slate, devoid of any recollection. Nevertheless, the combat instincts he had honed over time prevented him from succumbing to panic like an ordinary person. He remained dazed, gazing at the array of black and blue orbs around him. As Ryuzaki Shinji resolved to reach out and grasp the elusive orbs that consistently evaded him, an almost imperceptible sound of weeping reached his ears. He froze, the strangely familiar voice compelling him to abandon his previous intent in search of its source. With an odd expression, Ryuzaki Shinji followed the sound, the weeping resonating with an unsettling familiarity that stirred an inexplicable sorrow deep within him. The closer he drew to the origin of the sound, the denser the black orbs became, amplifying the weight of his sorrow. As he continued onward, his eyes grew moist with salty tears, ultimately leading him to a region densely populated with black orbs. Before Ryuzaki Shinji stood an enormous black sphere of light, from which the sound of weeping emanated. This black sphere was undoubtedly the largest entity in this space, perhaps even the progenitor of all black spheres within this realm. Ryuzaki Shinji witnessed the black sphere divide, giving rise to several smaller black orbs. These newly born spheres exhibited remarkable offensive prowess, swiftly devouring a few slightly larger blue orbs. As he observed the black sphere completely consume the blue orbs, Ryuzaki Shinji perceived a subtle shift in the hues of the sky. With each blue orb devoured, the blue tones in the surrounding space diminished, while the black tones intensified. Ryuzaki Shinji cautiously approached the colossal black sphere, where he beheld a figure within, a small boy. The weeping sound originated from him. The boy appeared to be around 11 years old. His face was obscured, but his buzz-cut and emaciated frame were evident. He wore a tattered black uniform, his frail body marred by numerous black footprints and lacerations. The boy hunched against Ryuzaki Shinji, curled tightly with his head buried deep in his chest, weeping incessantly. Who are you? Why do you keep crying? What's the point of crying? It's utterly infuriating. Be silent. No more tears. As he gazed at the continuously sobbing boy, a wave of repulsion surged within Ryuzaki Shinji, swiftly overshadowing the sorrow he initially felt. Ultimately, he could no longer contain himself. With reddened eyes and a profound sense of disdain, he shouted at the boy in anger. However, the black sphere seemed to muffle Ryuzaki Shinji's voice, and the boy continued to weep unabated. Enraged by this, Ryuzaki Shinji contemplated rushing forward to drag the boy out and give him a beating, but before he could approach the immense black sphere, two smaller black orbs obstructed his path. The two smaller black orbs rapidly condensed and fused, ultimately transforming into a massive, pitch-black Absol that materialized before Ryuzaki Shinji, its crimson snake-like eyes fixating on him. Absol, wait. How do I know its name? Ryuzaki Shinji instinctively exclaimed upon seeing the creature, only to be struck by confusion as he realized he had no recollection of Absol. Yet, there was no time for contemplation. The dark Absol was already launching an attack. The terrifying serpentine pattern on the Absol's chest shifted instantaneously, and with a swift motion, it left behind an afterimage as its true form appeared behind Ryuzaki Shinji. A colossal tail, glowing with a white light, struck him squarely on the back. Shinji Ryuzaki had initially believed that he would be obliterated by the iron tail of the dark Arbok, yet he was astonished to discover that he remained unscathed, merely propelled through the air. His back bore no scars or pain. However, before he could touch the ground, The assault from the black Arbok resumed with another Iron Tail strike, sending him flying once more. The resounding thuds echoed as the Arbok's attacks came with the swiftness of lightning, leaving Shinji in a perpetual state of passive defense. He felt as though he were a mere ball, continuously kicked through the air by the Dark Arbok. Had its attacks been capable of inflicting harm, he would have surely perished long ago. This situation could not persist. Although he felt no pain, Shinji noticed that with each successive blow from the Arbok, his body began to fade, its hue gradually lightening. He sensed that if the onslaught continued, he would ultimately be extinguished. Regrettably, Shinji had no idea how to counter the lightning-fast Arbok. He attempted to strike back, but his fists merely passed through the creature, as it was nothing but a spectral entity, impervious to physical attacks. As Shinji's form neared transparency, he feared he would vanish entirely. Just then, the Dark Arbok struck him with its tail, propelling him onto a blue sphere of light. He realized he had been expelled from the vicinity of the black sphere. In stark contrast to the hostile black orb, the blue sphere refrained from attacking him. Instead, it merged with his being, and instantly, Shinji's color returned to its original state, accompanied by a surge of extraordinary power coursing through him. This newfound energy was wild and chaotic, rampaging through his body until it surged from his abdomen to his head. As if his skull were about to explode, blue beams shot forth from his eyes, and he cried out in anguish. Yet, the black Arbok showed no signs of relent, resembling a relentless automaton programmed for destruction. However, this time it faltered. Just as its massive tail was about to strike Shinji, he vanished, leaving behind only a fleeting glimmer of blue light, while he reappeared several meters away. This is teleportation. I actually possess superpowers, Shinji thought, astonished. Moments before, he had witnessed the black Arbok's impending attack and, with a mere thought, had transported himself from midair to safety. Yet, this miraculous feat came with a cost. A wave of intense dizziness enveloped him, and the power within him quickly waned after the exertion of teleportation. Suddenly, a dark silhouette loomed before him. The black Arbok was upon him once more. Yet, the dizziness had not subsided, and his reserves of supernatural strength were insufficient for another teleportation. Concentrate your thoughts, control it, he urged himself. A sweet voice suddenly echoed in Ryuzaki Shinji's mind. Upon hearing it, his willpower coalesced to its utmost, and the formidable aura of a fighter erupted from him, as he exerted an indomitable will to tame the rebellious supernatural power within. In less than a fraction of a second, the once untamed ability, akin to a wild stallion, became obedient under Ryuzaki Shinji's ironclad resolve. His eyes once again radiated a brilliant blue light, and a powerful telekinetic wave surged forth from him, striking the unsuspecting black Abra with tremendous force. The telekinetic wave proved to be the most effective attack against the black Abra, which, upon enduring a single blow, became momentarily petrified. Cracks began to appear across its entire form, and the layer of black substance enveloping the Abra peeled away like plaster, transforming it back into a luminous sphere, albeit now a blue one. Gazing at the azure orb before him, Ryuzaki Shinji was suddenly beset by an overwhelming hunger. With a mere thought, the blue sphere obediently floated to his side and was absorbed without resistance, causing his supernatural power to swell as if a long dry well were being replenished by a sudden downpour. Seems you're not as foolish as I presumed. Congratulations, Ryuzaki Shinji. My compatriot, you have finally awakened your own supernatural ability. A flash of blue light suddenly appeared beside him, and Naz, amidst a multitude of tiny blue orbs, materialized before him. Looking into Ryuzaki Shinji's eyes, now gleaming with blue energy, she sweetly remarked, "Why do you assist me in awakening my powers? I have no recollection of any debt owed to you. What is your true intent?" Ryuzaki Shinji gazed at Naz, who had manifested in his spiritual sea, with a complex expression. As he absorbed the blue sphere formed from the black Abra, his sealed memories began to resurface. You truly lack any semblance of gratitude. Here I am, helping you, and you respond with such a sour demeanor. How utterly vexing. However, you should focus on yourself for now, beginner. Your trials are not yet over. I had intended to assist you further, but I have since changed my mind. Farewell." At his brusque words, a flicker of pain and loneliness crossed Naz's eyes, quickly masked by a feigned anger as she retorted, "You should be more appreciative, you know." With that, she transformed into countless blue particles, vanishing from Ryuzaki Shinji's sight. "I thought we would never meet again, Ryuzaki Shinji, my second persona. Why did you awaken me so swiftly?" As Naz faded, a cold voice emerged behind Ryuzaki Shinji. Chapter 17, Another Self. A second persona? How amusing. Have you perhaps mistaken something? My dear and timid Wu Ming, I am Ryuzaki Shinji, the sole possessor of this body in this world. Hearing that voice filled with resentment and familiarity, the pupil of Longqi Jinni's single eye constricted. In a moment of emotional turmoil, he focused his thoughts, and the blue psychic energy that enveloped his eye burst forth, emitting a faint blue beam. He first indulged in self-mockery before slowly turning to face the familiar man ahead, a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown gracing his features. The man appeared to be in his 20s, standing around 178 centimeters tall, clad in a fitted black suit. His physique was quite impressive, with long, straight legs that presented a striking appearance. He sported a crew cut and possessed a handsome face with well-defined features, though a hint of sorrow lingered in his demeanor. Had it not been for the pronounced dark circles under his eyes and the thick, outdated glasses perched on his nose, he would undoubtedly have embodied the archetypal Prince Charming in the hearts of countless young women, a ruggedly handsome figure. This man, whose deep-seated resentment shone through his panda-like eyes, was none other than Wu Ming, a lowly programmer who had traversed from Earth. Silence, you scoundrel! How dare you completely usurp control of my body when I am at my weakest, trapping me within this mental realm? You must realize you are merely a subordinate persona I have created. Upon seeing the disdainful expression on Longqi Jinni's face, Wu Ming's face flushed with anger as he raised his hand, transforming into an irate street vendor, hurling insults at Longqi Jinni, even resorting to the universal language of profanities from Earth. Longqi Jinni remained unfazed and unperturbed. His connection with Wu Ming's light power was as inseparable as light and shadow. While the latter cursed him shamelessly, he was, in essence, also condemning himself, thus he felt no loss. Longqi Jinni vividly recalled the moment of his inception, when Wu Ming was merely 6 years old. Believing himself to be somewhat clever, Wu Ming, upon discovering the true nature of the orphanage, could no longer resist the urge to escape. However, he was soon detected by an old dog, a loyal henchman of the corrupt headmaster. This malevolent creature had developed a penchant for child abuse during its long tenure of guarding the orphans. And with its extensive tracking experience, it effortlessly uncovered Wu Ming's escape route, ensnaring him in a terrifying game of cat and mouse. Upon capturing Wu Ming, the old dog did not immediately deliver him to the headmaster for punishment. Adhering to the unspoken rules of the orphanage, it decided to relish the moment instead and took Wu Ming to its lair. It was a hellish place, filled with bizarre instruments of torture, stained with the indelible crimson rust of blood. Here, Wu Ming first felt the profound darkness of this world. The old dog, skilled in the art of torment, subjected Wu Ming to repeated brushes with death, instilling a deep-seated terror in the timid child. Severely traumatized, Wu Ming began to evade the horrific reality, ultimately giving rise to a subordinate persona to help him escape his psychological anguish. This persona, now known as Longqi Jinni, represented Wu Ming's shadowed side. After that harrowing ordeal, Wu Ming's mental state began to shift dramatically. Possessing dual personalities, he embodied a duality of mental strength, which, due to the frequent switching between his personas, led to a chaotic yet steady enhancement of his psychic abilities. Ultimately, on the day of his 8th birthday, his supernatural powers awakened. From the moment the spoon bent before him, he transformed into a being of extraordinary capabilities. Unfortunately, the two personas, representing the dichotomy of light and shadow, were in constant conflict, each restraining the other. This, compounded by his frequently disordered mental state, rendered Wu Ming and Longqi Jinni unable to wield their powers as other psychics might, despite the vast reservoir of mental energy they possessed. So, have you appeared today solely to thwart my endeavors? This time, I shall not allow you to succeed. Longqi Jinni, growing increasingly impatient as Wu Ming incessantly berated him for a quarter of an hour, directly addressed his counterpart. On the day of their 10th birthday, a day marked by Wu Ming's betrayal to Team Rocket by the old director, he endured yet another profound psychological trauma. He was compelled to take the life of an innocent girl, and although it was under duress, he became a villain with hands stained by innocent blood. Raised on Marxist ideals of peace and kindness, Wu Ming could not reconcile himself with the reality of being a murderer. Thus, he chose once more to evade his situation. At that moment, the subordinate personality, Longqi Jinni, had fully matured. For the first time, his mental strength overpowered Wu Ming's primary persona. Seizing the opportunity during Wu Ming's moment of weakness, he completely usurped control of their shared body, relegating Wu Ming to the role of the subordinate persona. Regrettably, Wu Ming's primary identity did not vanish entirely. He merely retreated into the recesses of the mental realm, much like Longqi Jinni had once done, peering out at the world beyond. Consequently, under Wu Ming's influence, Longqi Jinni remained unable to harness the immense psychic power within him. Moreover, Wu Ming's own substantial mental strength, having been displaced, frequently emerged to create chaos. This was the reason for Longqi Zhen'er's erratic and fervent behavior during moments of heightened emotion. He was perpetually engaged in a struggle for dominance with Wu Ming over their shared corporeal form. Indeed, I have come to prevent you from succeeding, you malevolent entity. The misdeeds you have committed are far too numerous. Should you acquire this power, the consequences would be unfathomable. I shall never permit you to attain supernatural abilities, Wu Ming declared with righteous indignation, pointing an accusatory finger at Longqi Zhen'er. As the former dominant persona, Wu Ming is fully aware of all the nefarious deeds perpetrated by Ryuzaki Shinji within this mental realm. Ryuzaki Shinji, now endowed with the strength of a martial artist, poses an even greater threat. Should he acquire boundless supernatural powers, his abilities would be fully unleashed. Given his selfish, ruthless disposition as a secondary persona, it is unfathomable to contemplate the atrocities he might commit. Therefore, the righteous Wu Ming is resolute in thwarting Shinji's acquisition of such powers. Do not jest. In comparison to my prolonged mastery over my corporeal form and relentless training, your former dominance is woefully fragile, Wu Ming. How disappointing you are. Step aside. You cannot impede my progress, as the balance of constraints has already been shattered. Ultimately, you remain a part of me, and should I eliminate you, my powers would also be lost. The constraints between Ryuzaki Shinji and Wu Ming have been violently obliterated by Naji, akin to a barrier that has been breached, allowing Shinji to fully sense the vastness of his mental prowess. While he may not yet wield it with precision, he is confident that soon he will harness this extraordinary power completely. You shall not succeed. I have yearned day and night to reclaim my corporeal autonomy. So do not regard me as the Wu Ming of old. My strength is beyond your comprehension. Now, within this mental dominion under my control, observe how you might escape. The constraints have been lifted, and I shall now unveil the terror of my supernatural abilities. Suddenly, Wu Ming transformed, shedding his previous volatility for a calm maturity. The years have seen not only Ryuzaki Shinji mature, but also Wu Ming striving for growth. Though he does not condone Shinji's actions, he has witnessed the world's darkness and has reflected upon his own cowardice. Thus, he has diligently honed himself, recognizing that today presents an opportunity to reclaim control over his body. As soon as Wu Ming uttered these words, an astonishing radiance of supernatural energy erupted from him. The surging power flowed forth, and with a sweeping gesture, blue orbs of energy began to converge upon him from every corner of the mental world. These orbs, once his own, were absorbed eagerly, and his prowess ascended. Ultimately, he donned a striking azure armor reminiscent of ancient Chinese warriors, accompanied by a battle spear forged from concentrated mental energy. Ryuzaki Shinji observed impassively as Wu Ming absorbed the blue spiritual entities. Although he could also draw upon them, his previous attempts had proven futile, as these entities clearly favored Wu Ming's call. Still, he remained unperturbed, for he too possessed his own influence within this mental realm. Awaken, the other self that has long slumbered. The time for tears has come to an end, and it is now time to revel in the pleasures of carnage. Join me as we wreak havoc in this merciless world. Ha ha ha. Ryuzaki Shinji called out loudly to the nearby region of black orbs, his domineering voice resonating powerfully, sending reverberations throughout the area. Every black orb touched by the sound waves began to quiver, and, as if compelled by an unseen force, they all gravitated towards Ryuzaki Shinji, willingly allowing themselves to be absorbed by him. At the heart of the black orb region, within the core of the black orbs, a child who had been weeping ceased his cries at some point, now standing and gazing in the direction of Ryuzaki Shinji. Upon hearing the commanding voice of Ryuzaki Shinji, the boy finally opened his swollen, red-rimmed eyes, revealing a glimmer of longing within them. With a gentle smile, he gradually vanished into the black orb, causing it to expand dramatically, swelling 5 or 6 times its original size in less than a second. The colossal black orb hastened towards Ryuzaki Shinji in response to his summons. Damn you, parasitic tumor. You shall not succeed in your fusion. Perish. Wu Ming, clad in mental armor, was alarmed to witness Ryuzaki Shinji's ability to absorb the black spiritual entities. In a rush, he launched an attack, instantly appearing beside Ryuzaki Shinji, striking down with his war spear aimed at his head. Ha ha ha. You cannot orchestrate my downfall. First, play with my subordinates. Shadow gas, abomination, stinking mud, intercept him. Ryuzaki Shinji sneered upon seeing the panic etched on Wu Ming's face. With a thought, he narrowly evaded Wu Ming's assault through a swift teleportation. Grasping 3 large black orbs, light as feathers, he infused them with a surge of formidable black energy. The shadow gas, black abomination, and stinking mud materialized beside him, their crimson eyes opening wide at his command, charging toward Wu Ming's defenses. Come, let us merge into one. As the three spiritual entities of shadow gas restrained Wu Ming, the colossal black orb approached gracefully, ultimately merging with Ryuzaki Shinji at his call. A wave of terrifying psychic pressure enveloped the entire spiritual realm. Thunder rumbled incessantly, and countless black lightning bolts manifested from thin air. Chapter 18. The kind-hearted one under the entanglement of the three spiritual sprites conjured by Ryuzaki Shinji from the black orbs. Wu Ming found himself unable to prevent Ryuzaki Shinji from absorbing the black orbs, ultimately left powerless to do anything but watch as Ryuzaki Shinji completely consumed the last of the colossal black orb. The thunderous roars echoed through the air as black lightning descended upon the diminutive figure enveloped in darkness beneath the ebony sky. Even the lightning seemed to recoil in fear from this ominous presence. As it was about to strike Shinzu Ryuzaki, it veered away, creating a breathtaking scene of Ryuzaki surrounded by the black thunder. Ah, how splendid it was! The sheer magnitude of this power was astonishing. How foolish I have been to overlook it for so long. Had I harnessed this strength earlier, my prowess would surely have exceeded my current abilities tenfold. Nevertheless, it is not too late now. Ha! As Ryuzaki felt an inexhaustible surge of formidable superpowers coursing through him, he was enveloped in an overflow of black energy, exclaiming in exhilaration, "Get away from me, you repulsive little sprites!" Wu Ming shouted, his heart racing as he realized Ryuzaki had successfully absorbed all the black spiritual entities. Gritting his teeth, determination and resolve gleamed in his eyes. He bellowed with all his might, channeling his own superpowers, and instantaneously, he, too, was shrouded in a layer of overflowing energy, his mental energy spear radiating brilliance. With a swift and thunderous arc, he unleashed a crescent strike that sent the three spiritual entities hurtling several kilometers away. In a heartbeat, he teleported behind Shinzu Ryuzaki. As the three spiritual entities reappeared around Wu Ming, he thrust his spear toward the heart of Ryuzaki's back. A resounding clash echoed through the air as Wu Ming's full-force strike was met by a black energy shield conjured by Ryuzaki in an instant. Although the blue spear of mental energy pierced the shield, much of its power was diminished, and ultimately, the spear was effortlessly blocked by a formidable black blade that Ryuzaki had materialized. How is this possible? How could you master the art of weaponizing superpowers so swiftly, and even learn to conjure an energy shield? Wu Ming exclaimed in disbelief, staring at the contemptuous smile on Ryuzaki's face. He had devoted countless hours in the realm of the mind to refine his superpowers, mastering the intricate control required to forge weapons from them over years of arduous training. Yet, the newly awakened Ryuzaki, by all accounts, should not have been capable of such feats, let alone mastering the energy shield technique. Hee. You remain as you have always been, feeble and foolish. We are one entity, despite your attempts to seclude yourself deep within the recesses of the mental realm, blocking my access to your thoughts. However, I too now dwell within this realm, and the constraints between us have dissipated. Thus, our memories have once again converged, a truth you must surely acknowledge. Embrace reality. You and I are both Shinji Ryuzaki. You are me, and I am you. We are inherently one. It was merely that cowardly Wu Ming who fragmented us. In truth, you are but a secondary persona, devoid of the authority to dictate to me. Ryuzaki Shinji declared disdainfully to Wu Ming. Silence. You speak nonsense. I am Wu Ming. You are Ryuzaki Shinji, a mere secondary persona of my creation. Wu Ming's countenance shifted dramatically upon hearing Ryuzaki's words, contorting into a grotesque expression as he glared fiercely at Ryuzaki, roaring in rage. Ha, even now, you continue to deceive yourself. You are undeniably the cowardly side of Wu Ming, an essence that will never change. So tell me, who is that being within the black orb? You must have sensed his presence long ago. Indeed, I emerged from there, as did you. However, you exited first and seized most of the power, allowing you to dominate this body from the outset. Don't tell me you lack recollection. Observing Wu Ming's mental turmoil, Ryuzaki's expression twisted into a sinister grin as he seized Wu Ming by the collar, leaning in close to deliver his menacing words. It's not like that. Don't say such things. You're deceiving me. Wu Ming mumbled, his gaze cast downward, dazed and disheartened. Ryuzaki's revelation seemed to unlock a long-buried memory, momentarily disorienting him, even causing him to neglect the fact that Ryuzaki was forcibly absorbing his powers. Ah, this is the sensation. Power surging forth. You, coward, are unworthy of such might. Surrender it all to me. With just a few words, Ryuzaki vanquished the foolish and timid figure before him, commencing the absorption of Wu Ming's extraordinary abilities. They were one. Thus, the powers each possessed were synonymous, making the absorption effortless. In mere moments, Ryuzaki had consumed a significant portion of Wu Ming's powers, causing the spiritual equipment on Wu Ming to vanish completely. After a while, Wu Ming's supernatural abilities were entirely absorbed by Ryuzaki Shinji, enveloping him in a sleek, jet-black armor of psychic energy. This exquisite armor, with its formidable design, was adorned with numerous sharp spikes and hooks across its offensive sections. Atop his head rested a black horned helmet, and a dark mask concealed his face, revealing only a singular, crimson eye. A flowing black cloak billowed behind him, seemingly animated by an unseen force, while he wielded a formidable, demonic blade. The entire psychic realm had transformed into a monochromatic abyss, with dark lightning cascading from the heavens. Ryuzaki Shinji, holding the soulless Wu Ming in one hand, hovered in midair, resembling a harbinger of doom. Gradually, Ryuzaki Shinji descended to the center of the psychic realm, where he unceremoniously placed Wu Ming upon the ground. At that moment, 3 small spirits, including Shuangdan gas, emerged from 3 directions around Wu Ming, merging into a colossal obsidian crystal. These 3 dark crystals pulsated with a sinister glow, resonating with one another. Soon, a translucent black barrier encased the powerless Wu Ming. You shall remain here forever. My cowardly self. Even if you refuse to acknowledge it, you are merely a subpersonality conjured by that fellow Wu Ming. Ryuzaki Shinji, clad in his psychic armor, proclaimed triumphantly to the captive Wu Ming. Noticing Wu Ming's continued vacant expression, Ryuzaki's disdain deepened, prompting him to turn away and leave. Wait, kill me, Ryuzaki Shinji. Just as Ryuzaki was about to exit the psychic realm, Wu Ming, who had seemed lost moments before, opened his eyes, now resolute, and spoke with determination. Kill you? I refuse. While you are indeed an eyesore, I cannot deny your existence. In fact, I owe you some gratitude. Had it not been for your cowardice, I would not have separated from Wu Ming. If I were to kill you, I would be compelled to consume you, and then would I still remain myself? Thus, you shall remain here obediently. Ryuzaki Shinji's eyes flickered with surprise at Wu Ming's words. In his recollection, this Wu Ming was a timid soul, for whom death was a nightmare. Such a bold declaration of sacrifice seemed uncharacteristic. Is that so? How fitting for your disposition. Nevertheless, I shall prevent you, Ryuzaki Shinji. I cannot allow you to wield this power to your advantage, even if it costs me my own existence. Wu Ming declared resolutely, and as he finished speaking, his body began to emit a blinding white light. Countless tiny white particles emerged from him, instantly racing toward Ryuzaki Shinji. You've lost your mind. You truly intend to do this? If you proceed, you will vanish completely from this world. My brother, stop. Please, halt this madness. When Longzaki Shinji witnessed Wu Ming's determination to sacrifice himself to restrain his supernatural abilities, he became instantly alarmed. If there was still a family member left in this world for him, it would undoubtedly be Wu Ming standing before him. You have finally spoken, Longzaki Shinji, my brother. I sincerely apologize for the suffering you have endured on my behalf. I am a coward, yet I implore you to believe in the goodness that exists in this world. It is not solely shrouded in darkness. There is an abundance of beauty, such as the joyous moments spent with friends in the orphanage. Therefore, I must prevent you from continuing down this misguided path. Today, I shall be a hero. With only his head remaining, Wu Ming smiled at Longzaki Shinji, and as his words faded, he transformed into a cascade of white light particles. These luminous particles danced around Longzaki Shinji, coalescing around his hands and feet, forming 4 pristine rings of light that bound him. You truly are a kind-hearted fool. This time, you have triumphed, Longzaki Shinji replied with a hint of melancholy. Fully aware that Wu Ming had vanished, the power within him solidified with the formation of the rings. And despite Wu Ming's constraints on his supernatural abilities at the moment of his demise, he could now wield them freely. As the blackness of the sky gradually shifted to a shade of purple, a glimmer of violet shone in Longzaki Shinji's eyes, and he disappeared into the realm of the mind. In the physical world, lying on the ground, Longzaki Shinji opened his eyes, a piercing purple radiance emanating from within. Character and Pokémon data. Update 5. Longzaki Shinji's strength status name. Longzaki Shinji occupation. Trainer, martial artist, psychic trainer level. 40 strength. Near champion treasures. Venomous pearl, mysterious amber. Mysterious water droplet. Dragonite's reverse scale Pokémon. 5 martial artist level. Beginner, 121. Skills. Military combat techniques. Purely lethal fighting arts. Momentum. Bloodblade aura, the manifestation of the martial artist's physical and mental synergy. Capable of intimidating or even psychologically tormenting weak-willed beings, psychic level. Intermediate, 531. Mental energy value, 3,200. Intermediate standard value is 3,000. Skills, 1. Instant teleportation 3. Enables spatial jumps within a 300-meter radius. Establishing telekinetic coordinates, increasing teleportation range by tenfold. Each use of telekinetic coordinates consumes 50 mental energy points, lasting for 2 hours. Each teleportation consumes 100 mental energy points, with a 1-second activation time and a 2-second cooldown. 2. Telekinesis 3. Capable of moving objects weighing no more than 300 kilograms through telekinesis. Controlling multiple objects doubles the mental energy expenditure. 1. Continuous consumption of 50 points of mental energy per minute. 3. Psychic Shield Level 3. Expends a significant amount of mental energy to instantaneously create a medium-strength psychic shield, capable of withstanding a single attack from a creature with a power not exceeding 150. Each use consumes 500 points of mental energy. 4. Mind Gaze Level 3. Can only be activated when 2 individuals are gazing into each other's eyes, allowing one to surreptitiously glimpse the thoughts of a being whose will or mental energy is inferior. Each use consumes 100 points of mental energy. 5. Mental Suggestion Level 3. Can only be activated when 2 individuals are gazing into each other's eyes, enabling one to implant a fragment of their consciousness into the mind of another, effective only on beings with will or mental energy lower than their own. Each use consumes 100 points of mental energy. 6. Psychic Shock Level 3. Lock. 7. Mind Control Level 3. Lock Creature, Double-Headed Gas, Variant. Telepathic Link Level 30. Ability, Levitate Type. Poison Fire Level, 41 Strength. Near Champion Potential. Intermediate Champion Held Item. Black Sludge, Imperfect. Mastered Skills, Sludge Bomb, Variant. Rapid Spin, Provocation, Smoke Screen, Toxic Fog, Flamethrower, Poison Fire, Dark Fog, Self-Destruct, Will-O-Wisp, Toxic, Fire Poison, Thunderbolt, Hidden Power, Last Gift Setting. Skills, once mastered, cannot be forgotten and can be enhanced through practice, with no limits on battle skills. Creature, Apathetic Monster, Variant. Telepathic Link Level 20. Ability, Intimidate, Enhanced. Type, Poison Level, 40 Strength. Near Champion Potential. Low Champion Held Item. None Mastered Skills. Glare, Enhanced. Acid, Enhanced. Bite, Bind, Poison Tail, Inherited. Coil, Poison Fong, Bluff, Ice Fong, Thunder Fong, Fire Fong, Gastric Acid, Garbage Shot. Wave of Evil Special Ability. Serpent Pattern Change, Attack Pattern. Defense Pattern, Speed Pattern. Creature, Shiny Sludge Ability. Sticky Poison Hand Shiny Ability. Split, can divide into several identical entities with shared consciousness, as long as the distance does not exceed 100 meters from the main body. The main body can share the vision of the split entities. If the distance exceeds 100 meters, the split entities will rapidly perish. If the main body dies, any existing split entities will actively become new main bodies. The split entities possess all abilities of the main body, but their attributes are determined by the size allocated by the main body. If a split entity successfully divides or perishes, the attributes given to it by the main body will be temporarily lost. Type, Poison Level, 39 Held Item. None Strength. Peak Elite Potential. High Champion Mastered Skills. Harden. Petrification Technique. Shrink. Mud Bomb. Sludge Bomb. Mud Wave. Toxic. Protect. Inherited. Self-Destruct Creature. Golduck Ability. None Weather. Attribute, Water Pokémon Level, 37 Held Item. Mysterious Water Drop Strength. Advanced Elite Potential. High King Mastered Skills. Water Jet. Hydro Pump. Surf. Whirlpool. Waterfall. Dive. Meditation. Psychic Shock. Psychic Power. Oblivion Ray. Hypnosis. Inherited. Ice Beam. Awakening Power. Fire Type. Special Ability, Psychic Awakening. Golduck can continuously enhance its psychic powers through meditation, theoretically reaching a level comparable to that of mythical psychic Pokémon. The prolonged hunger and solitude within the water prison torment Golduck's spirit. Yet all this suffering is overcome by its indomitable will, ultimately awakening the powerful latent psychic abilities of its lineage. Pokémon, Dreepy, Telepathic Bond 50, Ability, Early Bird Attribute, Darkfire Pokémon Level, 1 Held Item, None Strength, Ordinary Pokémon Potential, High King Mastered Skills, Ember, Bite, Howl, Odor Sleuth, Fire Fong, Inherited, Thunder Fong, Inherited, Revenge, Inherited, Chapter 19. Twin Dragons. Upon entering, one is greeted by an abyss of darkness. However, A fleeting glimmer of purple emanating from Ryuzaki Shinji's eyes momentarily dispels the room's gloom. Though it flickers briefly, the room is soon enveloped in darkness once more. Yet the instant of illumination captures the attention of two other beings within. At that moment, two pairs of crimson eyes snap open in the shadows. It seems the circuitry is damaged, or perhaps the ship's power supply has failed. The surrounding darkness does not unsettle Ryuzaki Shinji, since regaining consciousness. He has utilized his psychic abilities to scan the environment. This is a completely enclosed chamber, aside from the scattered remnants of various shattered objects. The overall structure remains relatively intact, showing no signs of having been ransacked by pirates. The only living beings present, apart from the lurking Arbok and the dark sludge, are himself and his companions. A pair of scarlet eyes swiftly approaches from the direction of the doorway, accompanied by a series of hissing sounds. The menacing head of Arbok materializes within Ryuzaki Shinji's perception. Indeed, Arbok's regenerative abilities are remarkably potent. After a brief period, its wounds have completely healed. Even the severed tip of its tail has regrown. Although its serpentine gaze remains as cold as ever, Ryuzaki Shinji, having previously established a telepathic bond with Arbok, senses the creature's underlying concern. Do not worry, Arbok, I am unharmed. By the way, where is that woman? Ryuzaki Shinji rises, gently stroking Arbok's serpentine head, and once more. The purple light flickers in his eyes as he employs his psychic powers to communicate telepathically with Arbok, now endowed with extraordinary abilities. He has achieved the remarkable capacity to engage in telepathic communication with any sentient being. Even in the absence of a common language, communication is seamless. Telepathy transcends verbal exchanges, facilitating a connection between two consciousnesses. This extraordinary skill is one of the reasons why those with supernatural powers surpass ordinary trainers, allowing them to issue commands to their Pokémon without the need for spoken directives, thereby rendering their opponent's next move inscrutable. This, in turn, significantly enhances the overall prowess of both the psychic trainer and their Pokémon, with the terrifying potential of this ability being magnified exponentially in the heat of battle. Master, are you the one speaking to me? The sudden telepathic connection astonished Abra, who stammered as he attempted to converse with Shinji Longzaki. He was perplexed as to why his master possessed the ability to communicate with them in such a manner, unlike Youngura. Indeed, there is no need for alarm. It is I. What did that woman do while I was unconscious? Ignoring Abra's astonishment, Shinji Longzaki communicated through telepathy, urgently seeking to comprehend Nagi's actions during his unconsciousness. Newly transformed into a psychic, Shinji was acutely aware of his own abilities and instinctively understood that Nagi's powers were formidable, if not superior to his own. The capabilities of a psychic were indeed terrifying. Leaving a trace on another was a trivial endeavor. Thus, Shinji felt an unsettling apprehension regarding Nagi, whose allegiances remained ambiguous. Master, that fearsome woman retracted her terrifying blue threads before taking Youngura away. Mutsdale and I have remained here, and no one else has come. Upon confirming that the telepathic communicator was Shinji Longzaki, Abra promptly divulged all that he knew. After listening to Abra's report, Shinji then engaged in telepathy with Mutsdale nearby. Upon receiving similar information from both, he employed his psychic ability to scrutinize himself and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Nagi had not left any traces on him. Shinji recalled Abra into its Pokeball and allowed the black sludge that had been regaining its strength to shrink and adhere to him before he pushed open the door and exited the room. In stark contrast to the dimly lit confines he had just left, the corridor outside was illuminated, revealing a scene of devastation. The corridor was strewn with the lifeless bodies of various humans and Pokémon, the ground marred by extensive patches of dried blood. Scattered fires flickered in various corners, casting a hellish crimson glow throughout the corridor. Were there truly no survivors? It seems this place is perilous to linger in. Shinji had utilized his psychic abilities to scan a radius of 300 meters around him, but the information confirmed that there were no living beings present. Both passengers and pirates appeared to have vacated the area, and the shattered signs indicated that he was situated in the lower hold of the St. Andar. As Shinji Ryuzaki prepared to depart, his expression shifted dramatically, a singular purple eye ignited, enveloping him in a shroud of violet energy. He harnessed his telekinetic abilities to levitate himself into the air. Just as he completed this maneuver, a thunderous roar resonated, plunging the entire vessel into chaos once more. The tremors this time were more violent than before, causing significant damage to the ship, which began to tear apart. The deck was riddled with extensive fissures. And within the hull, the situation was even direr, as numerous electronic devices and circuits were severely compromised, resulting in violent explosions and flames that rapidly spread throughout the ship. Damn it, there's no other choice, he thought. Come forth, double bomb gas, and blast a path for me with mud bombs. Suspended in midair, Ryuzaki surveyed the escalating inferno and the sudden explosions surrounding him, his face darkening with concern. Had it not been for his protective psychic shield that deflected the nearby blasts, he would have sustained grave injuries. However, this shield had shattered, and a fleeting look of determination crossed his face. There was no time to assess the current predicament. He unleashed the double bomb gas, commanding it to forcefully carve out an escape route. Rather than recklessly breaking free, Ryuzaki returned to his original chamber, directing the double bomb gas to demolish the walls adjacent to the ship's hull. His mental acuity allowed him to scout through the walls, granting him a clearer sense of direction. The double bomb gas expelled a multitude of mud bombs, following Ryuzaki's orders to dismantle the walls. After breaching all four sides, and with the protection of his psychic shield and mud defense skills, he finally glimpsed the pitch-black surface of the sea outside. The sea breeze tousled his unkempt hair as he beheld an array of lifeboats and pirate ships on the water, accompanied by the cacophony of explosions echoing in the sky, and felt the searing heat of flames approaching from behind. Without hesitation, Ryuzaki mounted the double bomb gas and soared away from the Saint Anda. The double bomb gas, carrying Ryuzaki, glided slowly at low altitude, distancing itself from the Saint Anda until he commanded it to halt. From a vantage point high above, Ryuzaki could finally discern the current state of affairs. The once magnificent steel behemoth lay in ruins, engulfed in flames that illuminated the entire battlefield on the sea. On the surface, numerous pirate ships, adorned with the Jolly Roger, engaged in a lopsided battle against the flagship vessels sent by the Alliance. A barrage of cannon fire erupted from the pirate ships, though the projectiles lacked the potency to threaten the meticulously crafted and heavily armed escort fleet. Conversely, the cannon fire from the escort vessels frequently sank the pirate ships. Yet in this world, trainers remained the most formidable individual combatants. Powerful pirate trainers and Alliance trainers commanded various water-type and flying-type Pokémon in a fierce battle across the waves. On the surface of the sea and in the sky above, numerous small sprites collided with one another, resulting in a series of explosive bursts. Pirate ships and escort vessels were frequently sunk by the formidable assaults of these sprites, their overwhelming destructive power utterly overshadowing the might of both pirate and escort ships. However, the true epicenter of the battle, the decisive factor in determining victory, lay in the fierce confrontation taking place high above in the sky. The resounding roar of dragons reverberated across the battlefield as two powerful sprites clashed violently, each exuding an aura of immense strength. Any flying sprite that ventured within 100 meters of their vicinity trembled uncontrollably and plummeted from the sky, leaving a vast expanse devoid of sprites within a radius of several hundred meters around them. One of these sprites boasted 3 imposing dragon heads, its 6 ebony wings slowly flapping in the air. Adorned with deep blue scales and dark fur, its robust abdomen and elongated, muscular tail bore striking red stripes. Lacking forelimbs, it possessed only a pair of powerful hind legs. Perhaps the 2 smaller heads flanking its main head served as its arms. This distinctive creature was none other than the legendary 3-headed dragon, a quasi-divine beast from the Sinnoh region. In its ferocious rampage, this malevolent dragon-type sprite unleashed its fury under the command of an elderly man clad in a dark uniform seated upon its back. The 3 heads relentlessly belched forth flames, thunder, and ice in a barrage of attacks. The other sprite was a dragon-type creature with expansive blood-red wings, its entire body primarily covered in azure scales. Its chest and abdomen were fortified by a solid white exoskeleton, a design seemingly crafted for the purpose of flight. With a fierce, pointed dragon head adorned with 3 pairs of long horns, robust limbs, and a streamlined physique complemented by a lengthy, powerful tail for balance. It epitomized the stature of the quasi-divine Bloodwing Dragon, the sovereign of the skies. As the Bloodwing Dragon faced the relentless assault of the 3-headed dragon's barrage, it exhibited remarkable confidence, skillfully evading the attacks through exceptional aerial maneuvers. At the behest of the elderly man in a blue uniform upon its back, it awaited the opportune moment to counterattack. This was a battle of the highest caliber, a double dragon showdown. Observing the 2 colossal beasts exuding such formidable presence in the sky, one could not help but feel a pang of envy. The power wielded by quasi-divine beasts of the pinnacle level far surpassed that of ordinary sprites at the same rank. It could be said without hesitation that possessing a quasi-divine beast of such caliber, capable of functioning as an extension of oneself, would elevate one into the realm of the most elite trainers. Chapter 20. The uninvited guest. The night sky was adorned with a tapestry of twinkling stars. illuminated by a frost-kissed full moon that, for reasons unknown, bore a tinge of crimson this eve. The frigid moonlight cascaded upon the depths of the ocean, where sleek, silvery fish fins sliced through the shimmering surface, their owners already sensing the sweet aroma of sustenance from miles away. Driven by their insatiable greed, they converged toward their destination, heralding the approach of a grand feast. Meanwhile, several kilometers beneath the tumultuous waters, bubbles raced eagerly toward the surface, vying to escape the depths. In a particular area where these bubbles congregated, two colossal crimson crystals suddenly ignited with a radiant glow, emanating a mysterious wave that spread rapidly through the surrounding waters. In mere moments, this enigmatic energy enveloped the area, causing more red crystals to flicker to life. Within minutes, the sea was shrouded in a ghostly crimson light, and all aquatic spirits that sensed the mysterious wave fled in terror from the vicinity. Following an unseen directive, a vast expanse of red luminescence surged toward the battleground above. Several kilometers away, amidst a coral reef, a formidable black dragon, coiled at the heart of the reef, abruptly opened its scarlet eyes, roused from slumber. A ferocious and domineering aura radiated from its massive form, awakening the water spirits nearby, who gazed upon it with palpable dread before hastily fleeing the coral sanctuary. They all understood that the nightmare of these waters had awakened. The slender tendrils at the corners of the black dragon's maw quivered, catching the rich scent of blood in the water, its eyes momentarily alight with a gleeful, almost human-like delight, though this was swiftly eclipsed by its bloodthirsty nature. Rising slowly from the coral, it unleashed a savage roar that echoed through the depths, a signal that stirred the blue dragons within the vicinity, who opened their crimson eyes in response. With a chorus of roars, the blue dragons surged to the surface, answering the call, and under the black dragon's command. They swiftly swam toward the same destination, the battlefield now engulfed in flames of war. Meanwhile, Ryuzaki Shinji remained perched atop a twin gas cannon, harboring no interest in the conflict below. As long as he was undisturbed, he would not intervene in the battle. His gaze remained fixed on the aerial skirmish, a rare spectacle of dragonkind at the pinnacle of power, an event not to be missed. The prowess of both combatants was nearly matched, and the dazzling display of their skills, alongside the strategic maneuvers of their trainers, left Ryuzaki in awe. In the brief moments of observation, Shinji Ryuzaki witnessed the collision of formidable combination techniques multiple times, and the destructive force enthralled him immensely. Beneath the vast full moon, two colossal figures, radiating an aura of terror, clashed once more under its watchful gaze, their massive forms blotting out the moonlight entirely. Yaji, stand down. If you choose to surrender, I can spare you from the League's wrath with your abilities. Securing a position within the League would be a trivial matter. The elder on the blood-winged dragon, while directing the battle, addressed the trainer of the three-headed dragon ahead, his face etched with sorrow, yet his eyes unwaveringly resolute. Humph, Yuenji, cease your prattle. The League would never let a notorious pirate captain like me escape unscathed. Besides, I find great comfort in my life as a pirate. I have no desire to endure the disdain of those aristocratic elites in the League. It is you who should relent, you traitor. The old captain should have dispatched you, the ingrate, long ago, retorted the leader of the Blood Axe pirates with a cold sneer, his voice dripping with scorn. The path chosen by Captain was misguided. How could humans hope to control the divine beasts? If we provoke the Sea Emperor, our homeland, Fanyuan, shall know no peace. You are acutely aware of this, and you have witnessed the fate of the captain firsthand. Thus, my choice is the righteous path. Upon hearing the name of the old captain, Yuenji's steadfast gaze momentarily betrayed a hint of sorrow and shame. Yet, this sentiment was swiftly overshadowed by renewed determination, his eyes shimmering with an extraordinary light. Clearly more resolute in his chosen path, Yuenji was once a member of the Blood Axe Pirates himself, raised alongside the current captain, Yaji, by the former captain, Bazi. Despite being companions since childhood, they were destined rivals. However, due to the unpredictability of fate and their differing ideals, they ultimately embarked on divergent paths. Yuenji not only redeemed his identity, but also ascended to become the Dragon King among the four heavenly kings of Fanyuan, emerging as a key figure in the League's fight against piracy. In contrast, Yaji inherited Baji's will and legacy, becoming the captain of a pirate crew that roams the seas, straying ever further along the path of piracy. Formerly inseparable companions and rivals now stood on the brink of confrontation. How shameless. Today, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of the old captain. You traitorous seeker of wealth and glory. Come forth and let me witness the true strength of the Dragon King of Fanyuan. Seeing Yuenji's unwavering resolve, Yaji chose not to continue the debate. He immediately leaped from the three-headed dragon, commanding it to unleash its ultimate move. They were now foes, and Yaji would show no mercy toward an enemy. The three malevolent dragons unleashed their fiery breath, thunderous roars, and icy blasts once again, each of their grotesque heads spewing forth energy beams of distinct colors. These three beams rapidly entwined, coalescing into a colossal black energy sphere. Simultaneously, the emerald glow emanating from the dragon's three eyes intensified, enveloping the black sphere within a three-dimensional, verdant triangular barrier, ensuring that not a trace of its terrifying energy escaped. The formation of the black energy sphere took merely 3 seconds. Thus, despite the trainer of the Bloodwing Dragon's earnest desire to intervene, the protective triangular barrier hindered any attempts to thwart its creation. As the trial shifted to earnest confrontation, Yuan Ji promptly dismounted from the Bloodwing Dragon, commanding it to execute a combination technique in retaliation. Just as the elder leapt down, the Bloodwing Dragon let out a thunderous roar. Its expansive crimson wings and tail instantly cloaked in a metallic sheen. A spectrum of colors shimmered above its head, followed by an eruption of blue flames enveloping its entire form. With a powerful flap of its wings, its velocity surged dramatically, charging menacingly toward the trio of dragons. As it approached, the metallic luster adhered to its body, and it commenced a rapid rotation, generating a spiraling vortex of colors at its apex, while the remaining sections shimmered in blue and white. In response, the three-headed dragon bellowed, releasing the black energy sphere encapsulated within the triangular barrier, which collided violently with the spiraling vortex created by the Bloodwing Dragon. Flames erupted, bolts of electricity surged, and the chilling frost clashed against the divine onslaught of the iron-tailed dragon god. The thunderous explosion reverberated across the battlefield, birthing a massive white orb of light at the epicenter of the blast. Blinding radiance erupted from within, engulfing the entire arena in a semblance of daylight, momentarily blinding all creatures present. A powerful gust of wind surged from the explosion, dispersing the clouds within a 10-kilometer radius, while the sea surface at the explosion's epicenter formed a vast indentation. Subsequently, tumultuous waves radiated outward from the edge of this dent. The once serene waters transformed into a roiling tempest, as enormous swells scattered numerous lifeboats and vessels into disarray, with countless humans being swept into the air like dumplings, only to plummet back down. Is this the true might of a champion trainer wielding a quasi-divine beast? The power is astonishing, surely capable of wreaking havoc upon a city. Longqi Jini stared in awe at the white orb in the sky, his eyes now shrouded in a violet glow. The blinding light did not obscure his vision for long. He could clearly see that within the luminous sphere, the two formidable dragon-type creatures continued their fierce struggle. The white orb of light appeared swiftly and vanished just as quickly. Within mere seconds, it had dissipated, restoring normalcy to the onlookers. However, at that moment, all combatants, momentarily pausing their fierce confrontations, turned their gazes skyward, eager to discern the outcome of the battle above, for it would dictate the course of their impending skirmishes. Regrettably, neither the pirates nor the Alliance witnessed the results they had hoped for. The two formidable dragon-type Pokémon, gravely injured, plummeted from the heavens into the sea, stripped of their combat capabilities. In this outcome, Yuan Ji, mounted upon a Rayquaza, and Ji Ji, riding a vulture, displayed no signs of surprise. Each was acutely aware of the other's prowess, fully cognizant that their strengths were closely matched, perhaps with only the slightest margin of difference. Locking eyes, their battle fervor reignited. As both were peak-tier trainers, naturally possessing more than a single trump card. Yet, just as they prepared to deploy their next ace to assist the incapacitated Pokémon, an unexpected group of interlopers made their entrance. The unfolding events promised to become increasingly intriguing. With a smirk, the psychic and martial artist, Ryazaki Shinji, noted the subtle changes on the battlefield. Unbeknownst to them, a multitude of fish-like entities had encircled the entire marine battleground, and not far off, a vast crimson tide was slowly approaching. Chapter 21. When disaster strikes, each flees to their own. The tumultuous marine battlefield had stirred considerable chaos. Both pirate and alliance forces suffered significant losses in this confrontation, compounded by the tragic fate of the thousands of ordinary souls aboard the Saint Andar, now lost. Countless bodies of humans and Pokémon floated on the frigid surface, resembling debris in the ocean, while the blood that had spilled profusely had surreptitiously stained the waters crimson. The pungent scent of blood in the sea roused numerous carnivorous marine Pokémon, and the voracious great white sharks had long sensed the scent from miles away. These ferocious water-type creatures, driven by their insatiable greed, swiftly converged upon the battlefield, arriving ahead of other predatory sea Pokémon. As they beheld the multitude of corpses and inhaled the thick, iron-laden air, the great whites surged with a fervor akin to a bloodlust-infused frenzy. It seemed as though they had rehearsed this moment countless times. Drawing upon ancient hunting techniques ingrained in their very essence, they refrained from immediate ambush. Instead, they patiently awaited the arrival of more kin, preparing to collectively ensnare the humans and Pokémon across the marine battlefield. With pairs of crimson eyes glinting ominously on the shadowy waters, these great whites resembled ravenous wolves stalking their prey in a forest, greedily fixated on all foreign beings present. For them, this was an unprecedented feast. Even if they were to leave half of the spoils, it would be sufficient to satiate their voracious appetites. A chilling atmosphere swiftly enveloped the battlefield upon the sea. The sudden emergence of countless pairs of crimson eyes and sleek fins sent a wave of terror through the hearts of pirates and alliance members alike, prompting them to halt their actions and prioritize self-preservation. Particularly vulnerable were the humans and elves who had fallen overboard, frantically scrambling towards the nearest vessels. The great toothed shark, an evolved variant of the shark sprite and piranha, possesses the terrifying ability to pursue its prey at speeds of up to 120 kilometers per hour, wielding serrated teeth capable of crushing steel. This malevolent sprite is insatiably greedy for flesh and blood, its fearsome reputation perhaps rivaled only by the infamous Gyarados, but equally notorious among fishermen who toil in the ocean's depths. Known as the oceanic rogue or the sea bully, wherever it roams, shadows of death inevitably follow. Disaster. It's a school of great toothed sharks. Retreat. Quickly, get on the ship, or we shall all become their next meal. Fools, forget about those creatures. Our lives are paramount. Wait for us. We haven't tea-boarded yet. Come back, you bastards. Help me, brother. Please don't abandon me. The appearance of the great toothed sharks instantly shattered the previously tense standoff, as every soul focused solely on one objective: escaping the encirclement of these ferocious sea marauders. Their jaws, capable of shattering steel, rendered ships mere jokes in comparison. The consequences of falling into the water were unfathomable. As anticipated, chaos ensued. Those desperate for survival clung to nearby vessels, while those aboard frantically attempted to break free from the shark's grasp, showing little regard for the drowning souls. This conflict between the two groups was immediate and palpable. Damn it! If you leave me behind, know that I'll ensure your suffering doesn't cease with my demise. Gem Starfish, immobilize that ship with ice beam. Damn you, floundering fools. Release your grip. You're obstructing my escape. Ironclaw Lobster, what are you waiting for? Annihilate these wretches with Crab Pincer. Brother, trouble looms. The ship's hull is leaking, and the sharks are relentlessly attacking the bottom. It won't be long before the vessel sinks. In this perilous moment, the bonds of kinship frayed, as once close allies became indifferent adversaries in the face of desperation. In their hopelessness, people resorted to desperate measures, attempting to drag others into the water. In this life-and-death struggle, the darker aspects of human nature were laid bare, devoid of any pretense of decency. However, the Megalodons did not simply watch as their potential meal slipped away. When chaos began to unfold, they acted with remarkable order. Instead of immediately attacking the individuals and small spirits that had fallen into the water, they targeted the fleeing vessels. These creatures, having coexisted with humanity for countless years, had evolved a sophisticated strategy to deal with them. They understood that once humans lost their floating means of escape, the frail beings would become nothing more than prey. Numerous ships became the focus of the Megalodon's wrath, particularly the rudimentary pirate ships, which could not withstand even a few bites from their formidable teeth. In an instant, the hulls of these vessels were violently shattered, leading many to meet their fate at the bottom of the sea, while those aboard naturally became helpless victims in the eyes of the Megalodons. Run, White Sea Lion, take me away from here, cried one. Damn it, I shall fight you. Ironclad Shell, advance, shouted another. Ah, can anyone save me? I do not wish to die. The unfortunate souls soon found themselves under attack from the eager Megalodons. Ordinary humans stood no chance against these terrifying sea marauders, swiftly torn to shreds by their serrated teeth. Even trainers accompanied by water-type spirits could not endure for long. The sheer number of Megalodons was overwhelming, and in the vast ocean, their water spirits could not match the speed of the accelerated predators, being overtaken before they could swim any significant distance. The anguished cries, roars, and despair of the drowning individuals echoed across the waters, heralding the onset of a gruesome feast. Scenes of flesh being torn apart unfolded, with torrents of crimson blood staining the sea. These Megalodons were akin to a pack of ravenous wolves, possessing astonishing endurance and a relentless thirst for blood. Only the powerful trainers and those protected by sturdy ships could hope to evade their merciless pursuit. The ocean remained as perilous and unpredictable as ever. Yet, for the Blood Axe pirate crew, the notion of meeting their demise in these waters was far from imminent. All hands, relay the order. Using the Blood Axe as our point of breach, all pirate ships are to follow suit and break through. Those who cannot keep up shall feed the megalodons, commanded the leader of the Blood Axe pirate crew, standing at the bow of the Blood Axe. Upon concluding his orders, he released 2 Pokeballs, summoning a formidable Kingdra emanating a fierce aura and a wrathful Gyarados surfacing from the depths. Kingdra, Gyarados, clear the path ahead and annihilate any obstacles, he declared with ferocity, his demeanor unwavering amidst the turmoil. As a notorious pirate who had ruled the seas for countless years, he exuded confidence in the face of the current crisis. With a resounding roar, the 2 formidable little spirits unleashed their might, launching an aggressive assault on the fearsome Sharpedo that dared to approach the Blood Axe. In an instant, the roles reversed. The once ferocious Sharpedo now found itself cowering before the Dragon King and Gyarados, akin to a wolf confronted by a tiger. The transformation was palpable, resembling a mischievous child facing a menacing giant. All Sharpedo that ventured close to the Blood Axe were ruthlessly vanquished by the 2 powerful little spirits. Despite the overwhelming presence of the Dragon King and Gyarados, the Sharpedo did not retreat. They maintained a numerical advantage, allowing them to press forward even against the ferocity of a single tiger, for even the fiercest predator can falter before a pack of wolves. However, the sight of the Dragon King and Gyarados coming to the rescue invigorated the chaotic pirates, instilling a surge of hope within them. Following the sound of skyward signal flares, the pirates displayed fervor and determination, steering their vessels towards the Blood Axe, their revered leader, whom they believed to be invincible. Meanwhile, the situation within the Alliance mirrored that of the pirates. Upon witnessing the Sharpedo encircle the battlefield, UNG promptly withdrew from the fray to command from his destroyer. Like his counterpart, Yuji, he released his own spirits for protection. Under the guardianship of Dragonite and Xatu, UNG's destroyer smoothly navigated through the Sharpedo's encirclement, with other destroyers and Alliance vessels following suit, breaking free from the clutches of the Sharpedo. Unforeseen events had disrupted the final battle. Yet this chaos presented an opportunity for me to seize the moment. With the Saint Anda lost, acquiring a vessel became imperative for my journey to the stormy seas. Which side should I choose? Pondered Ryuzaki Shinji as he sat upon his double-jump gas. From the outset, Ryuzaki Shinji had refrained from engaging in this battle, emanating an inexplicable aura that kept both pirates and trainers at bay, sparing him from any unwelcome confrontations. Thus, he leisurely observed the spectacular clash unfolding below. As one of the few trainers possessing floating abilities among the battleground, the onslaught of the Sharpedo had no impact on him whatsoever. Now that the spectacle had concluded, it was time for Ryuzaki Shinji to make a choice. Though he had awakened psychic powers, theoretically allowing him to traverse the vast world, he had not entirely relinquished the notion of flying solo away from Team Rocket's shelter. With newfound confidence in his abilities, he believed he could emerge victorious in this deadly tournament, feeling an instinctive sense that this competition would present a significant opportunity, one he could not afford to miss. What is that? As Ryuzaki Shinji pondered whether to seize a pirate vessel or an Alliance ship, a flicker of crimson light at the corner of his left eye caught his attention, emanating from the direction of the departing pirates. He swiftly turned to behold an eerie expanse of red luminescence sprawling across the waters, effectively ensnaring the pirate ships attempting to escape. It appeared that a decisive choice was unnecessary. They were the ones. He chuckled to himself, recognizing the perfect opportunity to strike at the beleaguered pirates, now being pursued by both wolves and tigers. Without a moment's hesitation, he opted for their side. For now was the opportune moment to strike down those in despair and commandeer their vessels. However, to embark on such an endeavor, he required a few accomplices, as commanding a ship was not a task for an inexperienced novice devoid of nautical knowledge. Chapter 22. Recruitment upon the treacherous seas. A small lifeboat strained to keep pace with the fleet ahead. Yet, the blood-red waters surrounding it were teeming with ominous crimson eyes, reminiscent of lurking malevolence, encircling the lifeboat. Within it were 2 individuals, a robust young pirate and a boy clad in Alliance uniform, both hailing from opposing factions, now united in their desperate quest for survival. "Row faster, you Alliance mutt. Are you trying to get us killed?" the young pirate gasped, directing his frustration at the boy beside him. "Shut up. I'm giving it my all," retorted Akahoshi, exerting every ounce of strength to paddle, though his inexperience rendered his efforts notably slower than that of the seasoned young pirate. This is just my luck. If those sea beasts hadn't chewed through the propeller's turbine, I wouldn't be stuck with you, Alliance Dog. Now look where we are. I'm going to die because of you." The young pirate, Hea, lamented as he observed their captain's ship seemingly coming to a halt. The crisis had struck too suddenly for Hea, who had only recently joined the ranks of the pirates. He had anticipated a straightforward plunder, only to encounter the patrolling Alliance fleet. After a fierce battle, both sides suffered grievous losses, and he had barely survived under the protection of his best companion, the electric monster. However, once the great white shark had appeared, he was forsaken by his fellow pirates. After a harrowing struggle, he had managed to commandeer a lifeboat in hopes of escape, but now found himself ensnared in dire circumstances, with little hope of salvation. The great white shark, unable to contain its hunger any longer, prepared to launch another assault. Though wary of the electric monster guarding the lifeboat, the primal urge to feast drove the creature to advance. The lifeboat began to sustain damage under the relentless onslaught. "We're in trouble. They're about to attack. Heya! Command the electric monster to strike again." Akihoshi cried out in terror as a massive great white shark breached the surface, its blood-red eyes fixed upon him, having just bitten a significant chunk from their vessel. "Silence, you fool. Do not show any signs of fear. These sea creatures are merely bullies who prey on the weak. Lantern monster, pay them no heed. Deliver another fierce blow to these aquatic beasts. Unleash 10,000 volts." Haya slapped Chixing across the face to calm him down, then gritted his teeth and commanded the lantern monster by the boat's side to initiate an attack. Upon hearing his orders, the lantern monster, its head crowned with a radiant lamp, immediately flared with brilliant light. A powerful current erupted from its body, and the golden electricity surged into the ocean, spreading rapidly. The effect was remarkable, as the dozen or so giant sharks encircling the lifeboat were instantly rendered unconscious, floating belly up upon the waves. However, after unleashing such a potent discharge, the light atop the lantern monster dimmed significantly, having exhausted a considerable amount of its stored energy. It was evident that it could not replicate that intense surge of electricity again. Seeing this, Haya and the now calmed Chixing paddled with renewed vigor, for they had spotted yet another swarm of crimson eyes approaching from a distance. "Paddle quickly. Before these beasts finish their meal, we must catch up to the fleet ahead," Haya urged, vigorously swinging the oars. Although he was unaware of why the ships in front had halted, their only hope for survival lay in joining that fleet. If they could board one of the pirate ships, their chances of survival would significantly improve. True to their nature, the giant sharks, ruthless and greedy, did not spare even their incapacitated kin. The sharks that had just been stunned by the lantern monster were swiftly devoured by their opportunistic companions. Despite the two exerting every ounce of strength to paddle, the lifeboat's speed remained unsatisfactory as it sluggishly approached the mysteriously halted pirate fleet. In mere seconds, the sharks had consumed their incapacitated brethren and were now closing in on the lifeboat.